with Phoenix. As Phoenix, you want people to go in for you and stun them. Same for Lina. And I'm totally fine with this route. I think it makes sense. And Nightfall plays a fantastic Sven as well.
And it will be the Bane position 4 and Jakiro position 5 on the side of Team Spirit. Which I think
cool. I mean,
is fine either way.
Yeah, maybe drums build on Jakiro and you're a bit of an egg hitter then. I think that makes...
If Amar couldn't make that one, well, I'm just saying, if Amar couldn't make that work, and if this goes bad for Team Spirit, Collapse can't make it work, it's time to put this hero out to pasture. Get him out of here.
Yeah, we're not going to see him for another patch at least.
Yeah.
And we were talking yesterday, I said if we're going to see Mars this tournament, it's going to be either ATF or Collapse.
Yep.
They're going to get their one game.
They're going to put it to the test.
I have a lot of doubts about this hero. It is not the hero it used to be, however. He has a very good argument as the best Mars in the world alongside ATF. Different playstyles with the hero, but they both just make it shine. He's going to have to really pull out all the stops. He did have a very nice game one, though. He's kind of in the zone.
He is.
So maybe he's feeling himself, maybe a little too much.
Well, he was in the zone. He wasn't in Collapse initiating, making godlike initiations, right?
He had some nice zones.
He had some okay ones, but he was just carrying through in the damage department. And I think that's the problem you have with Mars right now, is that the hero can still start fights and be okay in that regard, but his damage just seems to suck.
It's pretty bad. The refresher double BKB arena build got nerfed too.
I mean, what are you doing here?
I'm trying to scout with some nighttime vision, but he is absolutely dead here.
He scouted them. He saw all 4 of them.
Maybe you can get another rune here if you're Spirit. They're a little late to run in.
Yeah, should be able to get 3.
Yeah. And that is worth it. I think getting 3 runes, giving up First Blood is worth it outside of very rare mid-matchup situations.
Sure.
This one could punish Laurel a bit. This is a very one-sided lane, and now this Lina has extra gold injection, so a little concerned for him. However, getting the 3 runes is a way bigger gold swing, so you're kind of okay with this in your Spirit on a macro level, even if Laurel is probably going to have a pretty bad time here.
Well, at least for Aurora's sake, they better hope that Laurel has a bad time, because we've seen her
way out.
But it was probably
the best side.
The best one left.
Just make sure that the enemy team have another minute or a minute and a half to work with, right? And maybe scout. Now they know about the BKB on IO, that there is no Timber. They know about the Blink on Shaker.
Requiem trying to make a play. It was on the edge.
That's not happening.
Moonlight Shadow Stampede, they're still going, but now Fissure, I don't really think they can turn this around, but I'll chase him out.
Yeah, they were maybe setting up on Ember mid with Moonlight Shadow. Like Huskar was moving in, but he Remnant stopped, so he's safe as well. That Requiem was... It just wasn't happening. It's too far out, even with the Stampede. There's a BKB on the Wisp. I feel like Extreme Gaming right now are in the stronger position. They just have to find the right angle.
Making a play. Can they cross over? Find anybody out?
It's always Bignum, I feel like, this game. It's always been him.
And that's fine if it's just him.
Yeah, maybe if he had like you saw that he reacted, right? He had two options: Tumbler Toy or Shadow Realm. He went Tumbler Toy, so his Shadow Realm was a bit late. Maybe the other way around, and he's safe. But in any case, like you said, if it's only the Dark Willow, they probably don't care.
Yep. He's been the one who's been sacrificing his life quite a bit. 6 of the 9 kills for Extreme have been Dark Willow.
Doesn't feel good, by the way, if you're in the team and you're like 66% of the deaths. Feels bad, man.
There's a smoke play here from Gamer Legion.
They don't have a BKB on SF, but they do have one on Ember. Ooh, high ground. Oh, Shaker!
They're going to try and go in. Shaker getting stunned, feared up. He's not going to be able to make the move in. Nothing to say, as well as FY both dead so quickly.
Dude, they had the high ground advantage and everything, but the smoke even broke, and there was like, I feel like there was a second of time where they could have reacted to go, like to press the BKBs, the fissure, the echo, whatever. They just weren't fast enough. Like this Centaur instantly with a double stomp. That was beautiful from Faye. Like he's having a fantastic series. Game number 1.
He really is.
The complete difference maker. Game number 2. He's got the best possible neutral on the Centaur at this point. The Seeds of Serenity. 25% of the caster's health region at the time of casting is distributed. And he's got a lot.
Marana, Spot, Moonlight Shadow, Fissure, and the Totem to follow it up. Echo Slam committed, but there's the Winter's Curse. Again, it's just Bignum. Like, this is not... Sure, Gamer Legion are happy to just give him
They're
up
collapsing on them.
1,000 times. Action is coming, and Ghost is behind them. Blink away, just barely coming through from FY. Timber Chain's gonna miss. But this is nothing to say, trying to get the damage out there, trying to go in and get the kill onto the Ember Spirit. They get the kill there on his speed. They'll take out X-Nova. It's going to be a trade 1-for-1 at the moment with Ame. Now going to relocate back towards top, and he will leave nothing to say over with the rest of his team.
No resources really on SF, so even with the Aegis, I don't think they can continue this fight. And the Cold Embrace there was so scary to use. Like, the Wyvern uses the Cold Embrace on Ember, but it just sets things up for Huskar to continue hitting him with Burning Spear. Of course, the BKB gets used, so he does mitigate most of that damage. He's able to get back into the fountain. But, the team fights are really tricky for both sides. Like, hard to use your spells properly. Seth, that's not hard. Yeah.
No, it's not. This is not fun for FY. He is trying to find kind of that perfect blink initiation, but he was willing to let that Echo Slam rip on the Fissure.
Yeah, he connected on the Dark Willow and the Timber with it. That's all that really mattered, I guess, at that point, because they probably aren't getting the Centaur anyway. Like, he's got a heart at this point, building into a BKB of his own, too. Like, and, like, I'm trying to figure out the way to set things up for Extreme. I feel like Timber needs to be up front, and then you play behind him. You bait for the perfect Echo. They have another Echo up in 5 seconds, so they could take another fight. Thing is, like, you are fighting into an Aegis, so not really optimal.
Not something you really want to commit on, but if you can kill everybody around Shadow Fiend, he is pretty vulnerable after that first death. XXS, Moonlight Shadow, but Ghost is in Viz. Sentry's there. He thought about the Requiem. Chakram came across, and maybe Ghost thought he was spotted for a second, but he walks forward, gets the Requiem out, they go to the Remnant, and now Shaker caught again. FY just not able to find the positioning, the damage coming into Ghost, but now they'll look over at XXS. He's going to survive for a little bit longer. They'll go into the life break. Nothing to say with the BKB. He's trying to get the kill here on a Fade, but he's able to survive with the BKB of his own. The chase is on. Nothing to say. The BKB is over, and so is his life. Bignum, again, for what seems to be the nth time, is the only one that dies for Gamer Legion.
I didn't even see that he died.
Getting away with this.
I was looking at the other parts of the fight. He is getting away with it. I mean, he's not getting away with it. He's dying all the time. But his team is getting away with it. IO killed him with the reload. Okay, I get it now. I get it. But overall, once again, I feel like, look, if the Dark Willow dies, it's bad. If the Shaker dies, it's really bad. Like, Shaker is all of their control. Even though the arrow was fantastic, by the way, from X-Nova in that fight, it basically gave them at least a little bit of playing room, because it stopped SF for like 4 seconds. Their Shaker needs to be alive. Like, they need these fissures, they need the totem, they need the shards from Shaker. Echo is, I mean, Echo is cherry on top. It's secondary at this point. They just need the control that Shaker brings.
He has not had a clean Echo Slam at all for this game. The one Echo Slam he let rip wasn't close to the center of the fight. It was off to the edge, did its job, but it's just not exactly everything that they could really need in these fights. And FY, big struggle for him, 0-5 and 7. Looking for an Aeon disc because he is dying pretty quickly, looking for just a way to survive and offer more in these fights. Meanwhile, Tormentor taken down, Speed's gonna get himself that shard. By the way, use that Eldworm's Ida on Arctic Burn. I don't know if
yeah.
mentioned that.
He used it a long time ago. Yeah, it's the moment you get it. Like, if you want to, you can insta use it, or you can wait a bit, like I said, and buy some int items, as it will buff up. For some reason, it buffs you up still. Mid.
Trying to go silence Winter's Curse though, and that is on 2 heroes you definitely need out of this fight. They're still trying to get a kill on a Speed. Terrorize lands on both this Huskar as well as Ame on the IO, but from the side with the BKB, going after nothing to say his Ghost, and he's got plenty of damage to get the kill onto the Huskar. They'll look over at XXS, and he is making them feel paper thin. This is a Timber Saw that should feel so tanky, but yet he is paper mache in the eyes of a Shadow Fiend.
Dude, the Gamer Legion are just absolutely destroying them. These plays are... The Wyvern itself is a problem. Like, you could... without the Wyvern, of course, that's a clean kill on the Ember. But not only does the Curse save him, even though Ember had like a bazillion spears on him, like, he managed to use all the remnants to get towards Dark Willow, and Dark Willow had like a really big Lotus that heals the Ember in the end and saves his life. So, like, dude, they're just putting all the pieces together really nicely on Gamer Legion, and the solutions just aren't there so far. At least this IO is, I mean, it's going fine. 32 minutes in, he's level 23, he's farming well, but I just don't feel the impact from the Wisp. I don't feel the impact from it at all. Like, the impact to TP in and kill a Dark Willow doesn't feel that much.
Again, another kill on X-Nova while Ame is relocating into the bottom lane by the tier 3 tower to try and get a couple of creeps here, take out a full creep wave, and then take out 2 camps, and then back home he goes.
When you get the level 20 talent, the minus 30 seconds relocate, like, you can start doing these plays on Wisp. Like, you just relocate.
He's almost level 25.
Yeah.
Are either of these spells game-changing?
I mean, relocate cast delay is really good when you're a support, and it's like a no-brainer. I want to see the left talent, actually.
Requiem out, Cursed Crown is going to be through onto Ame. He'll use that Ghost Scepter, but now BKB rip it apart, going after this IO. He's got the Lotus, but he doesn't have the health, and they will get this kill. He's dead for 100 seconds with buyback.
Now, will he get to 25 is actually the question now. He does have buyback.
Blink in, Host Stomp, Gamer Legion not afraid of anything. They're forcing the buyback from Ame. He thought it where they thought, you know, you thought maybe the IO was going to go for this Krellis, but he stopped at the Ghost Scepter, by the way.
Yeah, the Ghost is good as well. Like, it's just an item to reset. The IO, you don't really right-click. This hero is more about Wisps. It's just the spirits, the ones that are dealing most of the damage. You get the Ghost Scepter, it's a very valuable item on him. You don't have to complete the Krella.
Well, Centaur's got one, speaking of it.
Yeah. I mean, different games playing. Like, you could argue that it's a good Krella game for Wisp as well, but I think it's a much Krella game for the Centaur.
Right.
Like, it's Team Huskar versus IO. Like, it's... it's pretty damn good. And just casting it, getting jumped by Huskar, which by the way, you probably aren't ever gonna be, but still, it can make a difference.
Nothing to say. Level 18, bottom of the cores in the net worth. He's not really the impact that we're hoping for. He wasn't the game either.
Yeah,
Double
since
the kills on Gamer Legion.
Right on that happened, then they lose the tier 1 mid. Ember gets a vessel on time. They didn't really manage to shut down the Ember. Like, they picked this Huskar to abuse the Ember, and then the Ember is more or less free-ish.
Time to go. Ame has relocate in a couple of seconds. And RCY is going to be okay, so will Ame. Ame now hitting that level 25. Did go to the relocate cast, though, at -2 seconds. Didn't attack allies target 50% damage, so that is not what they ended up going for.
Yeah, I was wondering if it's maybe valuable because you have this Huskar, but like I said, like, you don't really do too much right-click damage on this hero. Like, some games when you're playing a position 1 IO or position 2 IO, like, you can even go for the GPM enchantments, you know, just to get the items quicker out, and then you can tier 4 it up for something different. If he had like a Mjolnir or something like that, and then you're maybe it does make sense to go for it, but yeah, that's just not the build that any IO goes for right now. It's not the viable build.
Not the build, but let's see, can they build on this at all? Deficit for Extreme, reaching the ranks of 13,000 with an Aegis again in the hands of Gamer Legion, back into the hands of Ghost.
Yeah, how do they win these fights? Like, the high ground defense is not simple for them. This is going to be into a banner, right? So defending high ground is rough. You need like the perfect echo. You need the perfect shaker positioning at this point. The 13k at 37 minutes, like, it's playable against. It's not impossible, but so far it looked like it's all Gamer Legion, and it feels like the net worth lead is actually higher, even though it's only 13k.
What makes you say that?
Just the way the game is played. Like, Extreme Gaming are still just split pushing and trying to...
Ame is in... That is... the wrong direction.
I think this is what makes me feel that way. Exactly this. And it's been, like, Extreme Gaming, they're 13k behind. They're just trying to constantly split. They're trying to constantly get more space on the map. It feels like they're not ready. And if they're not ready now, I don't think this Octarine core on IO makes me feel any more confident in the hero. Like, this doesn't feel like a game-changing item, you know? Like, just getting an Octarine after Shiva's, like, cool. My position 1 now can, I don't know, relocate a little bit more often.
Ame just kind of staring straight, but it feels like he's staring into the depths at this moment. They're going to try and defend against this Ghost under the Chakram, but Cold Embrace will keep him alive. RCY, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Lotus to dispel that out. Another Fissure Throne lands onto the Ember and just trying to hold this tower as much as they can. They'll jump in with a hoof stomp now. They'll Remnant back onto the side of Extreme. See these double edges starting to stack up. Fade looking to put as much hurt onto the Timber Saw. He's got that shard. He's up to 67, 62 health.
It's so hard to stop the SF. They're trying to poke him, like, and sometimes poking targets can prevent them from pushing high ground. But you're playing versus Cold Embrace. Like, it's just not happening. This Wyvern is just constantly healing.
Stomp double edge once again uses that Crozier. Or Crozier, I don't know how you say that word. We don't use it here in America anyway, it's fine.
Crozier. What is a Crozier, by the way? It's like a staff of some sort, if I'm going by the picture.
Maybe. BKB, nothing to say. Right clicks in. Arrow connects from X-Nova. But this is a Cold Embrace. Nothing to say. He's just losing his life. He needs to back up a little bit. Fissure again with the BKB. Now the Stampede, the turnaround. They get the kill and nothing to say. Instead, he tried to go in with the damage and does not have buyback. Dead for 70 seconds.
Oh, arrow connects on SF as well in the back. Wisp.
But the fear, the terrorize, Ame, he is gone again. That is going to be all they wrote for this one, in my opinion, because they just do not have their 1 or their 2. It's up to XXS to hold this game.
He died without
how
SF.
likely, who knows?
The SF wasn't even there. They actually managed to kill SF. They arrowed him once again really nicely. They controlled him, but Ayo just reloads in the back and dies. Yeah, it could be all she wrote, like you said, like 3 sets at this point.
Aeon Disc gets popped on the Earthshaker. He's looking for a way in. Gamer Legion 1 moment away from just winning this series. Echo Slam even committed here. RCY! Oh, the Remnant, he's alive with 50 health. They can't even kill the Ember. And with no Echo Slam and nothing left in the tool belt, it is just becoming even harder for them to hold against Gamer Legion, and it's mega creeps.
I think they can
for the dire side.
Yeah. I don't think you need to go back even. Like 20 seconds and the BKB is back up on the Ember. There's still no Wisp for 30. I feel like you just go in. Yep.
Jumping, nothing to say. What do you do here? BKB, but can you even get the life back that you lost? He's trying to get any damage that he can out. They'll look over at RCY, the totem, and now a couple of slights, but nothing to say is dead. Oh, God, the Winter's Curse on a 3. The 3 remaining. The hoof stomp to follow it up. Gamer Legion are doing it. They're looking to take out Extreme 2-0 in this series. They finally get the kill on a Ghost. He's gone for 100 seconds, but he's got the buyback. The BKB's been popped by XXS, and they will find themselves speed and get themselves another kill. It's a double kill, but the buyback committed here from FY, from Xnova. They've got 4 heroes alive again, and they are up against the Mega Creeps as they get another kill on Big No.
Let's see. I mean, I was about to call it as well, just like you were. I was about to say, this is it. The game is pretty much done and dusted. I'm expecting some G's in the chat, but yeah, we had the 20-minute game as the first match of the series. The second one will last a bit longer. There's some tilt. There is like legit some tilt or some disconnect happening in Extreme Gaming because the 2 cores aren't playing together. Like your Huskar dies while Wisp is respawning on a 10-second timer. And then your Wisp dies as your Huskar is respawning on a 10-second timer. And then your Huskar dies as your Wisp is respawning, like back to back to back to back. 4 times in a row, actually. These 2 players didn't play the same game at the same time. Io and Huskar. Like, they just aren't able to combine their strengths. And you know what? Like, you kind of, when you're playing a Wisp at this point, I think you want to use that tether and overcharge not only for yourself, but this is the strength of the hero. You buff someone else up, right? And in this game, I think Huskar is your basically only option. Like, you can maybe play around Timber as well, but you need someone that isn't the creep. You know, Helm of Dominator 43 minutes in is not really the best partner. So overall, just to talk about the positives, Gamer Legion are just playing a really great game of Dota. Like, nothing to take away from them. They're just executing well. They're just taking all the freebies that Extreme Gaming are giving them, and all the fights that aren't so free, they're making sure that they look that way. Mostly, by the way, Centaur is still deathless in the whole series. 5-0-17 in this game. Didn't die a single time in the first game. Cold Embrace definitely playing a big
by
part
RCY
of
that first game, though.
Oh.
Fade. But if you're talking Centaur in general, because he went 0-0-10 or something like that.
I was talking about Fade because he didn't die.
Oh, you're talking about Fade just in general.
Yeah,
okay.
In general, yeah. But yeah, you're right. Centaur are deathless in this game as well. in this whole series.
Yeah.
It's
Enlight,
Centaur
a
that didn't
strong
die
hero.
and Fade, right?
Now they're looking to put it away. They're coming forward. Fade, though, stopped with the fissure. They've got themselves a Gleipnir, but there's Krella's. I mean, might want to be tethered to something else. Can they make the comeback? It's not the most net worth lead we've seen in this tournament potentially fall away, but there are only tier 4 standing. It's a tough road. It's all uphill. It's putting the treadmill at the top degrees if you're trying to get up this one for the side of Extreme.
Stairmaster.
Oh, God. I can't even think about doing stairs right now with my torn ACL. That scares me.
You'll get better. It's fine. You know, it gets
will
better.
this get better for Extreme, though?
Probably not for Extreme, but for most of people, it gets better. Maybe in the next series, it's going to get better for them, because this one is pretty... I mean, look, there's always a chance. Yeah, 19... Exactly.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's always a chance. Maybe some crazy refresher on Shaker. Yeah, he's going Octarine. Okay, I mean, it's also good. Like, you'll have some extra echoes. Level 18 Shaker. Maybe he gets the level 20 talent as well, and you go for all in the echo play. And just as you jump in, your Aeon Disc gets procced, and you deal no damage.
Stop.
Could happen.
Nullifier for the Centaur, by the way. That Aeon Disc isn't even that valuable anymore.
He's fully slotted. Level 26. Centaur with a +1 hoof stomp duration. With the Aghanim Scepter on top, by the way. So whoever you go on, Cold Embrace into the cart, and that's it.
BKB, stun, XXS, Timber Chain gets a little bit of distance. That is the BKB down. Shadow, Bignum in, Yule's up into the air. Now they're going to try and make the move. They've got the air that's popped on Bignum as well as FY. RCY's going in with the Sleight of Fist as well as the Searing Chains. FY can't even get the Echo Slam out. They're going to pick up this Ember in the cart. BKB, Winter's Curse, locking up 2. Exactly what they need to follow it up with the Terrorize. They've got the Fear on to Nothing to Say, and he will have his lips shut and sealed. He is killed off once again, does have buyback, and he will use it immediately. Speed's kind of low here, but they do get XXS. He's also got the buyback needed to potentially fight this.
They have to use them. The Carties are taking the throne.
Yeah, both tier 4s are gone. Bignum, he's the one in trouble, but they're going to jump in, trying to get the kill on a Ghost. They will find him. No, he's going to be able to get the Satanic over the BKB. He's going back to full health. Starstorm down, Nothing to Say. Date again. Remnant to the back line, looking over for IO. They've got this chart again to pick up Ghost. GG is called. Gamer Legion. They are doing it, and they get the 2-0 over Extreme. Home field, no field, who cares?
These guys just destroyed a lot of predictions, by the way. Like, overall, they're going to be taking a lot of points from a lot of people, it seems like, if they continue playing this way, at least, because this was a really great performance. Like, a great performance.
Having the Demonic Purge in this game, you know, having Disseminate is great in this game.
Yeah, Fire Spirit's an egg. I think it's hard for Lone Druid to fight into that.
Yes. He already has Shivas, by the way. As much as Cowrie died, he found a lot of farm.
Now with the extra life on Nightfall, Team Spirit will retreat a smoke that finds nothing.
His God Strength on cooldown can maybe start something. You have your BKBs here. That's why I'm looking at it. BKB Mars, BKB Earth Spirit, both done. It's the Spirit's time to get something done.
Trying to go for an execution on a support, but oh, they may still catch him. Stampede goes off. Shadow Demon trying to get away from the bear, but the roll-in, or maybe the God's Rebuke from Collapse CPUA attempted, but Spear will deny that. Collapse in the right place at the right time.
A big find.
This is the power of the bear. These two killers in the Earth Spirit and the Mars. Yutaro brings back the bear. LSA hits the two of them, but they have to fly out of here. Makoto actually doesn't have the power of flight. He has to go BKB, TP out, but the Entangle will stop him.
That's costly.
That is a big misplay for Aurora.
I think they just got baited a little bit. You see this LD hero under the mobs. It's so tempting to go kill him. You know, it's supposed to be a free kill.
I mean,
it's just so deep.
I also think that killing the hero is kind of whatever.
I've seen this before. The bird, Crypt, the bird down.
Yeah. Not Me continues to terrorize Carry around the map.
Aurora bleeding some big kills right now. The story of this game. You see this LD hero under the wall. It's so tempting to go kill him. You know, it's supposed to be a free kill.
I mean,
it's just so deep.
I also think that killing the hero is kind of whatever.
I've seen this. Trying to find WS bottom.
WS. He's going to be spotted here. Can he blink away before he gets got? Does manage to get the blink out. Collapse trying to chase him down still, but he's too far out.
I thought he had that. Must have been really close.
With his Helmadom creep, he'll pull a large wave off the tier 2. Bear in trouble. Demonic Cleanse. Yet another tool that is very helpful against the bear. Oh, got him on the long-range Nightmare, though.
Do anything with this.
Do you really want to commit into an Aegis hero like this? Makoto's going to slip up the side, and Nami just dies for this. They're not careful. They're going to give up even more. Collapse is trying. The bear's going to come forward, going after Mira. Here comes that Sun Ray, trying to keep Mira alive, but the bear executes him, BKB. Yet another tool that is very helpful against the bear. Oh, got him on the long-range Nightmare, though.
Do anything with this.
Do you really want to commit into an Aegis hero like this? Makoto's going to slip up the side, and Nami just dies for this. They're not careful. They're going to give up even more. Collapse is trying. The bear's going to come forward, going after Mira. Here comes that Sun Ray, trying to keep Mira alive, but the bear executes him, BKB from Collapse, so he can escape. Maybe he goes back in. Trying to get these two, and he got the spear on him with Laurel rolling in. The ice path too late to stop Makoto, but it will stop Nightfall, who's going to have to give up this Aegis. Kick back on the bear, not what he intended, but to get the kill all the same. Makoto playing the distance here while it's going to be Nightfall. He does have BKB. He can fight this bear just fine. Activates the BKB right as Laurel tries to roll in on him. Finishes off the bear. Now feeling like without God's strength, can't really keep the fight going. Nightfall. Collapse is going to go for the spear back on WS. BKB from WS. Got hit by some damage. We'll just go for the TP out rather than the blink away.
BKBs are still really strong right now. Makoto looking for a cheeky pickoff after the play. Oh. Wait, they didn't see each other?
Well, he hears the Lotuses, surely. He runs right into Miro, hit by the disruption. Lenister gonna try and come in and help out with this situation with Nightfall also here. Looks like both cores may be in some trouble. Laurel gets the roll away. The bear TP's out. Laurel, he's good. Only losing Collapse there, who did have a killing streak. That'll help Mira boost up his net worth.
Aurora, I think they've been a little frustrated in this game, and now they're done messing around. Like, all right, well, let's just start looking for some kills. I don't want to run away from this bear all day. I don't want to get killed by his Bane all day. Nightfall is coming alive here, 7-1-5. He has very strong kill threat on pretty much anything in this game. There's not a lot that stops Sven just jumping in, hitting you 3 times and you're dead.
Right.
Pretty bad matchup for the Mars as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Really comes down to how much damage the bear can get done. Maybe at the start of a fight, finding supports, things like this. We really haven't seen great supernovas because Kaori's been focused a lot at the start of these engagements. He might just want an early Aeon disc or something in this game.
Power of the bear right here, clearing out the enemy jungle.
Oh, he's fat.
Little concern. And Aurora, we're seeing them group up a lot more. Seeing them play around. I mean, these supports pretty much have to be around Akora at all times because the bear will kill them in like 2 seconds flat.
Nice smoke break.
Spots Nami. Burns him out. Nightfall looks for more in the triangle. Doesn't find anything immediately, but if he goes far enough, might spot Rue. Got him on the stun. Makoto will follow him in. They'll pick off full supports. So, Aurora, now it feels like they're the ones picking up tempo, taking control of the game a bit.
They're really strong right now. If they can just get a heads-up fight with their formation, with the Sven going in, protect the supports. This is a nice bear backstab. No detection.
Yeah, with Bear getting so much vision on Kaori. Kaori, can he get off the dive? No, no way. And they got the spear on the Nightfall. That's nasty. Makoto from the high ground, though. He's going to try and deal with the bear. They do have the arena that goes out to ensure Mira should die here. Bear almost dead, goes for the kill, but Mira actually gets it with the Demonic Purge. Trades away his life for that one. So the 2 supports get executed by Team Spirit. They don't really lose anything for it. A bear that put on cooldown, who cares? Yatoro's got another one.
I still think there's a lot of deaths on this Aurora support duo this game. And they're not really respecting the jump and the backstab potential from the bear.
Yeah, how are you sieging that tier 2 with no sentries down
it's
to spot
just,
bear, right?
We haven't seen supernovas, and it makes a big deal. It hasn't felt super disciplined here. And, you know, it's not that it's changing the course of the game drastically, but this Earth Spirit is getting a lot of extra gold in this game. It's quietly been a really nice game from Laurel. 9-2-9, 200 CS. He's third in net worth, which is just prime position for this hero to continue to be a menace in the late game. Already level 20. These talents on the 20 and 25 are what make this hero a menace in that late game. He's a beast. Like, this is the extra scale for Spirit. If he's having such a good game like this. This isn't looking as good for Aurora as I thought it was, given the position of the Sven and the Lina.
It feels like they're giving Team Spirit more of a chance.
Yeah,
right? Because almost at this point, it feels like it's guaranteed we're going to see the broken Earth Spirit, level 25.
I think so.
Because he's 20 at 32 minutes, right? This game is probably not going to close out quickly.
You already have the level 20 talent on the bars, too. These are big deals for these heroes, because you really need to land these stuns and make them count. Head-on clash.
And if he hits that spear, they've got an Aghanim Scepter on the Jakiro.
Oh yeah, there's some damage follow-up.
We're going to go for the bear with this smoke. Didn't find any heroes. DKB, and they've got nothing to stop it, so.
That's a God Strength pop. Spirit might try and do something on the back of that cooldown. Roche can spawn as well, so it's not a bad time to try and just go for aggressive smoke and clear out some of the map. Minute and a half on that spawn. Pretty quick.
What do you think about Collapse's Lincoln's build?
It's a good Lincoln's game. There's some really nice spells to block here. It might not be as much for him as...
Yeah, what is he putting it on?
The Bear? Earth Spirit?
Bear to stop Demonic Purge?
Yeah.
Be like the best thing, right?
If you can block a Laguna, it's not bad. If you can block Demonic Purge, it's great. Other just walk into grip? Okay. Oh, yeah. He's finding openings in this game. It's pretty ridiculous.
High ground ward into quick blink Fiend's Grip. Not me is playing with some confidence, that is for sure.
It's really done so much work in this game. It's ridiculous. Maybe we'll see Makoto start to bring up that late game Lina threat where he can pick some heroes off and kind of reset position. That assassin style, where the hero can become a menace. You can land the stuns on him with Dagon build up.
Dagon 5, yeah.
I think this is a fine game for it. If you can assassinate one of the supports early on, it's such a big deal in a game like this. If you can ever land a stun on the Earth Spirit or the Mars as they go in, you need the burst damage to finish them before they're able to BKB and reset.
It's going to be a pretty fast Roshan spawn here. Both teams setting up for the Radiant side, but it's going to switch over to the other side in 55 seconds, so... If you don't make something happen soon... Heads over to Dire side, which I think would probably favor Team Spirit a bit. Nice kill on the bear, though.
Big during this Roche time. Instant resummons, so you have 2 minutes without the second bear here, roughly. Trying to finish Satanic on Nightfall would be a big upgrade for him to just be able to sit in the fight, tank some of the stuns, and still survive.
Labs playing with the bear. You can hit a spear. The bear can kill most things off of that spear. Maybe not WS. And maybe not Nightfall, who now has a Satanic complete. Baited in. Collapse in some trouble. Nightmares are going to do too much. In fact, it only pulls Bane out of position. I didn't want the Ice Path, though. That's a little bit problematic. Nightfall's almost dead already before he can get off the BKB. Supernova's going to help him out, though. They do have the Satanic to deal back up the full. KRE survives. The egg just barely manages to go off in time. Both supports went down to nothing.
Very clutch Ice Path. Bails out what otherwise is probably just a run over of a fight for Aurora. But it ends up debilitating the Sven by such a large margin. You're able to put so much damage on Nightfall, you kind of have to just stand your ground, defend the egg. You don't get that run-over fight you were looking for with a really nice initiation and counterplay on that Mars that was fishing in the tree line. No God Strength for 40. Can force the Roche here. You know Yatoro still has only one bear, and they don't have Magnetize. They don't have BKB, so I think this is an okay Roche force. It's a little slower. Don't have Supernova. But you still have BKB on Makoto, and you're stronger right now. You are doing it against Spirit. You are doing it against Collab.
Get here in time. It's already half HP. Larl, he would be the first one on scene potentially. But the Roche is going to go down before they can get the roll in, before they can get the initiation.
Smart play.
Aegis and Banner picked up for Aurora. So now, I mean, even net worth, but now they've really got an advantage to work with. This extra life on Makoto, he can play a lot more aggressive.
I can't believe Nami didn't try and go for that sleep. He's been so aggressive all game.
Oh, yeah.
And you're assuming they're all there after the Roche pit. It's a very reasonable play. It's just, that was a completely solo Shadow Demon with Gem. You would have had him. If only you could have known which way Aurora were running after that Roshan. Here they're scaling here. They're scaling a lot better than I thought they'd be at this spot. Getting some decent items on the supports. The Baneags could be pretty nice on this Sven. Really tough spell for Sven to deal with. X on the Mars could be a massive deal as well.
Did he just enfeeble a neutral?
Yeah, that's damage. That's farm.
Guess it'll get the kill eventually.
Got to get to that Ag somehow.
He's a long ways away from that one.
There's a cart in this game, at least potentially.
Yeah, WS has gone a bit of a roundabout way to that. Lotus early has only just now picked up a heart, and is even thinking about a Shiva's before the Aghanim Scepter is a consideration. TP up to the top lane, trying to catch the bear. They had the Ice Path. Yatoro, he tries to commit. BKB couldn't kill, now TP's out.
Who's the support for that cheeky attempt?
Rue will be the only casualty here.
Just splitting the map. No interest in fighting this Aegis head on. Can't really blame him. It's giving Aurora a lot of time to just power up though. Almost level 25 on this Sven. Closing in on some more levels for Makoto as well. Some nice level 25 talents to try and get to.
This butterfly is always kind of a problem, right?
Yeah, you can go double M. I mean, you can go MKB here, and Nightfall's considering it. I think you have to.
Fair enough. Yes, MKB to replace Treads. Feels like you need everything else.
MKB is pretty low value on Sven, generally. It's not the item you want to buy here. You gotta do it, I guess. Surprised he's not wanting to go Bloodthorn, though. I feel like Bloodthorn is the preferred. I guess, yeah, the bear can dispel it and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a catch
between BKB and the dispel from the hero.
Ooh, a pick
nice
off.
Assassination. These supports have been playing around each other pretty well, but at the same time, they get the initiation on Laurel. He goes for the BKB kick away roll, but it's too much.
Better pick off. That is a long time without her spirit on the map.
Is it enough for Aurora to consider going high ground? Because they're dealing with these rat shenanigans. Another attempt here from the bear to go for the Phoenix. Almost got him. Good lord. Survives with just 70 HP. One more swipe of the bear would have been a second support kill.
Absolute menace. Such an obnoxious hero to play against. Clears so much of the map, buys you so much space. That's why it's hard for Aurora to do anything after these big kills. They just can't get the map in a good state. You just killed your Hex on Courier.
That's so annoying, man.
Can't catch him. You need detection there, too.
More initiation for Collapse. A Scythe of Ice to guarantee the spear landing.
Really big pickup for him. Take that.
Which means the BKB usage from Aurora has to be really on point.
Yes.
Which is something that I think Nightfall, like part of the reason Nightfall is known for his BKB TP play, right, is he's very conservative with using BKB early on in a fight. Which might just catch him off guard.
You gotta save it for the Nightfall.
Exactly, you have to save it for the Nightfall. So that means there's a chance that He tries to make some sort of play, just gets hit by the Scythe Spear. And could get 100 to 0.
Dire are scanning.
Use the memes against him. Impressive timing to smoke here for Aurora. No Aegis, but they have Satanic on Nightfall.
Collab's going to break it from the low ground, trying to get the initiation. He got off the BKB, hit him with the Scythe, hit him with the Spear.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Nightfall's in trouble, he's dead.
Collapse.
Nobody had any saves for him. Kaori's going to be run down. Now WS is going to pop the Stampede to get himself and Makoto out of here. Can Makoto survive, though?
It's tough to escape the Earth Spirit.
BKB is only going to last so long, and Laurel's just going to keep up to him, slowing him down long enough for the lone Druid. The bear gets here. He's surrounded.
You called it exactly. He was conservative with the BKB, and you can't be conservative here against probably the best stunner in the game. Just instant Hex from Collapse. And see you later. The second you're Hexed, where was the disruption, though? Could Mira just not get there in time? Did he get tagged by something?
Yeah,
I'd have to watch
I
that
didn't
fight
see
again.
Mira. I saw Phoenix on the upside of the river.
Yes. I did not see where the ST was. Oh, they're gonna get even more.
This is nasty. It's both WS and the gem being dropped, which is crucial because that is how the bear hunts down these heroes.
He has no buy. Sven has no buy.
Team Spirit, all of a sudden, I mean, this is a dead even game for 40 minutes, and Team Spirit might have just cracked it open.
This is 2 lanes. Potentially more. There's
Nightmare
another
initiation. Got him on the force staff forward to make the kill even easier.
They're collapsing.
Aurora are just falling apart. They're getting collapsed.
That's the LD gameplay. If you fumble once, this hero takes advantage of it at such a fast pace. Your base disappears, objectives disappear. You can cross the map so quickly.
2 lanes to barracks open for the taking. There's a tier 2 at top. So it will not be a Mega's threat here. Aurora will not have to expend any buybacks, presumably. Unless Yatoro
Why not?
really takes it to him. 1 tier 4 already down. Nightfall is up.
The damage. There's no glyph here. You gotta go.
He's going to go for it. Buyback is going to be used on the Shadow Demon, trying to keep this bear here. Got him to the side of the Fiend. Now the Fiend's grip. Now the fire, and he's dead again. Nightfall dead before Makoto even comes back up into play, and Team Spirit might just end the game here, and now they're done. Aurora collapse in under 3 minutes. A dead even game into a one-sided domination.
Collapse does it again. And some of that you have to point to Nightfall just being a little too conservative with the BKB. Sure, some of it is you're probably relying on the SD disruption to bail you out. Like maybe you're going to go and bait some stuns, I get disrupted. None of that was there. They just got caught off guard. Spirit playing decisive, quick. They know what they want to do, and they are looking quite juicy in this series.
Team Spirit looking very good with the 2-0 over Aurora.
Yeah, that was blinking. You miss it there for the ending of that game. You can see the devastation on the faces of Aurora. This game felt very close, very even. It could have gone either way, and then one mistake, Saber. That's it. It's all over.
And this is the problem with playing against Lone Druid, is that I feel like Aurora was playing very solid. They were always in position, in formation. They were like killing the bear many times. But the problem is you slip up once, the Mars found the Sven, and then it just kind of snowballs from there. And I don't know, Spirit in their TI form, it's incredible how well they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was thinking as I was watching the game. We talked about teams rate Lone Druid differently. Some teams think it's really good still. Some teams don't think it's very good, and they don't pick or ban it, whatever. But you can understand, watching a performance like this, why teams do ban it sometimes. Because it is so annoying. It is so difficult to play against, where you can be like 95% clean on your execution, and guess what? You're not good enough. You need to be 100% clean, because otherwise this guy will ride you, and then he will kill you once, and then take your base.
Yeah, I think both games there was this kind of Lone Druid. In the first game there was a Nature's Prophet, and Spirit plays so well around these pushing waves, causing chaos, and as soon as you slip up once, suddenly like boom, everybody's just getting jumped, and you're not expecting it from the Mars of the Hex, and the game just fell apart instantly. It is heartbreaking to lose like that when you feel like you're in control most of the time.
Yeah, I think this is, it was just, when you look at this, when you looked at the games, you were imagining, oh, there's going to be a game 3, and now Aurora, well, not for them. So that was a tough ending. To be fair, though, we did mention that the Lone Druid and the Earth Spirit being let through, you know, how are you going to deal? There's a reason these two heroes are banned the majority of the times. And, of course, Laurel getting himself a Rampage. Wasn't the first Rampage, but it was the first Rampage for a mid laner, Saber. That's hype.
It's incredible. So there's like Rampages where the carry just kind of collects all the kills, but for this scenario, I just feel like it's all Laurel. They get this first kill, they kite super well, and I don't know, he's just like playing this fight so well. He kills the Phoenix now, beautiful kickback on this Sven here. He like brings him to his team, they play it really slow. Okay, he has ulti now. I'm sure the Arcane Rune helps a lot in this fight. They kill this guy, and now, okay, he got the roll, and they just keep TPing in, but he has the Magnetize running. I did not like this disruption. I think that should have been on the Earth Spirit and let the Lina run away. But I don't know, man. The Laurel just played this fight so well, and he honestly got this Rampage like single-handedly. Like his team did not even like do much. Okay, now obviously this the Jakiro and the Mars are helping, but until then it was just Laurel show.
Yeah, it was at some point. Well, it ends in being a 7 for 3 because Shadow Demon and Phoenix do die twice during that engagement. It could have been a 6 for 1. It was a crazy turn because at that point also we thought the game was still fairly even, but the writing was on the wall a little bit there, and you see the score line, it does look pretty damning, and we could only go for one player for the MVP. We have to go for Laurel, the Earth Spirit.
You have to. If a guy gets a Rampage, I feel like you're obligated.
A minute
as
12.
a channel.
It's part of the rules.
Yeah.
Unspoken rules.
Unless it's the carry. If you're rampaging as carry, like, it's okay, it's cool, but it's not as cool.
If he gets it at minute 12, it is cool again.
Yeah, that's true.
Because there's definitely, sometimes during late game, he is supposed to kill everybody.
Yeah.
That's his job. It's nothing special. And then it's the supports that get the MVP because they got them to that point, right?
Yeah, I mean, both supports did play well. I think Not Me, he had a lot of really great setups. I think he had Kiori's number the entire game. So, like, you have these, like, mini games within the game, like the pause 5 versus the pause 4. And I feel like Kiori kind of got smashed. As much as I was cheering for the bird, I think Not Me just outplayed him the whole game. So he was also in contention for me as an MVP.
Absolutely. We have one more clip we want to show you because at some point we did see Aurora bleeding a little bit, but also Team Spirit was just very on the ball. Jenkins.
Yeah, one of the coolest things about watching Spirit for me, and we saw a little bit of this watching Falcons yesterday, like any high caliber team, is that even when playing into an Aegis where you would expect for split pushing to be happening and dodging, Spirit understands this. They understand that Aurora is going to split up. They just took Roshan. There's still going to be opportunities, and there is always that pressure on the map where they will fight you. They don't care that you have Aegis. They're making the calculations. They have their heroes as aggressively positioned as possible, and in this fight, they end up getting 3 pickoffs when Aurora is winning, when Aurora has Aegis. And it's really cool to see, and it also plays in to the heroes that they picked. They picked a bunch of pickoff heroes, so even though they're supposed to play scared, you know, by Dota theory, because they don't have Aegis, they understand that they also have heroes for killing other heroes. So they're just going to be as far forward on the map as possible and look for those opportunities. Even if it's like a fraction of a second you give them, they will take it.
Well, the nature of a Swiss format is that as you go forward in the rounds, you go up against tougher and tougher opponents, and Team Spirit right now is 2-0, and that means that later on today in the third series of the day, they'll go up against another team that is also undefeated. So that will be a very exciting match, and of course we don't know that matchup yet because not all the series of the first round on all streams are done. So they get to wait a little while before they find out their opponent, and we get to move on also into our next round of games for the other group. Now, in a little bit, we're going to have Boom Boys versus Vision coming your way. But before we get there, we are going to check in if Collapse feels as confident as he looks here at this TI as he checks in with Pyrian.
I'm here with one of my Dota heroes, Collapse. Collapse, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me.
Hello.
Hello. Looking ahead, obviously, we've got a new player coming in with Not Me. 2 months he's been on the team. How have you been getting him ready to play with you guys at a TI? Obviously a lot of pressure. How have you been preparing him? How have you been integrating him to the team?
Most of the work Miposhka did with him, because like after almost every scrim, he's just like dragging him to watch replay, to like point the mistakes he made so he won't make it next time. And we also communicating after games, like what we could do better. Also, we played a lot of matchups, 2v2, like versus Yatro and Ryu, and like versus some other guys. Corbin found some, and yeah, it's a lot of work. We put the whole team last 2 weeks, I guess. Yeah.
Let's talk about the season overall before Not Me joined. How have you guys been between last TI and now? How's it been for you? What's the storyline? Have you felt good, bad? What do you want to improve?
We won Riyadh last year, and I thought we should just like we had good form, and at the moment we won Riyadh, I thought we can win international also. TI, we prepared as a team, like everyone, no stand-ins, like everyone is just ready to win the international, I guess. Yeah.
So what would be the highlight of the season for you between last TI and now? And what was the low point where you were like, oh man, this sucks? Like,
after TI, we had like some tournaments when we got like second place. I think it was one of the highlights. But the fall down started at spring when we got Not Me. At first we did like good, but then like everything falls down and we're just playing like super noobs. And yeah, at this point it was like on the bottom.
What about the meta coming into this TI? Do you think it suits you guys? Because I feel like, especially you've got signature heroes. Everybody's got signature heroes. Do you think this meta suits your team and the way you like to play, or do you think it's fine? It's okay. We can work with it.
I don't remember like any meta in this year suited like any team. Just every team trying to adapt, and I think we're okay to adapt to this meta, and we're fine with it. It's like we have strong heroes, like meta heroes. We can play with them. We can play versus them. I think we're Gucci.
Good stuff. So if you were coaching a team, let's imagine there's a future where you've retired. You've got a young team of guys going into their first TI, let's imagine. What are you saying to them as your sort of coach Collapse is coming in? This is the big speech. What are you saying to a young team? I've learned all these lessons, guys. Here's what I've learned.
Don't do shit.
Don't do shit.
And don't be scared to do shit. You will feel the way what you're doing right, because it's gonna like it said Munminder said this. It's like you feel in the game what you're doing wrong and right. It's just gonna like falls like the river. It's like things go like this. You just don't do like some random shit. Just go like easy.
Flow like water.
Yeah, easy, normal. Just play the game like this, in this way, and don't be scared, because fear is like your own worst enemy.
Collapse, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, and we look forward to seeing you guys play. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
build into a lot of attack speed eventually, right? I expect this Prophet, by the way, to be played from mid, but I expect a carry build. First blood already.
First blood. You said it, that maybe this was going to be a safe Necro, but even Sumail taking a lot of damage and almost dying in that situation. But you also said Necro was going to be safe. It was going to be safe lane with the Dazzle, not in this situation in the off lane.
I legit don't understand this switch up. Like, that's the one thing out of... I understand it because they wanted the Prophet, they needed to fix the draft.
Brambles,
but
trouble for Sumail.
Monkeys forever. Monkeys, we didn't scare you off from day number 1 and all the banger games we got to experience?
No, not at all. I've been having a blast. This is my first TI as well, first TI ever. Yeah, great games. I mean, we got a over 90-minute banger last night between Vision and Falcons for the last game of the day, and I love these long games. I mean, it's so fun watching these incredibly skilled teams go back and forth, and just really show what they got for the tournament and the biggest tournament of the year. And
yeah. I mean, late game is always such a different beast as well, but today there's already been so much action going on, Gunnar. It feels like it's just non-stop. Wherever you want to look, there is a team that you're either cheering for or not cheering as heavily for. Yeah. Picking something new and showing us what's up for TI.
Yeah, we got the multi-stream set up in the green room. We have all 4 streams going on. We're looking at all the games. We're like, who's winning this game? Who's winning that game? And it's always like a toss-up. We've had already, I think day 1 was a little... We knew who was winning. It was always the higher
the heavy
teams,
favorites, yeah.
And they were 2-0s, 2-1s, but then today, on some of the other streams, if you guys have been paying attention, there's been some fun ones. Yeah. And some not expected teams to win.
And what about yourself, Lucas? You enjoying what's been happening?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my old friend also doesn't let me sleep. That's my old friend jet lag, but also excitement because after what happened yesterday, I don't know how you guys feel, but every single time we finished the day, especially with the banger that we had, the 90-minute game that you mentioned, I just can't sleep straight away. I need 2 hours to decompress, still thinking about Dota and waiting for the next day of Dota, and it's here.
To be fair, every single series delivered yesterday, every single stream did as well, but that's also how our morning has looked. And in fact, we're going to have a look at how other streams have been shaping up, because some of them are either still in that first series for themselves, like over on B stream. Yandex and Liquid are still going strong for themselves, 1-1 there. They're then going to move into their series of Ironwing up against Falcons when they do eventually find out who wins in that 1-0 record for themselves. And it's crazy to think that a team like that, 2 teams like that are so close on the schedule in round number 2. And then we have Extreme Gaming up against Gamer Legion. Monkeys, Gamer Legion.
My goats.
Your dark goats. That's what we'll call them now. Yeah. Dark horses to the wayside.
Yeah, I mean, Gamer Legion, they truly impressed me today. The game 1, RCY, he ended up playing a Centaur mid, following in Malreen's footsteps, and I believe they beat them in 21 minutes. So, I mean, incredibly impressive to take XG down in that fashion. And game 2, they had Centaur again, but in the off lane that time, and RCY, he kept his composure in an Ember versus Huskar matchup, and truly, I love seeing NA do good. I truly hope they make top 8. That would be a dream come true for me. Yeah,
that Stream C as well has already moved into their LGD up against Ningba Galaxy series, and then on Stream D as well, they're going to a 3rd game there for Huligani up against VG. Later on, you're going to be seeing OG up against Team Resilience if you want to look at what's happening there. But on the A stream, the games that we are going to be covering and looking forward to, of course, Team Spirit earlier getting that 2-0 up against Aurora, but now we get to look at our 2-0 teams. We've got Boom Boys up against Vision, and both of these guys really delivered yesterday, Gunnar. We got to personally watch a lot closer in depth Team Vision, what they were able to deliver, but Boom Boys themselves, they went to a game number 3 and won a game that they really had no right in winning up against Ironwing.
Yeah, it's a game, if you didn't watch that one, I would say watch it. I don't want to spoil it too much, but we kind of have to. And,
but I mean, that's
we got to. And it was a 34,000 comeback, and this TI has already been filled with all these comeback games. There's these long games. I think the average at the start of the day was 51 minutes.
Yeah,
so far in
I don't think it's gone down too much.
Yeah, it's probably around. Still looking at the first series of the days, and it's been really exciting to see. And I think with the series we saw yesterday with Falcons vs Vision, they also had these really long late games, kind of comebacks for both sides. So I think hopefully this series we have coming up is going to be really close. I'm expecting 3 games. I'm expecting long games, even getting to 60.
Yeah, we'll see about that one. I mean, this is the EWC Grand Finals playing against each other. It did look good in that game number 1, if you recall, when Boom Boys, they managed to get a dub, and then the second game, it was also another long game, and then they kind of crumbled, something that does happen with the team, but man, Team Vision, I think they have the upper hand in this one, especially after seeing them how they played yesterday. Satanic performance, it was top tier, like he was popping off, like one of the best performances that I've gotta say we've ever seen. Like his itemization, his like using of the items, like multiple Divine Rapiers, ready with another Divine Rapier straight away, going for Divine Regalia as well, having this killer instinct, like having this carry mentality where he needs to risk it, and it definitely paid off.
A lot of people seeing the praises of Boom Boys kind of flying on the radar, maybe making it to finals of many events, sometimes coming out on top as well. But of course, towards Team Vision, what we have seen from them, yeah, Satanic is that standout player. It's kind of hard to overlook him, especially with the performance he had on that SF Monkeys, where we then end up tuning in this morning, and everyone else wants to try and replicate the Shadow Fiend performance that he had. But Satanic is a different beast altogether.
Yeah, I mean, as I was talking about yesterday, I truly think Satanic is he's the farmer of the tournament. The amount of gold that he manages to get, in addition to being active and playing with his item timings, I mean, he truly, he is like the carry to replicate right now, I feel. His map movements and when he chooses to play for himself, and, you know, when he... I mean, he just knows how to scale into the late game, like, very, very well. Like, I would say better than...
I read one comment that had good amount of upvotes as well, saying that...
Was it you and all your ult?
It was, yeah, it was my alt account, and I uploaded because I wanted to feel good about myself. Now, just getting... it said that, you know, kind of no one noticed that they weren't on the same level. They're kind of having, like, a slower day. I'm like, you can't have... Like, there isn't enough gold on the map to consume, because...
Name one other person could be on Satanic's level.
There can only be one guy, but I think they also played amazing. I think no one, especially in the losing matchup that he was playing against this Razor as an Ember Spirit, then played another game of Ember Spirit, they kind of cooked.
Yeah, there's one thing to prop up a player like Satanic to be like, the way that he can farm, even if he comes out of lane and it feels like he's struggling, he's able to keep himself in that top 1 or 2 spot for net worth, and top 1 in his team for sure. But there's also praises to be said, Gunnar, about players who can do a lot with little gold, especially as a core, not necessarily support that's built for that.
Yeah, I think also the biggest thing for me for Satanic is he reminds me of the old days of carries.
Yeah.
Of the like, you have that one guy who's
How old?
super,
How
super
far
farm.
back are we
going? Like Burning.
Yeah,
right. This guy was like doubling the gold of everyone in the game, but he's playing in a modern way where back then the carries just wouldn't show up till 40 minutes. You have these guys and they just don't exist, they're jungling, but now he's able to get that gold while showing up to team fights, showing up to tower pushes, being part of the game and playing this like modernized style of carry, and I just think that that's the impressive part, because it's very hard to replicate that with that much gold, especially when you compare it to the other aggressive carries of modern, like Skeeter, Duraccio. It's like they would kind of be more in line with their team with being active, but this guy's like still on top while being in every fight.
And now you wonder, how exactly are you going to deal with him? Is this something that you need to focus on in-game, or is it something that you want to focus on in draft, like we have here with Boom Boys looking very heavily towards what Satanic's pool has been so far in this tournament, taking out the Lone Druid, taking out the SF. You really can't blame them for going, we need to throw a lot of first phase bans towards him, but then it does open up what sort of supports are going to get left through. It's not going to be Bane, Undying, or Wyvern here, but it's still a lot on the table.
Polar opposite of what's happening. Boom Boys, they're banning out heroes that Satanic is going to play, and on the other side, Team Vision, they are banning out these position 5s, potentially an offlaner, but mostly 5s because they can flex this Undying. This is something that Miro does play, and also showing quite a lot of respect, trying to maybe get a little bit of advantage coming out from their offlane, because when we talk about the offlane duos, my first pick is I don't want to be laning against Miro. I don't want to be laning against him. This is pretty much the perfect offlane duo that doesn't really make that many mistakes. I think Save is the best position 4 in the world when it comes down to really pushing the limits of the hero. A lot of the times you will see him survive on like 50 HP. They get a kill, they reset with the healing salve, and I think this is one of the most difficult lanes to play against. So I want to see how much they're going to be able to get when they're paired up against Ducalis and Satanic.
The bans to me speak very much to the personality of the teams. This kind of iteration of Boom Boys has had like GPK with Save, and like they've always been this very aggressive team that when they win, they can just crush you in 20 minutes. And so I feel like the Team Vision bans are very much like, we're going to ban the supports so you don't have this crazy early game. We're also going to take one of the supports, secure early game. And then you look at Boom Boys ban, it's like Satanic over there is going to win this game late game if we let it go too long. So let's just try to stop him from all the carries, and whatever we get for the early game, we'll take. Like, we're fine giving them supports because we think we're the stronger early game team, and we can secure that with any kind of support.
That's going to be, like, my question. You have Team Vision, who is super strong, like, at the early stages of the game, but I think most of the people would choose Boom Boys as being like the most aggressive team, the team that comes out of the laning stage pretty much always victorious, even with the like losing matchups, but still 10 minutes in, they're super strong, and this is going to be, because we've seen like completely different heroes getting banned in the first phase, one team focusing on carries, one team focusing on supports, which does allow us to get some of these, let's call them more OP heroes left in the pool, and that's going to be Keeper of the Light.
I will also say they're target banning Satanic, but you look at this guy's history and he plays such a wide variety of carries. I truly like. It's interesting to me that Boom Boys decide to try and ban him out, because I still think there's like a Drow in the pool, there's a Klinx, there's just so many of these heroes. Kez, yeah, exactly. And there's just so many heroes that I think Satanic genuinely thrives on. So it's going to be interesting to see if their draft plan works against him and they kind of push him out of his comfort zone, or if he just Satanics us up, and just highest net worth, highest damage, classic.
At this point, it's like Satanic is going to become a verb, It's like doing the Satanic at that point there. But I'm also curious where Tree's going to sit for this, right? Because we saw that he was on such a long ban streak when it came to professional games, 58 games, I believe it was, in a row that he was banned. Got let through last night, where Vision ended up beating it in that Game 3
the
against
only
Falcons.
game that he was picked yesterday, the hero lost.
0% win rate.
That's why I'm like, okay, it was too over-respected, and now they're awesome, and...
Guys, the heroes have a 90% win rate, and it's okay.
I was going to say, caveat to it is, last night's game was just, you can't factor that in. Like, its sample and what it adds to the pool right now when it comes to evidence, you're like, I don't know what to make with it.
I think the hero is just extremely strong for the fact that you effectively guarantee win your safe lane with it, and it also soft wins your mid lane. The living armor is such a big swing in these mid lane matchups, because I think that mid players are so good at knowing every single okay, I'm at 50 more health than you, I'm going to win this trade if we try to trade, or this trade's going to be good for me. And that little living armor just makes it so it throws the entire lane at a whack, because now you're like, oh, I'm behind 100 health, so I can't contest the water rune. Now the support comes, I can't do anything. And every little bit matters in these mid matchups these days. And so Tree, you just press one living armor, and now it's like, oh, we won 2 lanes. And then you take the gate and you walk invis, you kill their carry, and okay, we won 3 lanes with 1 pick.
That's why I love the bans that they did. So removing Largo, which I think Boom Boys are one of the best teams when it comes down to Largo. They're very active. It's also very good in the lane against removing that living armor, where you can actually get the kill, so it feels really nice. And also removing the other pairing that I think can potentially win the hero, Trin Protector plus carry pairing, because you can just spam out Beastmaster plus Coddle. It's a super strong lane. You never get to play the game because they just cut down all the trees. Makes his lane very difficult to play against. So 2 very good bans coming out from Vision.
I will also say they left the Ember Spirit in, which Coddle Ember is a very classic duo and can be very, very oppressive in the early game. So it'll be interesting to see if Boom Boys do try to go for that Ember, because
they do have the 18, so they can soft prepare for a Huskar on 18 or a Monkey King if they want to go that route. So it's one of those things where you have to prepare for everything. I think that's the cool thing about the Hoodwink pick too. Sure, it's a good hero and you just want to pick it, but Hoodwink's also soft protecting that Ember. All these picks, you can see that they're thinking ahead, 2, 3, 4 picks of what do they want to pick, what do I want to pick, and prepare to just deal with it all at the start of the draft.
DuckWillow getting through for Vision in their series against Falcons yesterday. That was one of those heroes, along with Coddle, that was always in the permabans column for them. So now I'm curious to see with Vision going for it here, how surprised are we going to be for it to pop off, right? If it's being respect banded to that degree, I'm going to expect a lot coming out from this DuckWillow.
We've been seeing pretty good performances, I want to say. I think Gamer Legion has been getting their hands on it, and they've been looking really good with the DuckWillow. And every time I see it, I think it is one of the few supports left in the meta that do provide that easy damage and control. It almost feels like another Hoodwink. So it ends up evening out, right? One team has a Hoodwink, one team has a Willow. They're good versus different heroes. Hoodwink's better versus stuff that needs break, like the Vipers, the Huskars, the Spectres. And Dark Willow's better against the heroes that you can fully commit in, and the Spirits. I would say like Hoodwink's okay versus them, but one root and you kill an Ember Spirit.
It also pairs really well with Centaur and lane. They can stomp into the root and the Bramble Maze, and it's a very impressive lane. I mean, we've seen so much Centaur this game, which is surprising. I mean, this hero seems so good, but it makes it through so much because there's just so many good heroes that teams.
I wanted to mention Lifestealer because this is how carry players think. They see Centaur. Kiritich also loves to play this hero, but they also want to have like get out of any annoying spells for free. You're playing against the BKB piercing tool against the Overgrowth. A lot of carriers will go that route. Later on, you can build into Manta style. So it does feel good. We saw earlier today when Spirit played that game #1, the unkillable Centaur, and what better hero to have is Lifestealer. Having this percentage-based damage is always going to feel good. And right now, they don't really have a hero that Lifestealer is going to be afraid of. And maybe thinking about the hero that GPK can play, maybe some Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit that you mentioned, having a vehicle for him could be good. Another elusive hero as well comes out, so another hero that he can infest and find the backlines, kind of start the fight 4v5.
I would definitely expect Vision to pick their carry here just because of how many Satanic heroes have been taken out. They already see the carry matchup. I really could see like a Drow or Clinks here. I think both of those heroes scale into the late game pretty well against Lifestealer, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Earth Spirit. All right, I was wrong.
Yeah, I was going to say, the issue with that is, yeah, there's a lot of carries banned, but the mid pool feels very small these days.
Also true.
Especially versus Puck. Like, Puck is instantly, you don't want to pick Invoker anymore.
Yep.
You don't want to pick Storm anymore. So it's like Ember, Earth Spirit, and then you get to like the weird stuff like Sniper. And my worry would be if Ember, Earth Spirit get banned, there's not really a comfortable pick you get.
Yeah.
So I think it feels a lot better to take your pick of Earth versus Ember. And then, sure, your carry is going to get a bit more sad and more awkward, but you also get to preventative, like, ban some offlaners for it. You can, again, you were saying Satanic is a big hero pool.
He does.
So maybe they're like, Satanic, he'll find something, and he can reach down into his bucket, pick something out.
I would say even one of the biggest hero pools of the tournament, genuinely. I think he's a very impressive player, so.
How many cubic liters would you say his hero pool is?
I don't know.
Rough number. Like a rough number. Like if you had to guess.
Someone else.
Give me a random number. Your favorite number.
You say a
he
random
doesn't
number.
even work in these units. He works in freedom units.
Yeah. I'm from
he doesn't know what a
States.
cubic liter is.
What are you doing to me?
I would say like 200.
Sure.
Well, whatever you said, you'd be fine with it.
I agree. Stamp of approval. Also, stamp of approval on this Underlord ban for me. I think that it's just really good versus Centaur in particular. Like, it's, again, another source of percentage-based damage, the root as well. Works for even Earth Spirit, right? Like, this guy wants to roll in, roll out, but forcing him to have to use his BKB just to get out of a fight if he wants to kind of disengage and play this kite game is really nice. And then, like you said, the Drow ban, I think that was a good call. I'm, for some reason, considering a Faceless Void for Satanic. I think that the heroes picked occasionally here and there, but it's not the most popular, but I could see it being good. And the other one we've seen a bit is Sven, I think is their other kind of nice pick. Like, I want something with a stun a bit for their team and something that just will control the puck or the Lifestealer and guarantee them dying at some point in these fights.
This isn't a concern of, obviously Faceless Void hasn't been picked, but you're kind of calling for it, and there isn't the concern that there could be a opening in the timings of Vision if they went for a carry like that, or you think because of the way Satanic plays, the way that he can farm, he doesn't fit the same timings as a normal Faceless Void might, or the average?
I think that with their current draft, they don't need their carry to do anything in the early game. Like, if he shows up, it's a bonus. I think that Earth Spirit with Willow and Centaur are just 3 extremely strong, and you just throw a tree in there, like he throws armor on an Earth Spirit.
Yeah, you have global presence with the Stampede, the living armor, like you said, then you're never going to be lacking damage. You have
even as well, the Boom Boys draft is a bit low damage early game into a BKB, so Earth Spirit gets like a Vessel BKB relatively early. He can just go into their entire team as it stands and survive. So I think that Satanic has a really nice setup, which is another reason why I think it's okay for them to pick the minutes of the carry, because his team just is like, we got you, man. Just do whatever you want. Like, if you want to show up, great. If you don't want to farm, sure. At some point, just all you have to do is win us the game. If you can do that, your pick's good enough.
No, that's all.
Yeah, it's like not a lot that you have to do.
Well,
like, just win us the
you know,
game.
sometimes you guys should carry like, oh, you gotta stun for us. You gotta show up to fights. Gotta push tower. Like he doesn't. If he does nothing, but just at some point in the game he's like strong enough to fight in a team fight and win the team fight. It's a good enough pick.
Okay.
My only concern. Oh, well, TA. I was gonna say I feel like there aren't many ranged cores in the pool, but again, it's Satanic. He plays everything. So here's a TA.
We talk about living armor being refraction. Imagine having that refraction on top of refraction. So that's going to be pretty insane in terms of like how much damage you're going to be reducing.
Do you like Enigma here? It's not the best Coddle pairing for the offlane. It's not something that you want to spam, but it's pretty good versus the TA. So I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good here.
That's 2 last picks, Gunner. You're on fire, dude.
I've played this game at least once or twice.
Really?
Yeah. Not that much, though. I just like it. It's concern for the tree ult. Like, there's always... If you ever watch the late games of Enigma vs. Tree, they both have Refresher, and they both watch each other, and neither of them click their buttons.
Game
they're
of
like,
chicken.
they're like, oh, if he presses Tree ult, now I can Black Hole, but then it's like, if I do it too early, I get canceled. So it's going to be a 4v4 in most of the fights, but it's still, for the early game at least, I think that lanings are good for Boom Boys. I like Puck. I think Puck has the ability to pop off in a lot of these games. So for me, I kind of like how Boom Boys draft rounded out.
Yeah, this Puck that they pick in the second phase, they get quite a lot of value out of it. I think it's a very, very good lifestealer game. You can see that Team Vision was trying to push the tempo with this Templar Assassin, where they're going to hit like very strong timing once they get Heart, Blink on Centaur, Blink Deso on Templar Assassin, Pike. They're going to be ready to go, and they're going to be ready to take some objectives on the map, because you definitely can. Once you have that Deso with Roshan being open up, Tormentor on top of that, it does feel like they are trying to get something like slightly more aggressive, which I kind of like, because you are playing against Boom Boys and you need to have that.
What about yourself, Monkeys? Because yesterday you were all in on Falcons for all 3 drops. They're not in this series, so I don't know which way you're going to go.
I am never betting against Satanic again after yesterday. I mean, this guy has proven me wrong twice, so like very, very easily it felt. And I mean, even though I don't believe we've seen his TA yet this tournament, I think
he's a very good TA.
Yeah, I fully believe it.
It's a shorter list if you say what he isn't very good at, but we don't have time for that one, unfortunately. You guys have given all of the parameters in which we could see Boom Boys having a great game for themselves, but also if Vision want to be able to get a lead in this best of 3. Both teams 2-0 at the moment. We're going to head into our casters, Sunspan and Syndrome.
Thank you so very much. Great to be here at the International Sunspan with Syndrome. We got Vision versus Boom Boys. Gonna take some getting used to calling them that. We've seen them play a lot against each other over the last year or two, and it's always, I feel like it ends up being exciting in the late game. Question is, how do you get to that late game? That's where you start answering.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't give you enough
The
time.
answer to that is, if you play long enough, you will get to that late game. So the first step is, all jokes aside, these two teams, when they play, I think, I would consider probably these two teams 2 of the 3 best laning teams in the world. So a lot of it comes down to if you've managed to secure yourself matchups that are playable enough. And I think when I look across this, I don't expect any lane to be extremely one-sided. Gunnar pointed out the Enigma last pick being good against TA, but I think TA can still easily hold her own and do fine. Yeah, so I don't think either team is going to pull meaningfully ahead in the laning stage. And when you get to that mid-late game like you talked about, that's probably just a given. I believe the average game time of this term is like 50 minutes.
Yeah, it's been kind of crazy, actually.
And you might get to that game of chicken that Gunnar is talking about with Trian against Enigma, where everybody's just standing there waiting, which would be a pretty interesting dynamic to see. Really strong win conditions for both teams. I have a hard time betting against late-game Puck. We've seen GPK win countless games on this hero when it goes late enough.
We saw him lose yesterday, though.
Yep, he doesn't win literally every time, but he does win most of the time. On the other side, some of the heroes of this tournament that I've been most rather expecting to do a little bit better, perhaps. Oh, nice timing on the stomp.
Yeah, gets it. Can't get off the Illusion Orb. As a result, has to go to the north instead as GPK gets Caster Cursed by Synderen at TI. My goodness, you are a strong young lad.
That's right.
9 class gets the first blood, so good start for Vision.
He was just not expecting that Centaur Stomp at all, it looked like, coming out. Yeah, that's some very good news for their side. Obviously, what I was going to say is Earth Spirit, I believe, is 4 and 6 in this tournament. I thought he was going to be one of the biggest picks of the entire event. The win rate doesn't really back it up just yet, but it's a small sample size. We're still early days. As you can see there, more losses than wins on both sides of the river. But the matchup into Puck is pretty good, and no one is phenomenal on this hero. So, expecting great things from him. The silence in this game has a ton of merit. Into Puck, it's pretty obvious why it's so strong against the phase shift and just the overall elusiveness, but also just having an instant silence against Lifestealer. It's very meaningful in the early rotations. It actually gives them kill power down here in a lane that Lifestealer usually thrives in against Centaur.
I have a question for you that you won't be able to answer, so I will ask it. What kind of impact do you think, tangibly speaking, Puppey has had on this Vision lineup?
Well, I think the players...
Because they were very successful before
they
came on board.
I think, I don't remember who it was in an interview that said it, maybe it was no one, who said that Puppey has given them a clear sense of direction. So the players themselves seem to, I guess, probably one of the biggest strengths of having someone like that is the entire team, you know how experienced the guy is, they're all buying into his ideas. And that means in the past, if you had like conflicting opinions within the team or were unsure about how to value things, you're kind of just, I'm assuming they, for the most part, just defer to him and let him largely choose. I would guess if they're disagreeing on stuff, then he maybe has the final say. And having a person that can have that final say can be really meaningful.
Everything you just said, I just think of 9 class trying to pick something weird, and Puppey's like, no.
Yeah, maybe that's his tangible impact. He's just been like, 9 class, you're playing Willow.
They hired him just because of 9 class.
Right.
He needs a little babysitter, apparently. Which, from a viewer perspective, has been a bit sad, I'll be honest, because we don't get to see... I mean, obviously, we're memeing a bit. It's mostly about Patch and his heroes not being that strong right now. But I do miss a little bit of that Slark support, Monkey King support, etc. He's been playing pretty normal stuff these days.
Yeah. I think you're maybe the only person who misses Slark support, but they do exist.
Yeah, Postan in the bot lane, Kataomi, double edge, and another Bramble finds his home. So 9 class with another kill to his name. And how good of a game is this for Kiritich on this Lifestealer, would you say? Like, how good are the matchups?
This is an early rotation.
He does
have rage, but...
does have to pop it, but not really getting much HP. The TPs are coming, but the Hosam finds him, and the Bushwhack's a little bit too late. Can they get some kills on the top of this? At the very least, no. So Boomboy's again suffering the consequences here.
Yeah, very nice rotation there from Ducalis. Not one you would necessarily expect at the 3-minute mark. Leaving Satanic alone, he will take some pressure, but he's okay.
Back to my incredible question. How good is Lifestealer?
I mean, it seems like I would think they largely picked it to deal with the Centaur and to have something against Earth Spirit that, you know, that matchup goes both ways. If you come in with Rage, all of Earth Spirit's spells kind of do nothing, but at the same time, he can have that silence. The Centaur matchup's good. The TA matchup is pretty bad, though, for the most part. You're going to buy Radiance, which will help. But,
looks like they will find a kill onto the Centaur here. Kataomi, though, gets the kill, so no 5 HP bonus for Lifestealer. Is it still 5?
I thought it was 10.
Did they boost it finally?
Yeah, it's 10 HP.
Oh, that's...
Was it ever 5?
Maybe. I feel like I play a lot of Lifestealer. I feel like it was, yeah. Either way, it doesn't get the kill, so no permanent HP scaling. Cinderin, very important.
Yep. Keep an eye on that exact HP number.
Yeah. I mean, if he dies, you know that's the reason.
Yeah, that he didn't have enough HP.
That's right, that extra 10 HP.
That's correct. So as expected, in this top lane, Miero is having a very good time on the Enigma against TA. But at the same time, it's not like, how to say, both heroes farm. And some Enigma matchups, Enigma stomps, and some Enigma matchups are really, really hard to play for the Enigma. It's a pretty polarizing pick a lot of the time, but this is one of those, I want to say, it's not few occasions, but it's probably the minority of the time that Enigma kind of draws its lane, which is roughly what we're looking at here. He is ahead by a little bit, but not a landslide.
Close enough to a draw. They are pressuring the tier 1, though.
This is a nice move in from Kataomi on the Hoodwink.
And Ducalis is going to spot it.
Him, yep.
This is going to be a full tower, though. TA's not really on their way. Living armor going to provide a little bit of resistance
and they
at
do
these
see
early
him.
levels.
Even though they also did scout the Hoodwink, they seem to have the read regardless based on Enigma pushing this aggressively. But the Siege Creep staying alive might actually end up being the full tower, just not even going to try to wipe out the wave with the Psy Blades. On Satanic.
That's very interesting. Are they afraid of extra rotations coming over? This just felt super free for Boom Boys. And Kataomi will be free for no one in the Vision side. The GPK able to deny the rune. Would have been a very good one for no one. Level advantage does go the way of the Earth Spirit.
The First Blood definitely helps a lot in that mid lane. Sure, he didn't get the last hit on it, but still having a little bit of experience advantage. And Earth Spirit, when it comes to most mid matchups, except the really oppressive ones, he can, I want to say, draw against most heroes, which has been a big part of his comeback to mid. I think this skill build of going 3-1-2 is pretty standard. I'm curious to see how no one ends up continuing his build here on out, when he's going to skill magnetize, if he's going to prioritize maxing out grip before kick, or, well, you generally max kick first, but is he going to take any points and roll, or go 4-1-4? I would imagine he just goes 4-1-4 with the 4th point in Boulder Smash at 7, but could potentially skill magnetize if he's thinking of a side lane.
Are pros good enough that they know that somebody's leeching right now? Not talking about, oh, he's missing kind of thing. Like, do they keep track of the XP? Like, surely they're not that nerdy, right? That's like an AUI 2000 kind of thing.
I think it's hard to tell on this creep because the bar moves so little regardless on the golems. If you were farming something bigger, I think they would notice. Oh, there it is.
Got a roll in. Miero gonna get gone on,
magnetize.
silence up, and yeah, first magnetize of the game should bring Miero to his knees, as no one claims him.
Nice and easy.
And bot lane, Kiritich applying some pressure to 9 class, will be able to get this kill.
Living armor.
Living armor does keep him alive a little bit longer. He wants that 10 HP desperately, won't get it. Denied again. Kiritich could have 20 extra health right now, but instead, well, does not.
Pretty big. This is one of the biggest upsides, by the way, to playing Centaur in the offlane. Even if you're playing into a hard matchup like the Lifestealer, see noticed.
First spoil of the game with the Bushwhack help. Miero joins the party with the Malefice as well. No one with the roll out. Looks like he's fine, just barely.
Courtesy of Raindrop.
And that's a level 5 Enigma as well, so couldn't even black hole if he wanted to there.
Yeah, that's definitely not ideal. That's a good point. Enigma took the tower top very early, but is trailing 2 full levels behind Satanic's TA now. So that lane did not go according to plan in its entirety. And we'll get to Kalis a little bit of a snack there, GPK with the amp damage rune. Starting to do some damage to the tower, but Earth Spirit showing up should put an end to this. But yeah, what I was saying was, even though you're playing Centaur into a bad matchup in the Lifestealer, the worst case scenario, you can just go jungle with a couple points and retaliate. And the ultimate result at this point is that he's 200 gold behind a Lifestealer winning his lane. That's pretty damn good for Noticed. He has Stampede available, so he can also help globally while just in the jungle. And yeah, Helm the Dominator, standard build here. We were talking about yesterday how the most common build right now on Centaur is to go Dom into Heart. This time around, Noticed is queuing up the Lotus Orb first.
Yeah.
A couple of really strong spells to dispel. The Solar Bind from Keeper of the Light, Puck Silence, Malefice, all of these, and Open Wounds. Plenty of very potent single target ability. So I like the choice a lot if he ends up committing for this. I personally think a lot of the time this is better than the Heart, even when players prioritize that.
Well, but what if you know the game is going 45 minutes? Actually, we could literally say 51 minutes plus. Is it not better to be greedy in that case? If you feel comfortable that you will be able to sustain until whatever point.
I have to say, I don't know just how much more farm efficiency you have with a Heart over a Lotus, because Lotus also gives HP regen. You have the HP regen from Helm of the Dominator. Maybe you get a neutral item with regen, which he currently has already, the Ash Legion Shield. Maybe you can't non-stop spam Double Edge, so there is some trade-off, but I don't think you're gaining that much less gold compared to running the Heart. It is definitely faster, of course, but it's one of those classic things with the opportunity cost of going for a greedy item, right? Like, if the type of fight breaks out where it would be nice to have a Lotus, you're going to be kicking yourself afterwards, and if nothing happens for 10 minutes and you have a Lotus, you're going to be kicking yourself. So what do you imagine is going to happen in the game is kind of the question here. And he seems to think that there will be fighting going on.
Okay, remains to be seen.
What's his regen right now? 22 a second?
Could be better, Cinderin.
It could.
Can never be too much regen for a Centaur. But from Boomboy's perspective, if we look at the counteract, what point does Lifestealer want to fight? Because Radiance, theoretically, that could be enough to just do a skirmish here or there.
Yeah, I think that's the timing. They might even be waiting for that in general. Finding to call us again.
Yep, gets dusted up. Miero now level 8, so has caught up a bit. And GPK tries to come in for the snipe, but he is denied. A lot of denying going on from the Boomboy side. Banana Boat, basketball team, whatever you want to call them. Everyone's favorite BB.
Oh, 9 class will get bound here.
Lobs the Shadow Realm, keeps him safe.
Yeah, this is, for all intents and purposes, a pretty damn quiet early game, aside from that top tower take from Boomboys. So I think overall Vision are probably quite happy with this game state. Satanic surely is telling his teams, guys, I'm totally free farming. You can look at the level chart and you'll recognize that your carry is 3 levels ahead of the enemy carry at minute 12. Should inspire you with quite some confidence. No one. Not going to get the rune, will be denied by the Eidolons. And also, this Dire lineup really kicks into gear when you get Vessel and Earth Spirit, and you have your ults, which the ults are obviously available. Vessel is a few hundred gold away. Would imagine they will be eager to make a smoke move. Potentially bottom to try to kill off Kiritich and take that tower.
I mean, for TA, when do you want to join the fights as Satanic? Because if you have this much of a lead, a lot of times you just see them stay farming just to continue to expand on that.
And that was the point they raised on the panel, is that this is the type of game where the carry does not need to get involved. So whether...
Well, if it's already a 4v4 with the tree and Enigma, and then you don't have a carry, like what are we looking at here? This is like an ARAM game?
They're pretty good at 3v4. They'll be fine. Earth Spirit, Centaur, Willow is a quite potent combination of heroes to use. So yeah, I think in general, there's like 2 types of TA moves. One is you get the Dragonlance Deso, and then you see TA maybe go through the gate, try to kill bottom, take the tower, and then think about Tormentor or Roche as the next logical move. And then you have the type of game that you mentioned where you're just not showing up to anything for 25 minutes, and all of a sudden you are so far ahead of the enemy carry. And you can see the progression of this game is not changing at all in that regard. Lifestealer is trailing by over 2,000 now. And it's not because Kiritich is playing poorly, it's just the design of the heroes. TA currently has 190 CS minute 13.
Yeah, he's...
What in the world?
I mean, we've seen games like this from Satanic, and it feels like...
How many of these are Eidolons?
Obviously, they only have a 1k lead right now, but this doesn't really mean anything in terms of the carry versus carry potential, because Kiritich is still working on his first item, which is when he can actually start farming effectively with that Radiance. As 14-minute rune, it is illusions for no one. Get out of a waning rift, I suppose, with that.
See, they really wanted to fight with this Vessel pickup and the 14-minute timing on the rune, but Boomboy's not giving it to them. Speaking of, Miero also has a Vessel on the Enigma, so an interesting choice here. There's some heroes that it's pretty good against, mainly the Centaur and the Earth Spirit for now, but this is a bit of a tempo pickup on Enigma. Usually when you see this, you go for Shard, and then you try to play aggressive on the map and take control. So there's a little bit of a contrast between the items he's buying and the way they're actually playing. Overgrowth on the Rage.
But the Overgrowth comes out into the Stampede. Hoof Stomp to follow, and that's a dead Lifestealer. No one gets the credit for that one, as GPK looking to try to clean up a bit. The Illuminate coming out as well into the Black Hole, the first of the game. Only onto a solo target, but it's a very important one in no one.
Satanic went through the gate, and he's going back to farming. Well, he showed up in spirit.
GPK wants to continue the pressure, it seems. 9 class, a little bit too evasive at the moment.
Are you surprised that Treant is in this game? I thought in this series in particular, this hero would never make it through, actually.
I'm not surprised because I feel like specifically these two teams have played against each other so many times that there's many layers of complexity to the draft that we don't know about, which usually leads to a big hero like that getting through, don't you think? I feel like historically speaking, with teams that play against each other a lot, things like that happen.
I think you could make a case that the two best players in the world and the hero are in this series, and that's why you would have been my go-to to ban as the second pick team. But yeah, Boomboys obviously took the trade of Caudle for Trient.
Yep.
Nine class.
Will be falling here.
Yeah, a little
both
bleeding here.
supports dead for Vision.
This happens
That's going to coincide with the Radiance.
This feels like it happens in some Vision games where one of their supports gets caught out and then the other one becomes a collateral. I think there was a way there to just lose the Willow and nothing else, but Boomboys get a little bit of an extra freebie and try to turn it into tower pressure. Mid-tower half HP, no siege creep though, so don't know if Miro can finish this. It's like 9 class is going to try to put an end to it, and of course, holding onto these towers has even more value when they're playing with Trant, because he can actually reset their health over time. Wasn't able to with the top tower because it happened so early, but this mid one, they could reset back to full HP over the next couple of minutes. And you will be seeing him spamming that living armor off cooldown as long as fights aren't happening. It's a very... There are certain carries and certain playstyles where keeping your mid-tower alive is more important than others. I would say TA is one of the carries that this tower is really important to protect for because of how big of a portion of the game she spends in the jungle area, and being able to smoke across mid to access can really make her game a little bit more complicated, but no concerns for now with that. Oh, the Eidolons will actually finish it, huh?
Yeah,
he didn't armor it again.
Healing.
Yeah, thought it was going to be able to keep it alive. All right, that's a pretty good pickup there. Miero stubbornly keeps running his Eidolons into the tower until he gets what he wants.
Good boys. Notice in the meantime does have the Lotus now, as we see Miero with a Blink Dagger. And obviously the BKB is going to be next, although he has Shard on auto buy right now, so we'll go for that beforehand. Ooh, I mean, sure. I guess BKB is still far away. So they're going to see the first Infest Bomb out of the game, and 9 class will be the recipient, which from Vision's perspective, as long as it doesn't bleed into more, this is A-okay with them to pop a full smoke gank.
Yeah.
Although Miero wants to continue on with the Lifestealer inside. Will pop out, needs to get back to farming, because the more time you're inside a teammate, the more time TA will be able to farm and expand her lead. I mean, look at the difference between them. Bottom net worth is the Lifestealer, actually. That's crazy.
He should be starting to slowly overtake some with this Radiance, but yeah, it's a pretty slow hero Lifestealer. And generally speaking, we only really see it picked in Pro Dota currently when it knows its matchup in the offlane, or when it knows the archetype of hero that the enemy team kind of quote-unquote has to pick for the lane in a given game. Like if you think back on this draft and Notice hadn't already picked Centaur and Enigma was still in the pool, you probably don't pick Lifestealer at all, right? Because the threat of getting into a bad lane matchup and a bad late game counter is just, the hero's just not good enough. It needs certain conditions to be met. Yeah, this Lotus Orb from Notice, though, you did see it there just taking off Malefice, but it's gaining more and more value now that Enigma has also got the Vessel and is going into Shard.
Yeah, but he could have a heart.
Better and better purchase. He could.
Because they haven't really fought. I mean, you talked about this. If he's not going to be using it, he's used like a single time, I think.
Yep.
There's a lot of farming going on right now. I mean, both teams, again, they played against each other so many times. I feel like they're all very comfortable. Like, all right, let's get to 4. This is like a truce. 40 minutes. That's when we start really fighting. I mean, this leads to my next question is who has the Roche advantage this game? Foil, Black Hole.
Yeah, there's some good
Blinding Light's pretty annoying in there, too.
There's some good team fight from Boomboys, but they can't really force the Roche very easily themselves. So they kind of need to fight for it rather than try to sneak it, whereas on the Vision side, TA is a classic Roche taker. She kind of has to do most of it on her own, though, since the mid-hero is Earth Spirit. So neither team is like truly great at it. Of course, whenever you're playing with TA, you do have the advantage of traps, not for the Vision in the pit, but just control around it, maybe seeing movements, preparing. Tormentor is available now. Another objective that TA would love to get, but at the same time, I could also farm some more jungle. How does he have 361 CS at 20 minutes?
It's satanic, brother.
No, but still, how does Satanic beat himself in this game? Like, even if this were 50 Eidolons, which it isn't, this is still a pretty solid CS line.
Bushwhack. Do they actually have the damage here? Can they pop that refraction to stay alive and the Stampede to run away? And back into the jungle he goes. Meanwhile, Bot, though, oh, the coil misses. Notice, looks like he should be able to get some reinforcements in the form of the Dark Willow. Is big damage coming out from Satanic, who actually joins the party. No more farming for him. Miero takes a tumble as a result. And now they're going to find Coddle. And because Satanic and company are here, they will likely go for the Tormentor after the fact. But first they have Puck on the menu. Illusory Orb away, though. Might have to go for Kataomi instead. They'll settle for it regardless. 3 dead in favor of Vision. And this is going to be a Tier 1 tower and Tormentor.
Yeah, that's the fight they've been waiting for. Finding the moment of opportunity for Satanic to come in and get off some strong shots there. He probably felt confident to get involved now that he has the BKB. Didn't even need to use it though, so it didn't matter. Yeah, this is going to be a shard for 9 class, so the upgraded Cursed Crown.
And he gets the tower himself, Satanic. His farm is absurd. 380 last hits. Has BKB, Deso, and Blink. I guess the Hurricane Pike will come a little bit later. Gonna go for the MKB first, it seems, for the Radiance.
Yeah, Radiance and Blinding Light. Some solid merit to this pickup. Obviously, primarily for the Radiance, as you would imagine, he will be using his BKB in quite a lot of fights against Blinding Light regardless, but just more of a good thing. Ducalis is 100 gold away from Blink Dagger, which is going to make Enigma's life miserable. Then he can indeed just wait in the trees forever until Enigma goes in for the play and then go for the counter.
But typically the tree won't be able to get as much farm as the Enigma, so when the eventual refresher comes out, then there's more mind games there.
Yeah. It's going to be a little while, but might as well think ahead to minute 50, I suppose.
Yeah, both these teams have it on their mind. Although there is a 6K lead for Vision. See if they're able to amplify this in the near future for a Roche, perhaps.
I like the overall idea that it seems like they're going for here with swapping to top side now. I think Satanic is strong enough that you can start threatening this top tier 1, and if you do take that out, start playing the enemy triangle, and then indeed think toward Roche. I believe he will be getting to work here. In the meantime, 3 teammates smoking around the back in case anybody tries to defend whatsoever. They could get pincered. Looks like Kiritich might walk into a trap, but he does see Willow first. Oh, they got the silence off!
Ew, he's in a lot of trouble now. He's going to get feared on top of that, and that is way too much damage for Kiritich. Find another connection onto the Squirrel, so Kataomi, the second to fall for Boom Boys. And this is on the doorstep of Roche, so first one should go the way of Vision, and the game so far majorly in their advantage, although Boom Boys apparently want to try to contest.
There's no way you take this fight 3v5, surely.
No buyback for the Lifestealer. They get the connection maybe onto the Tree and Protector. Blows him up. Notice in the meantime, there's the Black Hole coming out only under 1. There's not going to be any follow-up, though. As GPK gets off the coil, but the BKB now popped. And now the death of Miero. Into the silence now into GPK, the lone member of Boom Boys. They had all the confidence in the world, but...
I mean, I'm trying to imagine what world that fight is winnable for the Radiant. I just don't see it.
Actually going to get GPK. Eon Disc procs. Nice hoof stomp. Dodge the Melt Strike. Another phase shift into the double edge, into the silence. Effectively a team wipe. And Vision with a 10K lead at 24 minutes. This might not be a 50-minute game after all.
I think maybe if you had a buyback on at least the Hoodwink, perhaps you try that 3v5 next to your outpost, but I think that was just extremely reckless, and it's going to cost them dearly. They connect on the Treant, sure, but obviously there's going to be some counterplay coming the other way, and what do you have to work with? Puck has a disc to try to survive, didn't even work, but Enigma, no BKB, just gets caught by literally anything and dies in 2 shots to the TA. Same goes for Coddle. Now 10,000 lead, very quiet for the first 20 minutes, and then suddenly Vision were like, we've got a dentist appointment. The entire team.
Why dentist?
I don't know. Why not?
Okay, just checking. For those that don't know, Cinderin hit his head really hard today on the bus.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
So if you have some user errors on his part, that is why. See Ducalis taken out.
It's good to finally have an excuse.
When you hit your head, it was so loud. I didn't think you hit your head because nobody can make like. How do you survive that? You're a real pro.
Yeah, I'm tough like that.
You hit your head and you're like, yeah, what's up?
It's generally how I enter a room. I just walk in. It's how I let people know that I've arrived. Oh my God! Miero will be
about to
told
be
as
3
well.
shots. Goodbye. Satanic is destroying this lobby right now.
Okay, do you remember ever seeing someone almost have 500 CS minute 26? I genuinely don't think I've seen this. I can't remember casting a game.
It must be Satanic.
Like maybe against Brood with some, you know, cleave hero that just wipes out everything.
There are Eidolons.
Yeah, that's why I was saying he's killed some. I don't know how many, but surely Miero hasn't fed him like 50, right?
Yeah, unlikely. As they find the connection now, this time onto Keeper of the Light. Save. Gonna get a little bit of help, but needs a way more than that to get out of Satanic's grasp at this point of the game. 3 minutes still on the Aegis. Oh, Ducalis finds GPK, or is it the other way around? He's gonna use the coil. Now no one joining the party. He's gonna pop that Eon disc. Looks like Ducalis will eventually fall shortly, but they're gonna try to turn this around on GPK. He's in a lot of trouble. Gets off the illusory orb onto the side. As no one trying to finish the job with one last right click. He does it. I was not expecting that death, especially considering GPK is one of the best, if not the best puck in the world right now. Whew.
Man, Living Armor is just such a bait spell.
That's true, actually.
It
very hard to gauge if you can kill somebody.
Miero will find a connection.
But the Black Hole comes out just before Miero dies, but is there going to be damage output here onto Satanic? No. He still will maintain the Aegis, gets the kill on Miero, and now the Black Hole is down. Pretty much nothing going the way of Boom Boys right now. Effectively across the map, that was a 2-for-1, 2 of them being cores versus the 1 support. And now a tier 2 will go the way of Satanic in all likelihood.
You can see the mindset of a TA player when he goes Swift Blink in this slot. I think it's quite telling that Satanic wants to play super aggressive and bursty in nature now. Sometimes you'll see, you know, instead of finishing off the upgraded Blink, maybe you'll go something more in the lines of either full-on hardcore right-click or something a bit more hybrid defensive. But in this case, it's just all out. I'm going to jump in. I'm going to assassinate 1 or 2 heroes immediately. And as much as we've talked about his farm, ever so quietly noticed is still second on the Centaur. So it's not like it's only the TA that's big on the side of Vision. As a matter of fact, they have top 3 net worths in the game right now.
Yeah.
And I want to say not all that frequently that we see Earth Spirit up there, even in winning games, that he's overtaking the highest farmer in the enemy team. So that is a very healthy sign here for Vision.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this CS at this point of the game is a record for TI, at least. Surely.
Yeah, I can't dispute it, at least.
536 at 28. Even for endgame, that's fine. Like, more than fine. This is absurd levels right now. 50 seconds on the Aegis, another tier 2 in his sights.
Noticed would love to go first here. He has the heart, so super tanky. And he's going to find an opening.
Yeah, the roll does miss, or does it? It hits a random Coddle on the sideline as Save will be the first to fall. Satanic being approached by Kiritich. He's just going to brush that off, though, as the Overgrowth cancel out by the Rage, but now the surround tactics. He has to go inside of a creep. That creep is swiftly taken care of, and now Kiritich will be falling as well. And guess whose Aegis is still up and running? That's right, it's Satanic. Pops the Eon Disc of GPK. It's a 3-for-0. Vision just rolling away with this game number 1.
He's level 25 now on TA at 28 minutes.
Okay.
Or 29 minutes, excuse me, and chose the Meld Bash. So even more in the offensive direction, can just blink in and solo kill a support with minimal, if any, counterplay. Oh, they found Kevin.
They are going very deep right now. Hoof Stomp in the base, going to lead to another support kill. Satanic's Aegis gets him back to full HP now. And this is approaching GG territory, I do believe. Wow. Vision just completely dominating here in this first game.
Yeah, this is going to bring down the average match time by a full minute of the tournament. If they manage to close this out in 30 minutes, they will show some respect to a potential counterplay here from Boom Boys and back out, but they got a set. Almost. Satanic left the range Rex with 1 HP left, just as a sending a message, I guess. Letting them have a little bit to dream of the game that could have been.
But they still have Black Hole, Cinderin.
They do. Unfortunately, the other team has Overgrowth in 10 seconds.
When is Refresher coming for Miero?
He's buying Ags for now.
No,
so
no.
Probably in 20 minutes.
Oh, boy. Is Ags really a game changer? Versus a Refresher? I know the prices are a little bit different, but...
the problem is, if you just go Refresher in this slot, is that you barely have the mana to use your abilities, right? So, between... If you want to use Black Hole, Midnight Pulse, Refresh, and use them again, I don't think he has the mana pool for that. Even though his neutral item gives him 200 mana. So... And that is under the condition that you're using nothing else. That means you're not using your Malefice, you're not making Eidolons, and you're showing up to the fight on completely full resources, which sometimes just isn't the case. So I think this is just standard. It's kind of like when you play Faceless Void Carrier and you go Refresher, you almost have to buy a Skadi always.
I feel like playing standard is not the play here.
No, I agree. But
like even if you don't have mana for the Refresher, you'll have it after you die. You Black Hole, die, you'll have it again on if you buy back.
Right.
In theory.
Yeah, I could see
and
it.
it could be a surprise. I mean, just...
you also have Coddle if you're clutch.
Yeah, I guess
Get mana that way.
Vision looking to close the book. The chapter, rather. That's game number 1. At most, there's only going to be 3 chapters. Pretty short book. A lot of Americans might not be into that, though.
I mean,
that was an education joke.
Chapters can be long.
I mean, who's gonna read a chapter that's like 200 pages? That's too long.
Some books don't have chapters. That's one chapter.
Talking about the dictionary?
Yes, my favorite book to read.
Wouldn't put it past you.
Miero has to be KP. Is he still going to live?
Meld Bash comes out. Goodbye. And now they go on to Kiritich, forcing out the Rage.
Pitifully poking the Earth Spirit back.
And they get the Glimmer off. Now the Hoof Stomp finding the Coddle, into the roll, into the death. And this should surely be it. No Enigma for 30 seconds. The Overgrowth comes out. They know the Black Hole was down anyway. Oh, sorry, it's not down, actually. So they do have the Black Hole without the cancellation, in theory, with the Overgrowth. But I don't know where they're going to get their damage. Lifestealer is not nearly farmed enough at this point. This is going to be a second set, if not the eventual Megas if they stick around.
Still a tier 2 tower bottom, so can't get the full set, but what they can do is prepare for Roche.
Indeed, 40 seconds away for that, and that's going to have Roche banner, which will be very hard to contest if you're the Boom Boys. Was not expecting a stomp.
Especially not after the first 15-20 minutes, right? It looked like, okay, we're going to get maybe some close mid-game, but...
No, Iandis procs again. GPK gets Meld bashed. Illusory Orb, though. Oh, he actually gets Yules as well. Does get off the jaunt at the last moment, but now the Stampede to try to close the gap. Runs right inside of him. They get the kill. That was a very ambitious TP. Hopefully we have that one for the highlight reel.
Never know. Maybe he just misclicks 15 times in a row on TA. Trying to min-max his CS while you're...
I mean, that first orb, did you see where it went? He curved it back into himself. So he actually couldn't have gotten away. Yeah, a lot of panic mode here for Boom Boys. Only game 1, though.
Interesting to see Satanic pick up his namesake this game. It's not exactly an obvious choice, I would say.
It's not. They find Miero now. Forcing out the BKB TP.
Yeah, and they still have Overgrowth, so whether he has that BKB actually not really that relevant. Centaur now with the Ags can do a victory lap with Satanic in the enemy base. We'll see if they get to do that.
Who doesn't like running around in a cart? attached to a half-man, half-horse.
Running around in a cart.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're in the back and you're just...
You can walk around in the cart, Cinderin, in theory.
Oh, Rape here on Lifestealer.
Wowee!
And Coddle has Vlad's.
Right.
All right.
Oh, I like the YOLO move.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do, right? This is...
Well, refresher.
On Lifestealer, yes.
On
Ironically, Lifestealer actually has the mana to use it because he has Ags. But, yeah, this bottom tower is not.
Well, he also doesn't have a 400 mana cost spell.
That's also true. All right, there goes bot tower.
Power spike for Boom Boys.
How do you kill TA twice?
I think you kill everybody else, or try to.
Okay. And in the meantime, you hope Satanic doesn't fight back.
Yeah, maybe he'll go to farm when he sees a creep pop up. Roche banner placed. Satanic gets the Melbash onto Kiritich. Notice jumps in with the hoof stomp onto one, into the roll, and they're going to get 2 kills off the back of that. Buyback comes out from the Hoodwink. Kiritich forced out, and that is
double Psyblade cleave off the trap there.
They did get the Roche banner. Looking for a good angle now onto the Enigma black hole. Miro have to do something now. There's the Melbash again. Kiritich already at half HP. Big roll in onto 2. They just delete both supports off the face of the map. And they just call it. There's the black hole we were waiting for. Instantly canceled. And that's going to do for game 1. Vision completely stomped.
That was super impressive. That was effectively textbook playing for a timing. They felt like the game was going in a good direction. They waited for the right moment when everything was coming together with their TA connecting to the fight. And they snowballed the game in 5 minutes.
That's right. Let's go to the panel to wrap up this game number 1.
Okay, so we'll do just that for you. It was a great game 1 here for the side of Vision. Obviously, Boom Boys having an idea for themselves that never had the chance to come out into fruition to show us what exactly they wanted to get for themselves. Because at the end of the day, when you pick the heroes that Vision do on the players that they have, Monkeys, it feels like there is no stopping them. They're very easily going to be able to get what they want in a game.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to the bans, all 7 bans were targeting Satanic, and he still has this standout performance. I mean, what can't this man do? Like, he farms, he wins his lane, he plays for his timing, he roams around and gets beyond godlike. I mean, and obviously, you know, I've talked about Satanic a lot, but you gotta note the other core players as well.
I didn't notice them at all, actually.
You didn't notice?
No, I thought I literally saw Satanic doing everything here.
But I mean, you know, no one noticed. They're playing fantastically as well. So I don't want to, you know, only focus on Satanic, but he does. I mean, his standout performances are just it's phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised with the Boom Boys the way they played. Like, usually they are the aggressors, they are really pushing the tempo, and seems like against Team Vision, they are a little afraid how they're approaching it. It's not like if they were playing against any other team, even with this type of a draft, I think they would be playing, you know, in their own fashion with their own style. But seems like I could kind of sense the fear. This is the first time in this tournament so far that I'm kind of feeling that one team is really afraid, even though in theory these 2 teams should be on the same level.
Also, Boom Boys draft, when you look at it, the laning phase is where they should be dominating. They should be coming out of that with a somewhat substantial lead gunner, to the point that, yeah, you have to put Vision on the back foot, but that didn't happen at all either. It was like, yeah, this TA just bombs, and the rest of the 4 players for Vision get to still just run around. There was nothing that Boom Boys really did to say, this is what we're good at, and we're going to be able to do it again in a series like this.
Yeah, I think they picked the puck expecting it to go kind of even lane. They saved their last pick for offlane. Doesn't really win the offlane as hard as you want. They picked Lifestealer counter the Centaur. Doesn't really go as much as you want. And then this is kind of what Monkeys was saying. It's like, are you valuing the carries too much? Or are you not worrying about this Centaur, which is in every single game, and no matter what happens, he just has some like highest net worth in the game at like 8-10 minutes when he hits his Hum Dom. I think there's too many things that Team Vision was able to accomplish in the early game. Even having, to me, like the Earth Spirit puck matchup, such a one-sided matchup for Earth Spirit in all facets of the game. I do think that, sure, they had really nice picks. Like the Enigma was cool, the Lifestealer is cool, but I need maybe something different. I think, for me, the Keep of the Light, I wasn't too big of a fan of. I know the hero's that strong, like, and they like it, Save likes it, but for me, doesn't have the same like oomph as some other picks.
It's not a pairing in the lane with like a Beastmaster where they're crushing the lane. This has been their bread and butter where they're kind of dominating the lane, killing the tower. Even though they killed the tower relatively early on in this draft, he also doesn't really have that hero to play with. It's not, like Puck is okay, but it's nothing too crazy.
Yeah, there's no Ember or, you know, anything like that.
Storm Spirit.
Yeah, Storm. We're really any spirit.
When I think of Coddle, it's like Puck is a really good combo. But I just think that with the rest of their draft, like with the Enigma, you don't have something to help the Puck. Because Puck, even with Coddle, is kind of low damage. You want an offlaner that is early. And I just think that they missed some of the marks, maybe focusing a bit too much on the early game.
Okay.
Just being like, okay, we're going to counterpick. We're going to do all this stuff for the early game. We're going to do these cheeky last picks. And maybe just pick something more just very generic, which I think is what they're good at. It's just generically strong laning heroes that work well together rather than counterpicks.
We've been talking so much about Satanic as well, right? Where there was this performance that he had on day number 1. It continues for this one as well. Whether it feels like he's being banned out, whether he's getting targeted in lane as well, Lacoste, there really isn't anything that he can't do for himself, and the numbers are there to back it up.
Yeah, I feel like every single time we talk about Team Vision, there's just going to be like Satanic this, Satanic that for a good reason, especially after his day 1 performance, because if you look at he played 6 games and he was beyond godlike in every single game, and he's continuing the trend. He has been beyond godlike in the game that he just played, so 7 games in a row, which probably going to be breaking some records on top of that. But his KDA at 17.5, averaging less than 3 deaths and having an insane amount of assists, just like this type of a 4 Protect 1, but Gunnar, you did talk about it, like that this is improved 4 Protect 1, where he's still getting involved in most of these early kills, and I think this is the way to play the carrier right now.
Yeah, and it's, again, these stats, also another Beyond Godlike, 11-0 in the TA, so another hero to the pool, another Beyond Godlike. We've seen a performance before of a player a couple years back who just got like, what, like 14 heroes, just played every single game, got a couple of rampages here and there, and is this a new star carry rising again?
I like that we're already coining. I mean, he had obviously a phenomenal performance for himself last TI, but yeah, to see him come in and the team, the shape that they're doing it right now, it does feel like there is another level to them. And of course, I like that aspect that you talked about, Lacoste, of there is this mental warfare to an essence of Vision having such a dominant year for themselves despite going through so many off-lane changes, coming in with Notice, who's only done 4, 5, depending on how many events you want to look at it there for them, and it's just continuing on. Everyone feels that they have to play a different way against the monkeys, and now that you go for the targeting, banning Satanic and it doesn't work out, where does a different approach come from here?
I mean, again, he just has such a wide hero pool. I think targeting Satanic is just not worth the bans. I mean, again, like he's gonna play something that he.
Oh, so yeah, let's just give him the Lone Druid. Let's
maybe we'll take out the Lone Druid SF. I can understand that, but 7 whole bans for him. I mean, you know, not protecting the Puck with an Earth Spirit ban or something like that. You know, I
agree. It's a bit too much.
Yeah,
I feel like they overdid it in that department. But also, I feel like Boom Boys, they need to play their own style of Dota. I think they also checked the results that did happen in this season, and they only managed to get 1 win. That was during the Dream League Season 28. They've been losing most of the matchups when they were playing against them. Maybe even like the most recent loss in the EWC Finals, where they started strong and then they kind of fell off. So I feel like this is just a bad matchup, and I'm just going to throw it out there. I think they're also, on top of that, giving them way too much respect.
Yeah, way too much, right? Where it's just like, we're not seeing this lane pressure that Boom Boys normally have for themselves. You're going all in on a player that at the end of the day is always going to find space for themselves. I mean, he was level 25 at minute 29. How many times do you see that happen for a carry player when it feels like you're coming up against a team that should be significantly more oppressive? And at the end of the day, they let them farm, and then what happens is later on in the game, once you move out of that early phase, out of the laning phase, this TA is farmed. Everyone on the side of Vision is farmed. They just group up together, and you have no response to it because you can't farm the way that they can.
If you remember previous TI, this is how this team also played. A bit of a different roster as well, but during the main stage, the games were kind of even. They were like, score was 3-7, and then suddenly one big team fight and everything changed, and then Team Vision, they're just winning the game off of that, and we did see something similar in this one as well.
Yeah, it was 21 minutes, I believe, that we saw a smoke happen. That was that turning point where we go, oh, it's a little bit of a stalemate, and maybe whoever is able to engage first can do it. And it was, at the end of the day, Vision who were bringing down those numbers, smoking up, and being there early.
Yeah, it's just understanding of the timing for them, making sure that they have, like, he had this Deso for a really long time, and the angle that they approach this fight is pretty obnoxious for Boom Boys to take the fight into. They're going to be able to manage to get like 2-3 kills out of it. At this point, he does have BKB on top of that. So at this point of the game, it was 1k gold lead, but they get 3 kills, they get a tower, they get a Tormentor, and suddenly the game completely opens for them.
Yeah, no, I mean, also how that fight started. They start on Centaur, the tankiest. I mean, it's just, you know, there's just not very many angles for them to really, like, get the fight that they want to get, you know, because the Centaur is just going to be this burly body sitting in the front line, you know, pushing lanes out, and then you just have Satanic with, you know, 10,000 more net worth than the next player, and it's just, what do you do? What do you do?
I think it was hard in general to take fights. When I look at how potentially Boom Boys want to go in, it's very much like they want to be around each other, right? There isn't necessarily great positioning for them when it comes up against heroes that have ultimates with so much AoE, whether that's with the Dark Willow, the Tree, or even the Magnetize from Earth Spirit as well. So it's like, great, you go on some hero, and even if it feels like a better target, there's still so much to counteract you all going in on one target.
Yeah, we said this before, but again, I think for me, this was not a Boom Boys performance. They have like such a specific playstyle when they succeed, and it was pretty obvious to me that they missed it. And it's like some of the heroes, like Keeper of the Light is a hero that they have used to great success with their playstyle, but I just think that in the current meta, it just didn't look as strong as possible. Especially you're giving up the Tree, you're giving up the Centaur, you're giving up these like super stable heroes, and you're picking a bit more of a, you know, a hero that can do really well, can not do really well, and I think that that's the type of draft that Team Vision is just going to beat you in. So I kind of want this Game 2 draft. Like, usually we're like, okay, you know what, run it back, pick pretty much the same heroes, just play better. But in the second game, I'm hoping that the draft is pretty much completely different, like 3 or 4 just different heroes. Maybe you can keep the Puck if you protect it a bit better, or the Hoodwink.
That was the only one that you're like, yeah, maybe I could see you guys keep
the Hoodwink, you know, the Hoodwink Puck, something along those lines.
I mean, like picking Enigma into Tree, it's so hard to play the game with Enigma. Even if you get Blink BKB, there's always that threat of Overgrowth canceling the Black Hole, and you know, it's just, I mean, yeah, it's decent against CA and lane, but for the game,
it wasn't even decent in the lane this game. Yeah. He was playing TA and he just got way too much out of it. Like 14 minutes in, we are seeing completely different stories where you have Lifestealer who's sitting at 100 CS compared to Templar Assassin who has 200 CS, and he's just getting way too much out of it. Yeah, there's the massive difference between what they were able to do. Like it's very, because Lifestealer, he doesn't have a built-in kit to actually farm up early on, and they were killing quite a lot of Eidolons early on, which means that Lifestealer, he also got pushed out of the lane. He was the lowest net worth core for quite some time, up until a point where he got the Radiance. But at that point, I think he got it at 16 minutes, which is not terrible considering how everything was going. And then they lost the tower. They lost that one big fight. And this is not a type of a game that Lifestealer wants to play.
I know that we're focusing a lot, of course, on what's happening on Stream A, but there is a lot of action happening over in the other streams as well. We seem to be one of the faster streams going on out of the 4, and so I did want to give an update of what's happening over on Stream B, because it was the Liquid Yandex one, and I feel like a lot of people had, you know, potentially Yandex as their 4-0 or their 4-1 team. I'm not sure where people might have placed Liquid when it comes into predictions, but it was Liquid who ended up taking the series against Yandex there, and it was a banger game number 3 as well. Do you remember what you put for your predictions, Lacoste?
I did put Yandex. That's what
at your 4-0?
I believe
I did not.
So.
I put Team Vision.
So.
Team Vision, let's go, brother. Team Vision.
Team Vision. I got Yandex 4-1.
Okay,
so good for the predictions.
I thought I had Yandex as my 4-0, and then I think something happened, and
something happened.
I slipped, and Vision went in, and LGD went to my 4-1 team, and Yandex.
LGD.
Yeah, don't ask me, bro. I don't know what I was thinking.
Well.
Thompson effect. It happens. It happens to us all. Monkeys, what was your predictions?
I forgot to do my predictions.
No predictions.
I know. Shame on me.
Nature no going great for you here, brother.
no, I'm sort of big fat zero.
Yeah, I think it was Yandex, Vision, and Boom Boys might have been the most 4 predicted teams. Where did you guys put Liquid?
I put Liquid as making it through, but I think in like the 3-2 slot area.
Okay. And where did you guys end up putting Boom Boys?
I think I put them in.
They might have been my 4-1.
They were my 4-1.
They're either 4-1 or 3-2.
They were my 4-1 as well. So I'm really glad you could contribute to this conversation.
Yeah, you can say no problem.
Yeah,
I'm here anytime.
You didn't have Gamer Legion as your 4-0 team?
I mean, you know,
He probably would have done it. If he didn't forget, he would have done that.
No, you would have said, oh, they're Dark Horse. 4-1.
4-1.
4-1.
Yeah,
We don't want to.
We don't need to.
I mean, hey,
stars.
Hey, they beat Extreme. They're on the right path. That's all I'm saying.
They are 1-1. They can be 4-1.
There is another game that Enigma Galaxy did win against LGD.
They did. It's not looking good for my predictions there, is it? I think the Galaxy is a team not going through.
This is how they were topping the group during EWC with this kind of a strat, the healing strat that did, because everybody was still kind of feeling it, whether it's going to be good or bad. But Enigma Galaxy, I saw Carry Ember, I saw Nature's Prophet mid that was flex because they thought that Ember's going to go to the mid lane, so they picked Viper to ruin him in the lane. And they did the old school switcheroo, but still managed to scale because you have Ember in the safe lane. Not a traditional, but it has been done in the past, and also they had the offlane Necro, so they were kind of covering the departments where they can easily like even outscale, and they had Dazzle on top of that, and I'm seeing the draft on the screen as well. They're going for something very similar.
Yeah, they're looking towards going into their second game over on that stream, LGD Enigma Galaxy. The other one that was on their first series, and is still on their first series, I believe that is Stream D as well. Uligani and VG are still going for their one. So we don't actually know what our third series are looking like. So Boom Boys, if you could just make this go to a game number 3, please, that would be fantastic. That's what we're looking for. And maybe they need to do a little bit of debate, a little bit of switcheroo on, you think that's going mid, but it's not. I actually think more importantly, I would love to see Boom Boys go for something like the Pudge that we saw yesterday, where it felt so left field, but did so well in lanes, could move around the map a lot more. That fits that Boom Boy archetype. It doesn't have to be that hero specifically, but it goes into, I love seeing this team play that.
I think the hero that we've been seeing a lot is Largo, and Boom Boys is one of the teams I think is really good with Largo. I want to say shout out to Largo with like a support that has save. So we have a Largo Wyvern on one of the streams right now. I think Largo IO is a really strong combo. Largo Dazzle, if Dazzle's pickable, is pretty cool. You just have this guy who runs in, is tanky, and then has save, and I think that kind of team fight could help Boom Boys, because it gives you kind of a circle to fight around, and maybe that gives you enough sustain or team fight to kind of fight Satanic when he has these peaks, because now your 5v5 is stronger than them. So even though this guy's really good at the game, he can't just beat numbers.
I think also being aware of the Earth Spirit, right? What it's been able to show for itself. Surprisingly, the win rate for it wasn't as high as I think a lot of people, including Sind and Sons fan, thought when the numbers came up. It wasn't as high as people were expecting that, but I think it is just slowly...
Yeah, because everybody, even my grandma, plays this hero now.
I know, and I mean, her win rate on it is clearly
course.
dragging it up, but I'm dragging it down.
Yes,
so.
exactly. But I'm a little surprised because... during the TI qualifiers, because Team Vision was in the qualifiers, they were kind of the first one showing this Earth Spirit as a response to Puck that also has been popular in the tournaments prior to TI qualifiers, and it looked unstoppable. So a little surprised that maybe they didn't really give the respect that it deserves.
Or even just like take the Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
And like, sure, the Puck is good, but...
I don't know.
Earth Spirit's pretty good too. I think the idea with the Puck was it's preventing more heroes than the Earth Spirit is in terms of counter picks. The Puck is like pre-countering an Invoker, it's pre-countering Storm, whereas Earth Spirit's a bit more neutral in a lot of lane matchups. Like you pick it versus an Ember, a Puck, or whatever, and it's like, oh, you know, all 50-50 and I'm an Earth Spirit. So maybe they're hoping to have this like advantage in the mid lane. Kind of, which is how they want to draft as a team. Like they do want to have this, we win the lanes, we kind of counter pick you, we're playing better than you for the first 5-10 minutes. But I think that sometimes it's better to just pick the power level, like, strongest heroes rather than laning.
We've seen Earth Spirit struggle in lane, but still have massive impact later in the game. I mean, that is what happened yesterday in our 90-minute banger between Vision and Falcons as well. So there is definitely a lot to be said, Monkeys, of, you know what? You can sack the lane a little bit, especially with how skilled a lot of our mid laners are here at TI.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of the Spirit heroes, like they can kind of struggle in lane like sometimes, but the amount of mobility that they have, you know, they can find these kills to, you know, get back into the game and, you know, really like play their comeback, you know, with just, you know, high damage, high mobility, and, you know, just playing off map. You know, it's a very big threat. Just, you know, having Spirit heroes on your team. So I I definitely, even if Earth Spirit's win rate may not be the absolute best, I do think
that's my fault. Sorry.
the hero is very, you know, it doesn't necessarily rely on a good lane. It just, you know, you can figure your way into the game. There's
four other heroes to help you through that for sure when it comes to a team here. For game number 2 draft coming up on our screen, it is going to be Boom Boys with first pick for themselves, and so a little bit of an eyebrow raise there, where it is the puck taken out, maybe hoping to be able to get the Earth Spirit for themselves if they still truly believe it's not a
if you're expecting for Earth Spirit, like.
And that's what I mean. Like maybe they actually think puck should have gone better in lane,
I don't
and
think
they misplayed
so.
it. I just.
My best bet would. My fault. My best bet is an invoker, an early invoker that they're aiming for.
Okay.
I think that's like the number one.
We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see right now. They're going to pick a hero, Nat. No, okay, you know what, Nat? What do you think they're going to first pick?
That's fair. No, I don't actually think that.
Coddle.
Okay.
Unfortunately for me, I was not too big of a fan of this hero, but again, to give credit where it's due, this is one of the best Keeper of the Light teams, specifically from the support position. They're probably the Coddle team, so I am happy that they are picking Keeper of the Light, but I want their draft to be different, right? Like, I don't want it to just be a kind of a repeat. I need them to have, maybe you pick the Ember with it, kind of like you were saying, the Ember, the Storm, even the Earth Spirit, one of these like stronger meta heroes than the puck, I would say.
Well, I was right. Someone did first pick Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was good for Team Vision to pick Earth Spirit.
They only have one ban on their side, so I want to see this Beastmaster. I think this is the broken combo between. I think this is the best pairing from the offlane that you can have. It just pretty much we were in a meta where everybody talks about the safe laners, these ranged turrets that love to be paired up with the melee bodies, but this is the lane that can actually beat it, and I'm kind of expecting it. But this also leaves some of the other stuff open, potentially, Slardar, maybe not the best pairing in terms of like between them, but in the game it's really good because you can crush again, and I want to see, as you guys also said, they want to see something different from the mid lane, something that can actually like try to punish this Earth Spirit and have a bit of a combo with the Keeper of the Light.
Name your top 3 lane counters in mid to Earth Spirit.
Well, Lena, she's gone. Viper,
that are still in the hero pool.
Viper, but you also don't want to have that hero. And third one, Necro.
Okay, you gave one viable option out of 3.
I will also say I believe Boom Boys is one of the teams that likes going for the minus armor strat, where they do have that Slardar plus like a Clinks or Slardar plus like a Drow or whatever it may be. So I think there definitely is an angle for them to go that route and just kind of go, we're just going to kill you so fast, like we're not going to run into damage issues, because I personally believe that was a big problem for the last game. Ooh, Ench, you know how much I like this here.
I thought that was just a Falcon guy.
I love seeing Ench. I think it's a tempo hero, does a lot of damage, just fun to watch, Sproink, what's not.
Guys, for context, it's because he likes when his 5-inch goes through the gate with a creep and ganks his lane. That's the only reason why. This is a pure off-laner
mentality,
As a mid-laner, we do not like Ench because they come to mid at the creep, they deny your water runes, they take your power on the 5-inch. No approval from me, especially pre-countering an Invoker, which is something I was looking towards for Boom Boys. But the one hero that is a bit weird with the Keeper of the Light, but because there's a Beast now, you don't want to pick the Beast as well, so it's kind of a preemptive. But Huskar, not good with Coddle, but great versus Earth Spirit.
Yeah, that's the one that I didn't mention, but the other options are still available. They did remove Ember Spirit and...
Let's go, Lacoste!
They also picked it into Enchantress. Like, you have a built-in Dispel, which is going to be nice. Earth Spirit, he builds into Spirit Vessel, but you also have lower cooldown with Keeper of the Light, so that's going to feel nice throughout the whole game. I mean, you have flexibility. I think Necro for Boom Boys can also be played from three different roles. Yeah.
It just depends. Right now, you probably pick a support, something versus the Enchantress.
Probably want a melee support, I would say. Oh, there it is, I'm dying.
Melee support right there. I think as well, leading into the next pick, Dawnbreaker, if the Necro ends up not being offlane, I think is pretty good versus the Enchantress. It's decent versus Earth Spirit because Earth Spirit, before Octarine, it's hard for him to roll in and then get out of a Dawnbreaker roll, right? Like, he almost always just gets stunned through his BKB on a Donal, and that lets you turn on him, lets you just kill him at the start of the fight, and I just really like that interaction between the two heroes.
I like it is. I like Snapfire a lot. I think Snapfire kind of owns this game against Coddle, Necro, and Undying.
Yeah.
You need to have some kind of a setup. They can also play this Earth Spirit as a position 4, and they're keeping this open at least for now.
I mean, I do kind of like this look of the Darkseer for them. That was something that we noted yesterday, was the item build and the item progression for this hero, and how pivotal it was for them to almost be able to get a Game 1 win in their previous series.
It's a 16% winner on the hero, though. Currently 1 in 5.
Well, like Lacoste said, even my grandmother's playing.
God, is that why everyone's trying to play
Bounty again?
Ooh, that's not a good ooh.
Bounty is just fun games, in my opinion.
I think we got different definitions of fun.
When I see these 4 heroes together, especially like in Dota client, when you see the draft, they just look so tiny. They don't look really as scary. Like, you have team fight. You have a lot of damage over time. This is kind of a, we're going to be running at you type of a draft. If you're off to a good start, you have the chase potential with the track, with the surge, Enchantress providing vision with the creep, Earth Spirit. You're never going to be able to run away against these heroes.
And there's a Pango, a very good stun hero, you know, kind of helps their team fight a lot on Boom Boys. And also, I would say there's still a lot of flex open for Boom Boys. You know, Necro and Pango can both go mid or off lane. Necro can also go carry, as we talked about.
I'm seeing for Boom Boys a last pick Tiny. I think does a lot of fixing for their draft. It pairs well with Coddle in the mid game, because the mana is actually good on a carry Tiny to just spam your spells in the team fight. The stuns, it gives them a good hero that is not like Iron Shell or like the wall from Darkseer. Like the illusion is kind of irrelevant when it's a Tiny.
And they can stand the ground. They have quite a lot of sustain. I think if you have a draft that can park themselves against this type of a draft that wants to like assassin one guy and then keep running at you, they can just place a Tombstone, plant the Necro in front, have a Rolling Thunder. They have no abilities that go through debuff immunity. I kind of like the Tiny suggestion because he's that type of a carry that just stands his ground easily against this type of a lineup. And again, he can clear off the illusions. He does really well in the lane on top of that. So could work out really well.
I just like it as a core pair with the Necro. Is like my big thing, I think.
Yeah.
Necro thrives when you have a guy that can go in, because the way that I feel like the Necrophos' scale right now is get Boots Travel 2, and they TP into the fight and just like exist in the middle of the fight, and Tiny's the perfect like, I'll get in there, I'm going to stun a guy, and then you can TP on a backline, I'll toss into you, or you TP on me, and we're just here together, like we're the boys in the fight, and it just looks pretty solid to me, if not that, again, the Sven suggestion. Sven has been looking good. I just really like these like strength tanky heroes. Just look really nice for Boom Boys.
Yeah, the only, like, maybe a little bit awkwardness of picking a melee, like having double melee against Darkseer in lane, and, you know, I mean, it is Undying. Undying is incredibly impressive, but...
it's also, if you pick too strong of a lane, they're just going to cut anyways.
Yeah, also.
So it's like, yeah, we can just pick some stupid, like, Shadowfiend if it wasn't banned, some Drow, but at what point? You need something for the game more so than the lane. Whenever I see Darkseer, I want something that's just going to be consistent throughout the game, because it's too strong to cut right now.
Yeah, and also, you know, like if they did pick a range core, they just don't really have enough heroes to go in, I would feel. So, you know, that, like, to your point, and the Tiny ban, you know, that melee hero that goes in kind of is a bit burly, does damage in addition to it. That's probably what they're looking for on Boom Boys.
I gotta say, I like Boom Boy's draft a lot. I feel like there is so much sustain. If this Keeper of the Light goes Holy Locket, you have Necrophos amplifying all that heal, Soul Rip on such a short cooldown, insane amount of heal, insane amount of damage. I think Team Vision right now, they are lacking some of the damage. Like, usually this type of a draft with Darkseer, Earth Spirit, you always have the team fight, vacuum into Magnetize. It does feel well, but I also want to see, like, this last pick carry, how it's going to tie together, because right now I'm feeling like Boom Boys, they're going to cruise with this type of a draft.
Guys, you're missing the Darkseer, rushes, Krellas, and then you get a 5-man vacuum with a Spirit Magnetize. That's it. That's all you need to do every single team fight.
Team Vision has some pretty good bands.
Tiny Fed. I was thinking about those ones for some reason. I don't
those would have been pretty good picks for Boom Boys. Let's see if we can go down the list and think of another strength stunning hero for them from the carry role.
Dragon Knight. Well.
Honestly, it used to be worse for Darkseer when the effects from the dragon form worked on illusions, but now that they're pretty much just like they never work on illusions, he's definitely a better hero. I just don't know if that's like, to me, I think you get to that point where the S tiers of that carry stun roll are out, and it's like, okay, we still have the Necro that can go there. Let's just pick a strength offlaner that's more comfortable than trying to go to that, you know. Let's not get to the Dragon Knight tier of carries right now.
Whoa, sorry, I didn't know we were getting down there.
Yeah, I mean,
well, if you saw Thompson's game on it, it didn't look that impressive.
Gotcha.
I've seen Dragon Knight mids go for Dagon, so that's like that's where it is for the mid lane. But another cool, interesting carry hero.
Satanic's crazy. He plays everything. what can you do?
Can't predict it, can't ban him out. What can you do?
Now you have a hero that, again, that's why the Lifestealer ban made sense. They did pick Underlord, and another hero with the built-in BKB kind of save against Underlord. It can be very annoying. This is also the hero that Pango doesn't like to play against. He doesn't like to play into these range turrets who can kill him during the roll, and the Omnislash can definitely kill him. So I want to see if maybe there's going to be some adjustments. We saw Notice in the previous game. Instead of going for Heart, he did go for Lotus Orb immediately. Something similar might happen. GPK might adjust his item build as well from the mid lane, because this could be potentially difficult, but I don't know. I'm really feeling Boom Boys in this one. I feel like this type of a draft, when it comes together, they're going to be having quite a lot of issues because it's, first of all, Keeper of the Light. He has so many good pairings in this game. All three cores, they love to play with Coddle.
It's like night and day from the last game. I do like the Juggernaut pick for some reason. Whenever I've seen it recently, it's felt actually really strong, but it's one of those heroes that if you pick it in a bad game, it's terrible. But if you pick it, when I think the good players pick it, it always just crushes. So it's going to have for me, I think it's going to be one of the heroes with a really high win rate if it ever gets picked at this event more. And I think it'll just crush this game. I think he's going to win.
I think I need you to explain that, but differently. I don't fully understand what you mean. You're like, if it's a bad game, it'll look terrible.
It has to be picked in very specific games.
Okay.
But if it gets those games, which I think this is one of them, I think that he has really nice core matchups. He scales into the Pango, he scales into the Underlord, the Necrophos. I like it in this game, and this is one of the games that, Satanic aside, I think that it's a good Juggernaut game, and he's going to own.
Okay, if we took the nameplates off, Monkeys, right? You don't get to have your Satanic bias.
I mean, in my opinion, I think Vision are playing kind of playing this tempo game that Boom Boys typically likes to play. So I think Vision are kind of bringing Boom Boys' own strategy to them. And I think a lot of this game is going to come down to, you know, the first 15, 20 minutes and how well Vision is able to, you know, just keep the tempo up, get those track kills, maybe find some picks here and there. And I mean, again, I'm sorry. Vision has a new fan.
Monkeys, they can't decide exactly what he loves, whether it's Vision or just personally Satanic there. But the 15 minutes is where we'll keep our eyes closed as we head on over to Sunspen and Syndron.
Thank you. Yes, Boom Boys versus Vision game number 2 about to begin. The lineups, I mean, we're going to talk about Juggernaut all day. In fact, I have something to show you, Cinder. Very important. Delete or Spirit from this lineup.
Okay.
That lineup looks like something from TI2.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Actually,
that is like a super old school lineup.
Yep.
Tell me why it's good. The Juggernaut, to me, I would love to see this do well, just in general. When we have cast it, maybe it's just bad luck. It has looked complete trash.
It has a lot of merit to it in this game for a couple of reasons. First of all, it lanes quite well into Underlord. It's like the panel touched on most of these things, right? With the matchup into Underlord, being able to Omnislash Pango. He's a Nullifier buyer, which is good against Necrophos. He plays very high burst damage types of fights, which is a good solution to healing lineups, is obviously either having healing reduction or someone who just overwhelmingly single target kills you, so you can't really get those AoE heals to come that much into effect. He can kill Tombstone if necessary as well during Blade Fury, so there's a lot of upsides. He uses Darkseer pretty well, in my opinion. He uses the Ion Shell. He gets massive benefits from being surged. There's a lot of things to like about that pick.
All right. Well, you listed off a lot of things. It sounds like he should win the game then.
I think in order for Vision to win this game, I think Juggernaut has to have a good game. So fortunately for them, Satanic has been looking really good this tournament so far.
The carry has to have a good game for them to win? That's crazy.
There are games where that's not necessary. actually. But I just don't think their lineup is going to function if Juggernaut isn't super farmed.
Fair
so
enough.
make sure that happens. The good news for him is that he's laning with Ducalis and Enchantress. This is a very strong player-hero combination for laning in particular. So I think they'll be getting by just fine down here. And they are playing into a spam lane. It's Caudle, Underlord. They're going to be spamming Chakra and Firestorm, but they have 2 heals themselves. That's another benefit to Juggernaut here, is his ability to sustain in lane against...
Yep, quite a bit of heals on both sides, more so on the Boom Boy side, though. As we see the first root of the game onto Ducalis, into the Firestorm. It looks like that's going to be the death of him. Pops a little bit extra HP coming his way. One more right-click does do the job, though, as Save will get first blood on the Keeper of the Light.
Quite far out of position there, no? That seemed a little bit crazy.
Satanic gets solo XP, though, so
it was by design.
Happy. Oh, GPK gets extremely low in the middle. How is this supposed to go, the Pango versus Earth Spirit? I assume this is Earth Spirit favored?
I don't know. I feel like my gut says this is pretty much a draw.
Really?
That could be wrong, but like both heroes essentially spell farm and don't necessarily interact that much beyond it. So I would think they kind of just...
Kataomi. Well, we'll be able to take out a courier while this garbage is going on here. The pull is successful.
Love to see Bounty Hunter. We didn't really talk about
That's true. Let's talk about him.
This hero is super fun to watch and to play, but doesn't see that much play in pro games, particularly because Bounty Hunter's obvious weakness is his laning phase is very poor. But you give him an Ion Shell, and all of a sudden the hero's actually quite useful. Kataomi might potentially die here with the Blood Grenade. The Ion Shell still has some time to go, but he will get to the protection of Kiritich with a potential heal. And they'll also get the load, so it'll be okay.
That's one of the old school combos that we used to see. It's funny that we don't see... it's still good, surely. I don't know why we don't see it more often.
Bounty Darkseer specifically? Or?
Yeah. Any Invis hero with Darkseer seems really good. Satanic. Be able to apply too much pressure. Miaro is super healthy right now.
They will, of course. This is an auto loss lane, I want to say, for Darkseer Bounty. I think at this level of play, you're just never winning here. Undying Necrophos is just a strong lane in general, but then you're also playing into Darkseer, who has a pretty poor time against Necro in the first place. That's Omi.
Yeah, the Ion Shell bringing him quite low, gets the stun out of the Shadow Walk.
Protects his tombs. This is like watching a different game.
This is awesome.
They are bullying them hard here. This is a full wave being lost by Darkseer in his tower.
Yeah,
Kataomi, love this from him. He might die.
Kataomi gets vacuumed at the last moment. The Tombstone does
the
fall.
heal!
Gets the kill onto 9 class. The 9 class now being pursued by the carry Necrophos Kiritich. The Death Pulse not going to be there.
That's still...
just out of range, but damage was done.
It's a net win for Boom Boys, even though Undying dies. Because he boxed them out from a full wave of experience, and then the second wave that they finally got to connect with, they only got like half of it. They had to expend a lot of time and resources to deal with him. Really like that play.
And thoughts on the Underlord this game, other than the laning stage, which seems to be going swimmingly for him?
It's fine. This doesn't strike me as an incredible Underlord game. I think what they were looking for was they want some defensive tools and auras against Earth Spirit, which seemed to be a big problem for them in the previous game. And also just one of Miero's favorites, so it's a good hero-player combination. But yeah, there's no inherently like really obvious, oh my god, Firestorm is incredible against this, or Pit of Malice is great against that, or it's going to be a global game where Fiend's Gate will really matter. I think it's just a feel-good pick for them. Not too much extra detail, really.
So what is the build on Juggernaut? Is it Battle Fury still? One of the few heroes, apparently, still going Battle Fury.
Ask yourself what would Ame do?
This really is TI 2.
And then you buy something else?
What did he buy at TI?
I don't remember.
That was one of the most sad games I've ever seen.
Yeah.
From a carry perspective. Because there was that neutral that literally countered Omni Slash. They just deleted from the game.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly what he bought. There was one item he didn't buy, which some...
Ags. He did not buy Ags.
He didn't buy Ags, and I think there was one more thing as well, now that you say that. So for the patch, it was a pretty uncharacteristic build he did, and there's a lot of what-ifs in that game, to be honest. But of course, given the stakes... Oh, hang on. No way, right?
In some trouble. Gets off the death pulse.
No
Pops
way.
the fairy fire as well. His save comes in at the last moment to help kill off 9.
No way indeed. Now they're both dead, maybe. He has the Reaper.
Does. Reaper Scythe with the Illuminate. It's enough. Beautifully done from Boom Boys. They really needed a good start in this game after, well, we can be atrocious game number 1 for them by their standards.
Yeah.
Then again, it did start relatively fine for them in game number 1 as well. It was relatively close. 7-minute wisdom about to come to be as well. Kiritich going to force the issue, it seems.
This one's going to be extremely hard to protect for the Radiant, so they're going to try to go for the trade-off to Kalis.
I mean, how many times have we seen Undying in this position?
Yeah. And this time around, he has Necrophos with him, too. They're just going to trade 1 for 1. I think that's pretty good for Vision.
Yeah, it is.
That you could have technically maybe lost both there with a slight adjustment of resources from the Dire. To answer your question, what does Doug do? Yeah, he's going to go Battle Fury, and then there's definitely going to be a Nullifier in there somewhere against the Necrophos, you would imagine. Trying to think, or a Disperser, I suppose.
Oh yeah,
was probably better, I guess. Yeah. Especially on that hero.
So if you're going to go Disperser eventually, do you go Diffusal early, or you just wait till you need it?
I think you wait till you need it. I'm expecting Battle Fury Manta. Manta is incredibly good this game. There's Solar Bind, there's Underlord Pits.
Yeah. Then maybe Ag's Blink.
Yeah.
And then probably the Disperser.
I think in order, what I'm expecting is Battle Fury into Manta, into either Blink or Ags, and then the other of those two, and then Disperser 5th. Yep. Let's see if he does that. And let's see if he gets there. This was a concern from the panel, was that Boom Boys might just run the game over.
Yeah. I mean, how much of a kill threat is Blade Fury anymore? This used to be the absolute classic.
Yeah.
Ganking level 1 with Crystal Maiden, Juggernaut.
Yeah.
But it feels like this spell is not what it used to be at all.
It effectively...
It's kind of like a poor man's BKB now.
On level 1, it roughly has the same damage that it did 7 years ago, but the average hero has more health. That's why it feels weaker. If you compare health pools on any given Dota hero today to in 2015, you'll notice that there's just been, heroes have more stats. You also start with more stats in your itemization in general, etc., etc. So, Fairy Fire exists, which obviously makes it a lot harder for Jugger to kill level 1. Back then, that wasn't an item.
Yep. Blade Fury farming.
Yep.
Has a healing ward out.
He's getting his, in classic Satanic fashion, off to a great start. Gunnar said this was going to be a game that he was expecting Jugger to do great things. Okay. Well, he's off to setting himself up for just that at the very least.
Is Maelstrom ever a consideration instead of Battle Fury on this hero?
Don't think so. I think it's too slow. And also the mana regen is actually a really important component for Jugger, because you want to use Healing Ward. If you go Maelstrom and you jungle, you actually run into issues where you have to buy Clarities. And that means, first of all, using gold on it, they're not available to teammates and they're in finite supply, so you can't necessarily pull that off.
What about in turbo mode? Would you go Battle Fury?
I would trust your judgment on that. I think
you could be a really good turbo player if you wanted.
If there's a turbo tournament at any point, we should have you on the panel the entire tournament. We'll just defer to your opinion.
I mean, I feel like we should have tournaments. Legitimately.
You're not the only one. There's another 5 people watching right now that would...
Oh, please. You really think it's 5? Come on now.
No, it's probably like 7, actually. No, I would watch. I think it would be... I'm a big fan of tournaments where you try something else with the format, whether it's...
I would have never have known, considering our history.
That's right, a different format or a different game mode. Imagine TI, but with ARDM.
Oh yeah, that's the stuff. That is the stuff. ARDM can be pretty hype, to be fair. As Sacred Relic online for Kiritich, so just the talisman away, about 1,000 for the full Radiance. And for Satanic on that Juggernaut, just the ring of health away. So
yeah,
about
close.
600.
Oh, they're going to try to dive in, but
Yep.
low.
Got the BKBTP, as it were, with the Blade Fury.
It's the ultimate Nightfall hero. Weird he doesn't play much Jugger.
We have Fiend's Gate being applied here. Miero joins the party with the Firestorm, but the damage being done to Kiritich. A big kill from no one with that Magnetize. He will be traded. And you can see all the rotations coming in from Boom Boy. They almost get another as 9 class survives.
Oh, he even TP'd to the tower mid instead of base, so if there was any damage over time on him, he would have died.
Not able to get the kill with the Blade Fury. Uses the Omni Slash, though, as GPK now here. Kills off the Healing Ward immediately, so Satanic maybe a bit annoyed there.
Sure it wasn't you who hit your head this morning?
What did I say?
You said he used the Omni Slash.
Oh, you're right. Oh, he must have just been out of mana then.
That's right. Be careful when you step in the bus later.
I'm just so excited to see Omni Slash.
Yeah. Well, you didn't see it.
When he gets Ags, I'll be saying he Omni Slashes as well. Because you can't tell.
That's fair.
Really.
You definitely can.
If you click on him and look at the spell?
One can tell.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
Thank you, Cinderin.
All right, it's time for Battle Fury. 12 minutes. Not bad. I'm genuinely really surprised that Vision have the top 3 networks here. I cannot believe Darkseer has overtaken Necrophos in this lane.
Okay, being pursued, and the roll in from downtown. No one claims another. Has 3 charges on the urn.
Up 2K here. They're just getting more out of the map, just being more efficient, but I can't, like, pinpoint why.
That's why you're sitting where you're sitting.
Yep, okay.
Kiritich, this would be another huge kill. Oh my god, look at that damage. Just gets amplified by the Ghost Shroud. And this is before the Radiance. This is like incredible timing for Vision.
And they don't have Vessel yet. It's going to get way easier soon. Is that on the way for no one here? Or...
I mean, when we originally looked at the timings for both the Radiance and Battlefield, they were essentially aligned. And now look at how delayed this is going to be for the Radiance.
An interesting stat bot for the first time on the hero this tournament on the Battle Fury. It's probably also the first time the hero has been picked this tournament.
That's right. Technically true, though.
I don't know, maybe he got picked once yesterday. But then he would have bought Battle Fury, surely.
They might have just lost before he even got the first item.
GG'd out at 10 minutes. Oh.
Nicholas, he's found in the enemy jungle.
Tough nut to crack, but... Oh, nice Wild Wing play.
Ripper keeps him safe for a bit longer. GPK is not going to roll for it, so Ducalis.
Space created.
Indeed. Notice has the helm looking for the pipe, it looks like.
9 class trying to steal. Not going to happen. Is he going to walk in just to be annoying? Oh! He's trying to bait him. Miero was paying attention. Tried to make him do all the hard work for him. But
9 class. All right, he finally concedes away.
No. He is going to stay until he dies.
Oh boy, not another kill onto Kiritich. Pops the Ghost Shroud, but enough magic damage again. My goodness. Cat to Omi, though, in the Flesh Golem, doing a good amount of work against Notice as the rest of the reinforcements arrive via the Fiend's Gate. Rolling Thunder now applying to no one as well. He is completely surrounded, so likely to be yet another kill for Boom Boys as the Radiance from the grave, it seems, is completed for Kiritich.
Crucial that they have Fiend's Gate in this situation. 9 class forced 2 heroes down bottom just to get the Wisdom, but they are still able to connect top after Necro's death, courtesy of Miero. Otherwise, this would have been a disaster and a really good death for Bounty Hunter to trade off to kill Necro and what would have been Undying at the opposite side of the map, but Boom Boys do stabilize it a little bit.
But still, the Necro dying for a 3rd time already. Brutal.
Well, if you look at Satanic's quick buy, he is actually planning the Disperser 3rd.
Okay.
After Manta. Don't mind it. Thought maybe it was still, like we talked about, going to be the Ags first. He also hasn't committed, to be fair. Might just be an idea pool.
And mid lane, no one. It's going to be the 2nd Pit of Malice, maybe a 3rd even, proccing. Nice kill for Boom Boys.
Yeah, great job for them slowing him down significantly more than game 1. I think he only died the 1 time in the first game. Now it's up to 3. Still, though, elephant in the room is not really being addressed. They know in the back of their minds that this Juggernaut is getting insanely farmed. And their lineup, unfortunately by design, doesn't really have any way of killing him. Like, that's the issue here. Satanic can just farm with confidence, knowing he can just Blade Fury TP out. There's not a single spin-piercing ability here that's going to stop his TP. And they don't have any instant silence or instant stuns. So many upsides to this pick. And starting in similar fashion to game one, we're looking at an almost 2k deficit now for Kiritich in the head-to-head.
I mean, you say they don't have a way to cancel the Blade Fury TP, but you don't want to go Basher on Pango a little bit earlier as a result?
I suppose that is a possible solution, but, well, they don't have it for now. And I think since he has already bought the point booster, you're definitely finishing Ags. I would like to see Basher third, though.
You go Ags at this point anyway.
Yeah, I do think Basher third is good.
Although he might need Shard before that, even. Feels like that's just a requirement every game to have roll up. Smoke now, coming out from Vision. No one leading the way. Oh no, Kiritich. Kataomi is shadowing him this time. The smoke pops, no one's going to run right into them. Immediately Ghost Shroud is used as Satanic comes in with the Omni Slash, but bounces the other side, but the rolling is just in time for no one, so another death to the Necro's name as a big Rolling Thunder from GPK. Not a lot of damage follow-up quite yet, though, but the Pit of Malice being extremely annoying. There's the Illuminate into the Swashbuckler. GPK gets the kill onto Dukalis and Notice, so a double kill for him, but again, it's at the cost of the carry Necro.
Long-range Atos, yep.
To the pits, this is going to proc several times now. Ends up being a triple kill for GPK.
Ever so quietly, GPK is racking up
second in net worth.
The kills now, 7-0-2, Ags complete. And yeah, they're definitely slowing down Necrophos in a big way, but Pango having a good time, and of course this hero, the matchup into Juggernaut, not the best, but if you're very farmed, you still pose a kill threat to Jug. All this physical damage you do, not mitigated by Blade Fury. See GPK queuing up the dagger for now, not the Basher. I would really like to see the Bash when he's having this good of a game. I think this is the type of game that GPK could really put his team on his back. And also worth mentioning, that fight, like you said, it took them a while to get through Noticed and company. Noticed bought Pipe, not an item we see very much on the Darkseer, but obviously major upsides. Necrophos, Underlord, and Caudle, tons of AoE magic damage. Does absolutely nothing against the biggest threat in the game, though, Pangolier. Couldn't care less about a Pipe.
There's the Manta, so Satanic... Again, off to, I mean, it's not the same as the TA, I suppose, but still top net worth in the game.
So he's queuing up. He also put Scotty in his quick buy. I mean, there is a chance he genuinely just follows this exact build order. Jug, one of the better carries to buy Scotty on as well, so understandable.
Yeah, Pit of Malice into the Atos, so triple root action. 9 class gets a little bit of help, but
not enough.
Not quick enough.
That Underlord Shard does a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, early pickup.
It's a very strong hero for killing when you go this exact build with...
Kataomi didn't realize he was inside the Tombstone. It's going to force out the Blade Fury TP. Reaper Scythe, not enough. Good attempt.
How much magic resist is it you get during spin? 80%? So Scythe, you probably need to be like below 15% health to actually die.
Yeah, most likely is noticed. Does get outside the outskirts of the pit, but it's just too much damage. So Boomboy's getting the kills right now. No doubt about that.
Decent back wall, but no follow-up. And again, this is where it really matters that they've slowed down no one as much as they have. If he had a BKB there, he might have actually been interested in taking a follow-up fight with some backup. Now instead, this is going to be an easy Tormentor.
Yeah, with the Undying already having Shard, see who this goes to. Could go to a core. And it will.
What a dream.
Wow.
Now, the thing about this is, now Vision know his net worth's pretty bad, if they didn't already.
Not anymore, though. Does that matter?
Well, this is effectively an item he would have wanted to buy. So this is a dream Shard to get as carry. It's obviously not ideal that you're in the pool of heroes to get it, but that was the best case scenario. The Caudle one's good too. Like 2 solar binds and the beggar spirit is nice, but this is just a different category. This is effectively a hero. I want to say this is a mandatory item on Necro, so
yeah, 100%.
Getting that for free is very, very nice. So now he has the added mobility. It also gives him counterplay against Jugger. With the Omni Slash, now you can jump to either a teammate or creep or an enemy if you want to. Obviously, it comes with the caveat of not being silenced against Earth Spirit, but
he's going Lotus though.
Yeah.
That exact purpose. Plus, he's going for Blink. Is that right? He is going Blink.
Blink Force on the Bounty Hunter.
Oh. Very interesting.
I really like the Force Staff. I'm not completely sold on the Dagger. Trying to think. I think Boots of Bearing might still be a decent-ish pickup at least. Helps Ench out. It's obviously great for Jug. You already have the Tranquils.
I forgot about this Bounty Innate. It shows the big game hunter icons of the top 3 net worth of the enemy team.
Yeah.
Wonder, does it show it in order though?
I don't know.
GPK finds himself Bambi.
This is a very slow kill, but eventually...
Still not quite enough. Another shield crash expended.
No,
The eventual, death during TP. That would have been quite disgusting. Oh, Satanic. Satanic runs right into Kataomi. Inside the tombstone he goes. Blade Fury should be able to clean that up relatively well. Puts on the healing ward in addition. Looks like the Undying is Omega dead. As they actually find a connection onto the Necro as well. So Kiritich, yet another death. Gets gifted the shard and dies. So that's more money in the pocket of Vision.
They have to be very, very careful with how they approach Jugger. I think this... maybe they weren't ready at all for Satanic to even be there. It looked like they were surprised and Undying was just trying to cover Necrophos from farming an additional wave. But they were very much caught off guard there, and 2 kills for the Way of Vision without even having to use Omni Slash, which is now up to level 3. I believe these were the first kills Satanic has been involved in the entire game. He's 1-0-1.
Yep, can't say I'm too surprised.
Looking for more. Omni Slash could be a problem.
It will. Omni Slash right on top of GPK, and he claims the kill. Satanic showing off that disperser. And his 9 class will get the track onto the Undying. And that's an insta-gib situation there for Satanic. Double kill into Roche.
Getting some Game 1 vibes here where both teams are pretty close for the first 20 minutes, and then one key moment, Satanic joins something, wins in a big way, and takes an objective.
Oh, it's become 5 versus 5 all of a sudden. Great. Gracious me.
Yeah, unfortunately for Boom Boys, these 2 fights have kind of been their choice. I would say maybe the bottom one was a surprise, so maybe only this one, but Pango dove very deep into enemy territory. You gotta be cognizant about using your ulti next to an outpost as Pango into Jug. This is very, very dangerous. And he pays the price. Satanic now. As you mentioned, Disperser complete already on the way to his first ulti orb. As far as I have Scotty. And you know, you were saying after game 1, you miss 9 class playing these like Monkey Kings and Slarks.
This is in the same realm.
It's the same wheelhouse for this patch. I think this is about as classic 9 class as you're going to get this tournament, playing Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
Providing tons of vision, being super annoying, just dying a handful of times, but the majority of these 6 deaths are really meaningful. It's either, you know, getting key information or protecting a teammate and just taking the bullet for them. It's how you want to play the Bounty Hunter.
Yep.
Be involved as much as possible, either in fights or in scouting. Obviously, we'll be able to get down some nice wards as well. That's always going to be something for Boom Boys to worry about, is they don't really feel confident that they are not being seen at all times. So Bounty could have been anywhere.
Lotus online for Kirit. This is a big, big item. If you can somehow reflect Omni Slash, you can turn a fight.
However...
That's hard to do, though.
However, if you are being Omni Slash, you're just dead.
Yeah.
You have no... Oh, well, you have Death Seeker as your only out. I think that is the most important thing, is he has to be very careful with holding that until the right moment. Because if he pre-Lotuses and then, or rather if the Omnislash is going before he gets Lotus off, then he could go Shroud, but that's just going to get removed by the Disperser mid-Omni. Also, there's always going to be the enchant factor. We've seen that, I believe, only once, being part of a kill on the Necro.
Satanic getting a tier 2 by himself until the fortification comes out.
It's 420 CS.
Now you're really enamored with his CS this series.
Yeah, well, he's...
Understandably so.
I mean, he's just beating the rest, what can I say?
GPK, he's going to show off that newly picked up Basher, so not as safe for Satanic now. He gets off the Omnislash. It's a little bit too late. The Omnislash is doing work, though, but they have the connection. They have the surround tactics. That's Aegis down. You can see the reinforcements for Vision quite a ways away. Rolling Thunder, nice timing from GPK. Reaper Scythe, it's enough. Down goes Satanic as no one shows up eventually, gets off a big magnetize, but he is taking the brunt of the damage now as he burns to the ground from Miero and company. A couple of huge kill for Boom Boys.
I think Satanic didn't know there's a Basher in play. That's why he played this way. He was so far away from his team, but he had Aegis. He was like, worst case scenario, I can spin TP out on my second life. But GPK comes in, bashes him immediately, and all of a sudden, I mean, not a single teammate in sight. They started running over there. He kept the enemy team busy for like 20 seconds, and they still couldn't make it. So a huge find. Biggest kill of the game by far here for Boom Boys. The biggest reward, of course, will be that of Kiritich, who ends the kill streak. It was a killing spree only, I suppose, but it's worth quite a lot when Satanic's net worth is this high, and as a result, you'll almost have a heart.
Oh. Gonna be outside of Vision here. For Vision.
Yep. Is that a way of saying he's getting kicked after the tournament?
Pizza party. Kataomi finally gets his first item of the game, really, in the Blink Dagger. As Ducalis, Hurricane Pike is next on the menu for him, so his right clicks will start to be something to fear for Boom Boys.
This Undying Blink is important, though. It's another counter to Omnislash.
True, the Tombstone.
Just Blink Tomb save whoever gets caught out. It is one of the big reasons that Omni is picked, Jugger is picked as little as he is that there's just a lot of heroes that have some sort of tool for either repositioning or saving that didn't necessarily used to have it years ago. Undying is one of those examples. Years ago, Necrophos didn't have Deathseeker. So even with that information, there's obviously still picking the hero here, but he has definitely been weakened significantly by overall just higher mobility on heroes and more saves being added to the game.
Shard coming up soon, though, for 9 class. Being able to put the Juggernaut in Shadow Walk sounds pretty dirty as well.
Yep.
As long as there's no sentries, you can just straight up get that bash into an Omnislash, and it's going to kill most of the heroes.
Bit of a pseudo save with Dagger to be able to blink Shadow Walk his teammates with the 15 talent.
Oh yeah, the damage reduction.
Minus 30%. He's 14 for now, but won't be long. It's going to line up pretty well with picking up the Shard, I think. They're on the warpath here. Seems like Boom Boys have a pretty good read on the situation overall, though. Nobody's showing bottom, nobody's showing mid from Vision, so process of elimination, recognizing that this move is likely happening, especially because there's no objective on the map. There's no Tormentor and no Roche.
Save, spotted, roll's not going to hit. As a big Fiend's Gate comes out, and we'll see if they try to back up for P-Vision. No one pops the BKB, the Rolling Thunder right on top of the Bounty Hunter. As 9 class is certainly dead here. They're actually going to use the Reaper Scythe from Kiritich to claim him. And now the bigger kill onto no one, caught in no man's land. Double kill for Kiritich. Great start to this fight for Boom Boys. I say start, it's also the end.
Yeah, the most impressive thing about that was, the most important thing rather, was reading the fact that this move was coming in the first place. The reason they're so well prepared and have such good spellcasting in that moment is that they knew the fight was coming before it even began.
Is it weird to say that I forgot that there's a Darkseer in this game?
Yeah.
It is weird to say that? Yeah, okay.
But it's less weird from you than from most.
But you're the one that hit your head today.
Yeah.
Really hard, by the way. I just have so much empathy for you that I feel your pain, and thus I'm the one with brain damage now.
Now.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, this is a recent development.
Tormentor up and running again.
Second one for Boom Boys. Last one went to the Necropost. Let's see who's the lucky recipient this time.
It's not luck.
There's only one.
It will be Cottle, I proceed. Yeah, there we go.
He was the only one who didn't have a shard, so only one person in the running. Save working on a, well, I say working on, he hasn't bought a component yet, but considering Hex, obviously one of the best tools against the Jugger. Keeper of the Light also gets cast range bonus in spirit form.
I miss Ignis Fatus, the moving version.
The one that spawned little summons on the waves?
I don't even remember what he did anymore. I just remember it was a moving, it was almost like a Wheatley.
So you miss a spell, but you don't remember what it did.
Yeah, it was just funny.
So you remember you missed the time.
I missed the feeling, because you remember I'm an empath. Missed the feeling.
That's what they all say about you. Shannon's a really empathetic guy, without the M.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm E-pathetic.
It's like a great online service.
All right, couple of big items.
Oh, they found Ducalis.
Yeah, nullifier from GPK. He's dealing a lot, though. Ducalis is fine, as far as I can tell.
Oh,
Omni-Slash onto the T-Ping GPK. Oh my God, he dies. His body ends up in the base, though. My goodness, that's as close as it gets.
Now, in terms of lore, should Juggernaut end up in the fountain then?
Yeah, he should.
He really should, shouldn't he?
I mean, I think back in the day that actually did happen, though, right?
It might. Yeah.
Like if it's mid-animation on...
Yeah. Yeah, if you were mid-animation on casting it, I think, then you could cast it and then be teleported to the fountain when the hero went there. But I think if you were in the middle of slashing, I don't know if you would ever go. Don't know. Does take you back to the good old life breaks of Huskar crossing the entire map on TP.
God, that was great.
It's funny.
That was like so many episodes of Fails of the Week. As the Atos finds the target onto no one, has to pop the BKB.
Immediate reset.
Big item down now for Vision. Satanic. He'll be able to get the tier 2 top, it seems. Although, another fortification.
Wait, does he have another item coming out? He has MKB as well now?
He's a big boy.
He's trying to beat his last hits from the TA game. Not quite there.
What's his talent?
The 25?
Yeah, which one does he choose?
I think he's taking the extra second of Omni-Slash so he can kill Pango even better, I would think.
Wouldn't have made a difference there.
No, he didn't need it there, but Pango, I mean...
Even, like, if Pango lives there, still wouldn't have made a difference.
Yeah, that's true. For TPing, it doesn't matter, but...
Ducalis, can they kill him this time? The Atos finds its mark. This time, they should have the damage. Reaper Scythe ensures it. I say that. Not able to get the stack, not that it matters that much. Notice he still wants to fight, apparently. Coming with the Surge. Looking for the vacuum wall, only onto one, but that's a Radiance illusion. As the Rolling Thunder now finds a different target in the form of the Bounty Hunter. So 2 supports dead for Vision.
And the best news here for Boom Boys is Roche is actually about to spawn and there's no wall. But can they really kill Roche? Well, they have Tombstone and Pango, but it's a relatively slow Roshing lineup. That's one of the downsides to playing Necro Carry. One of the hero's biggest weaknesses is his inability to push and take objectives quite well. Great fighter, though. Working on his next item, which will be the... looks to be Wind Waker or Ags.
I mean, considering that there's already a Disperser, the Yules is kind of interesting.
Quick reaction.
Close call there.
Kataomi, fast on the blink. I get the vision onto Underlord with the Essence Distiller, but not pursuing that. Nice rune here for no one, though.
Juicy one.
I'm not sure if we mentioned Krell's Cruzeiro on Darkseer earlier, but obviously this is an incredible pickup this game. When you're in the Ghost form, you reduce healing by an insane amount, or health restoration, I should say, which is obviously awesome against Necrophos. Is it both health and health restoration? It's only health restoration. So not healing, right? So I think Coddle's heal and Undying's heal are full.
It's gone back and forth with how that mechanic works, so
yeah, maybe we're back to where I feel like it changes every 2 months.
We're just getting old.
Yep. I would have remembered earlier today, but I hit my...
I feel that. Being an E-pathetic myself.
So speaking of 25 on Jug, we are slowly approaching it on a couple of other heroes as well. Necrophos is 24, Pango 23. I guess the biggest talent in this game that is realistically coming up sometime soon, I would say, is probably... I guess the Necro, I don't know the Death Pulse cooldown, how much that really matters. There's no, like, wow, 25 taunt coming up here. So maybe not the biggest feels. Let's see what Jug picks. Yeah, he does take the Endless Restoration rather than Blade Dance Lifesteal. It's also, there's not likely going to be many situations in this game where Satanic is just fighting head-to-head with another carry.
Is Ags really that bad?
I don't think so.
I feel like I never see it picked up early. It's like, you're going to get 6 slot, even the Blink. I mean, obviously the Swift Blink's insanely good on Jug, but
yeah,
Flash just feels very good to have on this hero.
One of the main upsides of Swift Slash is your ability to connect. Right? It's the fact that you can use it to get on top of someone, but arguably you could say Swift Blink serves a similar purpose but gives you better stats offensively. I still do think the Ags on Jug is pretty good.
I mean, he knows this game's going 50 minutes, so he'll have time to consume one anyway.
Yeah, he'll get there.
This is a dead even game at 38.
Yeah, the gold distribution among the heroes is quite different for the two teams, though. There's a really big carry on the Radiant, but their mid is quite far behind that of the Pango. And then it's a very rich Coddle.
Seems to always be the case.
Save has Hex and Lotus Orb. And the Keeper of the Light with sub 100 CS even. It's not because he's been taking all that many waves that he's this rich. Just stayed out of harm's way. He's 4-1 and 14.
What if he got slower the more items you have? Because the horse gets weighed down by the items?
Right, but the heroes don't.
No.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Fantasy world.
Yeah. I think if the horse slows down when you put weight on it, you shouldn't have a horse. I think there's no point. Maybe Coddle should just get off his horse and just walk around like an old, decrepit man.
Should have had him as a persona, getting that automaton Coddle.
Automaton Coddle.
You would only make the horse automaton, though.
Oh, he's exactly the same, but he's riding a robot.
He literally does not change, yeah.
Scouting out the Roche, he's going to be moving soon. And smoke on smoke action.
Indeed, here we go.
Ags picked up on no one is a big deal. He could kick this Necrophos well out of position. Speaking of, though,
a bounty hunter, Kiritich, using that Reaper Scythe. So started out with a kill.
Good sight.
Oh, but Evacual onto 2 heroes. The Omni Slash can be avoided a little bit thanks to the Yules. As Miero taking a ton of damage. Finally, Omni Slash ends. Has to Blade Fury out of the Pit of Malice as the Rolling Thunder from GPK comes through. Getting the Nullifier, but the BKB comes out now onto the Darkseer. Trying to get outside the outskirts of these pits. These several pits, in fact, from Miero. They do so eventually, but now no one completely surrounded, killed off. A lot expended from both sides.
That's a very crucial Yules from Miero to have there. Otherwise, the Underlord is going to be taken down and perhaps...
I mean, the funny thing is, he might still need to go Nullifier. That's the downside of... Just having a constant Dispel is very important, I feel like, right?
It doesn't solve the problem against an Underlord with BKB Yules, though.
Yeah, that's true.
So...
All right, so after all of that, Boom Boys win the fight and they get Roche.
I think it might have. I was expecting it to come back to bite them that they repaired the Bounty Hunter because he was going to buy back and into that fight, so it was a 5v5 with no Necro ulti, but they still just had clearly superior positioning. And the biggest of deals is, well, when you use Omni Slash and you don't kill anybody, Juggernaut has some clear issues late into the game with actually sticking on targets and finishing them off. Swift Blink will maybe help on that, but again,
I think the difference in these fights, for me are the offlaners. The entire fight for Vision is trying to get out of these pits, and there's like 10 of them it feels like, and then Darkseer gets a vac, like the vac wall's not doing anything.
Yeah.
The Surge is nice to try to get out of the pits eventually, but with Atos and all that, very annoying to deal with. Speaking of which, Gonzalez attempting to go through the gate. Tempting again.
He's getting rooted.
3 for sight for the road.
How many stacks is that? 5. Scythe.
They're not, I feel like they're not that good anymore. Sad. I love the perma-scaling spells. This is just going to be gold for Boom Boys.
Bag of money. 3K turns to 5. And well, now we can actually start talking about a really impactful 25 talent, because I think the Underlord one is going to be a much, much bigger issue for the Radiant than the other talents are. The plus 0.4 seconds of Pit of Malice route doesn't sound like much, but when you consider they're happening perpetually, and that he now has an Octarine core, there's going to be pits everywhere. Finally, a track kill. This feels like it's been forever. When was their last kill?
That's a good point.
The last time they killed anybody was that? Yeah, they killed GPK at 30.
The Omni Slash?
32 minutes. That's the last kill. It's been 10 minutes coming. Now finally, 9 Class will get an Aether Lens for his troubles.
Finally, Satanic is going Aghanim Scepter. I mean, is there a point where you get rid of Battle Fury? Like, how much does the cleave matter? You have 3 melee.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think
there's better items.
Is there a world where you swap it out in the very end for Nullifier? So you have both? Or Abyssal, maybe?
Yeah.
Speaking of Abyssal, GPK's Abyssal just got killed on the courier. That's unfortunate. 9 Class walked into it by complete chance, it looked like.
GPK, the one with the Aegis, by the way.
Nope.
Not going to be hitting many building. I mean, that's kind of the downside of this lineup for Boom Boys. The building hitting is atrocious.
Yeah, it's super slow. And it's actually something that they can never really overcome with their lineup. It's not like, oh, it's just a matter of time, then this hero actually gets kind of good at sieging. It's just not.
That's not true. Tier 5 Deso on anyone.
Yeah. All right.
And then Meteor Hammer. Or not Meteor Hammer, the Fallen Sky, rather.
4 Fallen Skies.
Queen's Gate, goodbye 9 Class. 90 seconds. That's a dieback for him.
That's why they call him 90 Class.
Okay.
I'll be gone forever. Are they going to push with this? Well, are they going to push in general is the bigger question.
Are they capable of pushing it?
That is a genuine concern here, is how convincingly do you need to win a fight before you're even thinking about a tier 3? Like, they know it's a 5v4 for 70 seconds, and they're still not even trying to hit high ground.
Yeah.
I think if
because this is going 60 minutes. They need those tier 5s. What else is good for pushing? Oh, the Necro book, the Book of the Dead.
It's not that good.
So that I know, but anything that can do anything against building is what we're looking for here. That's 3 items, tier 5s. What else? The Illusion, the Rift Shadow, very strong.
That's right. When your hero can't do damage to towers, your Illusion is going to help a lot. When you look at the shots of Heritage, and they look like they should deal a lot of damage, but
no, they're just colorful. Look at how big that pit is. Completely ridiculous.
Now it roots for 2.2 seconds.
I mean, would you say that
every 3.6 seconds?
Would you say that Underlord is good against Darkseer? Because that's what it feels like.
Yeah, I think so.
In a state of this type of game.
The thing is, though, Underlord is good against almost every offlaner at this point, except maybe Timbersaw, right? Because most offlaners, archetypically, that are played right now are either strength or at least high HP. So Firestorm will be good, and a lot of them are also built around mobility, such as Darkseer, so then Pit of Malice is good. And Underlord, if it comes down to an aura race, which it sometimes does, then Underlord just wins that race because he has the same auras as you and Atrophy Aura. But obviously not the case in this one.
Well, Roche, we won't know for another 2.5 minutes as Boom Boy is starting to separate a bit in terms of net worth. Satanic obviously will have to save for buyback.
Yeah.
So won't be buying this Ags anytime soon.
Found the perfect neutral item for himself at tier 4. The Flayer's Bowtie is cool on Jug. It's very easy to use. You can use it mid-Omni Slash as well, in case you forgot to use it prior.
Oh wow. Is he not going Ags? He just switched it to BKB. So the Battle Fury is going to be deleted, it seems, for the BKB.
I don't know. It's awkward. I trust the kid, though. He seems pretty good.
He's okay.
It's like he knows what he's doing. Otherwise, Puppy will tell him after the game.
Oh, yeah.
Knife in hand.
Machete.
Yep. It's a type of knife.
A really big knife.
Yep. Still a knife, though.
Actually, it could be a short sword, actually. I don't think it's a knife.
Yeah. But isn't a sword just a big knife?
Why don't you Google that? All right, well, with that logic, then I'm sure we can apply that to many other things.
Okay. Shortest pause of the tournament. We appreciate that.
Yep, 33 just had to come by just to make the light stroke. Finally got you with that, huh?
Oh, just the image of that happening. He just walks into the player booth. He's like, "You guys okay with the light in here?" And then just leaves. Oh man. Full 5-band smoke for the boys of Boominess.
The Boomer Boy.
Yeah, that's not yet. Or well, they never will be.
They're not going to live that long?
Wrong generation.
Oh, the literal boomers.
Yeah.
PPK shows himself mid. Gonzalez daring them to go on top. He has a nice Lotus equipped as well.
Do you think in 10 years the kids will be saying "Okay, Zoomer"?
That's a good question. Yeah, probably.
And what's the next gen? Is it Gen Beta? Which one are we on?
I don't care.
Okay.
This last generation is stupider than the previous, which is the first time.
That's what every generation says, though.
Yeah, but this one's proven via studies.
Okay.
That I've definitely vetted.
Mm-hmm.
Been gifted too many things, Cinderin.
Right.
We have to teach our parents and our kids how to use email. Our generation.
I heard a good insult the other day. If you think someone is stupid, you tell them they put stamps on their email. So that one was pretty good.
That's not bad, actually. I won't be using it.
No. Because the people you interact with don't know what stamps are.
True. BKB picked up for Satanic. Yeah, and he sells the Battle Fury. Or actually puts it in his backpack. I assume when he has enough to sell it and then purchase the full Ags, he will do so.
Yeah, I would think so.
Unless he actually wants a backpack item for when he BKBs.
Yeah.
The Battle Fury feels like it's a bit meh in that department.
Exactly. It's like, are you keeping this?
Gonna do that for refresher or something.
Push out waves and for farm efficiency, maybe? When you're not looking for a fight, do you swap it in to farm faster? I don't know. Oh, Miero, not the perfect target, though. He's really hard to go on.
Up Cookie, you say that. He's getting shredded. Completely destroyed. Cinderin curses him again.
They can kill him in time before he gets Windbreaker BKB off. All right. 4,000 health and 40 armor.
Hey, Roche is up as well, so Vision have a great opportunity. Of course, the problem is you don't know he doesn't have buyback, and he can come into the fight at any point with that Axe.
Yep. but I think maybe you take the chance of forcing it and then trying to get out. Because you didn't use anything. You have 3 BKBs on all of your 4s, and your supports can just be in a position where they don't get caught by the pit. And yeah, they're just daring Boom Boys to testing them, and yep, they do indeed not have it. So that is going to be Aegis and Refresher. Cheese all the goodies.
All right, I'd be a little bit surprised if Satanic doesn't actually sell the Battle Fury right now and just get the Ags. I've been obsessed with this all game, Cinderin.
Yep.
I need to see it. He has the backpack BKB because of the Aegis. Battle Fury's still there, though. Get the tier 2 in the mid lane.
And one team not that great at sieging, the other does not have that problem.
That is correct. Oh, actually jumps in, but instant Hex. Very nicely done. Satanic has to use Blade Fury along with the Healing Ward. They kill off the Healing Ward. No vision for Kiritich to use the Reaper's Sight.
Give him a big Lotus, though.
And GPK trying to do some damage to the creeps with the Roche banner place, and that is a lot of creeps to deal with now.
That is a Rolling Thunder down.
Indeed, no one.
Oh, tried for the Petrify kick, didn't make it.
Siege units will be the ones to survive. And now Underlord is back up. This has been the thorn in Vision's side. Is this Miero Underlord?
It's just a matter of time before no one gets a Petrify and kicks somebody out, though. He's waiting for the Yules or the Lotus to expire. They Lotus him again. Kiritich has to be aware of this.
Gets kicked. There's the Pit of Malice is coming out. Satanic looking for the good target for his Omni Slash. No one getting completely destroyed. Pops the BKB to try to survive. Death Pulse upon him, though he dies as a result. But now Satanic trying to focus on the big fat Miero. It's going to be the Aegis down and out, though. Buyback from no one. As GPK trying to work on the back line. The Roche banner is still up, though. And Satanic trying to get to the other side. Gets rolled on again. The TP out from GPK is successful.
Yeah. Satanic held his Omni Slash through all of it.
Yeah, you're right.
Chose not to spend it. Might have felt like he was going to get counterplayed too hard by the Wind Waker of Underlord. And yeah, sure, no one does get a kick, but he compromised his position a lot and got turned on real fast. I'm really surprised they didn't get Lena Rax with that Aegis. That is a good sign for Boom Boys that they could hold that one off.
Satanic has 9,000 gold, Cinderin.
Yep.
And a Battle Fury is actually being used instead of the BKB now.
The farm as expected. Necro picks up Wind Waker, so a huge pickup here for Kiritich. About to hit level 25 now on Darkseer. I'm assuming we will see the AoE surge. But as you mentioned, how good is that even going to be against Underlord's?
Save has a Shadow Blade.
Yep. Wants to get the surprise Hex.
That's nice.
His Blink Shadow Blade Caudle. That's not a common sight.
Blink, Hex, and Shadow Blade away. What if Shadow Blade only worked on your hero and not your horse?
That's just a random wild horse running around?
You can't target the horse.
Are you surprised he's not going Ags on Caudle at all?
You know me and Ags in general. So.
Yeah, well, I know you love every... Oh, well, that's not true, but you want people to buy Ags all the time.
Of course, it's a great item. Yeah, Will-O-Wisp is...
It's pretty bad, this game, but is it still...
4 melee.
Yeah, it's just that the heroes are not necessarily going to be in the right... How to say...
I mean, you have pits all over the place. I feel like it's very synergistic.
Maybe it's all right. It's just Jugger is not one of those like heroes that you love it against. Earth Spirit doesn't really care that much.
Every little bit helps.
Yeah, you'd think so. The Collis.
Man, he is so tanky. Pops the Lotus as well. Trying to waste their time. The Fiend's Gate's going to be going down here pretty soon. They get the Reaper's Scythe. Not even enough for the kill, but he does fall shortly after.
That's a gem. It was worth the work.
Now Wind Waker coming to be his 55-minute game. As expected, he's going the distance here.
Jugger is one of those weird heroes where you can have phases in the game where it feels like he's solved, and then all of a sudden the perfect moment arises late game and he just wipes the floor with your team.
Well, he has Ags now, so he can do some damage safely. I don't remember what his Shard does. Adds 2 hits to the healing ward and increases the HP. I mean, that's pretty freaking good. His healing ward's been targeted very quickly by
I think it only adds 1 hit, no? The hits to destroy goes to 2.
Oh.
So, I mean...
maybe not as good.
Oh, save!
Yeah.
Oh!
Fiend's Gate comes out instantly.
That...
Arrow. He's very quick, despite being so thick.
They might have been able to kill Satanic there if they had better communication. Miero started with the pit instead of starting with the Hex, and there was an instant Blade Fury from Satanic. Perhaps as the Hex goes first, they just barely make it through the gate and chain something. Gotta have to be worried about that now. He's queuing up Moonshard plus Nullifier, by the way, so it is on his mind to get a super late game Noe.
Yet another Tormentor for Boom Boys.
More money. 2K gold, why not?
Only person, oh actually 2 people without shards in the game. Satanic and no one.
Oh, Refresher, that's a big item here. And mana is not a concern whatsoever for Pango. 2K in the pool, and he has Coddle if that would ever matter. Don't think it will.
We won't know about Roche for 2 minutes, so I think it's safe to assume, unless it's a very quick respawn with both teams contesting it instantly, that we're going to see some tier 5s. Anything other than Deso on your mind here?
Trying to think of the... I mean, Dazoon Bloodright for Underlord is nasty.
Oh, yeah,
that's probably the biggest one.
That actually might be bigger than Deso.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is really, really big. It gives 20% more AoE, so... Yeah, that one would be crazy. Forgot to mention, by the way, at some point, no one finally hit his 25. He's 27 now on Earth Spirit. That is probably the best 25 talent in the game overall.
Yeah.
Not in Dota entirely, but in this individual game. This is extremely strong. But they haven't got much value out of it because seemingly every single fight, no one gets isolated and killed. And then obviously you can't really leverage that you're magnetizing all the time if you're dead. So he has to find a way to more reliably stay alive. The Bloodstone is definitely going to be a big help in that regard. I wonder if Aeon Disc is a consideration now for him. There's a Nullifier on Pango. That does make it a little bit more complicated. But if nothing else, the Aeon Disc allows you to get your BKB off if you do get hexed.
Satanic back up to 9,000 gold.
Yep. So he should be able to buy Moonshard and have buyback, no?
I think
no, he only has a surplus of 3K. It's an expensive buyback. Lincolns for Miero. I didn't even know this voice line was in the game. That's hilarious.
All right, Roche is a late spawn, 2 minutes away. So these tier 5s are definitely going to be a thing. Everybody getting their 6 slots now. We had a quicker game in game number 1, and it's going to even out this time around.
When's the last time you've seen a Necrophos backpack his Radiance?
For the boost of travel?
Just in general. It just looks so wrong.
Yeah, it is odd. He's going for the refresher as well.
Yeah.
I mean, surely at some point the Radiance does fall off, even for Necro.
Yeah, it just looks wrong. I don't disagree with it. It's just it's such a big part of why you play the hero in the first place. But we are getting to that point where he needs everything else. So
late game Dota.
60 minutes. Let's find some goodies. Something we haven't mentioned all that much. We focus, as usual, a lot on the cores going late game. There's some support potential here for Enchantress can become a monster.
Yep.
Haven't really seen Ducalis truly get there yet. He has been on the receiving end quite a bit.
I mean, it also feels like a lot of their fights, they're trying to run away from the pits. And they're just scattered.
Yeah.
Like, almost every fight has felt that way this game for Vision.
But he actually could become a bit of a wild card against Underlord because of all the pure damage. This gives them a different avenue for dealing with that pretty big issue.
Hey, there's that Rift Shadow Prism.
Wait, save made an illusion item? Okay.
Why?
To bait, I guess.
There was nothing better?
I didn't see his options, but I'm assuming he wants to use it to bait with, to try to...
Alright, well,
or he can also use it to tank Omnislash with.
Yeah, that's true. 1 slash.
Oh, if it probably survives 1 or 2 hits, and then if you move it well as you create it, maybe you can...
I mean, that's not... Yeah.
Misdirect the Omnislash, that's pretty good. He got Deso, by the way, the Dream. He has the perfect item. The Desolator with
Miro,
Audacious.
I don't think he got Dazun Blood right, though. We don't get to see those big, juicy boys. See if they collide here with the smoke from Boom Boys.
He could take Witchbane, though, which is actually quite good this game. He ends up going for the Fallen Sky, but being able to dispel, track, magnetize...
Wait, what's delivering?
etc.
The missing slot on Underlord. He gets brown boots.
Wait, what?
He had an empty slot. I was wondering what the heck was being delivered. It's just
well, what did he do to his other boots?
I don't know. I have no clue what happened. He consumed his axe and had an empty slot.
So at some point he sold his boots to afford axe at a time? Or no, not axe.
I don't know. I don't know. All right, now the smoke from Vision. Roche is up, and it's a big one. It's the juicy one. A lot of juice in that Roche.
Well, the cores are running out of slots to have Aegis in.
Kiritich gonna run into several heroes. Gets gone on to right off the bat. The Omnislash deletes him from the map. Has the buyback. They kill off the Undying as well. His innate procs it. And they kill off the Tombstone as well. As GPK focusing on the tankiest target imaginable in Ducalis. Gonna try to force this buyback onto the Kiritich Necrophos. That was super quick from Vision.
That's the perfect showcase of what I was talking about with late game Juggernaut. You just can't count it out. But ironically, he wasn't the one doing most of the damage. It was actually Earth Spirit doing most damage in that team fight. I suppose it was also the trailing off of the magnetizing the end onto the other heroes, so maybe not a fair comparison.
There's a lot of stuff in the pit there.
It's crazy how fast people can die to a level 30 Jug. Okay, he'll take the refresher and leave the rest. I actually forgot, you can still sell cheese, no? Or can you not do that anymore?
Oh, that's a good question. They used to, what was it, like 250?
I think it sold for 500.
Was it 500? I don't know.
Maybe you can't sell it anymore. I don't know. I'm not saying they should.
They got 2 cheeses. And now the Aegis for the Juggernaut. Satanic. The Blade Fury, enough to kill off the range barracks. We'll play it very safe, though.
Here comes Ducalis. With his Desolator, he can actually push.
Oh, yeah. That is
He
nice.
does a really good job at it, and he's very hard for them to go on and very low value if they were to kill him compared to the Jug.
That's pretty cool that he takes the Deso. That pit's gonna miss. They don't get the barracks, though, and they bought enough time for Kiritich to come back.
That's a Rolling Thunder down. Now they got the
refresher. Satanic, okay, finishes the job. They get away. So 1 set for Vision. Plenty of time now with the Aegis.
They might just let Ducalis siege another lane now.
Yeah, this is... I don't think I've seen this before.
Because even if
They've had such trouble killing him.
Yeah, if they hard commit on him, they could just blink Petrify him and kick him out.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or they could even just try to pull him with a grip. Maybe that's enough.
Ducalis gonna show himself. There's the roll in, the kick. Not there yet because of the Lotus. Ends up using the Wind Waker to try to survive. The Magnetize doing a lot of work. The Tombstone gonna save the teammate for the time being. The Reaper Slap comes out. Not enough for the kill outright. Big Decay coming out is noticed in that BKB. Looking for a target, but the Satanic is working on the buildings. No one. Will roll away to safety. That's a lot of circles on your map. And Ducalis will eat the cheese to survive. Getting surged away now. So they get the tower.
That's refresher used from no one. They want to commit here. That was the refresher shard. So he has another magnetize.
And there's the Blade Fury. My goodness, these buildings get destroyed so fast from Satanic. A single Blade Fury is there. Can he get a kill? He's going to get reflected the Omni Slash with that Lotus Orb. Going to completely nullify it. And now the Juggernaut is stuck in a horrific spot. Although the Undying is the one taking the brunt of the damage, gets the Swift Slash. That's going to be enough for the kill. Satanic trying to finish it off on the Undying, running into the tree line. Miro is there as well. The save at the last moment, the grab ally. So that's just the Aegis now. Coming back is the Juggernaut. Kiritich in the midst of all of this. They get the bash. Not enough for the kill though. Satanic able to Blade Fury away. The buildings are falling. The tier 2 still up in the spot lane as Enchantress caught off guard. Finally going to be enough damage for Boom Boys to kill a singular hero. And Miera on the cover of the tier 2. This Magnetize is doing so much work right now. Satanic in the cover of his BKB, attempting to get out of dodge. Uses the Blade Fury. Vacuum wall just to try to buy some time. Satanic slow to a crawl right now thanks to that Ghost Shroud. Getting onto the outskirts. Can he get away? Yes, the Blink Dagger is successful. Gets an Illusion Rune for his good work as well. 66 minutes in. Didn't realize that tier 2 was still up. As GPK gets hexed. Reflect won't matter because of the BKB. The damage coming out now from Ducalis to back him at the last moment. The Reaper Scythe is there to delete Notice, though. No buyback for him, but Kiritich is the one to go down to the right clicks of Satanic. He still maintains his buyback, though. So 2 members of Boom Boys are able to come back in this game if they choose to do so. But again, this tier 2, they still have to take out from Vision.
2 refreshers just got purchased, so now Jugger and Necrophos with additional abilities. It's going to be so... This is when it gets to that point in Dota where it's impossible for the teams to keep track of everything, and a lot of the time what ends up winning games is just getting an instant burst jump and killing somebody and taking something out of play. I've got to say in that regard, advantage Vision right now. Yeah. And they will be forced to
Look at this damage, man. My God. Being able to do that while BKB'd essentially is crazy.
So that's GPK forced out with a buyback. The Manta almost taking care of the ranged barracks.
They can just do this on repeat. Ducalis, gonna get the Deso stack. Okay, gets hexed. Rolling Thunder applied to him. He is super healthy right now as the pits come out from the air to try to control this. 30 seconds on the Necrophos. He's going to have to buy back here pretty soon as the Omni Slash again being nullified to a high degree. They can just take out these buildings with the Blade Fury. Finally, Fortification comes out. Still no buyback on the Necrophos. 20 seconds. Finally, we'll use it. The Rolling Thunder, though, comes out from GPK. They kick out Satanic. He does have the Swish Slash, losing the mana, though, now nullified. Looking for the kill is Kiritich. Getting to the other side. The Manta Side's going to keep it alive. Miro trying to apply some more pressure. They get the kill onto the Bounty Hunter, but it's not nearly enough to turn this. And the buyback coming out now from the Bounty. Reaper Scythe doing absolutely nothing. It's double, in fact, will be enough to get the kill. But that is Mega Creeps as the throne is completely exposed. Didn't even realize.
All right.
My goodness, Satanic with that blade. How much damage did he do to buildings while Blade Fury this game? That is ridiculous. That was awesome.
On all sides, and eventually they have to give in. What an insane game for Vision. You can see they're feeling themselves. That was a hard-fought win, but they got there.
All right, let's go to the panel.
It was crazy to see Vision be able to win this game in the way they did, considering I thought this was going to go just that little bit longer, if you can believe it, for what we'd already gotten to witness there. Boom Boys having a much better draft, a much better game for themselves, but at the end of the day, you just cannot deal with whatever Satanic is able to do for his team here. It feels like whatever hero he picks Gunner, whatever void they need filling, he is there and ready to do that.
Yeah, and I do. We're going to have a lot of Satanic praise. Monkeys can do that. But I want to give praise to the Earth Spirit. I think no one played a fantastic game, especially in the late game. You kind of see how much impact this hero has. He got scythed twice in the fight. He got refreshed, scythed again, barely kills him, but just I think this is a hero to look out for. It's getting banned on the first phase, and I think that how they're using just the drafts to enable Satanic, yeah, he can play a lot of heroes. Yeah, he's really good at the game, but it's also how do they make him look good. Yeah. Making a player look good is a full 5-man organization, 6 if you count the coach, and I do think that it's something to look towards for even teams wanting to be successful. Look at them, and if you want to beat them, you have to look at them a bit more.
Yeah, and I also want to just highlight Ducalis this game on the end. I mean, the amount of times that...
Is it Ducalis or Ench specifically?
Well, a little bit of A, a little bit of B. But the amount of times that Boom Boys were bringing 3, 4, sometimes even 5 heroes, and they're just slowly sitting there trying to take this pause 5 Ench down, and he's living for like 30-some seconds or something. It's such an absurd late game hero, especially paired with Bounty Hunter, because, you know, Bounty influxes that gold into supports a lot more, and you get a lot more, or like you have a lot more people you can rely on than just Satanic. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've praised Satanic enough, as Gunnar said, but I think this game was much more of a team effort.
Oh, absolutely.
And, you know, I think everyone kind of filled their roles.
I think 9 Class had a great performance as well. It's coming down to this Bounty Hunter, what the hero can do. Like, we haven't really seen this hero being popular in the tournaments prior to TI. Like, we've seen him here and there, but nothing too crazy. And we've seen it in this game multiple times. Before Necro got Radiance, he got killed off 3 times. He has the hero that he can play with this Darkseer. Earth Spirit also joined a couple of times, allowing Juggernaut to be on top of the network like we see him every single time. I believe that this time around, he did not have that godlike streak the first time so far in the tournament.
Well then we shouldn't sing his praises.
Yeah,
only 7 won.
Only 7 kills.
Seven
He didn't even
kills.
get that 10 kill mark.
That's it. Unacceptable.
Disappointing.
Fair play, Satanic.
Below average. The Bounty Hunter, though, is definitely something. When you look at this goal line and the net worth, you're probably having that question mark of what impact did it really bring? And I am having that a little bit, because what is it about a Bounty Hunter, not necessarily just in this game, or in this lineup, but as a hero that is offering something Vision sees that not other teams are catching on to the same way.
Vision?
Yeah.
From the track.
I think they have a clear vision what this hero can do in the draft.
Yeah, that's all you have to offer. Yeah, thanks for that one, Gunnar. I'll play them
track down what they need from the hero when it's picked.
Please.
Okay.
Please, Monkey, save me.
I mean, I do think, again, Bounty Hunter, he puts a lot of gold into, you know, Ducalis. You can see Ducalis is the higher net worth sub here, at 20,000 net worth over the 9 Class Pause 4 Bounty Hunter. I think he also he goes invis himself. He buys the shard. He makes other heroes invis. So it's kind of like a pseudo Mirana, where like you can run around the map invis and just kind of like have that surprise factor. There's always that fear of 2 heroes being invisible if you're Boom Boys, and I think.
But why is it still better than instead of just picking a Mirana? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. If you're like, oh, it's this pseudo, it does almost what another hero does, but slightly worse because it's not the whole.
He's more annoying early on.
Okay.
Like, we've seen him, like, even some of the drafts yesterday where Bounty Hunter, he looked good. He did lose that game, but knowing that you're playing the losing matchup, there was this hero mid who couldn't really play the game, so he went into the jungle. Alchemist was also jungling, and then he can track them down, be very annoying, force a rotation to come to him, and this is the type of a hero that doesn't really need to, like, he doesn't care about dying. Like, see 9 Class in this one, he died 11 times. He did get the job done. It's not about, him getting the farm. Eventually you will get the farm with the track, but it's more about shutting down, providing vision, seeing where the enemies are, and just playing off of that. Like, he found, again, another new hero that he can be very annoying with.
I think
really
it's a little
needed
bit
more,
of
and that is cool.
It's also the offlane pool. I think fits Bounty really well right now because it's a bunch of heroes that cut the waves. It's like you have Centaur, Darkseer, Axe. They can buy Helm of the Dom themselves and just do everything. You don't even need a support, so that frees kind of 9 Class up. We saw him Pudge on yesterday. We see him Bounty. He's playing these, just abandoning your offlaner. You're like, noticed, goodbye, good luck. And noticed, we've seen his stats. This guy's like not even dying when he's left on an island alone. And then 9 Class kind of abuses that with these kind of rotating roaming heroes. And I don't know if it's a hero that's easy for. It's not so much of a 9 Class hero as we've seen like his Stark 4s and like the weirder stuff like that, but it's still more of, I would say, like a him thing rather than just an overall most broken hero. There's some other supports I think that are picking it, but it's not particularly in that like S tier, even A tier. I'd still put in that kind of like B tier of like decent supports, but specialist.
Also, I would say on the point of you saying noticed, like he's doing really good at not dying and everything. In this game, there's the Necro and the Undying, like constantly going past the T1 tower, pressuring him non-stop and whatnot, and he's still finding his way into the game. He's still, managing to find his farm while not dying, even with like this really, really oppressive lane from Boom Boys. So, I mean, I have been talking about Satanic a lot, but again, notice since he joined the team, 3 out of 4 tournaments they've won, and you know they're on track to take this one as of right now. I don't want to make any bold predictions.
But you're going to say the Vision will be the 4-0 team. Thank you so much for that one, Monkeys. I've also made that prediction for in mine as well.
I thought you did make a prediction.
Well, he's doing it right now. He's doing it live on the channel. He's doing it live. Yeah. That's what's so much
Gotta get 0 points.
Yeah. The Flowers also need to go towards Boom Boys here as well, because yes, Vision, whilst they're one best of 3 away from being our first team to qualify to the main event, and Boom Boys now going and sitting 2-1 for themselves, they still had great timings. Again, to see the adjustments made between Game 1, which was a massive stomp, to Game 2, where there was so much sign of life for them, Lacoste, we're thinking the timings of their items are coming out for them. Team fights looking better for themselves as well, especially towards the halfway mark of this game.
Yeah, for sure. It did look pretty grim for them, considering the start that they did have on side of Team Vision, but GPK, he was the one who kind of owned this early part. He was the one keeping them in game. He was the kind of highest net worth right behind the Juggernaut, but dealing pretty much the most damage. And he was very far. 27 minutes in, these are insane items for Pango. The Fusel, Blink has Shard, and the Basher is the big one. They understood that they have nothing against the BKB TP out, or the Spin TP out in this case on Juggernaut, so he did purchase it relatively early on, which did transition into relatively big fight for them, because he felt this was the kind of showing of this Basher, so he was not aware that he has it, probably thinking I can always spin TP out, and then he gets surprised by it. And you can see the rest of the team on the minimap trying to get close to him. And this was the big timing as well for Team Vision, where they understood that they can take even maybe a bigger chunk of the map, maybe get that extra bit of a farm where he feels invincible. But they also got punished for it. And GPK, he had an amazing game on this Pango. He ended up with 10, 30, and 16. There was also Nero, who died only once in this 60-plus minute game, which is pretty impressive, but kind of unable to close it out. But this is pretty much the fight that did prolong the game in their favor, and we didn't really know in which direction it's going to go. Again, it took another 35 minutes.
There was a couple of fights where it felt like, oh, this fight's really close, or maybe Boom Boys is losing, and then GPK just like goes in, swashes, gets mana back from the Keeper of the Light, swashes again, and the fight's just over. So definitely much more credit to them this game. I think the first game, they fixed the problems of the draft, in my opinion. They picked heroes that were better with the Keeper of the Light. They picked heroes that are a bit more aggressive in this early to mid game. I feel like they played their playstyle. They like did what they want to do, they want to accomplish as a team. And sure, you're playing versus Team Vision. It's hard to say even if you're playing your best if it's going to be good enough versus them, but I think it's good for them, like a good feeling, maybe not for them, but from an outside perspective, to be like, okay, they're still looking good. They still can make this 4-1 record. They can even get 3-2 and make it through this group stage. So I wouldn't feel too down for them, because Team Vision's definitely looking like the team to beat.
A lot of people agree with us as well when it comes to those predictions that we keep talking about. You and I, Gunnar, we put Vision as our 4-0 team. 55% of people who made predictions also agree with us that they would be a 4-0 team. So yeah, when Boom Boys go down in this fashion, I think there is significantly more positive to take away from it, even if they're feeling a little bit crummy right now initially off of the back of it. But that closes out our second series here on the A stream. There is still more to come here, but there's also 3 other streams going on. We've got 4 in total. A lot of action happening. I know that we have Falcons up against Ironwing right now happening on the B stream. So that's only their second series, and they're still in game number 1 as I'm speaking, but that could change by the time that we see this out. Aurora up against Yandex will be their final series there. Over on the C stream, there's a lot of fun being had too, because their day's much faster. 2-0 for Gamer Legion, 2-0 for Enigma Galaxy, which means Gamer Legion and VG coming up against each other right now. Their draft starting. D stream, sorry, is another one that is still taking its time, as we've got OG up against Team Resilience happening, and their game number 1 as well. So they by far are furthest behind in terms of this. They're having the long games, the long series, the long days, but what truly stuck out to me, Monkeys, Gamer Legion getting the 2-0, coming up against VG now as well. They were your dark horse odds against Vici? Where are you putting them? You're like, this is it.
I still believe in them. I mean, they truly they showed up against Extreme. Truly, I mean, they made it look easy. I mean, I will say Ame, he picked IO carry, which I don't believe is his comfort. So you know, maybe there were some other factors than just Game Religion being the best.
Is there anything that would make you stop believing in Game Religion outside of elimination?
No.
Them losing.
No?
Well, you gotta believe in the NA boys, like NA pride.
Maybe there's some people out there who don't have as much belief in the NA boys as you guys do there. I don't know how they couldn't, but with the winning moment that they had over Extreme Gaming earlier today, we did get Nomad to catch up with Speed on that 2-0
Game Legion have just 2-0'd Extreme Gaming here in our first really big upset, I would say, of this international Speed. I mean, can you recap that first game for me and tell me what happened?
I think the big thing is we flexed the Centaur, right? We put him mid, and Fade, his Enigma is incredible. We know this. And you pick it into Lifestealer Ringmaster lane, I mean, game's going to be hard, right? So I think it's just a flex. You catch them off guard, and from there, I think any team is going to struggle in that position. Yeah.
And where did this Centaur mid come from?
There's a bunch of people playing it. I think we've seen Falcons pick it a bunch. I don't know if they did too well with it, but RCY just played it a lot. Well, maybe I'm saying too much, but... All right, people know we play now, right? So whatever. I mean, yeah, so he's great at the hero. He loves playing it, so...
Yeah, I mean, he looked great on that game number one. Then, of course, game number two, we also had another interesting pick coming up, but this time from the other side, the Ame IO.
We thought they only played in mid. We looked at their match history or whatever, you know, what we saw. Looked like they played it mid. He played it. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I was surprised. I thought they would, you know, prioritize things like PL and what he's been spending, what he's been playing, but they went for the IO. I mean, it just didn't work out, I guess.
No, but what did work out for you guys in that game?
Game two? I don't know. I think we just have a really well-rounded draft. I think we played great, honestly. I think like we just played really, really well. We found our moments, kept our composure. We didn't get caught off guard by Moonlight almost ever that game, which I think is pretty hard to do. And yeah, I don't know. I think everyone just played great. Everyone had a good game. I don't think there was any standout, at least not in my eyes.
For sure. I mean, you talked in our interview about how you can feel the pieces coming together, but throughout the season it just hasn't really clicked. You know, is this the first sort of big click moment?
Hopefully. I mean, right? We play again today, so I gotta reset. I gotta chill. Hopefully, win again later. But yeah, I hope so, man. I can't tell you the future, but hope so.
Well, last time you did play against XG, it was a 2-0 against you guys. Do you feel like you learned anything from the last time you came against each other, which you took into this series?
Yeah, 100%. I think those games, one of them we had a huge lead, game one. They love to play passive, they love to place defensive wards, kind of scale into the game, and we overstepped a lot against them in those games. We kind of didn't understand what they were trying to do. We studied that a lot, we talked a lot about that, and I think it made a big difference. We kind of held our map. When they fell behind, we just kind of choked them out rather than stepping into them. And when we did step into them, we made it like a really concerted effort to do so, and I think it paid off, clearly paid off, so yeah.
Clearly did. All right, Game Allegiant, they are now 1-1 here at the international group stage. Can they keep it going? We're going to find out later today. Speed, thank you very much.
In fact, if you guys want to find out, you could head on over to the C stream. They're playing up against VG right now. Their game one draft is about to conclude. But if you want some action here, we are going to be having Liquid coming up against Spirit. So it feels like you have a lot to choose from, some great options here, especially because we haven't actually gotten to see Liquid or talk about them yet on the A stream. They've been having their fun over on the B stream. They're 2-0 along with Spirit, and the way that Liquid has been winning, I would say, is very different to Spirit, right? Spirit are clinching out these games that they have no right in having a foot and have no right in winning for themselves, but Liquid slowly but surely build up some leads for themselves, Gunner, and just close them out in Liquid fashion.
Yeah, the closest series they had was the Yandex, but that's a bit to be expected. I think Yandex has had such a consistent year they kind of showed up almost out of nowhere, and they just kept like winning tournaments, getting high placement at tournaments. So for them to have a 3-game series versus them is not crazy, but their other one, 2-0, looked really pretty like easy for them, to be honest. And also coming off a tournament win, 3-0 in the finals for Team Liquid. It's just I'm impressed. It's one of the teams that I was expecting to be in that kind of 4-1-ish range, 4-1 or easily getting the 3-2 winning. So I'm excited for this because you got Team Liquid versus a Team Spirit, which is consistently every time this team is at TI, I feel like everyone goes, these guys are going to win again.
Well, that was the question mark about Spirit when Miposhka took his break and he goes, I'm not really playing. It felt like they had lost the identity of what felt like a threat at any point in the game, that they knew what late game Dota was compared to every other team, every other player that existed. Miposhka rejoins them in a coaching fashion.
Suddenly, yeah.
Okay, we understand late game again.
Alright, yeah, this is the, like, when we talk about the most resilient team in Dota, people are going to be talking about Spirit because this team is going to out-team fight you. They're going to outsmart you in the later stages of the game for a good reason. They've been on the top of the game, and whenever it matters, this team is always on the top. It's TI time, and this team just like highly powered up, especially after you said Miposhka joining, and I feel like their drafting overall just got insanely better. Like you can see the stability coming out from the most of the drafts that they do have. They didn't drop a single game yet, so that also puts, even though some of the games that they did play did look a little bit shaky, but also it's in a classic Team Spirit fashion, they managed to close it out.
We're looking at the hero pools of these two teams as well. Only 3 heroes so far shared in common. Of course, it's only 2 series that they've both played. Spirit having 4 games, Liquid having 5 games for themselves. But the IO one being the interesting factor, monkeys, of people not really sure, oh, is it only mid? For Spirit so far, that's the only place that they've showed it. But yeah, to see not so many overlapping heroes and having quite a lot of unique hero pools for the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think Liquid and Spirit, like when I think of stable Dota, these are probably 2 of the teams that I mainly think of. You know, their drafting is typically really solid. Their game plan is solid. They both like to scale into the late game. They don't like to. They like to have team fight. You know, they like to just check off the list in the draft. You know, and their play style. And I think they kind of have different approaches in it. As you said, they have more unique hero pools for each team. And while there's not that much overlap, I think both teams truly do go in their own identity, and you know they're able to just make themselves comfortable in most of these games, if not all.
And that's what we're hoping comes out in the draft here, the first phase of bans for game number 1, trying to make each other feel a little bit of discomfort, put them on the back foot of what exactly sort of situation do we have to draft ourselves out of, what feels like a very stable ban at the moment, or pick if it's not banned out is Lena. She's sitting up there pretty high in terms of the pick rate and the ban rate there too.
Yeah, for a good reason. I think we've seen this hero enough, and I don't think we're going to be seeing too much of this hero because pretty much everybody understands how strong the hero is, coming up from 2 different roles, 2 different builds, even from the mid lane, the carry, and the spellcaster build with the Dagon, the new TikTok build, as well as XM did call it. It just feels like you have so much tankiness, you have so much magic resistance, it's very difficult. Like, a lot of these melee heroes on the mid lane, also Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit, they lose the lane against Lena, and it just feels like it's never good. Like, you don't want to be playing into this matchup, and a lot of the times when you go in, she's always going to have damage to burst you down.
I do also like it for Team Liquid's playstyle, specifically for Mikke. I think they have really high success when he's playing these extremely aggressive carries that use spells for damage more than just like pure gold. You think of like his Nature's Prophet, like he just shows up to fights. You think of his Kez recently, he just shows up to fights. I think Lena's another one that farms really quickly and has the ability to show up to a 15-minute team fight, 20-minute team fight anytime and can be there. So for Liquid, I do like that Lena potential. And there's a couple of the heroes that are not the strongest that are in his arsenal. And these carries are so different. We were talking like the teams have very different hero pools, but I think the carries themselves are very different. When I think of Mikke, it is those. And then Choro's like Spectre, Drow, PL. Like he's going to be just this guy who's going to get 3 items and then try to win the game just for his whole team.
Yeah, well, Mickey, he played 5 different heroes in 5 games, so you don't
Name
really...
them all, Lacoste.
Yeah, you don't know what can happen with him. And I feel like Mickey is like type of a hero. You did talk about the Duraccio, who can, you know, like, he's not playing actively anymore, but this type of a carry who's going to be joining some of these earlier fights as well, who's going to be, you know, trying to make something happen. And
like the sacrificial carry,
the
which
sacrificial,
is a weird statement, but...
Mickey is maybe like less because Mickey always kind of has the farm, but you get the point.
Yeah, if we were going to say earlier, like Satanic's like the perfect middle ground,
yeah,
I would say Mickey, not in like a bad way, but he would lean slightly more towards the aggressive than the farming. But I think that does fit Liquid's playstyle a lot because they do have Nisha, he's played carry a lot, he's also just this guy who not necessarily will soak up the farm, but uses whatever he gets to such a good level that having this carry who's a bit less greedy, a bit more supportive in a sense, like a team fight in a sense, just enables Nisha to consistently pop off with whatever he wants to play.
Oh, Spirit opening up with Bane there as sponsor of Liquid. Oh, you want to leave the Earth Spirit in the pool? We'll very gladly pick that one up for us.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine this is Nisha. I believe Bossy is also willing to play the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's like the 4s are always like, they can play it, and I do think it's a good as a +4, but...
Let me rephrase that. It's the position 4 saying, please let me play it, please,
it's so fun.
please.
I want to grip my allies and kick them in, but...
I want to magnetize them.
But what ends up happening is then you think of it as like, is it, even if I'm countered mid by a Husker, is it really worth not having the most broken, like... Just 20,000 damage a fight as a mid, scaling. Well, that's the mid player. I think it's generally up to them if they want to play it or not.
They do know.
Most of them these days, I would say, want to play the Earth Spirit. Unfortunately for all the support players out there.
I think Ringmaster is one of the better, if not like the best option against Bane. During EWC, this hero just completely owned Bane because Bane was a menace to deal with. People try to figure out like what's the best hero, so you're just waiting to use the box. Shadow Demon can work kind of the same way, but I will also love to see maybe the Invoker pairing with Bane. I think this is how you can potentially break the side lanes, especially like the enemy super strong safe lanes with just like any kind of a setup where you go through the gates. You can get the kills in your safe lane as well. This is also a team that can potentially play this Bane as a position 4 if needed.
Yeah, one of the biggest strengths of Bane right now is why you need these like banish type of effects, like the Ringmaster Shadow, like you were saying.
Yeah, Bane
is because Lotus doesn't work on the Bane Axe.
Yeah.
The main hero will get cancelled, but the 2 illusions will keep gripping through Lotus, which is kind of strange, but because of that, you don't really have like reliable ways to consistently cancel the grip once he gets Axe, so he just scales in this such a strong way, because BKB piercing stuns have kind of been nerfed over time, and that's why you always are going to want to lean towards a just guaranteed way. In the past, there's been an Oracle, there's Silencer as well, but those heroes are a bit under the radar, because again, supports really want to have either perfect control right now or high damage, and Silencer and Oracle don't really do either.
I also think that like Pause 5, there's just so many like broken Pause 5.
There's so many better ones than picking the Oracle
exactly.
Silencer.
But there will be a Hoodwink for Liquid. That's a Boxy special. He pops off on this hero a lot, I would say. He's definitely very comfy there. Adds a lot of follow-up damage to the Earth Spirit.
I like this from Spirit. They pick Slaughter, which can be used as a lane counter to Earth Spirit, can be used in the off lane as well. Same goes for the Wind Ranger. They're not revealing where their heroes are going. This Wind Ranger can be played as a position 4, as a carry, even in certain situations in the mid lane, like we've seen Thompson played the other day. So a lot of flexibility coming out from Spirit.
I like it because Wind is... They're setting up for a high physical damage team, which I think is one of the better ways to deal with Earth Spirit. He does so much because it magnetizes, like, everything kind of pierces BKB, but just the idea that you can fight into BKBs, you're doing so much damage, and the second they end, you win. You're pretty much one of the best mids at fighting post BKBs, that being able to force him to just die or have to buy like all these defensive items to survive his own BKB timing is just good, and like physical damage is the best way to kill this hero during a BKB.
Also, I will mention Liquid has been getting Centaur first phase banned against them all 5 games this tournament, and this is going to be their first time actually playing Centaur, compared to other teams, which pretty much everyone has been getting
Like,
Centaur.
oh, we don't want to get that one away. We're not so sure about that one.
It's a very good hero against the Wind Ranger. She doesn't get to ult you almost ever up until a point where she maybe like has Satanic, but not going to be interacting too much with the hero because she does kill herself on the retaliate damage. With Slaughter, it can be a bit more engaging because you get that extra bit of a damage coming out, and they do have a couple of saves as well on side of Liquid right now. You have Tusk with the Snowball, Stampede on top of that, Kick from the Earth Spirit, quite a lot of things, but quite a lot of melee heroes as well.
And it's the Banisher's Bane.
Yes.
You Snowball a guy, instantly ends the grip no matter what, so I like the save versus both the Bane and the Win. I think this Win is probably going to be in that support role now. You take a new carry, seeing your lane, you know, it's Centaur Hoodwink. There's not necessarily like amazing heroes versus that, but I would lean towards like a Terror Blade, something just like very solid, stable. There's like a Lifestealer is decent, but I don't particularly like it versus the Tusk with a punch like built in.
What would your thoughts be on like a Morphling? I know that's a Yatoro special. How does that go against Centaur, do you think?
I mean, it's fine. It's decent. The hero's definitely weak. And I think honestly one of the strengths of the heroes that you need are games where your ult has value, like turning into some guy in the team fight. You're playing versus like a Lifestealer carry, something with Rage, or this game you can turn to the Centaur and have like 1 extra stun for your team, but it doesn't give you that like, this is a reason to pick the hero. This is really good to pick the hero. I'd rather him, even like something like Medusa, just this like kind of more standard late game carry, even like a Sven, just something that is going to win the game eventually rather than that kind of like more skill based, not like skill, but
Are you saying Yatoro's on skills?
I don't think that's what unfortunately.
Sorry, I'm just hearing what you didn't say.
He's a very skilled player over there. But because he's so skilled, he has that massive hero pool.
Yeah.
So they're actually going to take the offlane hero of Underlord right now. Something really good versus the Tusk, versus the Earth Spirit, versus the Centaur.
Yeah.
Particularly the Tusk, I want to give a big shout out because, like we said,
can't snowball.
You can't snowball, right? So it's like you grip and then you drop the root on the ground, and the Tusk can't blink in to snowball the Fiend's Grip.
You need the 6,000 plus gold, or
Blink BKB.
like Blink BKB, or you need like some like insane positioning.
You could try to like angle through it, but it's like it makes it like so much more awkward for Tusk. It doesn't just have this simple like, oh, I blink snowball, everything's good.
No, very good against like in general area where they can take the fight. The percentage-based damage is going to be extremely good against Earth Spirit, who has insanely high strength gain. Same goes for the Centaur. So this type of like, they have magical damage, they have very good scaling so far inside of Team Spirit. So does Liquid. Like, they have good objective taking with Roche. You have tag teams, so you're never going to be lacking damage. But the same goes for Spirit. Whenever you see Slaughter, he can easily take Roche on, he can easily take Tormentor on top of that. And I want to see how Liquid's going to read this, where this Wind Ranger is going to go, because I feel like they want to shift this to position 4 after seeing the Centaur, after seeing all of these heroes who can be quite annoying for Wind Ranger, and they are banning out Templar Assassin.
I would assume it's going to be a Windrunner support. I think that it's like, yeah, you can pick into the center, but it just feels so bad in a 1-to-1 matchup for the whole game. That it makes way more sense to be like, Wind 4 is fine. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I think in terms of this, like, you force them to maybe pick the Centaur, maybe you do have a counter pick of something, and you have a fine 4. It's a way to get past the draft instead of having, sometimes there's like hiccups in the draft where you feel forced to pick a hero and you pick something mediocre. I think Wind kind of can skip that by having a good carry or just an okay support.
I think Spirit also, they probably want to combo with the Slaughter amp damage. They probably want to go for this heavy physical, you know, instant burst lineup that we've seen a few teams do, and like maybe they're looking Clinks, maybe Drow. I mean, they don't have the melee pause 5, but you know, Bane's basically a melee hero. He likes to get in there. He likes to trade brain sap. You know, he can secure most lanes for most carries. I feel there is the Lifestealer ban that you were talking about.
Yeah, it's still good. It's just sometimes it feels way worse to have to play it with a BKB piercing stun. Like the Tusk can always cancel your TP. You can't be just this complete reckless hero, but still takes it out. And again, I'm still looking at that like Sven Terrorblade kind of angle, and it doesn't get countered too hard, but
that's a lot of physical damage.
That's a lot of physical damage, and Desobuyer stacks well with the Corrosive Haze.
Yeah, this hero can definitely pop off. Like, you're never going to be lacking damage. Mid, early, late game, you are covered. I think this type of a lineup, something we talked about, is scaling. Like, both of these teams, they love scaling. They are always going to have, like, all these boxes kind of covered, the BKB piercing abilities. And for Mickey, I don't think this overall last pick for him is easy. Playing into 2 BKB piercing tools, playing into Underlord as well, playing into Kez. It's not going to be easy to find a hero that checks all of these boxes.
They're going to have to find something for themselves, though.
My initial thought is the Nature's Prophet, because I think it works well with the support duo and the Earth Spirit. It's like very, very aggressive, very go, but I do worry about the specific, like the Slaughter and the Kez. Both of those are all really good core matchups into the Nature's Prophet. So maybe if you want more specific core matchups for them, the Terrorblade is good as well. It's like this high armor hero who kind of deals with this physical damage from them, and it's a ranged carry, lands well with the Tusk. It's not amazing into the Underlord, but kind of like you were saying, Monkeys, there's no perfect pick here, really. Everything kind of is like countered by one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they pick here. It is Luna.
Dude, the Luna taunt has to come out like a billion times this game, please.
I mean, Luna, in theory, works really well against all of these heroes. These are triple melee cores on side of Spirit. There's a bit of a new build on Luna where you are picking up a relatively early Blink Dagger and then like blinking on top of them using the Eclipse as well with the Glaze with the damage reduction and sharing some of that damage as well. Could work out really well. Like, this has been Mickey's specialty. A lot of the times when, you know, it's a Timbersaw meta, it's a lot of these melee heroes, Mickey, he will fall back to this Luna pick even though it's not the most common pick nowadays.
I might also go like the magic build, the Axe at some point. I think that he can go, once he gets like the 5-6 items, yeah, he's tanky enough to get into their whole team, but I think there's a very long point in the mid game where BK is not enough for him because of all this physical damage, and he'll just die. So maybe going more towards like an Axe, magic damage, kind of maybe the Blink Dagger, and playing a more backline, letting your 2 tanky heroes go in for you, and just having this kind of nukes coming from the outside, and then yeah, at the end of the fight you commit, and but more of a objective taker, not a team fighter.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this also just goes into what we were talking about of each team kind of has their unique hero pools. Like, Luna is definitely a Mickey staple, you know, like, I don't think we're seeing too many people picking up this hero lately, so I think this is definitely Liquid's comfort, and I would also say Spirit's comfort. I mean, again, like, these two teams are just very stable teams. They like to pick for themselves, they like to do what they want to do, and I think both of them have drafts that fill that idea.
Is this a new Mickey hero Lacoste?
Potentially, and I mean that he's gonna make it work, but I think there's gonna be also extra bit of a salty considering that they got eliminated by Spirit in the recent EWC, so there's gonna be extra bit of
revenge on the line. I like it. They
Yeah.
say the last tournament you guys had the best of us, but for a tournament right now, TI a lot on the line for themselves. Both teams 2-0 at the moment. This game number 1 puts them in a great position to be our first 3-0 team, looking towards the next matchup, and it is going to be Outcasters, Synderen, and Sunspan.
You screwed it up again, Matt. It's Sunsfan and Synderen. It just has a better... It just sounds... I'm not trying to be egotistical here. See, Jenkins has the same problem. People saying Jenkins, Sunsfan. It just sounds better with my name first. Just saying.
Yes.
As we get into the game.
Very good, Shannon. Thank you so much for that contribution. Welcome, everybody, to game number 1 between Liquid and Spirit. Of course, as the panel mentioned, both teams 2-0. A battle of 2 teams that have played each other countless times, but with a little bit of a newer-ish flair, of course, having Miposhka in the coaching chair for
yes, that is true.
Spirit. And I think that is going to be one of the biggest tests of this tournament for Spirit, with how well it goes, is how much can Miposhka do from the coaching role, because I think he has been an absolutely instrumental part of all of Spirit's big wins when he was playing on the team. Now
Rue is dead.
Yep.
Who
now
gets
he only
the
gets
first
to
blood?
talk before the game. Tofu
will take it. Okay.
So,
I mean, if somebody gets sick, he could sub in.
That's right.
They can have a strategic vomitorium.
Oh, you're not feeling so good today, Rue. Oh, you are. We'll do something about that.
Take care of that. Yeah.
No, but you could definitely tell from the pre-game camera that Miposhka had a lot to say when the drafts were over. I think he has a very clear impact on this team, and I personally found that they leveled up a lot when he got into the coaching seat again. So the guy is just a generational support player and can obviously transform a lot of that from or communicate a lot of what he did in-game, hopefully for him, from the coaching role. But you can't do it live. You can only do it until the game begins. Then the coaches leave the booth and the players have to do it for themselves. So how much could he communicate about the game plan?
How much would change if you could do that during the game?
A lot.
I believe interesting to think about.
I believe there were 1 or 2 tournaments in the history of the game where coaches were allowed live. Maybe it was
very brief.
One, and
I only remember one. I don't remember what it was though. Yeah, we get to see a Luna played by Mickey, one of his old classics. We don't get to see it too often anymore, though. What do you think about this pick?
I'm not convinced, actually. I think a lot of the elements of the draft for both teams I really liked. They dug quite deep into their time to find this Luna, which goes to show that there was no obvious choice. I just personally don't find her hero matchups to be that good here. She's fine against Underlord, but I think Kez can be quite dangerous. I think Kez Slardar, particularly as a duo, obliterate a hero like Luna who doesn't... She's weird, because against certain carries, she's fine that they come up close, but against others, they just overwhelm her too fast, and that's my concern here, is that Kez Slardar are going to make quick work of her, and there's Fiend Script. So I think there's a lot that's going to come down to the supporting cast around the Luna, because, like the panel mentioned, there was no perfect pick. I can't off the top of my head be like, wow, he really should have picked this instead, but it's not a great Luna game.
Yeah. It is a great Chicken Man game, though, because there's a Slardar in the game, Cinderin.
That's right. He loves that.
We have seen this pop off too many times to count.
However, they are playing against Anisha, who's in form and playing what I think it's fair to say is the mid-hero of the tournament so far.
Yep, so far,
in Earth Spirit. The win rate of the hero is not that ridiculous, but when the right players play it, it looks insanely powerful, especially in the late game, ironically enough, because that used to be Earth Spirit's weakness.
Yeah.
Now it's his strongest suit. Tofu will avoid both attacks courtesy of his innate. That's pretty damn
Good
lucky.
Stuff. Not me. Going to continue to pursue. Don't think he can finish the job, though. So Tofu shall survive. All of that first blood money, what did he spend it on? Just consumables. Sad.
Yeah, what would you have liked to see?
Ag's first item before boots.
All right. Yeah, if you're going to buy Ags for first blood, he might have done it. I think teams would approach the game drastically differently if first blood gave 4,000 gold and every subsequent kill gave 150, though.
I think there'd be no action at all.
Yeah.
For quite a while, if that was the case. We went through a lot of rubber band patches in the past. A lot of different economy changes.
Yeah, we've never had. Fortunately, we've never had the 4,000 gold first blood though.
That's
never that crazy.
Honestly, there probably was a bug at some point that did something similar, so I wouldn't even say no to that. It's a long history here, Dota 2. If you count Dota 1 as well. So.
I don't know why you just reminded me of that, but do you remember the one day that Chen could persuade Roche?
Yeah.
Like that is the equivalent of 4,000 gold for first blood, I think.
That was pretty good. Unfortunately, they did fix it.
Yeah, well, I should have definitely kept that. Would have been great.
Brew will steal one water rune. Won't be able to get the other.
Yeah, that's actually quite bad for Nisha. He's going to have to do the long walk of shame back to base now without resources. He can't lane into Slardar. As, I guess, expected, you know, Slardar does very well against a lot of melee heroes, but Earth Spirit inherently tanky and farms very well with his spells, so Slardar can't really box him out.
Does he still have the highest strength gain in the game? Or one at the top?
Spirit?
As a top 5, maybe?
Yeah, definitely top. He has 3.8. It's super high.
Okay, it's probably Centaur's 4, I would guess.
Centaur is 4.3. I think Treant is also up there somewhere, but Earth Spirit definitely one of the highest.
Naviataro. Blocked in a bit. Won't lose any CS, though, as a result. We'll be going for the Mage Slayer build. We see slight variations here and there with Kez, but typically will be the Mage Slayer into the Deso as the cookie cutter.
Yeah, you have effectively you have two choices when you play carry Kez. You either get Mage Slayer or get Battle Fury. I don't think there's any other option that's good enough. And in this game, Mage Slayer is just a complete gimme because the active, or the proc of it rather, is just so valuable. There's 3, arguably 4 heroes that it's really good against. Earth Spirit obviously #1, but even a hero like Centaur does a lot of spell damage. Luna. Speaking of Luna, Mickey got caught out. It's
Blocks coming in.
nasty
Not enough to get
damage.
that second proc though, as Mickey will survive just barely.
That was expensive though.
But you're right. It's all spell damage. Mid laner, all magic damage. Centaur as well. Luna is a mix. So the Mage Slayer is going to be extremely good this game.
Mickey misclicked. This is actually a rather big mistake, if true. His courier has a Mango and the Gloves of Haste. I think that Mango is meant to be a healing salve.
Oh my goodness.
Because he is running this lane on 250 HP currently with no regen. And he's sending out a Mango with 60% mana. This is a very rare mistake, but I can't imagine this wasn't meant to be a salve.
Let's see what he does with this Mango. Oh, eats it immediately. Doesn't want anybody to see the shame.
Yeah, that's good. It's probably good for team morale.
I eat my shame too, actually.
You have no shame.
That's why I eat it, so I don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
It goes away.
Okay.
You eat it. Bushwhack. Collapse on maybe not the prototypical collapse type here. He can't steal any Aegises with this guy. That'd be very difficult for him. As Tofu, no second proc this time.
This combination of heroes actually does so much damage. The panel was talking about how Windranger 4 isn't the greatest, but with Underlord, you actually have a great setup and a good friend to pressure with.
Raptor Dance onto Ace, as the Corrosive Haze makes him very much so not tanky, as Yatoro looks to finish the job. He'll get it. TP support, though, in the form of the Earth Spirit, as Not Me takes the Shrine on the other side.
Nisha has no roll, so he can't even chase them.
But they get both Shrines on Spirit, by the way.
Yep. Off to a great start overall. I definitely favor their lineup I would say if they're even slightly ahead in the mid game. Once again, because I have my worries for Luna. And her 2 biggest problems are the top 2 net worth in the game right now. Slaughter and Kez off to great starts. Effectively everybody on Spirit should be pretty happy right now. Now that they got both wisdoms,
I mean,
supports should also.
I'm not saying the Luna's not going to work, but I think they were pretty happy with Luna being picked. I don't think this is a hero that they're necessarily afraid of. Get the crush now onto Nisha, trying to do something with this 8-minute power rune. Gets nightmared back into the fray, though. It gets taken off in the Stampede to help get away. Oh, crush misses completely from Laurel.
How did that miss?
Foxy only level 3. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Nisha he does get the rune. Fiend's Gate comes in, though, the silence to try to prevent a little bit, but the Pit of Malice eventually comes for him, so Nisha pays the ultimate price for being a greedy little boy.
There's something wrong about Earth Spirit not having roll. I don't know. It just feels like it used to be the hero's identity, and you just sometimes don't skill it in mid at this point.
No. Still action going on, mostly support. Shackle hitting several heroes as Tofu. Trying to run away, but the batch keeps him in place with the crush to finish the job. Boxy on the run again. Level 3 hero. Stomp comes out from Ace with the Raptor Dance to follow. It's a lot of damage applied to the Centaur. Do they have the follow-up to finish it? It's going to be close. The power shot hits, and Yatoro gets the kill with the damage over time.
Beautiful.
Finds Boxy as well. Could not have gone better for Spirit.
That was actually just completely flawless. Yatoro dodged the stomp with the invulnerability frame of Raptor Dance, then they hit a clean power shot from an off angle, and both of them died to the Kazurai Katana bleed. Really, really nicely done from the side of Spirit. And this is going to start creating quite some distance now. Yatoro up 1,000 on the Luna. And the Underlord also up 600 against Centaur.
Laurel's able to pressure the tier 1, despite being a Slardar. Another Nightmare. No grip from Rue quite yet. The Raptor Dance comes out with the Echo Slash as well. And Ace taking so much damage. Has to use Stampede just to get away from this chicken. Meanwhile, mid lane, first Magnetize onto Laurel. With the supports teaming up, they should be able to tick him out. And tick him off, for that matter.
Runs in to die to the tower to try to give less gold to Nisha.
And Boxy has to take the rune. Rue does force that out. Will cost him his life, though.
is making them work for it a bit.
This is, Yataro's nearby, looking for an opening potentially. Thinks better of it, though.
I think Spirit were debating actually turning that with an Underlord ulti. This is something you always have to be wary of as Liquid when you go on these long chases, is effectively the enemy team does have one more and then the numbers showing on the screen. Oh my.
Corrosive Haze just such a good spell. Just absurd. Especially when you team it up with the likes of Kez later in the game.
Mask of Madness now for Mickey. Not many heroes buy this item anymore. The current meta. Feels like it's mostly just Luna and Sven that ever really run it.
Yatoro, we've seen this before. Not able to dodge the stun this time. Ace has to take the pressure from the Mage Slayer.
It's just
the Veil, Yatoro. Yeah, there's not going to be any support for Ace. So another death for the Centaur. And Yatoro just having a completely free game on Chicken Man. Boxy in the mid lane will eventually be finished off by Not Me. And the player Not Me.
Yeah. Good. Just to be clear.
This tower is almost dead as well. Spirit off to an incredible start.
Yeah, they're even starting to steal away the enemy triangle here. Yatoro gets to access space that Kez usually doesn't get to take this early in the game. But when you win your safe lane this hard and you take that tower, you can get down to that triangle area. It's filthy, filthy rich.
I mean, how is Liquid's lineup against Kez in general, outside of the fact that he's having an incredible game?
I mean, I think Earth Spirit and Tusk are kind of the wild cards in that regard. They have an instant silence, and they have punch. Well, eventually. Boxy's level 4. Oh, nice roll.
Yep, Snowball actually hits. That's the Magnetize and the Sharpshooter. Laurel is dead to rights. TP's a little bit too slow from the Spirit side. We will get a trade, as Boxy did hit level 5 in that engagement. He will tick out to Yatoro again to the Mage Slayer.
Trade you're very happy with if you're Liquid, especially considering Underlord ulti and TPs were used for that. And of course, that means Mickey gets to do what he wants down bottom. Stampede again. Oh,
Ace is having himself such a rough time. Fiend's Grip and the Chicken Man can be there to help destroy the half-man, half-horse.
It's level 7. Oh, he just got 8, excuse me. Level 8 on Centaur. Kez is 12.
Yeah.
This is about as stompy as a lane gets at pro level nowadays. He's being doubled up by Yatoro. It's almost the entire net worth lead is in one lane.
That's true.
Kind of crazy. Look, aside from this, Liquid are keeping up quite well, but
what can they do against Chicken Man?
Isn't it ironic that this hero got banned against Liquid 5 games straight, and then they get it and he gets owned?
True.
Kind of funny. See if Ace can somehow recover this, but this is a tough position to play the Centaur.
Look at all these TPs coming in from Liquid. They do not want to lose their Wisdom Shrine again. Thora would obviously be the best case scenario to get that kill. Gonna go on to the Bane instead. We'll be able to clean them up, and that should be their Wisdom Shrine. Spirit, they can get away with everything, not that big of a deal. As Collapse gets the opposing one.
Collapse is also level 12. Though there are 2 side laners at level 12 and their mid is level 9. When does this ever happen? What the hell? He's supposed to have, you know, at least somewhat comparable experience playing a solo lane. That's very unusual level distribution here. But it's going to work out great for them. And of course, player personality-wise, Laurel great at playing from behind and giving more space to his teammates. So I'm sure they're happy with it. Gonna find the biggest opening.
Absolutely. Laurel able to close the gap. Even Collapse coming in with that Fiend's Gate. They get the big kill on the Mickey. Question is, can Liquid get anything out of this? Focusing on Not Me, but he's got that win run. He is super fast.
Right, now Isha might be in an
all alone.
spot.
Corrosive Haze is on him, so it does have to be a bit careful with the Fiend's Grip. And look at the rest of Liquid. They're going to have to just give this up. So 2 big kills for Spirit. The second one completely handed to them on a silver platter.
That is bad news.
This is getting out of hand real fast.
It really is, because, yeah, sure, it's a 5K lead in 15 minutes, which is already a lot. But again, looking at the lineups and the overall flow of the game, when the Dire lineup is ahead, it should be a formality to take Tormentor and Roche. And now, then we're not looking at 5K anymore in 5 minutes. Then we're looking at 8K and an Aegis. Liquid really have to start getting something going their way, connecting a move. Finally, Tusk gets 6 after 15 minutes.
God, that's crazy.
This has been a rough one for Boxy. Bottom lane, Not Me is going to... if he avoids dying to Nisha here, that's another failed attempt from the Earth Spirit. And looks to actually get... He is getting out. 4 Liquid heroes down here fail the mission. And the tower will almost fall as well, which is what Not Me was busy focus firing. It's just nothing going right.
No.
For the Water Boys.
Toro has his Deso. Very fearsome creature this chicken is. Gonna get the grappling claw off. It looks like he was stunned while he did that, but of course Kez can do anything as Nisha will pay the price of facing the chicken. Yep. Toro gets his first stacks now on that Desolator. Boxy, Fiend's Gate finds him. My goodness. Just getting out of control. I mean, that is an Aghanim Scepter already for the Underlord. Collapse. We've seen the power of this already in that last series.
Second Deso stack as well for Yatoro. He's involved already with it, so that's going to start ramping up.
Not done yet either. McKay being pursued. Oh my goodness!
Well, honestly, it's a good ulti. Otherwise, he dies. So I mean, it looks stupid, but
yeah, maybe you're right.
He kind of has to try to fend them off.
Now the roll in, not going to hit. Nisha. Looks like he'll get the Magnetize, and the Lucent Beam slows down Not Me. Looks like he's gonna fall eventually. So Liquid having to, feels like they have to rotate constantly to try to counteract this constant action from Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, finally they get something, but it's a support. And now, Nightmare into Crush.
Oh my god.
It's fine.
Yep, Corrosive Haze opens up Chicken Man. He is on another level right now. Usually I'd make a KFC reference. This is more like Cane's. Got to step it up, Cinderella. Higher tier chicken. Okay? Remember that.
I'll remember that.
What did I say?
That is an insane... How do they have this wave? Wait, what happened?
Rush initiation onto Nisha. Echo Slash to follow. Trying to get out. The roll is going to be successful. But look at Spirit here in numbers. They are very scary right now. They get the Nightmare onto poor Boxy. Has the snowball, but he's going to fall eventually. And yeah, the grip onto the low ground. Ace takes the tumble. They even find a squirrel on the backside. So Tofu will be the next to fall for Liquid. And Spirit with an enormous advantage. They get a tier 2 tower.
Can we get a replay of how big that creep wave was, by the way? I know we just had a team fight, but I actually think that was the most spectacular thing. It looked like it was 5 waves.
How's that possible?
I don't
33 is going to have to pause again just to see what's happening here.
I don't know how they got so many creeps there. That's crazy. I mean, had Centaur just been stacking waves with the Dominator for like 4 times in a row, and then when they finally get there, they dive the tower. I mean, effectively, he just lost a tower and 4 waves that he was trying to stack.
Yeah, Nisha, well, after the pause, still not safe. Laurel able to get out just barely. No, he dies to the tower. And Not Me will pay the price as well.
Oh, Yatoro, that's maybe a little bit too cute. He's getting in quite deep here. The TPs are too long, though.
They kill off Nisha, but Spirit able to get away with everyone else, despite diving very far. Yatoro's still there. Oh, is Tofu just dead? Man, he is so squishy.
Yes.
This is tough to watch. 16 stacks already.
I've been reading Reddit recently, though, and people are saying that Kez got nerfed way too hard. So
this is the best carry in the game, as far as I'm concerned. Every time we cast it,
when I see this hero with Slardar, at least, I have a very hard time predicting the other team to win, because I mean, this is anecdotal. I don't know if we've ever cast a game with these 2 heroes together where they lost.
I don't think so.
I think every single time it's been a landslide victory.
Yep.
And this is not looking any different for now. 20 minutes arriving, so it's time for Tormentor, which they should easily take care of. Kez now has a BKB completed. Yotoro is 10-0 at 20 minutes. Satanic is watching and telling him he has amateur CS numbers, though only 200. This is meant to be 350.
Yeah, true.
But there's a trade-off. He's been very active on the map, and you can't do both at once. So a different style.
You can with Fiend's Gate.
Okay, there goes the Tormentor. That took 3 seconds. Cool. Right. Tormentor, shard for Rue. Only has level 2 on Brain Saps. Not the greatest, but still all the gold, and the fact that it doesn't go to the enemy team.
I don't think they were going to be taking any time.
No.
But yeah, Spirit in the driver's seat, to say the least. Now, when does Mickey come online? He's going for Butterfly, I believe, last we checked, and it feels like he does need BKB on top of that.
Yeah. And even then, there's still Fiend Script. It's just a really difficult game, I think.
Did you have a better carry in mind?
I couldn't on the spot tell you a better choice. I just don't think Luna was that.
Oh, Ace. Nowhere to go. Good Fiend's Gate placement. Ace will tick out as well. They're going to find a squirrel again. So 2 dead, just like that for Liquid.
And the tier 2 tower, and probably Roche.
I mean, I'm not sure if it would have been good in the game because we don't see this hero anymore, but first thing I think of against a minus armor strat, let's call it, is high armor heroes like Terrorblade.
Yeah, he was mentioned as well by the panel. He was available.
Okay.
I don't know if TA was banned, because I think TA could have also been an option. Yeah. I think she lanes fine into Underlord, and she can actually survive Kezar.
I don't even know if this is a Luna issue. Like, she hasn't even had time to do anything yet.
No, right? That's the other thing. Yeah, I mean, we can talk about the Luna. I think Mickey has done a pretty good job. They've just been destroyed everywhere else. So. And if that was a TA instead of the Luna, I don't think anything changes.
Yeah.
In the way in which they have lost, the carry is not responsible. The only thing would be if they could have found a carry pick that would have destroyed Collapse's game to such an extent that he would have needed help, and then resources would have been pulled from elsewhere on the map. But I don't know if that hero exists. I think absolutely destroying Underlord Windranger with a carry pick last pick here, I don't think you can do that.
Nice little casual Chasm Stone on Collapse, so those Pits of Malices are massive.
He almost has Shivas already. It's 22 minutes. It's really, really farmed. Not the best Shivas game defensively. The armor is actually not that valuable because the vast majority of Liquid's damage is magical, but
it's so funny that, yeah, you look at their line, oh man, it's all magic, 0 pipes.
Yeah.
The item just doesn't exist. Like, when do you buy it? Because we do see it every now and then.
I think.
But what tips it over the edge?
Well, we saw Vision buy it last series on their Darkseer. I think it's a matter of your perspective of, are we going to play teamfights right now where defensive capabilities are the most important? If not, pipe kind of falls off, right? Maybe there's like a subset of heroes you almost always fight against, like Zeus, because then it's relevant the entire game, but there's not many. I think Collapse could have actually considered Gleipnir this game instead of Shivas. But it's still a feels-good item regardless.
Well, 3.5 minutes on Aegis for Yotoro. See what kind of work they can put in. He's working on the Aghanim Scepter right now.
There's only 1 tower remaining outside the base. This is not usual in this patch to wipe the entire map in 20 minutes of all structures, but here we are. Spirit will finish that too, and the Ags will be completed after the Tower of Bounty. Oh,
That's how confident he is that they're not getting pushed on Cinder. He uses the fortification on a single creep bottom to just secure the tower.
Foxy's dead.
Killed off. Okay, he gets the
play, but
flips, but it's going to cost him. And it's Mickey trying to run away pretty damn fast, but this is too many heroes to work against. Lotus applied, not going to matter. Collapse gets the killing blow. Nisha showing off that Lotus. We'll be going for the Ghost Scepter next.
Yotoro already 20 damage on his Deso. He's gonna max that bad boy out.
He's actually slowed down. He had 16 within the first 3 minutes of buying it.
Crazy. And I'm trying to look for Bright. Oh, hang on. Nisha, one-on-one against Not Me, does find him.
Yep.
An important kill for Nisha, because now in the post-game screen it looks like he's higher level than the enemy position 4. It's level 13 before that to the 14 of Not Me, which should just never happen.
Gonna have to settle for the squirrel yet again.
It's tough to find the silver lining here for the Radiant lineup because I think it's so timing dependent and the timing was missed. Oh, Nisha's enjoying this gate area.
All right.
Another little snack for Earth Spirit that will give him level 15 talent. I guess what you do is you try to stall out the game until Mick has BKB, and then you need to take one decisive fight where things just go right. So for now, Chicken Man, he gets the mark.
He does, doesn't want to pursue. Although, roll coming in from the other side. They get the connection onto Kez, half HP. This is the Aegis. They will burn it.
He is
good start for Liquid.
Alone. For now.
You say that. Fiendskate coming in. They collide with the roll. The Toro pops the BKB now can go to work. Look at the damage coming out. The Eclipse coming out from as well from Mickey trying to get out of this pit. It's not going to happen though. Dies to the right clicks, and now Ace will follow suit as everyone from Liquid just dropping. Nisha next. Double kill for Yatoro.
It was a trap all along.
It was. I mean, again, one of the best ags in the game is Fiendskate.
Yeah.
Just crazy good. Shout out to Cinderin for suggesting that spell.
Oh, okay.
You were the reason it was put in the game, Cinderin. Don't be coy.
Oh, nice nightmare. Well, Tofu will be.
And now it's a full team wipe.
Yep.
Now, right now.
And that should be Elena Barracks too, because Kez can also push quickly. Did you know?
The only good thing about Kez, actually, redeeming quality is what I meant to say. Feels like he's, I don't know the right way to put this. Watching him, I don't mind it, actually. It's just being in a game with him is... You know what I mean?
He makes other people suffer, and that's fun to see.
Yeah, it is. Like, if this was Techies, the old Techies, I didn't mind casting it that much. It makes some hilarious moments. You have very high peaks and some lows, of course.
That was my most hated hero to cast.
To cast?
Yes. Because it created the most awkward stalemates that were so difficult to solve for the losing team, so it was very hard to really even imagine a way for them to access the game. I mean, not that this individual game is particularly different, but it's not because of the heroes, it's because they're owning them.
And rolling with the punch. Counteraction coming through, though, not me.
Oh, that's
by
a
boxing.
good axe.
Fiendskate onto many heroes. Trying to kill off Nisha. Another hit comes out from Collapse, and this is going to be the death of Nisha. Rolls right on top of the big fat boy. And the Eclipse, though, from Mickey, doing a decent amount, but you can see the farm disadvantage is not remotely close. And Yatoro using that BKB to full effect, dodging a lot. We'll get the free kill onto the Tusk.
Honestly, that was pretty good from Liquid.
Yeah, they get 3 kills, actually.
The end result of this is a 2k gold gain for them. They're going to need a lot more where that came from, but it's step number 1. Got Luna involved, and that is going to give Mickey a little bit of... Oh, I guess he barely got a new chump change, as a matter of fact, but it's going to give him time on the map to, hopefully for him, finish off this BKB. And then, like I was saying before, I genuinely think this is a game where Liquid get one fight as their true chance. If they can win a fight convincingly with the Luna BKB, maybe this is possible to swing around. Oh, he actually made a pit stop for a Dragonlance. Okay. This is going to be a much later BKB suddenly. Okay. Underlord Octarine Core.
Yeah, nice luxury item for him.
Oh, a Solar Crest. Don't see them that much on the Hoodwink.
A rare treat.
I love this item. I wish it was a bit better, but it feels like it's always in this limbo between every game or
never, yeah.
Or rarely.
You missed Medallion of Courage.
Yeah, that was also cool. You can get it as a tier 2 neutral item, but it's just not the same.
Because it's free.
Yeah.
Anything that's free is not as satisfying. When you purchase something, you get to enjoy it yourself. It's more satisfying that way. Tofu.
Hello.
He will tank the gank in all likelihood. Get spotted, killed off, easy. Roche potentially in 20 seconds. And that is tower number 2 taken for Liquid. And now is the mid lane.
Yep.
30 minutes in. Not a good sign. Mass TPs for Liquid.
Unsuccessful Fiend's Gate. Such a short cooldown, though. He has
when you suggested this, why didn't you say longer cooldown?
I mean, he has Ags and Oxarine. Relax.
How does it feel to have an idea of yours put in the game? You happy with it?
I mean, you
think about it every day?
You keep giving me credit, like I...
You did, though. It's why are you even... Just admit it. Admit it. Take credit where credit is due.
I think what I'm trying to say is that I believe I and another person had the idea, at least somewhat independently, of something of this type. So I don't want to take all the credit.
Just take it. No one's...
It's my idea, Shannon. Shut up.
Taro gets the shard.
That's right.
So everybody on their team has a shard now.
It's the upgraded Kazurai Katana and Shoto-san. Gonna start working on a Satanic now. Because
40 seconds from Roche. Fiend's Gate will find the squirrel. Be another easy pick off. Tofu, death number 8.
What's the kill record for the tournament so far? Do we know that? I know you don't, but
yeah, who would know?
I'm hoping we would be. Got some very educated gentlemen in our ears occasionally, and Seb.
Boxy on the run.
All right, the current record we are being told should be something like 23. So keep an eye on your Toro to maybe overtake that.
Oh my God!
He's on 18. What will decide if he can beat the record is largely whether Liquid survive.
The record for this particular tier?
Yeah, I think.
What's the record for all tiers?
It's probably over 30.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. There's been some ridiculous games in the history of this tournament.
Now another Roach goes the way of Spirit.
Wow, that's really quick. Okay. Chicken Man will backpack his Ags for an Aegis. One of the very few heroes that do that. Oh, well, he ate it.
He ate it. Wow. That's an early consumption.
Hungry little chicken.
Very interesting.
Nullifier now for Laurel. A classic slaughter purchase. Dealing with Ghost Scepter from Earth Spirit. Dealing with the Solar Crest. Of course, forcing Luna to not really be able to use her Pike as a Force Staff defensively as the Pike, which is a lot more awkward.
Well, they get Roche's banner, so you would think if all things go according to plan, they'll get this second set on this next push. They're going to smoke out, though, looking for a pick-off.
Hey, Boxy
will be the one to break the smoke. Actually does blink out, gets off the snowball as well, but Gale Force, everything, goodbye.
19. I feel like what do you call the announcer in darts that yells out how many points?
I have no idea. Cinderin.
180!
Already at half HP, in a little bit of trouble. Yator doesn't want to burn the Aegis this quickly. Gets put to the low ground. Is going to be fine. Lucent Beam. Eclipse comes out. Collapse taking the brunt of it. And they get the second kill off the back of the Eclipse. So Mickey, with the help of the buyback from Boxy,
not bad.
A good hold.
Yeah.
But the good news for Spirit is they retain the Aegis, so they can just heal up, reset, and try again.
We're a bit eager there, but nice counterplay.
Was Roche banner used?
No.
I don't see it in anyone's inventory.
I don't remember if the overlay in the top that shows the Aegis and the gem timer, if that also shows if somebody's holding the banner in the backpack.
It did earlier, so
yeah. And it was a stupid push. Okay. No offense.
Offense taken.
It's not on me.
That's the American way right there.
It's on you if you're offended by it.
That's right. And Daedalus looking to be next for Mickey.
I'm doing it for Nat. If she hadn't said it, I wouldn't have made the sound too, but...
You know, I made a tier list on taunts one time. Number 1 was, I believe it was Tidehunter, I want to say.
They had Luna number 2.
But Luna was 0. Because it wasn't in the game anymore, and I begged for it to come back, and then they put it back in the game somewhere. So you guys can all thank me.
Yep, that was your idea, yeah.
Just like the Fiend's Gate was yours.
You came up with the Luna taunt.
No, I didn't come up with a taunt.
You came up with bringing it back.
That's right. A very novel idea, I know.
you're the first person in the history of the world to reintroduce anything.
That's right. You know, I'll take credit for Mars as well, Cinder. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Toro, how good is the 25 talent on this chicken?
Very good. Extra slash, usually what we see. It's just a lot more damage. And it's obviously AoE damage, so what's not to love? Gotta say, I'm kind of impressed with Liquid keeping this.
Yeah, the lead hasn't really grown too much.
They've kept this afloat for the last 5 to 10 minutes at about this gold lead. They're not really progressing, but they're still... Hope dies last. That's where we are at.
86%? Okay.
That seems about right.
Only you could corrosive haze the buildings.
Yes.
And it'd be a little bit faster.
Great suggestion. Liquid clumped up right now, but not gonna pop the smokes. They do have. Just playing defensively, want to outlast the Aegis, of course. Escorting Prince Mickey to the jungle. And would you like to go to the top wave, sir? This is old school, that there's an alpha wolf following him. Isn't that just bringing you back?
Yeah, that's true. I miss
Obviously,
the alpha
it's not his own dom, but the fact that there's just a wolf creep following the Luna is... The thing is, playing like this with Dominator compared to back then just feels like the creep's just randomly going to die to some ridiculous collateral damage. Whereas in the past it might have had a better chance of...
Can you save the wolf with cart, or is it only for heroes?
I don't know. Even if you can, I don't think he should.
You never know, Sinner. It could be the difference maker.
Yeah, I would suggest driving in the Luna instead. But
what if he misclicked on the creep instead?
That's true. Then he might do
close. Yeah. What neutral has the biggest hitbox?
Wow, these are great questions today.
That's right. I hold on to the best questions all year for TI. You get the creme de la creme as the smoke comes out from Liquid.
I think hitbox is a CS term, by the way.
What? That's not. I mean, yeah, it is, but
it's not. In Dota, it would be like the selection box. No.
No.
You call it hitbox?
Yeah, it's a hitbox. I'm very confidently incorrect here.
Yeah. All right, that's fine.
Rue looking to maybe tank the smoke gank. So nobody says selection box. It's hitbox, surely.
I mean, I know the term.
No, I know.
But I'm saying it's from shooters because it's where the bullets hit.
When you say Gondar in Dota 1, his hitbox was super small. You couldn't click it, right?
I mean, I guess.
Wouldn't you say hitbox even that?
Yeah, you would. But that's because the different term hadn't been invented yet. I don't know. It's not important. I'll just say you're right so we can talk about other things.
Okay.
Such as... This is when you say something.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were leaving it on me. What about Tower Hero? You want to talk about that?
Oh, yeah. Great. I feel like you have really good ideas, but the reason you have really good ideas is that you have so many ideas.
No, that's not true. I actually don't.
Once in a while.
I don't have that many ideas. I think the ideas you think are stupid because I'm saying them to be stupid. Tower Hero is good.
You think Tower Hero is a good... That's what I was going to say. See? And that is your dumbest idea to date, and you think that one is good.
That's right. He can build his own towers.
Actually, you've had a dumber idea this tournament already now that I think of it.
Okay.
Can't remember what it was, but it was
you can't remember because you hit your head really hard today in the bus.
Yes.
Kind of a stalemate here as Spirit likely just waiting for the next Roche, but even that Aegis didn't do too much for them. They didn't get anything out of it. They got the racks before Roche.
Yep.
And then kind of nothing has happened since. Do you think this is benefiting Liquid more than Spirit, or is it about even?
I feel like it's about even. I don't really think... The thing is, if it shifts slightly, it's still a heavily Spirit-favored game. So maybe Liquid can get this game from... Not to lean too much on the win percentage or whatever, but let's say it were true that it was 15%. Like, maybe they can shift it a couple of percentage points by just stalling and farming and getting something more on their heroes, but I don't inherently feel like they're getting anywhere.
Well, they are now, maybe.
And Spirit's lineup is not falling behind or getting outscaled. Kez Slardar can win the game at minute 100. So.
True.
Big moment if they find the jump here, Spirit.
Oh, They're going to jump in. They get a big crush, and Ace just gets deleted. And the Squirrel is next on the list. Tofu dead. 2 dead, in fact. Make it a third with the Fiend Script coming out from Rue. And you can see the Earth Spirit just left all alone. Only the single buyback of the 3 that are dead.
That was a 4,000 HP Centaur with 40 armor.
He has 40 armor?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't when they went on him.
He has Lotus Orb Plate Mail, but they remove almost all of that with Haze and Kez Deso. And he got like 3-shot.
Yeah, this combo is good. I don't know why nobody listens to us, Cinderin. 100% win rate when we cast it.
Yeah,
I would be interested in what the actual win percentage is as a combo, because it has to be high.
Absolutely.
It looks absurdly good. That's the second lane for Spirit.
They're trying to force a buyback here, and they might. Oh, this Glyph. Yeah, they'll probably back off now and play for Roche.
Yeah, another minute 20 for that.
But another stifling blow. That was about a 5,000-6,000 gold swing. Another item for Kez, another set of barracks. Now we're looking at the 1-digit expectation for Liquid. Would agree with that.
What's the digit?
6, I think.
Oh.
It's not great. It's in the upper half. No, it's 5.
This doesn't feel...
Do you think they win 1 in 20 here?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but...
I would say this is like a 2%er.
It'll be all the more impressive when they do it.
Yeah. Especially if the enemy team is lactose intolerant.
What?
Whoosh.
Yeah, I didn't get that. All right, Bane is 50 gold away from Axe.
Foxy. Oh, Crush is going to miss from Laurel. There's the Fiend's Gate hitting 2 into the beautiful shackle as Laurel is there to help clean up. Raptor Dance deletes both supports. They both do have buyback, but Roche is about to spawn, and that, in theory, should be a free... I mean, I say in theory, Liquid, I think, have to contest this. There's no way you can give up this Roche.
Yeah, you have to buy back, not fight, I think. I would agree. That was funny to see. Not Me blinked in and got a 2-hero shackle shot, but got stuck in the tree. So he hit the really nice shackle, but then he missed the power shot on the tree he was standing next to to get out again. Sometimes, man. Oh, well, hello, Roche. Goodbye, Roche. Aegis Cheese and Banner. Now the Ags on Bane, the BKB on Windranger. So should be some very reliable shackles now from Not Me as well. I mean, surely at this point now it's a formality. Now you just get in there, jump somebody, burst them with Kez Slardar and play the fight out. Just keep Bane in the back line, wait for Luna to come in, go for the grip. If Tusk is at all accounted for, the fight is over if Bane gets gripped, or if Luna gets gripped, so. Gotta play it perfectly now for Liquid, and even that might not be enough. Need a little bit of luck on your side and a slip up. Spirit, Smoke, trying to take matters into their own hands. Doing this while showing Earth Spirit top. To try to make this less obvious. Let's see how long Tormentor lasts. All right.
Exciting fight for the Tormentor.
Okay. The Tormentor did lose this time. Will come back stronger.
Not really.
Like all the social media posts of teams that get knocked out of tournaments.
Yotaro with the Aegis. Liquid are close by, looking to pounce potentially. I'm not sure which target they would even want to go on. Yeah, sure if you can burn the Aegis and then get out, but can you get out?
I think the ideal fight is where they kill Bane instantly. I think it's not that easy. Rue has...
How's Willy the Wolf doing? Has he died yet? Is this the same wolf?
That's a good question. I haven't been paying attention to Willy.
I feel like they need to add something in...
Oh, another item for Kez.
Where they add names to the creeps, and then if they die, it just auto-generates to a new one, so we can keep track if it's the same wolf. Because it does matter.
Actually, not a bad idea.
Thank you.
This time.
Really important.
Well, it's called the Alpha Wolf, so it can't be Willy.
Why? Alpha Wolf Willy.
Oh, it's... Oh, I like that. Oh. How about... No, never mind. Okay. What'll it be, Spirit? Are we going to get in there?
I think they're getting in there.
In the meantime, Collapse is just farming jungle, and he has Refresher, and he's ready to show up behind the fight.
Yeah. Roche banner available here. Not going to use it. I mean, this would be a disgusting Fiend's Gate.
Yeah.
If they had vision here.
They're just fishing for info with the Essence Distiller of Windranger. And if they see the right target, I think Collapse is immediately going to connect. But otherwise, he's just going to keep farming.
It feels like it's so hard to play around Underlord when he's at this point.
Yeah, it is.
Yep, there it is. Fiend's Gate onto Mickey. Lotus Orb. Fiend's Grip, not even needed. He's even alive right now. The Snowball's going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Laurel in the midst of all this taking a lot of damage. Pops the cheese, though. Eclipse is shredding through him. He barely gets out. Ticks away eventually, but collapses there. They get another pit as Mickey. You can see the Refresher comes out from the Underlord. Buyback instantly from Mickey. Toro now getting gone on, but this is the Pit of Malice that they can use as protection. Just keeping the rest of Liquid at bay. Meanwhile, Nisha focusing on the back line. Yatoro's going to finally help out a bit as Nisha gets to the south side. Toro attempting to pursue.
He'll find Tofu instead, I think.
Tofu will be the collateral.
It's going to bleed out? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, ticks away.
Oh, he died to Enfeeble.
They have triple buybacks here for Liquid. But still, they have not burned this Aegis, is the issue. Okay, they're just going to give this up. No buybacks. Okay. Vittorio will get the melee. There's the triple buyback. He's going to focus everything on this Kez. This is going to be life number 1, though. Get the punch on the back line. Bane not going to be able to help out too much. There's the grip finally being used. The Aghanim Scepter is going to be a full duration, but the cart comes out to save the Earth Spirit as Yatoro trying to do a lot of damage here. Onto Mickey. Raptor Net's not going to do too much. Good job from Liquid. They will be able to take out Chicken Man, but still, heavy cost. They get 4 overall, but only a singular barracks remains, and it's the ranged variety. And that's a triple buyback used from Liquid.
Nice hold, though.
I mean,
again,
do you think that makes a difference?
It's still not over.
Yeah.
That definitely could have ended right there and then, but they strung it together in a good way, made sure to protect the hero getting gripped and actually turning the fight around. Yeah, Toro cashing in his first death of the tournament. Going to be very upset about that. Now he's only 26-1.
What a shame.
There's a decent chance this ends up being the kill record of the entire event, by the way.
Yeah.
Even if it were to end now, but he probably still has a couple of kills in him, win or lose.
Want to see 30.
Yeah. I mean, usually, isn't it called? You call it 30 bomb in CS, right?
That's
if you have
right.
a really good map.
Yeah, 30 bomb. I've had a 40 bomb before. Actually, I've had a 50 bomb.
Against you?
No.
Oh, okay.
How dare you?
Sure the 50 bomb wasn't you watching a basketball game?
Against easy bots. Oh boy.
No way. No
Not
way.
me.
Oh,
his name is not me. Not no way. BKBTP. He gets the megas.
They just got ratted by a support Windranger.
Yeah. It happens.
That is.
I mean, it's an impossible state for Liquid right now, to be fair.
Oh, hello, Ace.
Yeah, we'll have to use the Stampede to attempt to run away, but the grip finds him. And Collapse, gonna potentially get some help from Laurel, who gets the crush onto the Earth Spirit. So Ace does survive. You can see Spirit are being a little bit cautious right now. Want to make sure that these creeps push out, so then Liquid have to make a difficult decision whether to fight or defend. Collapse sticking around pretty long time. He's going to get blown up as a result. It's 100 seconds as well. Okay. No buyback.
Once again, they do have Megas against them, so all Spirit need to do is just not die.
Yeah.
And Liquid will have to go back to base.
Mickey's not that far away from Divine.
Definitely the right purchase here. Assume he's going to swap out the Manta rather than the Pike, I would think, for this.
Yeah, that's a tough
He could buy it if he sells now. He doesn't have buyback for 4 minutes anyway, so he might as well.
Yeah, true. How many Mega Creep comebacks have you seen on this patch? Like, by this patch, I mean...
In pro games?
Number patch, yeah.
None, I think.
I've seen one.
Oh, you have? Which game was that?
I think it was, I don't remember. It could have been a dream, I guess.
Mickey bought a Moonshard instead of Rapier.
Uh-oh.
Bro.
Uh-oh.
What is this?
Uh-oh.
Are we playing to win or what? Are we playing to survive?
That's not, I mean, that doesn't help you survive either, though.
That's actually true. I mean, surely he's still queuing up the Rapier, right? He has to. Even, that's the thing, when you're Mega'd, the best way to win is fight. And really just all in, right?
Laurel gets the crush initiation.
Oh, there's the
grip.
grip.
BKB. They're going to play all this action out to Kez. Already half HP. Pops the BKB. There's Laurel. Trying to go on top of him, but they do have the cart coming out from Ace. He gets killed off by the Chicken Man, though. And look who's next. It is Mickey on the Luna. No buybacks. And that should be it. Nisha, the third core default. Triple kill for Yatoro. Can he get 30 with the ultra kill? He does. Disgusting display from the Chicken Man. Looking for
Give him the
finish Rampage to get 31 kills in a game at TI. And it is Yatoro. Beast mode enabled.
Ah, yes, the classic game with a 40 KDA. 31, 1, and 9. I have to say, though, props to Liquid for making this even feel like a game in the last 20 minutes. Like, that was honestly world-class defense, but they were just so far behind that that was going to be the most insurmountable situation to get your way out of. But I think that's the positive to take away here from Liquid is this game obviously didn't go according to plan, but with a better start, next game could be totally different.
Absolutely, as Yatoro ends the game with 31 kills. Panel.
31 kills, maybe Team Spirit fans' new favorite number there, 31, because what a showing. And for the most part, definitely a beatdown on the side of Spirit there, because they had a phenomenal start to this game. And while Sin says, yeah, props to Liquid for being able to make the last 20 minutes feel good, that's at least 30 minutes where you're not feeling that great, Monkeys. I mean, it's so tough for Liquid to have gotten anything going for themselves with how aggressive Spirit played.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to this physical damage strat, I mean, I think a great solution to this Earth Spirit hero is having this amp damage, having this physical damage. I think a big part of what makes Earth Spirit so good is, you know, he's able to roll in, press BKB, not really worry about spells. He's able to, like, you know, poke a lot and etc. But once you're getting amp damage, the Kez is, you know, jumping you, bursting you within half a second. Doesn't really matter if you get to press BKB or, you know, Lotus Orb or any of that. So I think Spirit's draft just came together. Obviously, this was the Yatoro show. I mean, 31 kills at TI. Holy moly! Like, I can't believe we just witnessed that. But that has to be a stat of some kind.
Guys, we saw a good character. We saw Satanic, but maybe. Is this the new Rising Star KD? Yatoro with one of the highest KDs I think we've ever seen in pretty much any event. And just the Kez performance, I think he is one of those guys that knows how to play this hero to pretty much the extreme levels, does the damage. And kind of like you were saying, physical damage is pretty good. It scales in a lot of these heroes. It feels like there's a lot of raw health being bought and picked up by these heroes. And that kind of counters the magic damage because it doesn't really scale into it. But physical damage is always going to beat raw health at the end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way that they played it from the start, just pedal to the metal pretty much, making sure that Liquid, known to be a very aggressive, very early game-oriented team, didn't get the chance to play. But again, the reason why we talked about both of these teams being like super resilient, like we could see it in this game, Team Liquid, I think a lot of the teams would crumble under this pressure, especially with the start that the Team Spirit did have. I think this could potentially be like a 20-minute GG from some of the teams, but Team Liquid, they managed to push it for another like good half an hour, and also showing that there's always something to play for, especially at the highest caliber. And Liquid, like I think this Luna, even though it didn't really look that great at the early stages, in the later portions of the game, she did look insanely good. Like we see a couple of times that they were trying to like kill Kez, he's holding onto Aegis, she blinks in, and then they kill him again, use the Stampede, try to run away when he's using the Raptor Dance, and then try to kite him.
Outside of Spirit playing with that aggression and what their lineup can do, I have the question of, is there anything Liquid could have done to stop that a bit more? Is there maybe potentially a hero that could have been different, maybe positioning slightly different, drawing help or bringing numbers somewhere else? Or do you think that it really was just written that you always had to weather the early game storm of Spirit?
I think that their draft was for the most part fine. Luna's one of those heroes that's on the weaker side of carries, I would say, but it's not weird of a pick. It's definitely still like, oh, that hero's like, okay, I understand why they're picking it. So I would say this isn't so much of a draft issue. I think if we run this back, 10 times, I wouldn't expect this result to happen every time. Yeah. I'd expect it to be like 50,
only 8 out of 10.
Yeah, only 8 or 9 out of 10, but I'd expect it to be pretty close between the two teams. Maybe they do change that Luna. Maybe they try to pick him earlier, carry just so they can secure one of the broken heroes, but I think Team Spirit just kind of showed up. Right? I think they just played good rather than just having the excuse of like, oh, we got outdrafted, oh, we didn't pick the right hero. I think it was just purely Team Spirit's like, we're playing better in this game, number one.
I mean, when you get a carry that is 31, 1, and 9, like, we keep bringing this number up, but it truly is outstanding, especially because the game didn't go past 60 minutes. I think that that's like that extra little bit of caveat I want to add to it. We've had tournaments where there is a lot of kill numbers. Whilst it's not that common, it does occur. But to do it at essentially a 50-minute game cost and to have 31 kills, that's where you go, holy heck.
Yeah, this wasn't like extra 20 minutes maybe that you're playing, but I think this might be the record at TI.
You're saying he wasn't stat padding? They weren't like, guys, give me a little extra time, let me get some more kills. He was just...
I think it's tied for first. So if he had gotten one more kill, he would have been first, but 31 is tied for first at TI.
So close.
I believe Sumail has it.
Yes.
I believe he tried to dethrone the king, but, the punks, they're never satisfied. And,
punk? You tore the punk now? Or is Avril Lavigne punk rocker out here?
Old school meme.
It's old school. It's a Sumail quote.
Okay, I was like, what? Way before my time, apparently. I thought before yours. You're such a younging.
I'm old.
Apparently.
I'm old and washed compared to these guys.
He's old for Dota players.
It's because he's NA.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Us NA, we age faster than the rest of the world.
I'd believe it. Have a look more at this because the later parts of the fight, some of the high ground defenses as well, of course, that's where it really was shining for the moments of Liquid in the most part.
Yeah,
if you could say that there was a shining moment.
But the way it started was pretty much where Yatoro, he joins early on in some of these fights, and you can see the amplified damage. Also, them understanding, you see the power shot coming up from the Wind Ranger, not me. He's like, yeah, I don't want to be going for the one kill, they want to be getting more, and this seems kind of like deja vu happening. Yatoro, again, finding the right angle, knowing that they can actually invade because they managed to kill the tower, and he doesn't feel too safe behind it. And if you look at some of the timings that he did have, there's a literally night and day difference in this one. 16 minutes in, you have Treads, Mage Slayer, Deso on Kez, which again might be another record because you can't
just give it to him anyway. Don't say might. This new record broken.
It's just way too much farm that he's getting compared to Luna, who is sitting at Mask of Madness and Yasha at the time, which really isn't that much. Like in terms of last hits, Mickey, he even has more, but because Luna, she goes to jungle relatively early on, but the amount of like things that Yatoro can do, because he's getting the kills, he's getting the last hit on the tower. Mickey, like, he didn't get involved. A lot of the times you would see Luna, if she's off to a good start, maybe try to backstab the enemy carry, go to the twin gate. Couldn't really happen in this one.
I think also the cool thing is Yatoro, Kez is playing this more aggressive, not farming carry. Like, Kez isn't a hero that you just accelerate and farm, and Luna is, and he's still able to get ahead of him in that early game, which where Luna really gets that like peak of just farm speed. So it's just really cool that I think kills matter a lot right now in Dota, just like the gold you get from them, especially solo kills. He was more getting teamfight kills, but just anytime you get those, that's why the aggressive carry playstyle matters so much. Like, you get one kill and it's worth like 20, 30, 40 CS, versus you have Mickey who's struggling to find kind of impact in the early game, and it kind of showed that because he wasn't able to do so much in the early game, it just struggles as a whole for the Team Liquid.
I also think that because Yatoro was playing so aggressively in the early game, that enabled Spirit to get pretty much every objective. I think they never missed a Torm, never missed a Roche. Like, they literally, the combination of the early pressure from Yatoro in addition to having Slardar, Spirit were just getting everything, and the net worth lead definitely reflected that as well.
We got your own Roche there, monkeys, sitting on your lap view, and if you guys want one at home, or you want a little frogling or a big frogling sitting down here. I'm losing all my froglings here. Or Lago, you guys can head to the secret shop. There's so many goodies. This TI up for grabs. I mean, there's the mugs as well that have been enjoyable. And Lacoste's new four-legged friend next to him.
Yeah, this one is my favorite one. He has 2 bags. That's why he's the courier. He can. You can't fit in many things, but.
What do you think you could fit in there?
You could fit in like small Aegis and inside of it. Oh, what do we have here?
His strap, his leash.
Another hidden pocket.
Named your little friend.
No, we have it in here.
What all goodies you
Oh, look, $20.
Looking in there for the first time. $20. Wait, actually, there might be something for Gunner in there.
In this one?
Yeah. This would be funny if I actually had something in there. I don't, though. I don't.
No, we don't have them.
Something at least.
What do you have for yourself,
A
Gunner?
little cookie. Could have been for me.
It's not, though. What's on the other side?
Cookie. For Mortimer.
I want to vote in chat because we were having a discussion. A heated
Why
one.
was it so...
A heated discussion on panel about which side was better. I went for the Snapfire cookie side.
I like the Invoker side.
Team Mortimer all the way.
Yeah, I am an Invoker player. It kind of looks like me, too.
if you really use
If you
your
squint a bit, change the hair color. You see
I
it,
can
right?
kind of see it. Yeah, I can kind of see it. You're actually not far off. Yeah, if I can see it. If I just looked away there. The secret shop, you guys can get all of these great fun goodies for yourself as well to celebrate this TI. But there's so much more that we get to celebrate. It isn't just the games and the fun that the players are bringing in that regard, but also information and personality. Before the tournament started, Piran got to sit down with Not Me.
I am here with Not Me from Team Spirit. I haven't met you before. How are you doing? How was your journey here? Travel okay? Everything fine?
Yeah, everybody okay.
You've only been on Team Spirit for a couple of months. So tell me, how did you end up on the team and what was your career prior to joining Team Spirit?
Я играл на Тир-2, Тир-3. Сначала меня позвали, первая моя команда была One Move. Вот, потом, да все в целом.
What about the current meta in Dota 2 coming into the international? Do you think it suits you? Are you confident with it, even with the patch that we've had? Are you thinking, great, these are all heroes I like to play? Or are you thinking, oh, this is going to be tough, I'm going to have to figure out how the team plays? How does the meta suit you personally?
Ну, в целом мета мне нравится, но мне не нравятся конкретно выраженные герои на керри. В плане какие-то дровки и сефы, которые просто без шансов. Или, лондурит еще, которые без шансов сносят свою линию. Это мне не нравится. А так, в целом, комфортно.
Have you watched much of the previous TIs? And if so, did you watch them and think, one day I'm going to play at a TI, I want to play for a great team like Team Spirit? Was that part of your plan, or was it just like a dream for you?
Нет, просто смотрел с точки зрения того, что в целом прикольно то, что это главный турнир Dota. Смотрел больше из-за уровня Dota, нежели из-за какого-то титула. И то, что я не думал, что я сюда попаду, просто нравилось смотреть, как люди играют.
How did you actually get onto Team Spirit to come from Tier 2 and Tier 3 teams? Did they spot you in pub games? Did you know them? How did they recruit you to play for the team?
Да, просто в моменте я играл в Мали, и мы играли какой-то турнир, и Дима написал, что так-то так-то, у нас неожиданная замена, так сказать, что можем позвать потестить. Он сказал, что это все на мне, типа, выбирай сам, хочешь или нет.
When you guys qualified so quickly after you joined, you had to go through the qualifiers. Were you excited to play at TI, or did the nerves start to kick in? You start to think, oh my god, now I've got to go to TI with Team Spirit and it's going to be hard work. Like, was there any nerves there, or was it just excitement?
Да в целом, не было ничего такого, что, я попаду там на International, все круто. И для меня больше, наверное, не значит что-то, прям этот титул, что это что-то там непостижимое или еще что-то. Просто, мне кажется, это так, микроцель. Это не то, чему ты должен радоваться.
So looking at all the teams ahead of TI, obviously before the group stage, which teams do you think are looking good? Which teams are you looking out for that you think are going to do well at this international?
Мне нравится, как играет Team Vision. Очень агрессивно, очень быстро. Вот. И, наверное, выделю только их.
Okay, not me. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and good luck in the tournament.
Спасибо.
It is always a joy to get to see where players or teams' thoughts are at before coming into TI and how it plays out in the group stage specifically, because with a modified Swiss stage, maybe they don't end up coming up against one of those teams that they point as one of the best or the most difficult depending on how their series plays out. But Spirit right now, with the fact that they're one game up against Liquid, putting themselves in a good position, Monkeys, to maybe come up against Vision, maybe knock them off of that pedestal of being the most predicted 4-0 team by the other pro players here at TI.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very convincing game one there from Spirit, so, you know, certainly on track to get that 3-0 record.
Yeah, but if they make it, who are you going for? Satanic or Yotoro?
Oh, no,
goodness.
the
Hey, we gotta get
impossible
that.
choice. I mean, I would with the way Vision's been playing, I feel like they've been, you know, they've just definitely been the team.
We can't break them.
Right now.
We can't break them.
Look, I'm unbreakable.
Satanic
What can I say?
Standing satanic. I do want to, before we jump into what is going to be Liquid and Spirit, very quickly tell you guys what's happening over on our 3 other streams, because there is a lot going on. Whilst it is fun to get to see a Liquid Spirit matchup, over on B stream, we have Ironwing and Falcons going to their 3rd game, so it is an incredibly long day over on B stream. A lot is happening, really long games there, but more importantly, some fun picks coming out as well. Ironwing picked up Arc Warden for BZM, and that is the first Arc Warden at a Tier 1 tournament in 2026. Like, that is insane to think about, that this hero was so down in the dumpsters, and they go, TI baby, TI magic.
It always happens. Some of these heroes, like we are seeing, you know, it's TI time. There's going to be Earthshaker. There's going to be ET. We're seeing this hero being picked as well, even though nobody wanted to touch the hero. It's that time of the year when people are going to try to theory craft more. We're seeing Core Wisp. We're seeing Carry Wisp, IO from the mid lane as well, paired up with a lot of different things. So you can definitely tell that the teams have tried to cook up something completely different, and this is the best time to use it. Like, you want to be going in undefeated, you want to be going to that main stage immediately if possible. That's why we're seeing some of these teams experimenting slightly more, and you know, gotta reveal the strats at one point.
Some strats working out for teams, other strats not so much. That IO one I still have a little bit of a question mark about. I know that VG still wanting to run it for themselves, but Monkeys, for your dark horse, Game Legion over on RC stream, they were able to get a win against it.
But they're doing fantastically, just as I predicted. I mean, what can I say?
Doing it live.
But yeah, I mean, I am kind of shocked that both XG and VG picked Core IO against Gamer Legion. I feel like neither of those teams are, I mean, like, I know they pick it here and there, but I mean, the way Gamer Legion are playing, they're just kind of collecting doves against it. So,
Speeds, he was very surprised.
Almost speechless.
Like, he was like, I don't know, like they...
I thought it was a mid-IO.
Mid-IO, but carry IO.
The place we thought they'd win it.
I mean, sure, if I'm about to play it, I guess.
So what we're asking for game 2 between Spirit and Liquid is, we know you guys like stability. We know that you guys want to become the first 4-0 team. Sure. A little bit of Arc Warden, a little bit of IO here and there. Wouldn't go astray for the A stream.
Yeah, where's my fun hero in this stream?
What would be your most fun hero, Gunnar, to see?
Yeah, we don't get that. Ooh.
I want your most fun and then your most likely fun hero to be picked.
The Ricky, we did see it on the other stream, but
yeah,
I miss my Ricky mid. I miss the sleep dart personally of Ricky.
Okay, can we mute his microphone?
Good old days.
No, thank you.
Most likely fun hero though, for these teams. Okay, what if?
Yeah.
The Ace Meepo.
Okay, I
don't think that's a non-zero chance.
Yep. Maybe not a full 1%, but it is non-zero.
It's between there, right?
Somewhere between 0 and 1%.
That would be really cool, though.
That would be very cool. Very fun, very cool as well. What we're not going to be seeing is Drow Ranger, Bane, Undying, Lone Druid, Lina, or Treant there, so...
Yeah, some of the heroes that haven't really been picked so far, I feel like they have a place in this meta. I feel like there is a way to pick potentially Scarlet Mage as a position 4. I think Disruptor, like even Stasis Void hasn't been picked. Lich, a hero that...
I'm surprised about Lich.
Lich, like, dominated a couple of tournaments as well. Like,
even like recently in pubs, like people are still picking up.
Yeah, my incredibly high level MMR.
Yeah, like I'm sure it's a hero that you have success with, right?
I actually do.
Yeah, and so if you can have success with, I would expect that these
lower MMR, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Would be able to pull it off, and I'm just surprised that I think he did get a couple nerfs, but I didn't expect him to just be like, oh, all right, dropping the hero, toy's not fun anymore, let's not pick it.
And here's the SF, which a lot of teams have been picking, including Vision. Vision was the main team that had a lot of success with it. I think Liquid also won their game earlier today where they first picked SF, so Liquid may be the second team that can make this first pick SF come to fruition and get the dub.
The counter was Darkseer to Shadow Fiend in the past couple tournaments when Shadow Fiend was in this pool of being like first picked overall every single game or banned. It was Shadow Fiend and Darkseer every single game. It started to fall off a bit because I think people started valuing Shadow Fiend less. It's like, we're not just going to always get the Darkseer here, but it does a lot of things. First off, the laning stage, Darkseer can cut very reliably and not lane into this like Imba hero that just crushes every lane. And then B, when you make an illusion of him, you steal his aura. So you get that minus armor that just to counteract the Shadow Fiend gives you just a nice team fight. And I think the best part is you just win the team fight person. Yeah. Like you surge away, you can kite out his BKB, and Shadow Fiend's one of the carries that depends on BKB the most out of all of them. Like you think of the other range carries, they can kind of be tanky enough to fight without it, but Shadow Fiend really needs it to be able to get those right clicks.
And some of the old school classic combos are coming back. Sven, we're seeing the hero being popular. This has been the combo back in the days. Now it's even easier to execute. Vacuum being much bigger back in the days, plus the Chasm Stone, like something that they are buying like casual, turning that into Shivas. But also another hero that in theory works really well against this Shadow Fiend because you protect your own team with the Warcry, you have damage that goes through BKB so you can relatively easy cut down Shadow Fiend. I also like the Nature's Prophet ban. I think Nature's Prophet is also one of the better heroes against Shadow Fiend in general because you can't outplay this guy in the lane. What you have to do is try to kill him somehow, try to outnumber him, whether from the mid lane, either from the carrier role, TP to his lane and just kill him. I think that has been very efficient way of dealing with Shadow.
I also like the Earth Spirit ban. I think getting Darkseer plus Earth Spirit in one draft is a little bit too much of strength. Sure, you still can get like the Ember Spirit mid, the Storm, something along those lines, but Earth Spirit, Darkseer I think is, to me, probably as close to an insta-win combo in the meta as you could get.
Yeah, I mean, that's a staple that Vision did, I think, like 2 or 3 times already this tournament. So definitely a very, very strong combo. At least a 3-0 combo.
That's even more.
That's pretty true.
And the next question is, what's the pairing with Darkseer? Generally, it's been these melee heroes that kind of get paired because you're like, I'm going to Ion show you, you can farm together, but we also see a lot of the time they can just pick a range hero and it's completely fine. You can pick some Rubik, throw them there. So it kind of ends up just being what the support wants. I think that Darkseers have, especially with the Helm Dom build, you don't need this melee support. At least you want it from the mid lane, but support's pretty open pool.
Well, and as you said earlier about Darkseer is one of these heroes that can cut waves and opens up that pause 4 hero to really just be whatever box he wants to be, you know, like if he wants to roam, if he wants to, you know, go for a more aggressive style, Darkseer kind of opens up that avenue for him.
And we've seen different builds on Darkseer as well. This hero can build into many different items. Of course, your core item is going to be Helm, which is going to give you Ghost Push. And if you're paired up with like something that also can Ghost Push, it feels really, really good. Like we saw Enchantress earlier today, where you're pushing out 2 waves without actually being there, which is extremely good. And there's a Rubik pairing that you mentioned that could potentially work out.
Yeah, Rubik generally is one of the weaker lanes, but paired with Darkseer, you can push the first wave really easy, then you can set up for a nice cut position. Also, frees up Rubik to just get free XP if he's like pulling and you're cutting or sapping your XP. So I think it's just like a nice, you support each other in the ways that you don't have that many weaknesses, but you're super covered by the other. And then for Liquid now, you generally would want like a Void Spirit mid is something that looks really good to me for them. or just like supports that are good at killing. Because Rubik, the one thing he doesn't do for the Darkseer is protect him at that like level 2 timing. You just have a lift to really stop it, but like a Tusk doesn't really care. Tusk, Shadow Fiend just runs with the Darkseer, they can cut waves, maybe they give up a wave to run a Darkseer, and even if they go on the Rubik, that guy dies too.
And the Tusk does come out, so Shadow Fiend Tusk, a very classic, oppressive lane.
Probably after Tree is the best lane, I think, to pair with Shadow Fiend.
Whenever I see this lane in pubs, I'm like, well, I will be losing my lane unless I can figure out wave cutting shenanigans.
Do you guys think this time around in Game 2 it's going to be Tofu on the Tusk and Boxy on the Hood, whereas in Game 1 it was Boxy on the Hood and Tofu
on the Tusk?
Yes. No, it wasn't. Oh my gosh, I genuinely just confused myself so hard there. It was...
Yeah, they had Tusk and...
Yes. Yes.
I think that...
But you think they're playing the opposite one? Yes.
in this game, as opposed to the first game, it will be in the same...
Boxy was Tusk in Game 1, and you think it's going to be Tofu in Game 2?
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Correct.
I really confused myself with so many Tusks and Hoods and Tofus and Boxies.
Ooh, so, okay, there's Puck Pick, which again is this... people are kind of picking right now at this phase in the draft where it's likely going to get countered by this next pick for Liquid, but you pick it because you expect it to survive a lot of counter picks. My biggest concern for it is this is a very good Void Spirit game. Not the strongest hero overall, but I think Nisha has a very good Void Spirit, and just like matchup-wise, it's the best mid versus Rubik because he has pretty bad spells to steal and you constantly kill him, and one of the best counter picks to Puck.
Yeah, Mikoto had a great performance the other day. I also think there's a chance to see Shaker potentially. I feel like
I could see Shaker.
Shaker's very good against the Darkseer, all of the illusions. Problem is you're playing against Rubik, so he can steal Fissure. You're playing against Winter Wyvern, which is a combo breaker. Once you blink in, he can't break your combo. Save Puck, and we've seen Pucks going for A on this, but I do agree with the Void Spirit. I feel like, especially now after seeing Winter Wyvern, it does feel like you're gonna need somebody to jump into backlines and try to find these very annoying guys, especially because Rubiks nowadays, they also build differently. It's not like Ether Lens, they're building into Force Staff, into Blink Dagger, Glimmer Cape, whatever is needed for the game, plus also getting the Shard early on so you can lift people out of trouble, and then having two supports that can take care of each other always feels nice.
Guys, what about the Ricky mid?
Ricky is, in theory, very good this game. I know, I'll give it some props.
Okay.
The Shard makes it so you can't target allies in the Smoke Cloud, so you can't save with the Wyvern, you can't lift with the Rubik, and you can't surge with the Darkseer. So, it is a good Ricky mid game.
But there's no Chompton.
There's Nisha.
True.
You don't think Nisha can pull it off? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, that's not what do you think Nisha would want Ricky?
I think he's just going to go the Void. I saw him...
So that was no. No, I don't think he wants the Ricky at all.
But I saw him go a cool build on Void Spirit in a recent tournament. It was Meteor Hammer first.
Okay.
Which was kind of a question mark for me, but I think he utilized it to kind of push towers and farm a bit more paired with the Shard, but going more for the, I would say, standard strong hero. I think Void is in that question mark of how strong he is, whereas Ember's like, okay, you know, this hero is good. Everyone can pick it. Everyone's going to look good on it. It's very, very consistent. One of Nisha's best heroes. And to me, I always worry about Void Spirit, and I'll never worry about Ember's impact.
S or A+, Teal?
He's definitely S. Okay. He's one of the most picked heroes overall, I want to say, of the year. I think he's like top 3 or top 4 most picked, just because of how consistent he is. He's right above Pango, and Pango's been that kind of annoying hero that's in every single draft because of how consistent he is. So if Ember Spirit's beating him in games picked, it's kind of just a point of how stable he is. And in this game, you get the Vessel Buyer as well for the Winter Wyvern, so has a lot of nice matchups. I think it pairs well with both the support duo, because you have Hoodwink for follow-up on the chains, you have Tusk for follow-up damage. Also, the Puck doesn't scale that well into Ember anymore. Now that you don't have the BKB Piercing Coil talent, you can just buy BKB on Ember, and late game is pretty easy to maneuver.
How are you feeling about these drafts for Puck right now, how it's playing out?
I kind of like some of the adjustments that Liquid did make. There's also got to be quite a lot of team fight coming out from Spirit with the Curse, Vacuum on top of that, Coil, a lot of things to set things up. You have ways of breaking the Coil, with the Vacuum, with the Lift. So a lot of these like cheap abilities that can put quite a lot of pressure on a hero like Ember Spirit. They do have one save, but I feel like even though in the first game I don't think anything was wrong with Liquid's draft in a way, it's just that their lineup didn't really work out really well against how they played, maybe a little bit of a misplay, but also how strong Team Spirit drafted. And I'm a big fan of this Night Stalker ban. I feel like this hero could make a lot of things happen. It counters pretty much all cores and 2 supports. Darkseid not as much because of the Surge, but he would cause quite a lot of issues for the whole squad.
Speaking of Centaur still in the field.
It is.
She's pretty good versus most of the years. You get a stun versus a puck. When you go with the Hoodwink, if it ends up being in that position for Hoodwink. There's nothing else that particularly kind of jumps out to me. Axe feels a bit bad into the Wyvern because you can just freeze the guy you call and you do no damage. So I would like something with a stun. I think like they have roots and some random stuff here and there for the puck, but like having another hero that just like goes in, presses a spell, locks this puck down.
You don't like Slaughter more with a Centaur, or you think that's much of a muchness?
I mean, personally, I do like Slaughter a lot, especially with the SF. Again, it kind of goes into that physical damage lineup. I mean, you have the Tusk as well with the tag team amp damage. But it will be a Tide. Kind of rounds out their team with team fight.
Minus armor, and it's AoE with Ags.
Also true.
So they do buy that minus armor hero into their draft. It potentially maybe is countering more heroes that they're worried about. Maybe some random illusion heroes they're worried about their draft, some PL, some Naga, so you have something a bit better versus that compared to like a Slardar. But since Utoro does have the final pick in the draft, it's kind of do whatever he wants.
I think Tide is also just like one of the better offlaners against Rubik because you can always protect your spells with your W, Kraken Shell. You can, Ravage instantly Kraken Shell, and you're really not giving anything valuable away. Like, whereas maybe like Centaur, Underlord, Rubik loves getting these stuns, and
I'd be okay with some Faceless Wood here, maybe even Tiny, if Tiny's not banned, like, because he builds into Silver Edge. Sven's also fine. I think they have a couple of really good options on side of Spirit.
Oh my gosh, they do this so often. The amount of times I've used Spirit.
Statement.
Yeah.
Traditionally very good laner against Tidehunter. You can also build into Silver Edge as well, but same amount of team fight. Also this lane, because you're going to be playing with Wyvern, Luna. Maybe at the early levels, she's really not the strongest, because like you might need some extra bit of a regen, and Wyvern's going to be able to take care of that. So I feel like this lane definitely won by Team Spirit just by having these 2 heroes.
I like the Luna, like I like it in the game, but I worry that whatever happened in the first game is going to happen to Team Spirit this game with the Luna. I really like how Liquid's draft is overall. I like the Tidehunter with the Shadow Fiend as a combo. I like the support duo again. The Ember feels a bit better to me. If Team Spirit's going to win, it's going to be a lot on Laurel on the puck to do like some crazy work and picking stuff off, but how are you killing a Tide? How are you killing an Ember? Like, there's a lot of questions, and so maybe he'll answer them, but I worry for them.
You let yourself monkeys.
I mean, I definitely, as I've been saying, I really do like these physical damage lineups. It makes objectives really easy. I mean, Shadow Fiend, it's been this hero that if the team knows how to play it, like, they are able to, be very aggressive. They are able to, run around the map and, create or open up towers, take objectives, etc. So, I think Liquid is one of the few teams that is making this first pick SF work a lot. So I like their draft a lot more this game. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Much more even game potentially on a Hansel cost.
Oh, absolutely. I also think that the support duo, this Wyvern plus Rubik with the puck, doesn't feel as strong compared to Liquid's what they can bring with the Ember Spirit, with the Hoodwink and Tusk. These are heroes that are going to be bringing in the damage. So it might be like make or break these 6-7 minute rotations that are going to be happening in the mid lane.
Alrighty, we'll see if it's going to come back to bite Spirit in the bum the way that they want to be able to win with the Lunar after just beating a Lunar here. But either way, let's get into our game number 2 of this best of 3 with Sunsman and Syndren!
Thank you so much. Good job, Nat. You did it correctly. You hesitated to make sure that you did not make a mistake in the order of our names. We appreciate that. Syndren does as well. He likes being second.
I'm so happy.
He likes being bottom, as we know. Yeah. Spirit versus Liquid, game number 2. Is this going to be a different story for Liquid, Cinderman?
I think so. I mean, okay, regardless of whether Liquid end up winning this game or not, I have a hard time seeing them fall into the same position as they did in the previous game where Spirit kind of just ran the entire map in the mid-game. I think it's way harder to execute with the type of lineup Spirit has this time. So effectively, there's a couple of things the panel talked about that I agree with a lot. For example, the support duo, running Rubik plus Wyvern, I think is maybe a little bit too much of the same. A lot of the time, when we have active pro players talk about this as well, they like when you have one melee support and one range support, for example, which is the case for Liquid in this game with Tusk and Hoodwink, because the archetype of heroes and what they bring to the table, there is some pretty, even though they're very different in their kits, there's some overlap to the approach to fights that Rubik and Wyvern take, right? They're taking the backline position, they're waiting to counterplay mostly, is what both these heroes do. So what does that mean? That means that Puck, essentially in this lineup, has to initiate almost everything, because your offlaner is a Darkseer, not some sort of blink stunner that's going to give you the fight that you want, and your carry is Luna, who doesn't go in first. So I think if Laurel has a bad game, or it has a slow start because he gets ganked, I genuinely think Spirit are going to do almost nothing offensively. And as a result, Liquid will not be pressured like they were in game number 1.
Right. So a potential reversal of fortunes here in game number 2.
It would be ironic if the same thing happened to the other team and they also last picked Luna in the same fashion.
I mean, what do you think about that pick, though? Because Acorn Shot doing a decent amount to Rue. I think it's to be a bit careful.
It's a better Luna game than the last game, in my opinion.
Now, let me ask you this. Forget about how good this is more important. Okay. If it wasn't picked in game 1, would it be picked now? As Mickey gets the first blood onto Not Me, Boxy going around the trees, Collapse will get that kill. The first blood going to the SF, a big deal for Liquid.
Yep. Would they have picked Luna if it wasn't picked in game 1?
Yeah, how much of this is ego, Cinderin?
Not much, honestly, I think. They were looking at the options that they had. The panel was talking about some of the picks you could pick against Tide. The problem is that all of the ones they were proposing are really bad against Anchor Smash. So until you get Silver Edge, heroes like Sven and Tiny just give Tide a completely free lane. So it's a matter of what are you looking to do? Are you trying to slow down Ace, or are you trying to just get the perfect pick for your Toro in the given game? I think Luna is a bit of a mix, where this hero should, in theory, do better against Tide than Tiny or Sven will, but I just think the hero is worse in general in Dota right now.
Okay, fair enough.
Rue in trouble, or rather Tofu in trouble.
Yes, Lucent Beam holds him in place, and Tofu eventually will go down to Yatoro's right clicks, which we should mention, Cinderin, you can do it if you'd like.
His right clicks? Oh, the record?
There you go. Good boy. That's a good boy.
Yeah, last game, Yatoro tied the all-time TI record for most kills in a single game. The record until that point was from Sumail on Tiny. He had 31 kills in that game and lost. A very iconic game in TI history, actually. It's one of the most memorable TI moments of all time for me. It was against OG, and because of a communication error, Sumail tossed in Arteezy's gyro in the enemy base, and they ended up losing. They were super far ahead, if I remember correctly, ended up having a bad dive, and the rest is history. That must have been, was it TI-8 or TI-9? It was one of the two. OG won, I believe.
Oh, really?
I think so. So, yeah, things could have been different. That's what makes moments.
So a tied record and a win this time.
Yep.
So Yatoro in the record books.
Also, a little detail about this bottom lane that could come into play, by the way, is Arctic Burn has been changed some months back. The old Arctic Burn, you could apply once unless you had Ags. Then it lasted longer. But the new Arctic Burn can be reapplied. And the reason that matters in this lane is that if you crack and shell it off, the next attack of Wyvern will apply it again. And that means that this lane actually is a lot better for Wyvern than it used to be. Because in the past, every time Tide would proc Kraken, you just do no damage anymore.
Yeah.
But now you can just keep hitting him non-stop the entire Arctic Burn. You're going to be seeing Rue maxing this. He's probably going to go 3-1-1. And every time this Arctic Burn is ready, they are going to be pressuring Ace. This is why he's taken 2 points in Kraken Shell and not even skilled Anchor Smash, which is actually very unusual for Tide in lane. It's just not good in this lane.
No, Tofu needs to trouble. Gets the bushwhack off.
He is overplaying a bit in this lane.
A lot of damage on the way out, but yeah, does fall nonetheless.
You've got to be careful. Tide is not going to be able to help you at all. Hoodwink has to play a more defensive position here. He already did his job of blocking the small camp with a sentry, so I think he doesn't even need to...
Collapse. Shadow Razes are ripping him a new one. Has to exit completely with a TP.
He will.
And mid lane is Nisha on the Ember versus Laurel on his Puck. Look, they should be swapped, right? I think I see a lot more Ember on Laurel and vice versa. Is Yatoro getting gone on? Bushwhack into the anchor smash, finally gets that level in, and the right click is enough. So Ace claims a very valuable kill onto Yatoro, who died a single time the last game.
Yeah, if he wants to tie last game from here on out, he needs to go 29-0-9.
That's right.
Luna not generally the hero that does that.
Never know. Yatoro's done crazy things.
Yes.
I mean, would you consider him the best carry of all time?
Probably, if I had to pick one. I think so.
And what about best player, Cinderin?
Oh, are we going down this road now?
Probably not.
It's all, whenever you have...
You're going to say yourself.
No, it's like whenever you have discussions like this, it's always, what are you comparing them to? Because it's different eras, right?
Collapse. Ooh, nice cold embrace, keeping him alive. As Boxy now on the retreat. Couldn't finish the job. Was close. Trying to deny himself to these Ancients. Desperately wants to die to the creeps, but will die to the Wyvern instead.
Now, I was going to say, this top lane has actually gone quite well for Spirit. If you are even remotely close to Shadow Fiend and CS on your offlaner, you're considering it a huge win, because SF, you heard it in the Not Me interview as well, he mentioned he likes the meta, he likes the heroes that he plays, he just doesn't like playing against specific carries. He mentioned 3, and SF is one of them. And the reason he doesn't like that as a position 4 player is, guess what? It's almost impossible to win your lane against this hero. So if your offlaner has 50 CS minute 6, that's great. Yes, Collapse isn't winning the lane, but he's only 1,000 behind SF. Sounds like a lot still, but this could have gone way worse with Rubik Darkseer.
They knew what they signed up for when they let this SF through. It's not me under the tier 1, won't save him. Shadow Rays.
Whoa, this is a very bad death for a couple of reasons. Now he's unavailable for the Wisdom, and there's 2 waves in tower. So all these creeps are just going to waste. Collapse can't even TP in and take the XP because Nisha's made his way over. This is
They're
massive.
They're going to
get both. 2 Wisdoms and the tower for Liquid. Yikes.
Okay, he's going to take one more wave before retreating, so... Very, very good start here for Liquid. They find themselves a little treat in the form of Collapse. Gets the surge off. Acorn shot not enough. And now even a little pressure to tier 2.
Both of them using Ash Legion shields, the Rubik and the Darkseer, to try to keep him alive. Will be successful. Of course, the slow portion of this doesn't matter for Darkseer when you're surged. So that's kind of nice. Mickey gonna Requiem the enemy Ancient stack.
Oh boy.
And raise up the rest.
Oh boy.
And now, not
get away with murder, not me. If they get some TP support, these heroes are relatively low on the Liquid side. And the Fable doing a good amount of work. His Collapse. Oh, he gets taken out by the Shadow Rays as well. Double kill for Mickey. They do lose the one in Tusk. But if that's all they lose, not a big deal for Liquid at all.
Laurel is just way too late to this. Like you said, if you want to take that fight, you need to bring the puck instantly. Maybe he wasn't able to TP because he was on top of or near to Ember, so he's just going to cancel him. That cannot feel great.
Early 2K lead for Liquid. It's starting to look like the opposite of game number 1. Damage rune in the bottle for Nisha. In terms of net worth, dead even between the 2 of them.
Yeah. The entire lead is in the safe lane. Classic Shadow Fiend experience.
Do you think, I mean, when it gets to mid to late game, as we're going to hold that thought, Oil finds a target. As Yatoro comes in with the Eclipse and the Lucent Beam, it's enough. Nisha completely caught off guard. Great rotation from Spirit.
That's a really good move. You're not expecting that play. But Luna had cracked level 6 and goes for that TP with Eclipse. Even with, I don't know if, I guess Nisha's Flame Guard was on cooldown, so they found him at an opportune moment.
But looking at the lineup for Spirit, they do have some cool things they can do. We'll talk about the Rubik in just a moment, but correct me if I'm wrong here. I feel like Wyvern against Shadow Fiend, Curse specifically, is extremely good.
Yeah.
And you have something like Vacuum that can actually get him close to a teammate. Seems like a really good combo overall. As Laurel, we get to the other side of the shards, finds his way into Nisha, but no harm done.
They can Vacuum Curse next to SF. They can also just make a wall illusion, obviously.
Yep.
It's already strong. What you need to be careful with is to not have this. This is always the problem with Wyvern, is to make sure you don't have awkward overlap, where if Wyvern sees a good curse and you see a good back wall at the same time, and you maybe end up wasting some of Puck's spells or whatnot. They do have a little bit of overlap in that regard. Rue, dead.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, yeah, Toro now in a very bad spot.
Yeah, he's going to take the first Ravage of the game, and that's an easy kill for Ace. So Liquid get an unexpected delight for themselves.
Kind of just got cornered there in the river. This is probably going to be a tower as well, because Ace can just tank this for days. 3 points in Kraken Shell.
So you talked about the supports being maybe not prototypical what a team would generally want in terms of like archetypes and whatnot. Talk to me specifically about Rubik and what he offers in terms of spell steal or whatever he can do in the mid to late game. Because it feels like every game is going mid to late.
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really understand why they picked the hero. So I would be curious to hear that from themselves if we could. When they picked it, there wasn't anything inherently obvious you're picking it against. I don't think the hero is particularly great against Shadow Fiend. Yeah, you can maybe get a clutch Requiem steal, but that is still not an easy ability to use yourself.
I mean, how many souls do you get for...
I think you have max always.
Oh, you do?
As Rubik, yeah, for sure.
As Darkseer, gets sniped out by Tofu, getting some revenge after his feed session in game number 1.
And also...
With a 4K lead already.
I mean, Rubik Darkseer is an okay lane, but it's not like a WoW kind of lane that's just going to blow you away. But the usual Darkseer combos that can win lanes, like Spirit Breaker, or we saw Bounty Hunter earlier today from Vision, are just not going to win against Shadow Fiend. So, I mean, you kind of just have to accept that you're going to lose the lane, but Rubik just doesn't strike me as a strong enough laner, and when you pick it that early, the enemy team is always in control of what spell steals you get access to. There's not a single like S-tier spell to steal in this game in my eyes. Maybe Snowball. Ravage is too easy to protect now that Kraken Shell has an active ability.
True, but he might forget Cinderend. There's the first curse of the game from Rue. Buys him a little bit of time, but they will find him anyway. And Liquid just rolling over Spirit here. The Luna Curse, we knew it. Telekinesis finds Tofu though, they will get something.
That is such an early Yashikaya, by the way. 12 minutes. Mickey.
So what is the build for SF after this?
There's different build paths. He's currently queuing up Pike. Sometimes you go BKB immediately, depending on what you need. Sometimes it's Manta. I think I kind of like Pike Manta and not getting BKB until even later, just racking up some stats, getting tanky, having the Mantas to split push. The downside to making your hero stat heavy is, of course, you make the illusion of the wall better. So, maybe...
Ace is found, fully clipped, but he gets off the Ravage just in time, and now Nisha comes in. The coil's still expended. They're able to take out the Rubik quite easily, and now the puck in a lot of peril. Laurel able to get the illusory orb off, but that's right in the midst of Nisha, who just finishes the job easily again as Liquid just rolling over, continuing to do so on Spirit's face. 3 for nothing. And really not a lot of damage done.
Nice sidestep from Collapse. I think he's still going to die, though. Did dodge
the chains, holds him in place. And double raise for the win. Mickey, double kill, 4 dead for Spirit. 7K lead. My goodness.
Yeah,
first stomps.
It reminds you of game 1, just that it happened even earlier in this one. In the last game, it felt like Hez Slaughter at least needed to get out the ground first. In this one, the Shadow Fiend just wins from minute 0 in the lane. Tide has a good time overall. I thought the bot lane was going to go a bit better for Spirit. I think they thought so too. But yeah, the Luna Wyvern lane, it killed Hoodwink twice or 3 times. That's pretty much all they've got to show for it. And Tide has now eclipsed Luna, no pun intended, in net worth. And this is where Ace is most comfortable as a player. Like, if you think about how he has played all the tournaments he won with Gaming Gladiators, is playing the off-lane beefy boys and just farming a lot. And Tide is perfect for that. Gonna see the item that you think we see too little of. It's gonna be the pipe.
I was gonna mention, I didn't see that they were building it, but I'm looking at the damage types on Spirit. It's all magic. Until extreme late game for Yatoro, who's now getting gone on. Pops the Eclipse. He's the man onto Ace, but he does use the pipe as off the screen Mickey kills off Not Me. Spirit not able to get anything to go their way. In fact, Laurel dying in the river to Nisha. Just getting worse and worse.
This seems like this is twice in the series now that Luna uses defensive Eclipse to run away.
Yeah. Oh, and she might die anyway.
He's
Sharpshooter, Tofu, Cold Embrace, gonna keep alive, puts down the ward for the extra vision, but now has to run away as the reinforcements have arrived. Nice Fable from Not Me. Seals off the scurry. Or the death of the squirrel. Not much to write home about, though, for Spirit.
No.
Yeah, this is definitely where we like to see Ace just getting very farmed on any offlaner, really.
But
yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, please. After you.
I was going to say that the damage type concern is the biggest one here. Like, I genuinely think winning team fights for Spirit is almost impossible if you don't get a wall illusion of Shadow Fiend that helps kill them. You just... Tide is going to pop pipe and you just...
Yatoro dead again. Right under his tier 2 tower. That is the state of affairs here in game number 2. And Ace with the Ravage. Another couple kills coming out for Mickey. 10k lead, and yeah, they can get away with pretty much anything now. They're going to go for this tier 2 tower mid. Might be too early for Roche, but we'll see. Coil will be snapped immediately. Nisha going to get some help from his teammates. Able to get out as a result. Nice snowball there from Boxy. Spirit drowning right now. SF, okay, they do run into him. They get off the wall as well as Mickey attempting to run away, but he's dead. So a huge kill for Spirit. They need a lot more of this.
Finally something, though. That's worth about, what's that, 1,500 gold. Darkseer gets the brunt of it, so he's going to get a Lotus Orb.
Look how Ace saw all these heroes still farming. Yeah. Has no issue staying alive in a 1 versus 3 situation.
Oh no.
Oh boy, Yatoro again. Sharpshooter opens it up for Nisha to finish it. So after getting a single death and the kill record of TI, Yatoro now 3 and 4 in this game.
He's probably not going to beat the average KDA record in a series now. Could have had a chance at that one.
Yeah, true.
But through.
Does get off the Cold Embrace.
Out to die, maybe.
Ooh, that's a close one.
Never mind. Had enough stick charges to survive the urn.
So when the game turns out like this, where a team is ahead by a large margin, but it's still really early. Okay, they're going to answer the question for me.
Yeah.
When do you go for Rush? I feel like some teams still wait.
Yep.
Like they just get the map advantage, they starve them out. Roche is not really even on the list of things to do until 22, 24 minutes. We are seeing it here. Where's Collapse?
Laurel will spot them.
Oh boy. Get the punch onto the puck.
Laurel will die.
Yes, he will, in all likelihood. Gets the Waning Rift onto the other side, but gets killed. Not me! Pulling off a huge steal of the Aegis off camera.
He's even getting
and he gets out on top of it.
Damn.
Some extra Collapse. I mean, Collapse obviously whispered in his ear for that one. What in the... How? What spell does he have?
Sleight of Fist. Wait, how did he get...
Did he get it off Sleight of Fist?
Don't tell me he stole it with Sleight.
That would be sick.
That would actually be crazy. But he almost must have, right? Because otherwise he could never have got out of the pit again.
That's true.
I don't think he had a movement spell. The only one in the game is either Sharpshooter or...
Yeah, right in a minute. See how much difference this makes in the grand scheme of things. Sharpshooter, Tofu with the Acorn shot.
That is
so
crazy.
Denying the Aegis.
Did he get the last hit too? He did.
Really?
He even killed Roche.
That's crazy.
Made them do all the work for him. Yeah, this guy's been laning with Collapse.
For sure.
Spilled over. And now they're going to try to take advantage of this and make their move. Rubik with the Aegis is going to lead the charge together with Collapse and Smoke.
Tide is willing to break it though. Can they get the Sharpshooter break? Coil trying to dodge it. Nice snowball. No break for you. And just like that, T-Shirt might have to back away. They get the reflect onto the snowball though. As Boxy gets stunned as a result. They're still a little bit scared. They will kill off the support.
Well worth it to save their Tide though. Ace is second in net worth in the game.
So, taking this Aegis away, how much does that change in the grand scheme of things? Does this buy you time as Spirit?
I mean, definitely, Liquid might have gone for tier 2s, right?
You don't think they could have gone high ground at all?
I don't,
still
I don't
three
think,
tier 2s.
I don't think high ground was going to be played with that Aegis, but they should, even though they don't have the Aegis, I think they're still confident enough to take a Tormentor. They shouldn't be too dissuaded by it. It's an inconvenience more than anything that they don't have it.
Drew trying to scout things out. Wants to maybe go for a Tormentor steal after all of this, but he's found. As Tofu sets up his own Sharpshooter, and Mickey gets a freebie with a single raise. Now has a Hurricane Pike. And only 100 gold away for Ace's Aghanim Scepter. Very big purchase.
Boomerang!
Not too shabby.
A lot of good heroes for this. Incoming spell damage amp 20% for Shadow Fiend, Ember, Hoodwink herself, obviously, and then even Tide actually uses it quite well, especially when he gets the AoE Gush coming his way just now. It's a nice timing for Ace too. You want to get the Ags around the time you hit level 15 on Tide, because that way you have the 2 Gush talents. This is an incredibly strong timing for the hero. Super oppressive spell. He has the mana to play with it. And of course, as the panel talked about, good friends to use the minus armor between Tusk and Shadow Fiend. This is gonna be a tall order for Spirit. And Spirit's biggest problem is going to remain damage for the next 10-15 minutes. I genuinely think they can't solve that problem with the heroes that they have. Darkseer can't itemize for damage. Puck can, but Puck is so far behind and is dying.
My goodness. All right.
I kind of like the Jataros going Ags, though. As crazy as that might sound into the pipe of Tide, I think this is him recognizing that this game is so out of reach unless they win a team fight soon. So he's all in. Yeah. This is what we were talking about with itemizing offensively when you're losing is oftentimes the best way to come back in the game. And he's like, if I don't buy something that peaks soon, we're just going to lose in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I like it. He's going to get one good shot with this. If that fight fails, that's probably it. But he is playing for that moment of opportunity. If he could get it with level 18, it's a pretty big upgrade.
It's still a ways away, though. Aegis about to expire on the Rubik.
Oh, they're going to smoke. Without their Ags on Luna, just trying to get out on the map and ward. And should be successful. Liquid have completely abandoned this part of the jungle. We have a blink on Wyvern, close to having a blink on Rubik. Almost blink on Hoodwink. Blink on Tusk. There's a lot of blinks. Every support wants one.
Why not?
Pretty unusual.
Oh, not me found. Oh, he's still remnants though. All right. It's an anime battle for the ages. Who shall survive? Now, unfortunately, Tofu did interfere in the 1v1, so we won't count. That's a disqualification from Liquid.
Yeah, so Nisha lost it.
There's the blink, like you talked about. Ace. He's good to go. Is it really just as simple as waiting for next Roche? I suppose so.
Yeah. I mean, if they see an opportunity to fight outside the base, of course. But, oh, looks like Nisha does indeed. Well, didn't get the chains, though. He's gonna run him down.
Oh, nice dodge. Running in a straight line always works for me, too. Now, unfortunately, he will be found anyway. Sharpshooter hits the ass of the Darkseer. Laurel comes in. There's the Eclipse as well into the nice back wall onto 3 heroes, but it's only the support to die so far. And Laurel gonna get surged away. After all of that, not a whole lot of damage done from Spirit. That's the Aghanim Scepter being shown from Yatoro as well. He's gonna get bushwhacked. Now on the run. Get to the other side of that wall as the boomerang's starting to stack up. Not me, out of position and out of life.
Make is just such an insane threat. Like, he barely even interacted with that fight, but if he does, he can blink Requiem. Wipe them off the surface of the map. Oh, good curse. Will save Laurel.
Yeah, he will survive. Mickey won't take any more damage, although Collapse is here. Kind of running out of steam. Liquid will retreat, regroup, reset, and probably just go for this next Roche, which is 30 seconds from when we know how early it'll spawn. You said you want Tormentor in the other pit?
It's just that it feels like in almost every single game on a pro level, the Tormentor isn't really a point of contention. It's more one team gets it with no fight.
Yeah.
And that's obviously primarily tied to the location of it. By it being on the side like this, whichever team is in control of the game will generally just get it. And sometimes it gets traded for a Roche for the other team. But I don't know, I think it could be an interesting experiment to see how the Tormentor would work for the game if it was placed somewhere else, either in the opposite part of where Roche is or just somewhere around the middle region.
Right in the center of the map.
Literally in the middle of the river.
That's right. Ace showing off that blink dagger, pops the Shivas. The damage coming out from Nisha is absurd, though. Uses all his remnants to take out both supports from Spirit.
Damage coming out from Collapse is measly. There goes Laurel, too. No way out of this one. Blink on cooldown.
Yeah, double kill for Nisha. First 4 dead in this engagement.
Hey, this is just too easy, actually. This game for the side of Liquid is so much easier than the last game was for Spirit. So, if Spirit want to try to make this interesting, they got to play the mid-late game as well as Liquid did in the previous one, or better.
They'd have to channel some old-school Spirit defense. They got to go down mega creeps and then somehow extend the game for another hour.
Are Liquid going to hit high ground here? No. They were thinking about it for a moment, potentially on Mickey, but oh, look, another tower. And then maybe mid. Still play for Roche. Could just go and grab it for free right now. Tide has Ravage, so Spirit can't contest it. This begs the question, Shannon. Is Luna just the Elder Titan of carries? Is it one where it looks so juicy, you get baited, you're like, yeah, this is the game for Luna. And then it just doesn't...
It's another game where it felt like it was over before the hero even came online. I don't know how much that has to do with Luna at all.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
That's fair.
They just lost horribly in the other
you look at one draft having Shadowfiend and the other having Luna, you're like, one of these heroes is not like the other.
That's true.
And I'm not saying you can trade another carry for SF, because I don't remember the entire draft what was available in the pool, but that matchup is just not inherently good.
Yeah, why not just auto-win with Slard Arquez?
Yeah.
Try that sometime.
Like a good idea. Toro scouting out with the Manta. And well, Liquid are respecting the possibility that Spirit are doing something here. They are not, though. They're just farming. And we definitely got to see in this game what we were worried about in the draft, which was, what if Laurel doesn't pop off? And that's exactly what happened. Laurel wasn't having a good game, and therefore the Spirit lineup is struggling to string together moves.
Does Not Me have anything?
No, he has no spell.
He can walk in.
This is the limit to his capability.
He can walk in. You can do it, young lad. You cannot do it. Okay, gets his first Aegis of the game. Despite it being Roche number 2.
Yep. And he's about to finish Daedalus, and then they might just go high ground. Unless, well, is he? Yeah, he must be finishing it, no? He currently has a Chrysalis and a Daedalus recipe, and he swapped away for Satanic. He's just gonna hold on to this recipe then?
And they find themselves a little Wyvern snack. A delectable treat for Liquid. There it is.
Okay, he didn't pass. I was seeing things. Or no, I wasn't. Okay, whatever. You had to get up.
You hit your head today.
That's right, Laurel.
Take it easy. Nice eclipse though from Yatoro. Can they actually find this kill? And Tide comes in to tank up a lot of Lucent Beams, and now Mickey cancels Yatoro's TP with the Requiem. And another death to his name. Yatoro 5 in the game. 70 seconds of no Luna.
It's hard to kill Ember with Eclipse through Flame Guard and Pipe.
Oh, and they find Laurel again. Yeah. So 2 cores dead, no buyback. This should be built.
I mean, knowing Spirit, they might actually just call it here. And if they don't, they're taking one last YOLO fight in their base. And if that's not a miracle win, then they're just going to end it. This is about as one-sided as it gets this TI. See if they can somehow find a crazy setup, but it's not going to happen for the next 30 seconds, so it's at least one set.
They force out the fort?
Yeah. It's not going to wipe out the wave, though.
Yeah.
Is it? No.
All right, one set for sure. No tier 2s up. How do you choose lanes here? Like after this, is there an optimal choice, top or bottom?
You generally go bottom because it's the easier area to control as the aggressor with how you have vision and what angles there are. And I mean, at this time it's a no-brainer because you have 2 siege creeps. And
all things considered equal, though.
Yeah, if there was no difference between top and bottom in terms of creep waves, you'd almost always go bottom. It's faster, it's safer, it's easier to exit for the Dire. Yeah, a clean 2 lanes and out for Liquid. Spirit, they're queuing up a Butterfly on Yatoro. I don't even know if he'll have time to try to get this before Liquid go for the killing blow. Looks like they want to maybe do the Tormentor.
Yeah, why not?
With Tuscan SF. Shard for boxing. The Drinking Buddies, very nice for SF. Giving him armor and move speed.
Great facet.
I thought this, when this was changed to the facet, or excuse me, to the shard, I thought it was going to make Tusk top tier, like the most contested support, because this was effectively, now you could have both of the old facets together.
Yeah.
Which sounds incredibly strong, but I think some numbers changes nerfed him a little bit and kept him in check, but still a very strong hero. And a lot of the time we don't see people buy the shard, which is a bit surprising to me considering how good it is.
Yeah. I would agree with that. As Not Me takes a tumble. Spirit looking for maybe one more fight here before they inevitably concede.
Don't count your chickens, or whatever they say.
That is what they say. No, eggs.
There's 7 chickens.
True. That is kind of a chicken. Dragons are chickens, Cinderin. Because they're dinosaurs.
Are they?
We know that from history, of course, from Game of Thrones.
Right, history.
They're eggs, chickens. They're all the same.
Dinosaurs are eggs. All right, Spirit.
Last notification of the game.
Smoke up. It's time to go. Shadowfiend 30 seconds on Aegis. Perfect timing here for Liquid to get the job done before it expires. Well, if nobody's going to do anything soon, it's just Megas.
Now or never, ladies and gentlemen. Mickey doesn't mind burning this. They get the melee barracks. They actually use the coil as a BKB purchase. He's actually going to run through and just take out the Aegis himself.
It was 10 seconds left on it. That's a good death. Good.
All right,
first.
yeah, indeed. That's going to potentially be the death of Tusk. No, able to get off the punch onto the puck now as Laurel, in the midst of all of this, able to get out for now, but gets hexed on the other side, and that's going to be the death of him. Does have the buyback, will expend it. Ravage comes out, hitting Yatoro, pops the newly picked up BKB, but this is in retreat. Uses his ult, decent amount of damage, but with that pipe, mitigates a ton of it. Ace on the high ground. This range barracks, the last remaining building before the mega creeps come out. And that should do it, surely. There is a very important fish for Ace to eat. He's not seeing it. Mistakes are being made by the Tidehunter. Delicious fish for you to put in your belly, young man. There's the Requiem right on top of Yatoro. That is a dieback, effectively. And surely now he will eat the fish. He does. Ace consumes the fish, which means now the GGs can be... Oh, wait, there's another fish. Ace, please. Team needs to focus on getting this fish for Ace so they can finish this game in style. As somehow the GGs have not come out. I genuinely don't understand what's happening right now. I think it's the insta-hex onto Laurel. Yep, don't call GG yet though. There's still a Rubik alive. Why would you call it now? After all of this, they kill off the Rubik in the base. That'll mean the end, finally, of game number 2. This is long and drawn out. Liquid stomping their way.
Yeah, that was just not even close. And just like game number 1, just the other way around. No Luna.
That was a game of Dota, panel.
Super observant, Suns fan. Thank you so much. It was a game of Dota. A good one or a bad one. Depends if you're either Team Spirit or Team Liquid or a fan of either or team there. If you're a fan of Team Spirit, not a great game of Dota. It was a tough one. It felt like, yeah, we could make the Luna work for ourselves. It doesn't, because you let through the SF, and the SF absolutely decimates the lane, goes on to decimate the game there, Lacoste.
Yeah, this SF problem, we keep seeing it. Like, every single time we watch it on our stream, I don't think Shadowfiend lost yet. And,
it's been 2, and it's won both.
it looks insane.
Pretty good stats.
Yeah,
100% A-stream win rate.
And every single time, it's just him taking over the game.
Yeah.
He's all over the place. He takes a tier 1 tower in the top lane, goes to the twin gates, takes the tower in the bottom lane, making sure that, like, he's getting all of this extra gold and getting insane amount of farm. Also going for Yashikaya this time around. You are playing against the Darkseer, so you want to have, you know, slightly less damage, more damage against wall illusions and that almost instant cast speed time, which does allow you to kill off these wall illusions almost instantly. And I think it also comes down to the support duo, which was unable to replicate, like we did talk about before the game, after the draft, where like, it's just lackluster in terms of the damage. These are not the type of the support that Puck likes to play with compared to the other side, where Ember, like, he loves to play these heroes that have save, that have infinite amount of damage, and are very good at rotating for 6-8 minute rune and just continue to snowball.
Yeah, I think that Liquid's draft fixed a couple of the issues they had in the first game. And Team Spirit, you know, they try to replicate Liquid's first game to success with the Luna pick, but looking towards maybe a third game here, it's hard. I feel like both teams got backed into a corner on this second pick, where because both times it's last pick overall Luna, and maybe you want to value these carries a bit earlier. You want to take maybe a strong, like, if you're gonna pick Shadowfiend, let's just instant respond with a Drow or something strong in the pool early, because either they're just not finding the right heroes at the end of the draft, or they're just not picking them.
Yeah, and I also think, I mean, again, I talked about it in the draft, but Liquid having all this minus armor, all this physical damage from the Ember and Tusk in addition to the minus armor, it just makes the game so easy to play. I think Liquid simplified the draft and their game plan a lot this game, and I think a lot of the teams that are kind of doing this minus armor strat, whether it's, you know, Shadow Fiend or Slardar or, you know, Deso carriers, you know, whatever it may be, I think it just, you know, it makes Torm die within, you know, 10 seconds, if even that, or, you know, makes Roche die quite quickly. So, in addition to that, I mean, maybe both of the teams put Luna on the back burner. Maybe
I don't know. I think someone should try one more time. It is a best of 3 after all. You both lost on her, so I think it's only fair that she gets picked up in game 3 to really truly solidify her status.
Yeah, we'll see how she's gonna stand in that game. Like, is it gonna be good or bad? We're gonna get the real test out of it.
I think it's bad, even if it wins the 3rd game.
It's still bad.
It's still bad. It'll be one of those things where it's like, okay, Luna won the game, but did she win the game, or was she just in a game that was won?
Yeah, I really want the carry. I think the carry pool is starting to actually get valued a lot more in this tournament. We saw it with Vision earlier today. What was it? 7 heroes were banned for Satanic, and sure, he does find that one pick in the final pick of the draft, but maybe because these carry players and the carry pool is getting limited, maybe you just want to, for both teams, value just first pick carries and then move on with the draft.
You can put, you know, as much priority as you want when it comes to the carries, but at the end of the day, my eyes were very much on the supports of this game, specifically not me, how he was able to Aegis steal the first Roche, and we didn't get to see it caught on camera, but we did go back and we recorded it, and we're going to play it for you guys now in case you didn't get to see it exactly. He has a ward just on the
distiller.
Yes, top side of the Roche pit there, so he sees them enter. That's how he knows he's doing it. They're doing it.
Then he steals
with the
orb vision. It was from the puck orb.
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay.
And Slide
this is insane.
steals Aegis.
This is
as a Rubik.
Yeah, and then he TP's out as well, which does slow Liquid down so much. Even though this was a really quick game, this could have been like maybe 10-minute shorter. But this is how this guy came into the scene. Like, when he first joined the team during the Dream League, like, nobody knew who he was. He's not me. Like, nobody knew the guy. And
I know you.
Yeah, you know.
No, not me.
Not me. And he made an insanely good play, I think, on day 2. And we were like, okay, this guy cooks. Because he was playing Rubik as well. And then he stole the Ravage, stole the Winter's Curse as well. And I believe they won that game to turn it around. And definitely a hero to look out for whenever you're playing against him, but it's just an insane play that he was able to do, slow things down. Like, it is a clutch play that can win you the game if you can try to outscale, you know, slow the momentum down, but they were so far behind.
That's also the tryout. The spirit is you have to be able to steal an Aegis, otherwise you're not allowed on the team. I mean, Nami has proven it a couple times for himself there, but at the end of the day, Spirit can't get this game number 2 for themselves. It was Liquid pretty much throughout the whole entire game here. Again, another dominant laning phase into a strong ending, but we're going to break it down a little bit more exactly how the laning phase went so well for Liquid with Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, it was fairly one-sided game, but how did that start? Well, most of it started in the early laning stage, and it basically got out of control pretty quick. So despite getting these 2 early kills on Yatori here, check out his first death in the lane here. Everything looks fine. They get this pull going. Rue's going to heal him, thinking this is a good time to do it, but Liquid takes advantage of this opportunity, walking forward, gushing, anchor smashing, doing perfect right clicks with the slow, and watch the bounce here from the Acorn shot going back and right and getting him killed. So that was his first death. So that lane was going slightly better than normal. Naturally, the Darkseer was getting zoned by the Shadow Fiend, who does tons of damage, so he goes to jungle, and as a result, Boxy's looking at the map like, what else am I going to do? I'm going to go look for him and try to steal some farm or get a kill. So he finds Collapse, goes for a snowball jump. Look at this really quick TP here from the Winter Wyvern. Collapse looks extremely dead. He barely gets there in time for Collapse to stay alive, which allows them to kill Boxy. But this is both supports rotating over to help deal with this. That means there's less people helping against the Tidehunter. So Tidehunter is going to do better than normal, for example. And then Not Me comes to get some free experience up here. He gets ends up getting grabbed by Boxy, and they get ran at. And this kind of starts this big chain of events that makes the mid game really atrocious for Team Spirit, because he dies. They have all of these creeps and a catapult on the tower. You also see Nisha rotate over here from the right side. He's coming from the mid lane, and he's got a remnant there. So him being here means we can't defend this tower at all. And look at the time. It's 7 minutes. That means they also are going to get a guaranteed Wisdom Shrine stolen, and on the other side of the map, Tide also gets the other one. So double Wisdom Shrine. Tier 1 tower gets killed super early on. Nisha loses almost no gold or experience, gets back to mid without even having to teleport, and then finally Collapse walks up like, oh, I can finally get gold now. Nope, they're going to jump on him too. He barely survives. Barely survives, but even like trying to get the last hits under a tier 2, it's not going to happen. And Mika even denies a bunch of them. And then they move into the Ancients, and they say, you know what, this is a great opportunity for the Shadow Fiend Requiem. They're going to kill this almost entirely by themselves. So they just basically dumpstered the map in terms of map positioning. They killed their opponents at every opportunity, and they got themselves a gigantic net worth lead here at 8 minutes, even 2 points in Snowball. All they cared about was these early skirmishes and taking control of the map. Just utter dominance from Liquid, and really gave them a big advantage that they ran away with.
Insane to see that amount of moves coming out from Liquid. But Purge, I wanted to quickly ask you, we said Mickey was our standout player, but looking at the laning phase alone of what you showed us, who would you say?
I think Boxy, maybe? I don't know. Maybe? He was all over the place. It was a lot of contribution from a lot of different players, I think.
All right, I'll take Purge's maybe, and I'll say Boxy. We can say Boxy gets at least an honorable mention there, but I appreciate that breakdown a lot, Purge. Thank you. It really was just non-stop momentum from the side of Liquid Gunner, where you go, okay, Spirit, now it's your turn to retaliate and respond to such a aggressive play style.
Yeah, I think in a lot of the best of threes we've been watching today, it kind of feels like game one team shows exactly how they want to play and they prove it. And then the second game, the other team's like, oh, right, we're supposed to have this play style. And then they do what they need to do to provide their own play style. This third game, I'm hoping we have this really close one where Team Liquid has their stable, strong lanes. They go very early aggressive. And then, again, it's going to be the question of, is Team Spirit's draft strong enough to come back into this mid game, or are they going to kind of falter? I think, again, a lot of it for me comes to the Luna pick and potentially the support duo with the puck. So there's a bit of drafting complaints I have that I really want Spirit to be able to fix it a bit, and I want to be able to kind of shine a line on like the supports, because the Spirits have really strong support duo. I think Yatoro, I want to be able to have this strong carry. And for Liquid, not really many notes. Like, if do the same thing and Spirit doesn't have a response, it's going to be good enough to win game 3.
Is it just a strong carry Monkeys, or is it like a strong and a more early active carry as well that Yatoro and Spirit could find a bit more success on, like game 1?
I mean, active is definitely good. You know, like having a good early game, it sets you up for success in the mid game. In my mind, it's more about just having this cohesive draft that all comes together. I think this Tide Hunter pick on the last pick for Liquid really just rounded the draft very well for them. Like, they have the double minus armor with Gush. The Ravage provides like great team fight, so you know you can ravage like the Darkseer wall illusions and you know whatnot. And I think the last picks from the carries both games just kind of didn't fill the void that both teams needed. And I think especially if you're gonna be second pick, like you have to have this. You have to have this last pick that makes a statement and is like, this is what you have to deal with, because we have the ultimate last pick. We have this hero that deals with everything, you know.
Yeah. How is the Luna Tide matchup supposed to go in a lane like that? I know there is always that influence of the supports cost, but obviously Spirit's idea is we feel very comfortable with the Luna going up against the Tide. Doesn't go that way. Is it more a 50-50 and you just rely on your supports, or is this Luna should always be out there and being able to be oppressive against the Tide?
I think we saw a little bit of a mistake. Like they were getting the kills as well, but you also saw the 1-3-1 build on Tide Hunter, so he's really not taking any damage whatsoever from the right clicks. It's basically the magic damages he's taking from the beam, but I think they did okay in that lane. Maybe a little bit of a mistake to use the heal there, which can sometimes be a grief where they killed Luna from 100 to 0, but I feel like it just wasn't enough in terms of what the hero does. And this time around, we are seeing a different build on Luna, where she's going for the Aghanim Scepter build. It has been nerfed. It's not the level 15 talent anymore. It's a level 20 talent, the minus 40 seconds on your Eclipse, so you don't have that immediately. And also, big fan of this Tidehunter pipe that he brought, because understanding that their damage is going to be very limited. You're playing against Puck, you're playing against Darkseer. It's mostly magic damage, and then even Luna decides to go for even more magic damage, and it just wasn't enough. This pipe nullified anything, and showing the score, Ace didn't even die a single time.
believe also it pairs with the damage on, right? They're both level 20 now?
Yeah.
So you either have to pick stronger Lucent Beams or you have to pick a lower cooldown on ult, and both kind of, it feels bad to give up either one. So the magic damage Luna is definitely a lot weaker than it used to be, and maybe just Luna's a bit weaker. You know, maybe we can move on from this hero, go on to greater, better things. And I mean, there's so many great carries in this patch, guys. Like,
yeah.
Don't pick one of them.
Don't have fuel to fire, alright? We don't need to be reminding people about all the great carries out there. We want to be looking at maybe some newer, fresher supports and things like that, or maybe some other games, because there are 3 streams still going on for you guys. I know that C-Stream is about to get into their 2nd game of their final series, whereas B-Stream is still a massive game going on right now between Ironwing and Falcons, and our C-Stream has Gamer Legion up against VG. So there are games still happening at the moment. We are going to be looking towards getting into our Liquid and Spirit one very soon, but I cannot believe where this B-Stream is going right now. I don't want to do any spoilers in case people want to open up and like have a quick look, but I thought that this Ironwing Falcons Game 3 was done 15 minutes ago.
I'll give a spoiler right now. There's an IO Largo on that stream.
You have been bat-chesting for that duo.
You do need to kind of tune into that one. That is probably my favorite combo of this event. I want more teams to pick it.
Wow.
I'm a really...
It's day 2, and it's your favorite combo of the event.
It's a combo going into the event.
Okay.
Especially with Core IO with Largo. I think the support IO with Largo is like okay, but it's a Core IO and a Core Largo. Kind of cool over there.
Kind of cool.
Kind of cool. It's not cool, but it's kind of cool.
Yeah, we're seeing some new stuff coming out from Iron Wings, where they are playing this Arc Warden. They are playing out the combo that a lot of people coming into this TI were talking about, because it did look very good. People were talking about even just core IO, like from the mid roll mostly, but some teams were even brave enough to pick it from the carrier role. But the combination between the heroes, like you're always going to be finding some kind of a pairing. I don't think we have seen yet maybe the IO plus Tiny combo that can come out still. Largo, definitely my favorite one because of the synergy that these two have together. It just looks insanely good in all of the games that I've seen so far.
I do think that's something I've missed a little bit from the heroes in the meta is the global mobility. Right? Dawn's not really picked that often. Until now, IO wasn't really picked that often. Nature's Prophet also fell off a little bit. It's like, Underlord, yeah, maybe that was the only one that sort of sit in that more A+.
We see, like, Spectre sometimes.
That's what I mean, also kind of fell off.
I'm also surprised. I feel like that hero coming into the event,
it's a good...
I felt like it was going to be prioritized a bit more with all these, like, ranged carries. Like, you think of Shadowfiend Drow, like, how are these guys going to kind of scale into the late game versus Spectre? But I think we've only seen it once on our stream, or even once in the tournament. It hasn't really been picked that often, and it was a loss, if I believe it was Extreme. It was Ame picking it, and...
with the Tinker.
Yeah, with the Tinker, and...
So it was the Tinker's fault, not the Spectre. Come on, guys.
Up to it.
You should have started with that one.
My fault, but it's definitely it's early on, and I think that there's more stuff to discover as the tournament goes on. I feel like TI always has some random breakpoint in the middle, like as group stage starts ending, the main event happens. You think of all the way back 7 years. Last time we were here in China, you think of the IO Core.
Yeah.
And it just got picked that one time in the group stage, and then everyone's like, if we cannot play IO as a core, we cannot win this tournament.
Kind of true, though.
I mean, that's kind of what happened. The team that started it did win the tournament. So if a team can finally discover some combo, some specific hero, kind of some point in those groups, it's really good when you can just figure that out first, because that usually means you're the best at it, you understand it the most.
There's been so many different iterations of those things throughout TI. I think about also 2 years ago when it was main event Lone Druid in Copenhagen that got picked up on like the second last day or one of the third last days. And then it was just
I think it was Pure who actually started this trend. And it showed for a couple of games, and people were like, okay, this is completely broken.
This is it.
Yeah, because he was going for Mjolnir Disperser at the time, and nobody wanted to play against it. There's always going to be something in the game that some of these more creative teams are going to be finding, something that they're going to try to, let's call it, abuse in some of these games. And you might show it once, you might show it twice. A lot of these things have also been known between the teams in the scrims, where maybe they have a really good record. They are like, okay, we beat this IO 5 times in a row. We're not afraid of the hero. And then IO comes with a different pairing, and suddenly it looks completely broken, and then you don't have the answer for it.
Well, look, hopefully they have the answers coming into it with that ingenuity. Maybe it happens if they end up qualifying to the main event. But right now, Liquid and Spirit, they're both 2-0 in their series for the modified Swiss bracket here that we have for ourselves. And 1-1 apiece. It all comes down to this game number 3. It is Liquid going to be first pick for themselves, and now taking out is Tree. SF is not going to be letting that pull. Neither is Drow or Bane at the moment.
So Shadowfiend taken out. Again, I do think that the carry pick is going to be really important for this third game. I think that both times they kind of struggled, at least with the losing team, with what they wanted to play. So potentially, I would suggest like taking something early and stable, which again, there's a lot of, or taking a support to set it up for it and getting it kind of in that middle of the draft phase. So supports valued highly a lot. You can see the Bane, the Undying, and the Treant. Namely for me, getting banned, these are these strong supports that just open up. Like you pick it, you can pick any carry, and he's gonna have a stable safe lane.
Yeah, we saw like yesterday. We've seen too many games. Maybe I've seen too many.
A lot of games.
Fluster in the head, but it was Extreme Gaming that did play, and there was a Drow Ranger on one side, and then they immediately responded with the Phantom Lancer. So definitely it's something that Gunner's talking about could potentially happen. Just put a little bit more priority on these carry picks, because the last pick so far hasn't been really working out in this series.
Yeah, and I mean, we do see the Lina coming out from Liquid, which it can be Mickey or Nisha, but considering there's an Earth Spirit, I know Lina lanes really well against Earth Spirit. So, I mean, for me personally, I'm probably leaning more towards Nisha here, but...
it's good, but it's also a weak laner to ganks, and Earth Spirit thrives off ganks. Yeah. Like, you have any support come mid. We saw even earlier today, this matchup happen, and one support comes mid and just kills Luna. And it can always set up this mid game to just give the Earth Spirit a good kind of boost of gold XP, even if he's struggling in the laning stage. So, yeah, it's good, but I've seen this matchup a lot, and surprisingly, Earth Spirit is actually kind of happy into the Luna.
Yeah. But also, as the game goes on, I feel like once Lina starts hitting that Ags and the magic resistance and
you roll on her, you're like,
everything, it's like, yeah, Oster can roll on her, but she kind of just has this, like, invulnerability against a lot of Earth Spirit's damage, so... I feel like it can be a back and forth matchup for sure.
Yeah, the other big thing for me to quickly say is the Lina Liquid doesn't have the last pick overall, so the Lina will have to reveal what he's going to go, where the lane's going to go, which means that Team Spirit does have that final opportunity to kind of counter it, either if it's in the safe lane, pick a new off laner, or pick a carry that guaranteed matches up. I'm thinking already of a Spectre for Team Spirit. I know it's very early on in the draft, but it's
how this team crafts. Like
it
really
goes to their playstyle, right? It's a very good matchup with the Lina and the core pairing with Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit loves another core that can jump in with you.
Yeah.
He hates when he's like, he rolls in, and your whole team's like, yo man, like, I cannot go 3,000 units in a second. Like, you need to back up.
I'm taking you in.
Yeah. I'm a screen away.
but like when you have a Spectre, this guy just presses Haunt, gives the Earth Spirit full vision to take the fight however he wants, and can just follow up to kill these cores. So I know it's early, but looking for that for
just something to keep in mind.
Potentially a better last pick for them.
They played it 2 times. They played it 2 times from the mid lane, and they also had protection. They played it against Yandex. They played it against VG Gaming. I feel like Lina needs something. Like, she just can't stand on her own and be like, okay, I'm doing whatever I can, even though she's super tanky. She's maneuverable with the Aghanim Scepter. But they did have Shadow Demon. They also did have Wind Survivor to give her that extra bit of protection. If she gets initiated on to try to split a fight or give Disruption by a little bit more time, so you can maybe get your BKB off. So I would love to see something for Liquid along those lines, something that can, give a secondary life to Lina.
Yeah, you want save or frontline when you have the Lina, because she basically plays this every 15 seconds, can kill a hero if you have vision, and can just cut your spells off with the Dagon, with the Ags, the 25 count, all this stuff. But if you're the one that's having to just cast spells by yourself with nothing in front of you, or you get jumped without a team behind you, you just die. We saw Falcons when they had the Maureen Lina. They had a lot of save around him. Yes. So he's able to run around the fight, and with all the magic resistance, with the save, it just feels impossible to kill the hero. You can fly over cliffs with the Ags. So I definitely would like, some Tusks, some Winter Wyvern, just anything that kind of delays his death in this game.
There's a Mirana for Spirit opening up the phase. Just nice, standard.
It's looked good. I want to say I was not a big fan of it a couple weeks ago.
about to say the same thing.
Really?
Yeah, but me and Seb, like, we were really hating, like, because there was Mirana in almost every single game.
So
and
it
we
was
were
just
not
over prioritized.
Yes.
Okay.
And definitely over the time, like, I'm becoming a fan of this.
Yeah, I would say the more I play within pubs, the more I've seen it. It feels a lot more consistent. It used to be kind of the, I don't know what I'm doing support in pubs, so you just get a bad taste in your mouth because you just Aaron creeps and abandons you. But I think especially with the new Axe build, that the supports are just rushing it. It's a bit greedy, but you can provide so much by just existing with the Moonlight Shadow, giving your whole team invis, even arrow follow-up. You don't need that much gold. And then you get the Axe, you hit this massive timing where now you just solo kill cores. I've seen it where the Mirana just hits a good arrow on a core, gets him down to 20%, and just like one random move from another hero and you get a kill. And so I personally started to warm up to it a lot.
I also think the Mirana, we've been seeing a lot of Bane and Shadow Demon pairings with it, which, you know, are obviously great setups for Arrow, and in addition to being safe heroes. We do see the clock, though. That's kind of that go-in hero that you were mentioning with Lena, kind of protects her and allows
you to get your spells off.
Yeah, exactly.
And it provides the vision.
It's like a pseudo save because he has a BKB piercing tool. He goes in.
We were talking about this.
We
actually did talk about Witch Doctor.
I mean, I saw it quite a lot. Like, I think Liquid picked it multiple times during EWC as well. And this is the hero that just ruins offlaners. Like, you're never gonna be tanky. And having Maledict plus Lena, like, you know the damage is gonna go through. So whoever gets Maledict is like, I'm noping out. Like, I'm not part of this fight.
And it's the first pick. I definitely, kind of like you were saying, it is a bit underrated of a hero, I would say, but the one question mark for it is usually you pick it when you see some like tanky strength offlaner, knowing exactly how the lane's gonna go, and it could be this position where you potentially landed like some Darkseer plus a melee hero, and they just cut your waves, and which like sure you get this like double cast on the waves, but it doesn't have the same like killing pressure that you'd have laning versus Tidehunter.
I keep going back to EWC because I've seen good amount of Witch Doctor, and the teams are trying to, like, we're picking Viper. Like, we don't want to be laning into this guy, so you end up with the draft that you kind of don't want because enemy team picked a strong position 5 that ruins a lot of these melee offlaners, and that's kind of a gotcha pick where he's putting quite a lot of pressure on the draft.
What is the item progression for Witch Doctor more often than not? Like, what's the itemization?
I mean, I've seen different things. Like, from
I was gonna say, I've seen like
Holy Locket to amplify the healing. We've seen like some Spirit Vessels if needed, Glimmer Cape, depending what, like, he can buy whatever he needs.
But what do you?
Depends on the game.
In this game, I would like depending on how much gold he gets, I think Locket and eventually like a Pipe. It's a lot of gold for support, but versus Earth Spirit in particular, you basically completely offset his ult. There's a talent late game too, if it ever gets to that point, that it's like percentage of your health is healed every time. And that just completely kind of shuts off Earth Spirit in the late game. So, but even just Locket plus a Pipe I think is enough. And or if you have a core, like a Tidehunter that buys his Pipe, I think that just getting a Holy Locket on the Witch Doctor can completely turn the fights around.
Glimmer, Guardian Greaves as well, like you get these items, and especially as you said with the Tidehunter, there's a lot of synergy, and they have protection now for Lena. Like a lot of the times, some of these cores, they are lacking a little bit of protection of their own, and then you can pick a Tidehunter like they did in that second game, and it gives you protection for the whole squad.
Yeah, I also really like Tide into Nature's Prophet because, you know, you just put a couple points in Kraken Shell, Treants don't really matter to you, getting hit by Furion doesn't really matter that much. I mean, obviously Furion is global teleport, so, you know, if he has an annoying lane, he's just like, I'm just gonna go somewhere else and kill other heroes. But I definitely like Tide into that matchup.
Yeah, I think Nature's Prophet is, we talked about Spectre, it's a pseudo Spectre because you have a global TP. So it's like if Earth Spirit's able to come into the fight on the Lena, you find the supports, he can always TP into this backline, has a BKB, can kill the heroes, and it's a much better blind pick. And kind of like we said, since they have this overall last pick, they guaranteed get to know where the Lena's going, whether it's safe lane, whether it's mid, and with having this Witch Doctor potential as the top 5, you kind of want something that knows what he's laning into, knows either do I want to cut, do I want to play the lane.
I think Axe could be good because he can cut. He's very good against Tidehunter because he can track that.
That one's scary in the Witch Doctor.
It is. Like, I think most of the melee ones.
Yeah, pretty much every hero's scary.
It's good against Lena as well, depending where Lena is going to go. Because Lena, she still does quite a lot of right-click damage. So with the Blade Mail, they also don't have many abilities that go through like BKB, which is his core item after he picks up Blade Mail Blink.
I definitely think that the magic damage Lena surprisingly does, maybe not surprising, but does a lot of physical damage. So even with no items, just getting that 10 talent plus the stacks of Fiery Soul makes it so Axe solo kills you if you're at 7 stacks. So I definitely like it. It would need to be mostly finding a way out of the laning stage. That's always my big concern with Axe versus Witch Doctor. Like that's like probably one of the oldest just counterpick matchups, like 1-to-1 of Witch Doctor Axe. But definitely with the new being able to creep cut in this very efficient way, I could see them trying to make it out of the lanes.
I mean, is there really any hero you want to be playing against Witch Doctor other than Darkseer? I mean, you mentioned Darkseer with the cutting. But...
Maybe like a Lycan.
Okay.
Not versus this game, not versus the Tidehunter, but that's the hard part. I think that Tide and Witch Doctor both fix each other's problems, and then I mean, depending on whether this Lena's carry or mid, also potentially fix some of their problems. So as of now, Liquid's draft looks really well-rounded to me. I think for me, this pick for Liquid's not as important. I think to know whether I like Spirit's draft is on Collapse's here. I think if they find some offlaner that looks good in the lane, looks good for what they need, it's gonna okay, there's a Spectre.
It's good. Like it's one of the better matchups against Nature's Prophet because like he TPs in, you have this global vision as well, and there's going to be a lot of vision coming up from them. You have this Lena, you have Clockwork with the rockets, Tidehunter kind of parking himself in the front, and Spectre with the ulti.
I mean, I don't really see this as a collapse hero, but this is a real good Viper game, right? Like you have break versus the Tide, you have break versus the Spectre.
You don't have to lane against Witch Doctor, like really, like because you're
you
not
just
really
kill the Witch Doctor.
Exactly.
I like it. It doesn't really feel so much as a collapse hero to me. Like when I think of him, I think of more a team fight, like the Centaur Mars, Slardars kind of vibe, and I even think the Slardar's not too bad here, pairing with the Nature's Prophet.
Slardar got banned.
Oh, it's a good ban. Ooh,
I was thinking
Death Prophet because I was going through the hero list, and I think this hero also has a place in meta. I feel like this hero has received constant small buffs that people have been sleeping on. Tried a couple of times, and it felt good every time I played it. I feel like this is also one of the old school classic counters to what Tidehunter wants to do with the Spirit Siphon Exorcism. You just run him down with the BKB, multiple options that you can go with the itemization as well. And in the lane, I think this DP, of course, being the range hero, playing into Witch Doctor and Spectre, she's going to get a lot up from the lane.
Yeah, and also you really don't have to worry about Maledict that much as Death Prophet because you heal up more than you take the damage for. So Maledict, like, it's supposed to be this very oppressive ability in the lane that just like makes you never want to approach creep waves, but Death Prophet is one of those heroes that can approach creep waves against a Witch Doctor.
I do worry a bit for their catch. A lot of it's on the Earth Spear and the Tusk. They have to do pretty much all the work, the arrow setup. It's like, yeah, go roll on an Earth Spear and then I'll arrow off it. I
promise bro, it'll land.
Like, I got you, man. So it definitely, for me, Team Spirit's a tempo draft, which they're good at, but their tempo, I think, is more the mid-game. It's not so much on average like the Death Prophet tempo, but they do have the perfect carry to match that tempo of the Death Prophet, right? You have this guy who's going to Exorcism, take the towers. You have Yotoro's going to be able to TP and do it. Earth Spirit's going to be follow-up. So I think if they kind of hit all their timings, I actually do really like the Team Spirit draft.
And Lacoste, do you want to quickly put it out? Liquid, Spirit, it's game 3.
I think I'm going to give a slight edge to Spirit. Like, we've seen two very one-sided games that did go on for, like, relatively long time, but I think this one's going to be the most even out of the 3.
And I'm already just going to assume Monks is going for Liquid here because he loves the Tide, so I won't even let him speak on this one there. I'll just say it for you as we're going into this game 3. The winner comes out on top. A 3-0 team for their group. It's with Sunstead and Syndrome.
Thank you very much indeed. Game 3 it is. 2 stomps so far for each respective team. Will it be even, Syndrome?
It'll be closer than any of the previous 2 games, which is, I guess, not...
That's not saying much.
That's not saying much indeed. I do think this time around, though, I mean, first of all, we've changed the carry away from Luna. Not that either of the previous games per se was Luna's fault, but
she was in those games, so it is her fault.
That's right. That's how it works. Now, I think the overall looking at the pacing of the lineups, okay, if there were to be a very one-sided affair here, it's because Spirit run them over with DP and Profit. So Profit and Profit, if you will. The Nature and the Death variants. I like that last pick a lot. It's cool to see Death Prophet in this tournament. First pick of this year's International, and she has a lot of things going for her. Like they mentioned, the laning phase into Witch Doctor is good. Death Prophet is one of the best heroes you can pick against Tidehunter, in my opinion. You can't Kraken off Spirit Siphon. You do a ton of damage with the Ghost that does not get reduced by Kraken Shell because it's damage block and these ignore damage block. And it matches the tempo so well. That's the biggest part of the pick for me is I love watching teams play Prophet with heroes that want to push. It gives him an incentive to get an active from the carry roll and move toward enemy towers, to take objectives like the Tormentor, like Roche. And in my personal opinion, I think Prophet Nature's Prophet that is criminally underpicked this tournament. I think this hero is S tier.
S tier?
Really, really strong. In the absence of, let's say, Shadow Fiend, Lone Druid, and Drow, I personally think this might be, for me, the most well-rounded carry hero right now. It has very strong laning since they've buffed Nature's Call. People actually skilling this in lane it makes Prophet lose basically no lanes. He can win every single lane because he can join wherever you need help. He can itemize in different fashions and farms really fast. He is okay at taking objectives, and I mean, you have global teleport, right? So, they're a very strong hero. I hope we get to see it more.
I mean, I'm excited because this draft for both teams is just so much different than every other draft we've seen at this tournament, at least the ones that we've cast.
Yeah.
Like, the supporting cast is totally different. Like, Witch Doctor, even Clockwork, you were expecting this to be more of a mainstay.
Yeah.
Hasn't been in that tier at all. Like, it's only a couple of heroes that we've seen a decent amount of, which you talked about the mid of the tournament, which is the Earth Spirit. And of course, tied on the other side, otherwise, other than Tusk, of course, which Rue is playing here, everything is kind of newish, which is nice to see, as Lara will survive the Dragon Slave. But in terms of the Death Prophet, to talk about that a bit, we've seen some stinkers from this here in the last couple of years, but I will, and a lot of those come down to the teams not wanting to push for some reason. It's like, why pick this hero then? So if they're able to put something together a little bit early, that does sound pretty cool.
I'm very curious to see his itemization. I think Death Prophet is one of the offlane heroes that has the biggest variety of builds. In the past, sometimes we've seen Death Prophet even go something like Greaves. Currently, he's queuing up Phase Boots. You can go an Aura type build. You can get Blink Dagger early. You can go Octarine Core to have ulti more frequently. Sometimes you get BKB. Sometimes you get Kaya Sanj. There is plenty of options. Shiva is a feels-good item in all of those builds. I think this is the type of game where you want BKB on your Death Prophet as like third item, just looking at the threats, because this hero by nature is an equilibrium hero. You want to take damage, but not so much that you can't out-heal it. It's not ideal if you don't pose enough of a threat, however, so you also want to have mobility items so you can really get in there and use Siphon and Exorcism offensively. That's the natural part of why you get Phase Boots. It's also a big part of why you often see Duels, because it's a multi-purpose item, gives you mana regen, move speed, and of course the ability to set up your silence reliably. So I'll keep an eye on Collapse's build. I think it's very telling of how Spirit interpret the game that we're in. And I agree, pacing. Play fast. Don't get too late game against Spectre Lena. It's not going to be that fun.
Speaking of Spectre, we haven't gotten a catch for a time. I mean, when did they change Shadow Step to be the illusion? So I had to hold that thought. Ace will be first blooded by Yatoro. So Kraken Shell not enough to survive there.
Tag team can offset that armor or that block.
Very true.
I don't remember exactly when it was changed. It's somewhat recent.
Yeah, but we maybe have cast 1 or 2 games at most, but what do you think has changed with the hero with this new skill?
It has better laning.
The laning was garbage before.
It has Desolate as an innate, which is crazy strong because now you don't need to put skill points into that. So now you actually have an ability that connects you to an enemy hero in the lane, and then you inherently have Desolate. So yeah, just That's pretty much it. It's a much better laner, which makes it more pickable. I'm surprised we've only seen it three times so far this year. This is going to be picky, especially as we get to the main event. A lot of the time, teams pick. You see this trend of looking more and more towards safer and heavier late game and team fight, and Spectre is against. Especially if one or two of the Chinese teams make the top 8, that region has always favored this hero more than the Western scene, I would say.
What's the build these days? So typically you would go Earn into either Radiance or, if you want to go back further, Diffusal.
Yeah, it's Earn Radiance most of the time. Threads Earn Radiance, I think.
It does feel weird that when Radiance, like right now Radiance is really good, typically that means Spectre should be really good, but we're not seeing it that often. Why do you think that is?
I just think the hero's really good. So I don't.
Why do the pros disagree with you is really the question.
I mean, I wonder if
Noro's second kill of the game now.
I wonder if it's just struggling a bit too much in the laning phase still, even with these buffs. In my experience both playing and watching games, I think Spectre generally does fine. Like we've had, if you compare this to the Spectre of old from a couple of years ago, I think its laning is so much better. And its late game isn't significantly worse. I mean, you don't have Shadow Step as the ult, which made for a much more global ganking playstyle more frequently.
That was kind of stupid, to be fair.
Yeah, that was probably when Spectre peaked in the last couple of years.
Supports would just die anytime they showed anywhere.
Yeah.
As okay, Nisha making use of that Laguna Blade to decapitate Rue.
Send him packing. But yeah.
Level advantage in the mid lane.
With the average game time in this tournament and how the flow of the games have been, I think this is the single most surprising pick rate out of any hero in the pool. Is actually Spectre only being picked 3 times.
Yeah. It's always been a late game monster.
I guess part of it is because we have these, like, let's say 4 or 5 carries that are just too good, right? And if they get through, you just can't justify not picking Shadow Fiend, for example.
When there's a case available.
You're always picking Shadow Fiend. You're almost always seeing a Drow or Lone Druid seems to still be favored by a lot of teams. But when all of those are out and you get further down the pool, this hero I think starts becoming really appealing. And I also think not all teams play Kez, I think. There's still some players that just don't.
Well, they're not going to get far in the tournament.
I don't know how crazy Kez is without this one. If it's like...
I mean, it's definitely good still.
It's still good, but it's not to the extent that we just watched in Game 1. It's not on that level.
What is... So talking about the Witch Doctor, because this is another hero that we're not seeing a ton of right now. Maledict level 3. Normally I would feel like the times that we see it the most are against the Tide.
True.
You can't Kraken Shell off the Maledict, or you can't dispel it rather. Yotaro admitting that
it's over.
We're losing this game.
Pausing, saying loss, and then disconnecting is actually really funny without context. Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's probably a similar story with, all right, we have depleted the pool of other heroes we want to play. I don't see a specific reason for running Witch Doctor unless they were already planning. If you had in the back of your mind, hey, we're picking Witch Doctors to set up for a specific type of lane carry that really benefits from the heal or from Maledict, then I get it. But the heroes they saw at the time, I don't think Witch Doctor is particularly great against Mirana or Earth Spirit, for that matter. Maybe the heal is good against Magnetize.
Gets Laguna Blade off, and that is going to be the death of the Death Prophet, although the Spirit Siphon keeping him alive a little bit longer. There's too much burst damage from Nisha.
Maybe a big part of it actually is Voodoo Restoration against Magnetize. That does sound really good to me.
Huh. Yeah.
If you go 1-4-4, perhaps, which you have seen some players do, that could be a kind of interesting solution to that issue. Also because as long as you have it running, you can't get silenced off of you, so you just need to have it toggled on, and then...
Interesting.
Maybe it's decent.
Are we going to see a pipe, though? Because it feels like...
That would be pretty good against the Dire lineup.
I mean, there's a good amount of physical damage, though, from Spirit.
Yeah. It's a bit more of a mix.
Like, I would say, based on the games that we have seen, this is not enough magic damage from the whole lineup to justify a pipe. But I feel like just an Earth Spirit, in theory, like with the old pipe, that's an auto buy, right?
Yeah. There's some other things here that it's useful against. Prophet's going Maelstrom and his ult, obviously. Mirana has a lot of magic damage. Death Prophet has a decent portion of magic damage. Obviously, Exo you're not going to block, but the other two abilities. I think it's good enough, specifically when you have Tide. This hero, I would say, is one of the single best buyers of the item. So I wouldn't mind it.
Mickey on the Spectre.
Liquid have to be wary about bottom now, by the way.
And Boxy is going to die in the mid lane. Spectre working on the Radiance now, so Earn online.
This was a very telegraphed play. So if Liquid don't show up for this, they have just already conceded the tower. Death Prophet hit 6 and started pushing the wave. They know Prophet can TP in from top, so they are just like noping out of there.
Now they pop a haunt though. They're going to use that in the mid lane, although Nisha kills off Laurel. That is a very big kill for Liquid.
Some early boots of travels on this Lina.
Will be at the cost of tier 1, like you said, in that bot side. Yeah, you're right. Boots of travel. Is Maelstrom the typical pickup here?
Yeah, it's standard. Prophet needs a farming item, and Specialist Array is not good enough.
It's unfortunate. Brew is going to find his way to the Witch Doctor.
Oh, nice sidestep.
Dodge the arrow, though. The Starstorm's going to rip him a new one. Brew, though, will be the trade of supports.
Got any more connection?
The Ace collapse his way over as well.
Over, yeah.
Not me being forced out. A little bit of vision now with that rocket flare in the tree line. Cannot get away, so Nisha does secure his double kill.
Yeah, this hero was banned previously against Nisha in this series. Gets his hands on it this time. You got to pick your poison at this level. The players have so many signature heroes, and Lina was the choice this time around. And like the panel was talking about, Prophet is an interesting solution to her, but it's contingent on Earth Spirit or Tusk connecting in the first place. There's nothing else really threatening Nisha, and it's going to get a lot trickier once Nisha gets Ags, because then he can fly out of the shards. Yeah. A lot riding on Laurel again, but at least not as much as last game. Felt like for Spirit, if he didn't pop off in the first 15-20 minutes, that game was just doomed.
How many games have we seen where an Earth Spirit flops, though? It feels like they always contribute at some stage of the game. Tofu is found by Collapse. Going to get Spectral daggered, but you can see the rest of the reinforcements are there.
Oh, not good shards, though.
From his team. Shard's going to block Nisha. Nisha's going to turn this around, trying to go high ground. The Moonlight Shadow kicks in, though. Do they have the vision? They don't need it when the attacks come from Spirit. As Nisha extremely low, will drop to not me. The last right click was enough, it seems.
Lovely detail. Look at the Dire Triangle. My eyes immediately went to the minimap to check. In the Dire Triangle, the Dire have placed a ward themselves so they can see the Ancients and the medium camp. This is why the Wrath of Nature did so much damage. They're effectively generating additional bounce targets. That was a max damage Wrath. That was super hard.
As Root will be falling to Mickey's right clicks.
Huge kill, though. Biggest kill of the game that Lina won. She was 5-0. How much damage does Wrath of Nature do? Was that 400? 300?
Not that big then, Cinder.
Well, it starts at 125. It needs to bounce a lot of times to get to 300.
So it becomes a Crypt Swarm, is what you're saying. Ravage comes out onto Yatoro. TPs are coming, though, to try to assist, but Yatoro's just taking too much damage. Will they be able to get anything out of this?
Oh, I missed the roll!
And Spectre Mickey gets canceled, apparently. They're going to drop the Ace Tide as well. I'm not sure what canceled that.
What canceled? Huh?
That was an arrow, apparently.
Was it a melee range arrow or what that I didn't see?
Yeah, I guess so.
I hurt my head earlier today. So.
Really hard, by the way. I wish I had that on video.
Oh, yeah. That would be a good thing you don't, actually. Mid tower, though, on the menu for Team Liquid looks to be a trade, because Exo, don't know if they can really stop this push top. Rue has a full health pool to work with to tank.
I have to say, 2 Exos, 2 towers.
Yeah. And a dead Boxy.
Here. Boxy does drop. This is where Death Prophet feels like a strong hero. You're able to get these early engagements.
We were talking about item build. He went Yules, and now he's going Kaya, and then BKB, and then I'm assuming Kaya Sanj.
Laurel. Ace is going to show up in his own triangle. As you can see, oh, the Laguna Blade comes out. Tofu is going to be the first to drop. Yatoro trying to walk this off. Ace attempting to pursue, but they don't have the vision now. Dust a little bit too late to find the core on the outskirts. Collapse, though, is another core.
Oh, they're trying to block the hookshot with one Treant.
Apparently.
Yep.
Doxy.
Go for it.
Yeah, won't be able to pursue any further now.
Under the cover of Moonlight Shadow, they want to steal the Wisdom.
Collapse will show up. Boxy inside his own cogs. Ace on the high ground. Yatoro shows up, though, and they're going to get that snowball surprise. Ace takes the tumble. Right click's coming now from afar. Yatoro is going ham. But Collapse now in a little bit of trouble. Nisha, the cover is here, too, has to go towards his triangle. Now trying to attempt to get away from these 4 members of Spirit, but the Yules keeps him in place, and he gets arrowed and killed off. Double kill for Laurel as 4 perish on Liquid's side.
And I believe the Wisdoms are still there for the taking, right? So they could just go back and get both of those as well. That's a landslide victory for Spirit.
Looking real nice. It's been a stomp after stomp alternating, so.
Yeah, cursed that one as well, saying this one was going to be a closer game.
To be fair, Spirit, this does feel like an early-ish game line. I mean, I'm not saying they don't scale, but they want to get into these early engagements in this game, especially with the Urn, especially with Death Prophet and Nature's Prophet always wanting to push these towers. You got Earth Spirit always want to fight. Just feels like this is a good peak for them at this stage of the game.
Yeah. And this, of course, is the downside to Spectre. This is the price you pay, even with better laning stage. The hero doesn't offer much this early on when Haunt is on cooldown. But I would argue there's a lot of carries that play like this anyway, right? Where you're kind of just AFK for 15 minutes off on your own in the jungle farming. His Radiance is about 1,500 away, so look at something like 18, 19 minutes for Mickey, which is pretty slow. Not having the best of times in this game, and that is, again, credit to Spirit putting all this pressure. He only has a single death, but they're just forcing the issue so much.
Nisha. They get a little bit of vision thanks to the Essence Distiller. Arrow does hit, and that is enough. Nisha down and out again. Spirit in the driver's seat.
Essence Distiller is so good for Earth Spirit to play with. He doesn't have it himself, obviously he has the Vessel, but Marana with the Distiller. If Earth Spirit can track heroes through fog, it's just such a crazy hero given its reach and everything.
Yeah, that is true.
And Yatoro is
monstrous.
Yeah, this is just genuinely for me. This feels like every top-tier Prophet game I watch goes like this for himself. Then it's a matter of whether he wins the game or not. We'll see, but this is why I love the hero so much. Like, wins its lane, farms super fast, joins fights, does a ton of damage.
No, they have the vision on Mickey. Again, the Essence Distiller is setting it up. The Walrus Punch to finish the job. And Mickey, did he buy the Sacred Relic at the very least?
Yeah, he has.
Okay. So not a ton of gold lost. But still, look at this. Already a tier 2, likely to be taken out in favor of Spirit. 17-minute tier 2. Craziness.
And even though Prophet isn't the best Roshan hero, they can still go for that very soon as well with Exo.
To get aggressive, gets the silence onto the Lina, Collapse nearby, gets another silence on top. As Yatoro jumps in, they kill off Nisha easily despite the Laguna Blade being used. And they'll find a lowly Tofu as well. Man, oh man.
Oh, Laurel's on the hunt for more.
And why not? Boxy's going to be spotted. Gets off the hook shot, though. Will live.
This is a very awkward time span now for Liquid. With this early game going wrong and Tide rushing Ags, kind of doesn't have anyone to play with for it. So he's kind of just going to be stuck farming with Ags, which, I mean, isn't the worst thing in the world, but perhaps the fights that Spirit are forcing on you did demand a pipe, like we talked about. Maybe been helpful. It's the thing about Lina, when you play her mid and go this build, if she does get caught, she doesn't have much to fend for herself with, so maybe something like a pipe could be a big help. Instead, every time Earth Spirit connects on Nisha, every time Tusk does, you know that Prophet's coming in and it's a kill.
Yeah, Ace is the top net worth on Liquid right now.
Fortunately for them, Spectre is one of the best heroes in Dota history at coming back from these types of deficits. They are going to have to find a good fight once they get the Radiance.
Not me in the tree line. Spotted.
Freebie.
Arrow does hit Mickey. Attempted TP, but the Shadow Step and the Dragon Slave. So Nisha getting something to go his way for once.
Yeah, he wanted to try to give the kill to Spectre, but it got too close.
Feels like after his kill, was he 5-0 to start the game?
Yeah.
7-4 now.
Yep. So until the kill he just got, he went 1-4 after being 5-0. Not a mid-game you see very often. But that's the risk reward of this hero. It's exceptionally good on offense, but defensively, probably also, if you go back through this game as Liquid and you look at the replay, maybe there was some matter of support positioning. I think it's very important that they protect Nisha. You can see they're starting to play that way more now. But in my eyes, looking at their draft, Clockwork should kind of just have been on Nisha duty for the majority of the 10 to 20 minute span. Because who else would he play with? Tide offers no kill threat. You're not protecting Spectre, most likely. Rather, if you're playing with Lina, you actually give yourself the opportunity of making counter plays where they go on her, you hook shot, you haunt in, maybe you find a kill or two, even if Lina dies. Because she has a lot of counterplay potential on her own if she does get to cast. Whereas if you're protecting Spectre, well, what's she gonna do? Dagger and run away. Not exactly all that inspirational. Torment time, if they want. Spirit, hook shot.
Oh, very nice cog work. Nami cleaned up. Felt like Spirit were thinking about an early Roche, but it was spotted by the Rocket player earlier, and now it's daytime, so
I like this.
The other side.
Like this a lot from Liquid. It's the 20-minute mark. The Mirana is dead. This smoke could mean anything. It could be Roche. It could be... well, it probably isn't Roche for them, but it could be this, which is even better.
Yep, Ravage comes out. No time to pop that BKB. Right clicks come out as well, and that is the death of Yatoro. Huge kill for Liquid.
And it's multi-purpose, too, because now Spirit are not going to do the Tormentor. So this smoke, I thought for a moment maybe they were going to try to Torm with it, which I think would have been cool as well. But very high risk. This also worked out wonderfully. And with that Prophet dead, they also protect their own 21-minute Wisdom. So now Tofu gets level 10. So that should be 4 points in Voodoo Restoration and the level 10 talent for 200 health. This makes Witch Doctor significantly harder to kill. And maybe, just maybe, he can stay alive and get off some Voodoo Restoration against the Earth Spirit. I think he should buy a Glimmer Cape first item and just do anything he can to stay alive and just keep popping out heals and focus way less on Maledict, if possible.
Moonlight Shadow.
See you later, Boxy.
Goodbye. Might find another support in the form of Tofu, so both supports bite the dust for Liquid.
And the tower.
Exorcism still available as Laguna Blade popped from Nisha. Forcing Yatoro out for now.
I'm actually going to defend the tower with that. All right.
Yeah, the Ags from Ace starting to see some of the use.
Oh, that's a convenient rune for Mr. Yatoro. As we head into the pit. 2 heroes dead, no Laguna, no resources on Lina. So Liquid, even if they know this is happening, they can't do anything about it.
Rocket Flare. Close.
And it's an Aegis for Nature's Prophet. In a similar fashion to game number 1, though, Liquid have kind of stemmed the bleeding, where it obviously happened at a later time in that game, but it's the same overall story. Spirit have a sequence that gives them multiple good plays and builds a big advantage out of nowhere. But now, for the last 5 minutes, Liquid haven't really bled out any additional gold. There is still a Tormentor, though, that should just be... I mean, I think it's just a matter of when the Spirit want to go there.
Yep, some big items coming out, though. We got the BKB for... Wait, who was that?
Well, they have one.
Death Prophet, yeah.
So Collapse and Laurel and Yatoro, all 3 have BKBs. Makes for a significantly harder incoming phase for Liquid, and they're going to Moonlight, too. Not sure what the purpose of this Moonlight Shadow is.
Want to hide from Tormentor?
Yeah. Can't see you, he can't hurt you.
Looks like they are traversing towards this area, though. It will be a freebie unless a crazy rocket flare will steal it. It is coming.
That would have been crazy.
That would have been. Not me gets the shard.
+1 leap charge and more Celestial Quiver charges while you have leap on you.
What do you think of Celestial Quiver?
I feel like it feels like a band-aid solution to give Mirana better laning because her laning was falling too far behind as a support. I mean, it's fine to give her more right-click damage like this, and it's very thematic for the hero. Obviously, you could have also done it by somehow buffing the spells or giving more base stats or whatever. That's fine. I do think if part of the plan with it was to try to bring her back as a core, that did not really happen.
Kind of missed the old Aghanim Scepter by Blink Dagger.
You just Starstorms happen around you every 7 seconds or whatever it was.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah. That's if you like that gameplay, you will love Quaswex Invoker right now. Just buy Ghostwalk Shard and run through creep waves and they die, and you don't even show your hero.
Well, I would say based on how many heroes can now just kill entire waves, it was ahead of its time.
Yeah.
In a way.
True.
Could bring it back and it would be no different than a lot of other heroes.
If you brought that Axe back now, it'd be significantly worse than it was back then relative to the field. That's very true.
Aegis for 2 more minutes. What can Spirit get out of this? What do they want to get out of it is maybe a better question. There's still 2 tier 2s. Do you think they group, or is this a farming Aegis?
I think they wait for Yatoro to get his Silver Edge, and then maybe they make a move. Oh, hang on.
And Isha attempting to TP. Looks like he's fine.
Oh, he actually baited 3 TPs. They think he flew north. That's pretty nice. Give some space to Liquid. Thing is, they don't know they have the space. Mickey is still terrified in mid because he didn't see them TPing. It's a bit of smoke and mirrors for both teams, really. Blink Dagger on Tovu, interesting. I did not think he was going to buy that, and I mean, it gives you a way easier time positioning yourself for getting off Maledict and Death Ward, but the downside is you're still as frail as before. If you get caught by anything, you're just toast.
You saw it.
Silver Edge.
That Sentry gets off the nice hookshot TP. He's good to go. Silver Edge online for Yatoro. Less than a minute though on the Aegis, so I'm not sure this is enough time to really get any more objectives, so got to give Liquid credit. Even in that game that they were completely stomped, they did fight back reasonably well. Better than expected, in fact. Kind of seeing that to a degree now as well. Oh, Ace spotted though.
He's
There's
broken.
the break, and there is the death.
This hero is not tanky anymore in this game until he gets BKB. They can literally just do this every time.
Laurel wants to get the action started. Able to fly away though is the Lina. Still pursuing it was Nisha. Able to sidestep. Laurel. Very, very confident with this shield rune active. And the Aegis now expiring. So 3 minutes from knowing when Roche will spawn next. What would happen if they changed it so when the Aegis expires, that's when Roche could spawn? Feels like there's always this like 3-minute period of a stalemate in a way, where both teams are kind of just waiting around, waiting for potential Roche.
So you're saying the 0 to 3 minute timer starts on Aegis expiry?
Yeah.
And if you use the Aegis, when does the timer start?
It would be the same how it is now. Okay. As Silver Edge breaks Spectre, 2-for-1 special potentially. Nikkei, one more right click does the job. Yatoro with a huge kill. He's going to get a little bit bladed though. Boxing in with the hook shot as well. This will be a trade. So, favor going Liquid way in this case.
Quick response. Nobody near. If Spirit had a singular hero nearby, I think they could have saved them.
Yeah.
Those were individual plays.
Really is a god tier Silver Edge game.
Yeah, it's incredibly good. That's also why the panel was talking about picking Viper instead of Death Prophet in the slot. They've got a lot of value out of the Viper, or out of the Death Prophet though, gotta say. Really liked Collapse's contribution to the game so far.
Foxy gonna tank the gank. Easy kill for Spirit. Well, easy-ish.
Nisha now with Yasha Kaya, so much faster to wind up that combo, harder to counterplay it.
What's the next item for Nisha? He didn't end up going to the Maelstrom at all.
Oh, on Lena?
Yeah.
No, it's... Did I say he should?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you... Weren't we talking about Prophet then? At the beginning of the game already?
Maybe I have brain damage as well.
Yeah, I think so.
So what's the typical progression here for him?
I think for a game like this... I'm not sure what is better here. I think sometimes you see Linus just buy Dagger or Shadow Blade to navigate better, be able to get the combo off. If you want something defensive, it's not the best Linken's game at all. It's kind of useless, as a matter of fact. Octarine is, I suppose, always alright. E-Blade is a pretty standard thing on this hero when you play the Spell Cleave build. Maybe E-Blade is just the best all around, we'll see.
Moonlight Shadow into a smoke from Liquid. Nisha's smoke pops. Don't have the vision initially. Collapse gets off the silence onto 2. Exorcism is popped as well, and that means disengage time for Liquid, but they're going to get caught out by that Yules. Foxy's going to be the first to fall.
Oh, great cast!
You get that big cast onto several heroes, and Ruse attempting to run away now. Collapse with that BKB. Exorcism doing a good amount of work. Should be able to get the kill with the help of Laurel onto Tofu. The buyback from the clock, though, and it looks like the fight will break up. Only supports dying.
Yeah. Ace, no good opportunity to use the Ravage. Has to use the BKB defensively to get out. Kind of not interested in looking for too much more trouble after that. Big item alert here for Yatoro. Pick up the Daedalus. A Basher for Mickey, interesting. I guess wants to have a reliable way of getting the Prophet when he does catch him globally. So he can't just BKB TP out. Assume that's the rationale here. Same for the Earth Spirit. A lot of the time in this slot on Spectre, you see either Bloodthorn or Scotty. I want to say Basher maybe the 3rd or 4th most common item in this slot. A little bit different, but makes sense still. Sometimes you see Nullifier, because then you just kill supports. But he's going to go straight Abyssal. Doesn't really have the best attack speed to utilize this just yet. It's okay.
$12K lead for Spirit, though, as Roche up in 40 seconds. And in terms of, I mean, Liquid has got a pretty scary lineup in terms of fighting into the Roche pit. They have tons of vision. They always have Haunt, obviously Ravage. Even have Lena that can just fly around. Like, there's a lot of opportunity to contest the Roche.
Shiva on Death Prophet will prompt the Moonlight. And in similar fashion to other Liquid deficits, doing a good job at not getting caught out too much. And if they do, they generally tend to find some sort of a trade. Look like Spirit will get anything out of this except ground, which might just be good enough. They're gonna Roche.
Yeah, he will belch though.
Yeah.
And you can see the smoke now from Liquid. Going to try to counteract this. Going to kind of show in this mid lane though. Despite being smoked, you see some spells being used. Scan comes out in the triangle, so Liquid are aware that nobody's in the pit. wraparound now.
Spirit are trying to have Laurel be the first point of contact, and then he's just going to instantly BKB and get his spells off. And they have a blink snowball as well if needed.
Pops the smoke, roll, not going to hit. No, he's going to take the Ravage just on him into the Laguna Blade. Laurel blown up. So he tanks it, Cinderin, but I don't think he was planning on dying. Does have the buyback if they really want to try to engage here. Foxy does get cleaned up. You can see Yatoro with no mana to speak of, so he just gets the hell out. And now Collapse and company stuck in a bit of a weird spot, but can always come back with that hero as Rue taking the right-click damage from the Lina. 2 supports dead for Liquid as there's the right-clicks from Yatoro as he comes back into the fray, and Mickey bites the dust.
And that's Roche.
Lina gets away, absolutely. Buyback did have to be expended, though, from Laurel.
That's well worth it. I kind of like the mindset of Ace there to just blink Ravage the Earth Spirit, because they know if they don't do that, he's going to get saved by Tusk. So you're kind of doing it as a zoning spell, half of the reason. We're seeing the replay here, so Tusk can't come in from the side for a snowball save in time. But still, the buyback and, of course, the Prophet connecting. Oh, back in live.
Yes, indeed. Ace pretty damn low here. Attempting to TP. Looks like he's good.
Gonna lose his tower still.
Collapse has a shield room. He is omega tanky right now.
Gonna go for the Hex next on Death Prophet. So still playing. Oh, never mind. He is going Blink. I was gonna say still playing without Blink, but that is the next item.
Is Hydra's Breath Mjolnir combo common on Nature's Prophet?
Yeah, I think so. It's either this hero always wants a Dragonlance upgrade. So in Pike games where that's really important, you will get that. But Hydra's Breath is obviously significantly more damage.
What makes this not a good Pike game?
I think it's less important against a hero like Spectre, because she's going to stay on top of you anyway. Most likely, I don't think you can create enough distance for that to be meaningful. And the way Lina is played here, the range doesn't make as much of a difference. Let's say he was playing Prophet against Terrorblade. I think he would be much more likely to want to buy Pike, so he could reset position. Also because if you're playing against heroes that buy Pike themselves, it's really good to have Pike to match. So if they force in aggressively to try and overwhelm you, which Terrorblade can, you can do the same in turn and reset the position. But it's not necessary this game. The main upside to it is having it against Clockwork, but evidently it hasn't really been enough of a problem that Yatoro has felt like he needs it. I don't know if he's been hookshot a single time this game.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like most of the hook shots are Boxy getting away from trouble, more so than anything.
Nisha has a Daedalus, and it looks like it will be a Hurricane Pike coming up.
But he's going Pike now. That does change the equation a bit for Prophet, but I mean, he's committed at this point with the Hydra's Breath. Tofu's sitting on a lot of gold. He's got 3,000 gold and still has the Gree.
I forgot that was even a thing.
I mean, at this point, it's probably too late for Glimmer. He's going to go Ags, it looks like. So more damage.
All right, Roche Banner plays some Spirit. Going to force the action here. Lina does have some good range to try to take out the banner eventually. The tower's dead.
She has to be super careful with Blink Punch if she goes to hit the banner. That's what Nisha's scared of.
Hook shot, Foxy, okay, Yatoro ends up in no man's land. They do get the kill on the Clockwork, but Yatoro's taking a ton of damage. Maledict is applied, so BKB's not going to do much. That's life number 1. Roll in from Laurel, not going to find a connection. Pops his BKB.
Oh, good Yule.
Yule's onto Ace, gets off the Ravage, finally does clip the Nature's Prophet, but the Tusk is going to save him with the Snowball, and now they're going to turn this around on the Tidehunter instead, so Ace is dead to rights. Meanwhile, Collapse in no man's land. It's off the Exorcism.
He's maledicted.
Still alive for now. Nisha ticking out in the base.
Oh, the cast!
Attempting to get out. Collapse. Gets saved by the Snowball again onto the creeps. He's going to get healed up by these Exorcisms. Now they kill off another core hero in the form of Mickey. And just like that, okay, finally the Death Prophet does fall. But it's at a heavy, heavy cost. 4 dead for Liquid. And Team Spirit get a lane, and they're going to get more.
Such a heads-up play from the Spirit supports in that moment. That is the best Jules usage I've seen all tournament, I think. Not me, very quick thinker, gets in there, duels the Tide to prevent the Ravage out of the Prophet Aegis. Then they Ravage after, and it still clips him, but they created enough distance that there was time for a follow-up snowball save. So, very beautiful stuff from Spirit, coordinating, keeping Yatoro alive with everything they have, and he pays it back big time.
Second lane secured for Spirit. Looking very, very good now. And Liquid, can they find a way to hold on? I mean, how is their high ground, would you say? It feels like it's okay. Not incredible, though. The Gush, very annoying.
Yeah, Lina's annoying too, for sure, but... The thing is, the way Lina kills in this game is pretty counterable because they have Tusk in particular. So, I don't know, if you just have an Aegis and you go and hit the tower from long range on Prophet, you're probably going to see a situation similar to the one we just had, where if Liquid want to kill him, they kind of have to dump a lot of stuff, and if there's any clutch snowball save or any geomagnetic grip to get him out, maybe Earth Spirit could even buy a Blink Axe, I wouldn't mind that. Looks like it's going to be Octarine though for Laurel. But if I'm Spirit, I'm not too worried about sieging once I have an Aegis, but until then, of course, it's risky. Like they're going to try to take matters into their own hands here. Smoking up, there is a very nifty rune down bottom for Nisha. He's actually going to find it here. So we'll get an Arcane with him. Nice. Immediate Flame Cloak, but not going to find anyone. Going the literal only way on the map that they don't interact with a hero.
It happens.
Unfortunately for them, the smoke is not going to work. And the lines are being drawn by Spirit now. They are connecting the dots like, okay, they're not mid, they're not top, they're not bottom.
Process of elimination.
There's not many options left.
Wrapping around is not me.
He's trying to fish them here.
Bit off here.
He might end up dying, but...
He'll get the vision. Hookshot Laguna Blade ends up being an easy kill for Liquid.
Yeah, they did have to walk for a minute for it, though.
Spirit still want to fight, though, apparently. Think better of it. No buyback for the Mirana, so it is 4v5.
That's 2 back-to-back smokes used for Liquid, though. They must be running out of them now. I think this is their last one for quite a while.
Smoke to get away from another smoke. Won't know about Roche for a minute and a half. Yeah, looks like Spirit are able to dodge this. Here's the benefit of having a Spectre, though. You can join at any time and still push out those lanes that do not have barracks any longer. Okay. Gets rolled on. Gets broken. Gets killed. Huge kill overall for Spirit.
They could force a buyback with this because Liquid simply cannot teamfight without Spectre. So you could think about knocking on the high ground with Exorcism. Go and take the outpost so Mirana can TP down. Which is exactly what Rue's going to do. And then you're going to go over, pop Exo, have Prophet hit from range. And yes, you don't have Aegis, but I still think being able to force this Spectre buyback is extremely valuable. The question is, how do you do it the safest so that they have to buy back, but you don't expose yourself too much?
All right, last remaining barracks here. Need to defend for Liquid.
Moonlight Shadow, there's a Yule setup.
Yule setup with the arrow, not going to connect, Nisha.
I think they're trying to bait something there, almost.
Maybe the buyback.
Either the buyback or maybe a failed Ravage or something. But Liquid keep their cool.
Foxy. Keep position here. Creeps are pretty damn annoying. Laurel gonna take a Laguna. Not me. Jumps in. And jumps out. Didn't realize there's still a tier 1 top and bottom. What the hell?
Yeah, well, one team doesn't really have any push power and has been behind the whole game, and the other team has Prophet. So tends to push out the lanes very effectively the whole game. Hard to access anything.
It's a bit of a late Roche spawn. Minute 45 now. I don't even know if that's good news for Liquid.
Are they close to anything meaningful? Tide, Refresher, Still a couple, like 2,000 away. Spectre is working on Butterfly now, so Mickey swapped away from the Scotty.
Interesting.
I mean, he's almost doubled in net worth by the Prophet, by the way. Throwing that out there at 43 minutes. Prophet 40k net worth, Spectre 20.
That's normal.
It actually kind of is.
Prophet's the real alchemist. Except he's actually good late game. I mean, is there any room for him to grow though at this point?
Moonshard, eggs. I think that's pretty much it. I don't know what else he would get really.
Say either of those are that big.
The eggs can be kind of nice because it means he has a global way of forcing Lena to use BKB, for example. It's very annoying. If he casts it after Spectre uses Manta, you just root all of them. That's also really good.
Seconds away from Roche. And Liquid definitely have to contest, or else this might just be it.
Did Ace just craft a tier 4 neutral item at 44.5 minutes?
Nice, well done.
I mean, maybe he had the tokens for a long time and was just keeping something else, and now eventually decided on Conjurers. Otherwise, they have not hit a lot of neutrals. That is kind of crazy.
The big Roche. He's got all the goodies now. 31k lead for Spirit. Laurel spotted. Will roll away though. Level 24 now. And that 25 talent, like we talked about in past games, insanely good.
Conjurer's Catalyst on this hero is disgusting.
Yeah.
It is so good.
I feel like you could say that about a lot of heroes in this patch right now. Boxing in the tree line. Magnum Scepter is picked up by the Nature's Prophet. Yep, Laurel, Eon Disc procs. BKB is attempting to get out of dodge, but the nice hook shot from Boxing brings him back, but the Snowball's going to save. Meanwhile, Collapse with the Exorcism on the backline. Ravage comes out as well. Able to get 2 kills off the back of that. No buyback onto the Earth Spirit. Yatoro right-clicking to his heart's content, and that means a mass TP for the Tidehunter. An attempted one from Tofu, not happening for him, though. So pretty good fight for Liquid, all things considered. They might still end up losing Roche here.
Yeah, they spent all their spells, so they'll take the 2 kills, one of which being Box 4, but
this is a very good hero to try to do this.
Yeah, he doesn't have Dagger though, makes it significantly harder.
Hook shot. Ooh, so close.
If you fired that a second early, you might have tried.
Yeah, 100%. Taro gets Aegis. Oh, they find the break now.
Oh,
onto the Spectre, and Mickey dead.
Uh-oh.
No buyback, and that probably does it.
That's just classic Prophet. You get Aegis and you immediately kill the enemy carry on the other end of the map, you know? Just such a fast connection immediately. He might find more. He's going to walk into Ace.
Ace, okay. Broken inside of it. He's dead. Does have buyback this time, though. But Yatoro just... He's so slow without boots, without the silver edge up. But he still finds his time. Gets a damage in as well. All right.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Let's see how long this rack stands. If he gets to swing a couple of times.
Q. An attempted defense from Liquid without their Spectre. Witch Doctor takes a tumble. Buybacks are going to come out now. Laguna Blade not going to be nearly enough to find a kill. To get the Yule's connection to onto Nisha. Mega Creeps have come as Collapse tanking up the right clicks from Nisha. Pops the BKB in retreat. And with Mega Creeps and all the buybacks coming out from Liquid, Spirit are going to play it a little bit safe. Obviously, Aegis is still online for 3.5 minutes, so they can reset, wait for the Earth Spirit to be back. And of course, for these creeps to push into the base inevitably. Wait that long though. Spirit ready to pound.
You know there's no Ravage, so
Roche banner placed.
Away.
They're gonna try to end this right here, right now. Yatoro with the Mjolnir applied. They take the shadow step. There's the punch from Rue, the kick as well. Not able to find the kick connection though onto Nisha inside of his own throne as the Magnetize comes out. You can see Collapse with the Yules. Looks like they'll find Boxy to start this fight. As Laguna Blade from Nisha, not nearly enough. Has to go back to base as Laurel ends up in the fountain somehow. Don't think that was planned. He will survive as they find the connection though onto the Death Prophet. That's going to be the death of Collapse, but you can see the throne is exposed as Yatoro, just objective base gamer. Going to try to finish this right here, right now. Going for some hero action though. He's going to get stunned locked, and that's going to be death number 1 out of 2. As Spirit, they get the buyback on the Collapse. Now they can just focus this throne, surely. Spirit siphon on several heroes. Yatoro does die. Exorcism is more than enough, though, as Spirit will take game number 3 and take the series 2-1.
Really, really nice series overall. I mean, obviously 2 very stompy games, and this third one also relatively one-sided, but I think it was nice to see from both teams in their victories just how decisive and how strongly they played to their strengths. And Spirit, do it twice.
That's right, panel.
A true testament to the way that these teams are able to prepare for each other, but also prepare for themselves. Game number 3. Whilst we loved what was coming out from Liquid in their draft, the Witch Doctor, the Tide, the Spectre, especially the Tide, right? Monkeys. Just like you predicted. Spirit won it.
No, just like I would have predicted. Yeah, well, yeah, as you said. Sorry, I thought
Dude, I debated you so hard. You thought I was going to say the Liquid win.
But, yeah, Spirit won. I think the last pick Death Prophet really did solve the Witch Doctor problem. It laned really well against the Spectre and was just able to have a really good early game. Open up these towers early on, and I think kind of what we talked about, you know, this last pick Death Prophet did a lot more than the last pick Luna's in the previous two matches. So I think Spirit kind of like fixed their drafting order, drafting issues, and they just came out very strong here.
I think in particular it put pressure on Team Liquid. If you see like this clip we just saw, they're like diving past this tier 1 tower. I feel like it made it so it's like you're losing your towers, you're losing your map, you're losing your lanes to this Death Prophet, and you're like, okay, we have to do something proactive. We don't want to constantly react. We have the Spectre, we should be the ones going, and then you just take that one little step too far, and now you've given them another advantage to Team Spirit. And I think that like you make 1 or 2 of those mistakes versus this Nature's Prophet, the Death Prophet is like very fast mid game, and just like we were saying before, it's like you just hit the timing 1, hit timing 2, and then timing 3 is the game ended.
It's the Prophet plus the Spirits lineup. Death Prophet, Nature's Prophet, Team Spirit, a lot of Spirits. Throw in Ember Spirit instead of Earth Spirit because it's an easier setup for the spells, but they play the map so well. They like between after 6 minutes they're going to be in your face. You also have Nature's Prophet who can TP on top of that. So it's very difficult to try to outnumber these type of heroes who are going to be in your face constantly and looking for kills, which makes it like you know that they're going to play aggressive, which also means that you need to respond, and if you don't have like the support duo in the mid that can respond to some of these engagements, it could snowball out of control, and definitely did in this one.
The support duo of Team Spirit being so pivotal there, and the inverse I do think as well for the side of Liquid, because whilst there were so many good things about Witch Doctor and what he can do, at the end of the day, so much of it is down to positioning, and I feel like the counter positioning of Team Spirit was just that little bit better. The silence always coming out as soon as the ultimate for Witch Doctor comes out. It's like you feel pretty much useless once you leave the laning phase, once early game isn't really there, and you know teams can start sustaining through your Maledict. And you're like, well, am I even a hero at this point? Like, what am I offering to my team? Because cost also isn't necessarily that reliable.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, guys, I have 2 people stand. Just like, you don't want them to be right on top of each other.
Yeah.
Because then the sun's long. So they have to be like, like just that little bit away from each other. It's a perfect casket range. But I like the experimentation, but didn't really work out in this game. I do just want to shout out again Collapse. I think the Death Prophet was like really good for a lot of things they needed, and the Nature's Prophet. A lot of the fights we saw him like TP in right on top of the Lena on the Spectre with the Silver Edge getting these kills. I think a lot of it was just him making like the correct kind of TP aggression plays, like knowing where he can go without dying.
Right when we were talking about, oh, there aren't that many like global mobility heroes coming out, like where have they gone in this meta? Both of them picked one for themselves, and feels like we know which one is slightly more superior. It is that Nature's Nature's Prophet. And just when we think we've exhausted every possible aspect of this game number 3, well, Purge is here to prove us wrong. There's so much more we get to look at.
That's right. There's always a really pivotal moment in the game, at least in the last match, and this one as well, where the game turns around a lot. And they kind of snowball with really good teams. And this is that mobility that we're talking about. Spectre jumps on the Nature's Prophet. You think, haha, I can get on top of the Nature's Prophet. I can kill him. And Liquid was successful here in this moment. But unfortunately, the great reaction from Team Spirit results in both of these heroes dying. So they actually get punished moderately hard by this. And then things start snowballing a little bit. They push into the mid tower. And in the meantime, Earth Spirit rolls on the clock in the mid lane. Nature's Prophet teleports using global mobility the other way, and that gives them another window of 30 seconds where they get to hit buildings with no response, because nobody can get close to this while they're hitting this building. And on top of this, they're also stealing stacks at the exact same time, and nobody ends up dying from this either. So they're getting one small team fight win into a gank mid, into a tower kill, into the stacks cleared, and all of a sudden the game that was even ends up being a 4K gold advantage out of nowhere. And then they say, okay, we're not done yet. We're being aggressive right now. We're going to go contest the Wisdom Shrine. Great aggressive TP there with the Mjolnir. Python does not have the survivability for this. Witch Doctor dies as well under the tier 2 tower. They even run down the Lina. This takes a little bit of doing. The Yule's here finally into the arrow, and she ends up dying. So the snowball really just comes out of nowhere. These good teams are so good at keeping the pressure up. A minute later, they're again looking for kills. They catch Lina just barely with the Essence Distiller. A really good arrow there from Not Me results in the Lina kill. They didn't even need to build or bring Prophet to this. In the meantime, Prophet's just hitting creeps constantly, always looking to TP in. He even thinks about TPing in this pressure here. Spectre, keep an eye on his items actually. He's got this urn, but it doesn't actually do anything because he hasn't been getting any kills. Their team is behind by a lot, so he can't even join fights now. So his HP is low. They end up having vision with the Essence Distiller, so despite Mirana leaving, he ends up getting dove under the tower, and they end up pressuring the tower afterwards. We almost saw Nature's Prophet TP before this, but he realized, like, I can finish this creep, and then I can take the 2-2 tower. So they're basically constantly ready to go at all points in this game, with the global mobility coming from the Nature's Prophet, with the high mobility coming from the Earth Spirit, and all of their other jump heroes. Even Collapse, just completely invulnerable basically to something like Maledict. They get to dive and kill all of these heroes. So this is just a big snowball that all started from that one fight in the top lane. You cannot make any major mistakes against a Prophet lineup because their ability to take towers afterwards is so good. But very well played by Team Spirit.
And very well explained by you, Coach. Thank you so much. I appreciate that breakdown there of the pivotal moment in which we do end up seeing Spirit use their lineup to their full advantage for them to close out a game number 3 and now be the second team that is 3-0. It's down between Spirit and Team Vision as to who can be our first our one and only, I should say, 4-0 team. Obviously, that's not going to happen today. That's going to be tomorrow. But alluding to it, Lacoste, do you have a little bit more of a favorite between Vision, Spirit? Because they both went to a game 3, they were both pushed to their limits.
Sure. I think Spirit, maybe I would give more advantage in this matchup to Team Vision because Spirit, they are powering up. It's TI time, but they also didn't have the best season. You can definitely feel the magic happening again for this team because all the things are clicking. But I feel like Team Vision, they're just they have like the upper hand when it comes down to drafting. Even though Mipushka is back, I feel like some of their drafts are like very hard to execute. If you give their draft to any other teams, they would not be able to execute them, but seems like they know what they want to do in and out, and I think the team talked about a lot ever since the puppy joined, like how he's doing the draft and everybody else is just, you know, chilling. We don't have to do much because the puppy, he is in charge of the drafting.
Yeah. And that guy has been around for so long. He's got to pick up a secret or two about how to draft. And
you're pulling back references from like TI 5. He's pulling it all the way back from TI 1. You know,
from Dota 1.
Even before that.
So I do really like the new version with Puppy. It feels like they're a little more consistent with 9 class. I think before, sometimes he'd look really good with the supports and sometimes he wouldn't. And I feel like now it's more like, look, man, you can play like a slightly weird hero, but probably we're going to make you play a normal hero. I feel like he's kind of that guy who's fine saying no to 9 class and putting him on a more standardized hero.
Yeah, not as many support TAs or support Slarks or you know, whatever nonsense he was up to back in the day.
And who knows if we're better or worse for it, but Team Vision being 3-0, Spirit as well 3-0 for themselves. It makes me wonder where the rest of our teams here still at TI have landed themselves in this modified Swiss bracket. And we're going to show you exactly that because right now there are still Well, actually, there's only one series still currently being played. That's not even playing is not a word. Played is there. We've had our other C and D stream concluded for ourselves. Stream B still going on there, but you can see some of those results there in round 3 that played out today. Boomboys losing to Team Vision in a quick 0-2. Spirit being able to take Liquid there. Both of those series were covered here, but the Iron Wing and Falcons one went incredibly long. It finally went the way of Iron Wing. Enigma Galaxy won theirs. Aurora and Yandex is what is being played now. Unfortunately, Monkeys, Gamer Legion losing their second series for today, but VG Gaming looking like they're warming up a bit more for themselves there. Yeah. And Team Resilience and Extreme Gaming getting some good wins for themselves, which leaves OG and Uligani Gunner in a bit of a question mark position for that TI group stage.
Yep, they basically have to win out now just to get a chance at those tiebreakers. So unfortunately, one of those teams will be going home tomorrow in the matchup. And it's kind of sad. We're getting to that point.
Yeah, day 1 and 2 is always fun and joy because you get to look at new heroes and a lot of fun strategies and teams, and this is great. And then tomorrow you have the sad reality of we have to start saying goodbye to some teams.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just how it works. I mean, I'm looking at these teams, and I feel like OG, we really haven't seen much from them. Like Huligani as well, them being, I would say, the team that not many people expect to be here. They did look good in the qualifiers. They deserved the spot to be here, but you can definitely tell the difference between them and the other teams.
And I even think they kind of have the mentality of like, this is just like a learning experience. Yes. We're just excited to be here, you know. I mean, obviously, I'm sure they wanted to do better, but I mean, what team doesn't want to do better at TI now?
Everyone has, that dream, that Thompson dream, where it's like you come in for your first TI and you just win it. Of course, everyone would love that. But our day isn't over just yet for day 2. Of course, our series on Stream A here have wrapped up, but Stream B is still going. It is Yandex up against Aurora, and we want to jump on into that action and see exactly how Game 1 is unfolding with Lyrical and Trent.
The insanity of this game, just number 1. GM jumps in, finds the winner Wyvern. Nightfall trying to get away. The Reaper sight is going to be enough. They find that finish.
And Makoto getting chased down on the east side here. He's got talent level 20. He's not even getting a chance to use it though.
Oh no, as they find him and kill him. There were many moments throughout this game where it was looking like maybe there was a way for Aurora to get back into it, but that kill hurts a lot. Trent, do you want to give a recap for all the folks joining us now?
Well, I mean, this game, it's been, I'd say, mostly in Yandex's favor, right? Throughout this pretty much this entire game. They've had the gold lead. They've had pretty much the strategy looking solid for them, and a lot of it's been these two, DM and Chira Jr. DM especially doing a ton of work on this Centaur, like you've seen all over the International so far. This group stage, Centaur has allowed his team to stampede to many victories.
Nicely done. Trying to help out his Mirana there, but Mira is going to be brought down.
Yep. And that solid backbone of Watson, now godlike in this game on the Necrophos. He had a very solid laning stage, and he has been farming up a storm. Malady, you guys have seen a lot of Treant Protector bans this tournament. Not too many picks, I'm sure, because he gets banned so often. Malady, one of the Treant Protectors that makes you ban this hero.
Yeah.
Because he is very good at controlling the entire map, and has really aided in this victory here for Yandex. So, well done all around. At this point, not much Aurora can do other than just wait for this respawn of the Earth Spirit and hopefully find a massive magnetized play.
Oh, Kiori. He was hunting for something there, but they're just not giving. I mean, they know the way back into this for Aurora is off the back of a Wyvern Curse. They need to find that angle.
Yeah, the BKBs, they're starting to whittle down a little bit, but I mean, look at that. 8,700 gold gain in the last 5 minutes on the Necrophos is insane. He is 13k ahead of the next highest hero and its own friend, the Centaur, so he's feeling pretty damn good.
Well, and like the other thing too is that the curse only really works with Chira Jr. to pull him back in. Like these heroes, they're not going to die to it. So you like need to find Hoodwink
and they
next
don't
to
do
Monkey
anything, you know? Yeah, exactly. Like they're not hitting that hard. Yeah, it's very specific that they need. It's mostly just a time waster, I feel like, the curse in this one.
Right. Or, allowing them to, like, set up for a big magnetize afterwards.
Sweet arrow, baby.
Yeah.
What if Mira just arrows them all?
Cheer Jr. Arrow goes out, tries to find somebody. Makoto still in trouble, hoping to escape. Not going to happen. And Shira Jr. now finding Nightfall too. Right on top of him. Has he gone out a bit too far though? Wait a minute. Shira Jr. down.
All right, they're going to cover this Aegis respawn. Watson still close.
Yeah, Arrow is, oh, DM, nicely played. BKB, blink forward, no problem at all. The Winter's Curse is going to come out now. Do they have any follow-up? Nightfall, looking for the Requiem, thinking about going, lets it fly, moves in for the finish. No more DM, but now Shira Jr., he too goes in, and the Reaper Scythe will be there. They take down the Shadow Fiend. WS also in the grave. Shira Jr., he will not be denied. Get back over here, sir. And GG is called. Yandex, they're going to take game number 1.
Called it GG to save the Marana's life. It won't save Makoto's, though. Stocks will pick up one more after the call. But what a play by DM there, too, to cover the Aegis with a blink into the BKB. He knows that Shira Jr. can clean this one up. The Wukongs comes out, gets a bunch of the kills, and that's going to give Yandex the victory.
Beautiful stuff. And just like that, we're going to head to the panel, let them talk about all the action from that game.
It's been a long time since we last saw you guys tuned into Stream Beat right as they were pushing the high ground, taking some racks there, which I feel like you ended up just getting all of the glory and the fun and none of the build-up. Maybe that's what some people like to enjoy when it comes to Dota there. But the Monkey King being the biggest outlier, guys, when we look at that draft, everything else felt so stock standard, but it also was just above the rest when we were looking at what it was doing towards the tail end of that game.
I feel like Chur Jr. is one of the final guys to play it, but now we see.
I don't know what that means.
To be able to, he's like the only guy I've seen pick it recently in tournaments. So it's nice to see like Monkey King being picked up by other players, and I was just impressed with the Earth Spirit, like just being able to crush it. We see this Earth Spirit and we're like, how do we deal with the Earth Spirit? What are we gonna do picking versus him? So maybe a new solution to the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, for sure. Like there has been, you know, rock, paper, scissors situation where a couple of tournaments, even before TI qualifiers, Puck, he had very high stonks because you needed to ban or pick this hero. Didn't seem like he had many counters, and then Earth Spirit suddenly came out, and then people were like, okay, this hero's Imba, what do we do? How are we going to prepare against him? Some Huskar, some Necrophos, Linas that are working out, but like Monkey King against most of these melee heroes, he does work really well, and there's a bit of a new trend build where people were not going for Diffusal or anything, so straight up going for Desolator, just increasing the damage. You get one Wukongs, and if you have any abilities that can keep inside Wukongs for 2-3 seconds, everything's gonna die.
It's hard to know exactly what happened in the mid game because we were breaking down the ending of our series here on Stream A whilst that game number 1 was kind of hitting that critical mash just before we tuned into it. But I do know in the earlier part of it, the Monkey King laning phase was pretty insane. I mean, he was on a bit of a kill streak, Monkeys, and then he got caught out. And I'm wondering how many times you get on a hero, and sure, you might have a great laning phase, but you get caught out once, and you can still continue to go on to be dominant because normally or more often than not, that stagnates a lot of your item progression and your map presence. But for a Monkey King, it doesn't seem to have that effect.
I mean, it certainly can slow you down, but at the same, Monkey King is just a very aggressive hero. He jumps around on trees, you know, he can get aggro on the map and whatnot, and in addition to that, he has a Treant on his team that, you know, is able to give him living armor and, you know...
Gives him another tree to jump on.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think of that. Smart but yeah, I think the fact that they have Tree, they have Necro as well, like you were mentioning, Monkey King is really good against these melee heroes, and pressuring, I think Necro does that really well as well. I believe I saw an Underlord there. I don't quite remember the draft.
Yeah, there was a Shadow Fiend, Earth Spirit, Underlord, Marana, Hoodwink. I'm just going through all of them.
Top to bottom, yep.
Necro. A Monkey King.
A monkey.
Yeah, there was a tree there as well.
But yeah, for me, I think Chur Jr., again, kind of like I was saying, he's the last bastion of these monkey players. I think in the past, there's a lot more of them. But recently, I think everyone kind of gave up on him. There was this phase in the past, I want to say like a year or two, where we've seen it get picked versus Ember, and then it's like you get chained, and then some random support, there's a spell, and you die.
Miserable.
So I really haven't seen anyone else pick it in recent times. So again, I'm really happy to see it again. I like Monkey King as a hero. I like it as mid. So it's always like sad to not really see it in the meta, but I don't know if it's like something consistent that other teams are going to be able to do or replicate, but I think it's paired with kind of what you were saying, the sustain. You have Tree Armor, you have Necrophos, and both those heroes kind of fix Monkey's problems of being this like squishy hero with built-in damage, but you don't have the HP to use it.
The inverse question is, well then, Monkey King, newer hero and great success that we're seeing there for the side of Yandex, but Aurora going for the Shadow Fiend, and it's really mixed results right now. Everyone saw just how amazing it looked last night when Satanic was able to play it and get a win with it, but it's not like Shadow Fiend hasn't had its flavor of the month recently. It's not like it's felt impossible to win on, but it looks like a lot of teams are actually still struggling
he has been, equation that needs to be solved for a lot of the teams because you can't just ban every single hero. You don't want to be playing against some of these more imba heroes, so you're trying to figure it out. You also want to shift things around. You can't just ban one hero through every single game. Maybe there's like one really hero that you don't want to be playing against, which is fine if you don't have the first pick, but I think you need to also figure out how to play against these strong meta heroes and try to surprise them, and we are seeing a little bit of a downfall of the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I would put in the same tier of how I feel about Lundred, that 2 months ago, we're like, yeah, this here's broken.
Only Satanic can win on it? No, sorry.
Honestly, I was thinking, like, we watched Satanic play these heroes, and we're like, wow, this hero's so broken. Like, every team should be first picking these heroes. But then I think the reality of a hero is they're really good in the lane, but they kind of start falling off the more people know to play versus it. And also, namely, the talent change recently with the Shadow Fiend level 25 is the raise is now just a flat physical damage. It's not considered an auto attack anymore. Because in the past, it was a full auto attack. So you could get Satanic heal off it, you could crit from a Daedalus off of it. But now it's just like, oh, if you have 200 damage on a Shadow Fiend, you just do 200 physical damage with a raise. So your scaling's a lot worse. And I think people are abusing that like, sure, good early game, great mid game, but if you can survive long enough or you get that ahead, he doesn't really have the comeback like he used to.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing quite a lot of longer games, so probably we're going to be seeing less of him in terms of what he can do in the late game, even though, again, Satanic, he had an insane performance yesterday on that Shadow Fiend, but yeah, removing the part of his level 25 talent is definitely going to hurt him in a way, because we have been in meta where the games keep just going longer and longer. Yesterday, the average game time was 51 minutes after day one ended, so you're definitely going to be hitting that 25-minute mark, 25 talent.
That normally happens. You normally hit 25-minute mark, and then the 50-minute mark comes after that one.
Is still an early game in this match.
Well, we're seeing the highlights there from that game number one between Aurora and Yandex, reliving some of the earlier moments of them. The Wyvern was the one that we'd sort of missed out when we were naming all 10 heroes at the drop in the games there. So SF figured out equation, definitely a different sort of scaling, but this is it. This is the Monkey King that we're seeing the impact of, but this was his earlier death, I'm going to say, where I felt maybe he could have slowed down a little bit. Maybe Aurora did have
this is
more towards
the time for Monkey Kings where it's like, oh, you crush your lane and you do everything good, and then you hit some like random
die once, and then
like 15 to 20 minute mark, you're like, ooh, like, and then you just feel so far, you're like falling really far behind. You might not farm fast enough, or the cores in the enemy team might just have the damage to chew through you. But I think again, he knows this hero well. He knows how to like get past it. I do agree with the Desolator build. I think it's really good in this kind of physical damage meta. It's a mid hero that's able to buy this Deso. I think that item in general, maybe if you're able to pick heroes that buy it, we saw Satanic yesterday in the TA, we see it a lot on the Kezes. I could see that item picking up some value. Not necessarily like you have to buy it on these heroes, but the heroes that buy it might just be that little bit better now.
For sure. And this is something that he did play, I believe, 2 times during EWC, and we could see some of the issues during those games where he had a good start, he picked it to counter a hero in the lane, and then he dies once, he gets his tree cut, suddenly he can't like really put that pressure anymore, because this is not a farming hero, like especially with the build that you're going for. It's not you're playing it from a carry role where you're going for, back in the days with the Battle Fury, with the Mjolnirs, with the Aghanim Scepter, where you're just heavily relying on farm. Instead, you want to be fighting, and if the game slows down with 1 or 2 deaths, the hero can fall off. But seems like in this one, one. He was just constantly putting that pressure on the map, being the vision hero as well, and making sure that the Necrophos, the future travel, he can show up, has a little bit of a global presence coming out from the Treant Protector, extra bit of a heal that sometimes you need to get the team to off Stampede to outmaneuver them in the team fight. So got a lot of small tools that they have to amplify the damage and the impact of this month.
I think the worry for me is the support duo for Aurora. It's a bit low damage. The cores have the ability to kind of back it up, but I think we've been seeing a lot of success with high damage supports, at least one of the two. It's like they'll run some Hoodwink or a Tusk, or even like we've seen the ones where it'll be like a Shattered and then +1, or this Mirana plus a Wyvern. You kind of have a, sure the Mirana scales into damage, but you miss this mid game of
pretty
easy
similar
damage.
to what happened with Spirit in game number 2, where they had the Wyvern plus Rubik, and then they didn't have like the most damage coming up from their mid lane, and suddenly it snowballs out of control. I think it's also going to be a very thin margin when it comes down to these higher caliber teams that we've seen in 2025-2026 season that are winning the tournaments. Like a couple of these small mistakes, like one mistake in the draft, is going to be much more punishable because these teams are so good that they're going to try to exploit that, and one mistake turns into 2 more mistakes, and then it just snowballs out of control.
I do think that's why we're also why we're seeing such long games, right? Is because when you see drafts on paper, there should be a slight favorite more often than not, but everyone's making smaller mistakes. Everyone's really good at being able to capitalize on those mistakes as well, and so you're just getting pushed further and further. And so I actually think seeing Spirit and Liquid have such dominant games for themselves was the anomaly of what we're seeing for TI. I mean, we even saw it there in the highlights of what was happening between Aurora and Yandex. There was still a big back and forth. They were still able to kill what felt like the heroes that were putting them in a position to snowball the game monkeys and run away with it in, let's say, 30, 35 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looked like Aurora was hanging on there for sure, but I mean, from my limited info of the game, it seemed like Watson did kind of pop off on that Necro. He had 40,000 net worth, I think, by the end of the game, which, I mean, that's very high net worth for a Necro. So, I mean, absolutely, it looked like Tira Jr. was, you know, kind of taking over the game and creating a lot of space. But, you know, Watson, he certainly did his job and, you know, pulled his weight and was able to, you know, really just be the menace that Necro carries really become, you know, with the, it looked like he had Radiance BKB, he probably had a heart in the late game, you know, just classic Necro stuff. So, I think Yandex just probably, again, I'm theorizing because we
were watching the Spirit versus Liquid one. That's totally fair, but everyone on the side of Yandex stepping in, doing their roles, whether it's from the supports, from the mid laner, from their carry. But on the flip side, when it comes to Aurora, it felt like they also had their hands on some pretty meta heroes. It was rough for them to not be able to get a game 1 win. It's still a best of 3 for themselves, but before TI even started, before we had our group stage kicks off, we had Nomad talking to Nightfall and seeing how he's feeling coming into TI 2026.
I'm here with Aurora's carry player, Nightfall, and we're going to talk a little bit about TI. So, Nightfall, coming into this one, you know, firstly, when you look back to last TI and how that all went, what do you think about that situation now?
For last TI, it was, I'd say, like, the roughest TI for me. I mean, just didn't really go our way, but we played like elimination game, and we kind of threw quite easy game, but what can you do? Life goes on, so I'm hoping to do better at this one.
Do you feel like you learned anything there which you're now taking into this TI?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
just play better.
Just play better. Easy. So you have 3 new players on the team. Has that kind of changed how your core gameplay works? Has it changed your sort of overall strategy, or is it still the same team?
I'd say it changes, especially depends on your trio of cores. I'd say each core playstyle can be different in other teams, and depends on what you really need. But I'd say just my gameplay with time became more active.
I see. So are you going to be sort of leaning towards the greedier style of gameplay now then?
Yeah, just kind of what DotA makes you now.
And is that what you like to play, or do you like to go fight? Do you like to go hit people?
Kind of depends on the mood. But I guess hitting people and taking a lot of risks. It's like more funny gameplay.
That is true. So with the international team, you know, you've got a lot of new voices coming in. You know, what have they sort of brought to the team? You know, what's WS brought to the team, and what's Kaori brought to the team in particular?
If I take WS, I think he brought just some confidence, and he also making calls around his hero. And for Kaori, I'd say he bring, I'd say, some calmness inside of our comms, and he also bring strong laning phase for our safe lane, even stronger than it was, I guess.
You and Mira have been playing together a pretty long time now. Why do you think you guys are so compatible with each other?
I mean, it's just nice to play with Mira. He's like, I'd say, one of the best teammates I had in my careers, like such a nice human being.
And obviously you want to lift the Aegis yourself, but is there any part of you that gets more motivation from thinking about, you know, giving Mira a third Aegis and having him be the first?
If I wouldn't think about like myself lifting it and like it's being dream, I guess the second thought it will be like for Mira, like for one. Yeah.
But ultimately, you know, lifting the Aegis is your #1 goal as a player, isn't it? Right? And is there any carry player you think is playing very well right now and you've sort of been watching a bit?
I'd say which I can highlight is probably Satanic and Mike. Mike been playing good, I'd say, recent like month, and Satanic just won in Paris, so he played, I think, amazing as a tournament.
And what's it been like having KP on as a coach as well? How's his sort of impact on the team?
Having KP is nice. I think he's one of the best at analyzing games and just making good replay analysis out of all coaches, and he can make it kind of informative and quick and at the same time productive.
Brilliant. Well, Nightfall, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at the International.
Thank you, guys.
It's always nice to hear the motivation for players, what their end goal is. Everyone dreams of lifting that Aegis, but it's extra special for Nightfall considering what has been a second place blessing to some degree. You know, try and spin it a bit more for himself. I'd love to see it, but it's on the edge at the moment because in this best of 3 they're already down 1 game, so Aurora going to have to bring something more for themselves. Despite how good their draft did look for what they could achieve, it just wasn't there for them. At the end of the day, Yandex had that next level when it came to execution.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can go in depth of the draft when there's some like a weird pick like Monkey King. You could be like, oh,
Yo, Yandex 400 IQ, here's the win.
Yeah, you could consider banning it, but I don't think that if it's banned, it's not a replaceable hero. There's nothing they could be like, oh, this is going to do the exact same role Monkey King filled for us in the draft. So it's really easy to say, okay, all of our heroes are fine. The way we want to play is correct. Maybe we ban the Monkey King because that's their most comfort pick that just throws a wrench in the cogs, but just do everything the same. And I think that is fine. I think their draft, sure, I don't like how their sub duo works for me, but I think that that's kind of what has been working for them. These kind of like support utility without the damage, and then you shine a light on the cores. Their cores are very like, I would say like high skilled execution cores that have consistently been able to make these plays and carry the games themselves. And so when you give their supports the tools to like make them look good, they always do.
Yeah, and I think Trion is one of those heroes where I mean, obviously we've only seen this hero a handful of times, but whenever this hero is let through, I mean, Living Armor is just I mean, you've talked about it before. It's a complete game changer because, like, you know, a lot of like mid players or you know side lane players, they have this idea of how a matchup is supposed to go, and they like make all of their calculations and whatnot on on their matchups, and then suddenly Living Armor, and that's just like the difference maker, you know. And I think while the Monkey King definitely is a standout hero, I think Tree is just an easy hero to maybe ban it, just like switch it up a bit, not deal with that Living Armor aspect, and try to create a more stable lineup against them.
Yeah, we're seeing the adjustments as well. Really glad that Krella's Crozier has been kind of the item of the tournament so far. In terms
How many
of
times has it been bought, Lacoste?
I don't have the stat right now, but I feel like
The stats are
you need something to reduce the healing. Like even in the previous game where they had Treant, Necrophos, Centaur with the heart, Underlord buying this item, which is, there's one physical damage guy that's Monkey King, and it's more about stealing the region and slowing them down, having that extra bit of a move speed, and having a region on top of that. It does feel really nice.
It kind of feels cool in a sense that when they only have one physical damage core, they don't even really want to buy a nullifier to counter your item. So then you get this full duration item, as opposed to in a lot of the other games where it's particularly good versus the physical damage cores, you have to protect it with a BKB, and then now you don't get the physical immunity because you're BKB'd and you can't be a Ethereal at the same time. And so it's like, it gets a bit worse. But now it's like your versus magic damage. You're like, oh, I'll buy a pipe, and then I'll press Ghost Scepter, and then I'm invulnerable to pretty much everything. I steal your life. I get 500 per second. And so I definitely have been a big fan of it in this tournament, and I think it will maybe not be the tournament-defining item, but it's definitely going to show up in like responses to drafts.
It's more about stealing the region rather than being invulnerable to physical damage. Like we've seen Darkseer utilizing that pretty much perfectly, because what you want to do is slow them down. So we've seen like Shivas, we've seen Krellas on top of that. Just a good combination of the items together.
All of our players are seated. They're ready for their game number 2. Their draft has started. So we're going to head on over to B stream. When that game concludes, though, we'll be here to break it all down for you guys and give you some more insight and information on how it plays out.
Okay, you're working out our muscles.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just keep tensing them over and over again. I think that's probably what our players are up to right now. Tensing their strengths here. We're going to have a Lina picked up here. The Fiery Wonder returns. Some teams, I feel like, are really comfortable just first overalling her, especially a team like Yandex, because Watson is quite the Lina player.
So we saw, by the way, the Lina get taken up there and look incredibly strong earlier. 70% win rate at the beginning of our day, I think, if I remember correctly.
Really?
Now dropped down to 57. So it feels like this is maybe one of those heroes that had a really good start throughout day number 1, and as people are starting to come up with some answers to it, it's looking a little bit less good.
That is a lower number.
I mean,
you have
it's
lost
still,
some games.
It's still quite good.
That's true.
But that guy.
That guy. We like that guy.
Oh my God.
I have not been disappointed in a single Centaur pick this tournament.
Yeah.
Every time I watch, I'm just like, oh, and you know what? They look like they're having a lot of fun. Like, you get to the late game, too. You get the... Honestly, that's actually surprising. Only a single mid. Like, watching some of the recent tournaments with the position 2 Centaur in that mid lane, it looks really nice.
Yeah.
And in some of these matchups where you can kind of greed it out, and I mean, he's just unkillable. He gives a global stampede.
And it's interesting too, right? Because a lot of times when you see these heroes that can flex into a different role, they tend to flex down, has been my experience.
That's true. Like, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's like, yeah.
It tends to go from like a 3 to a 4, or like a 4 to 5, or 2 to 3. And this one is now moving up in priority. I think it just speaks to like how mid can sometimes be a little bit weird with so many bans focused on it.
Could he go higher? I think Ramses once played a position 1 Centaur. I believe it has happened. That was back in the Manta days, though, when Manta would have to retaliate. I think we managed to pull out a couple of those. All right, well, I mean, no Lone Druid this game. That's definitely one of the heroes that has been terrorizing many a squad. Earth Spirit also still in. I hope Makoto plays his Puck, well, Puck's banned, so he won't be playing Puck. I hope he plays Ember. If I could just pick a Makoto hero, give the boy an Ember. Now, that being said, unfortunately, Yandex know this. They know he's very good at Ember. Thus, they pick Lina, because if he wants to go for an Ember, well, they're just going to shove this Lina in the mid lane. He's going to have a bad time. If he doesn't pick Ember, he picks something that maybe Lina doesn't want to lane against, then she just goes safe lane with Mr. Watson.
Should mention, by the way, some people might have missed this. We had a game earlier today where BZM countered Lina by taking Arc Warrior.
And what happened?
And, well, he ended up losing. but
the lane.
Looked good. The lane. The lane was cool.
It looked really cool.
I really highly doubt that that's going to happen. But it speaks to like how big of an issue this has become. How do you deal with this Lina out of the mid lane?
You know what? This is a good point here from our ban rate. The Coddle is still in. He gets banned. Okay. Well,
see you later.
We were so close. But Shira Jr.'s Invoker is still in. That's kind of interesting. If Watson ends up playing the Lina.
Banned first phase, wasn't it, last time around?
It was indeed, yes. I believe we were scouting that out. Part of that, of course, being the replacement of needing to ban the Train Protector, which I would agree is much more important to ban than Shira Jr.'s Invoker. As much as I love to see it, it's too good carry. He is still off the Phoenix. Just can't make her work, so it's going with the Wyvern.
Okay. Fair enough. And, you know, not a bad pickup for this already high rate clicking hero in the Lina. We have also seen like the Ags build with the Dagon and stuff like that. So you could just switch it up if you're worried about the Winter's Curses coming out. First game banned. Interesting.
That's not.
Oh, no, that's not what I was like. That's
he was
not
banned in the first game of the series.
Listen.
He was the 4th most banned hero.
It's been a long night. Okay, I was like, that seems weird.
Right? He was just keep me on my toes, Lyrical. I appreciate it. It's very important stuff here. All right, so at this stage of the draft, we're going to do a little double pick here for old Yandex. Oftentimes, you're going to grab 2 supports, especially when you're working with this flexible position 1 or mid hero. Ideally, we want a melee support for the Lina lane if you're going to want to run here position 1. They actually go for the Mirana, which I gotta say did not look that great for Aurora last game. Struggled to get much done. So I hope they'll find more successive combos with the hero because I think she's very dependent on her combos.
Yeah.
And there's the melee hero. As you expect, Undying is banned, Trian is banned. Next on the list is either Tusk or Clockwork. I prefer Tusk.
And this also sets us up more for like the potential for swapping, right? Because now you can either play Mirana running to her lane and like, you know, find themselves some potential damage off of Mirana rotation, or you can do like you talked about the Tusk Lina together in the same lane.
Yeah, or you can also do Mirana 5, opens up any position 1 hero, like your melee 5 or melee position 1s. You can do Tusk 4 to open up your off lane heroes. So very versatile duo in terms of the laning setups when you have Mirana and Tusk. Not super good at covering a lot of facets of a successful Dota 2 draft. They don't have great team fight. Mirana is a very weird hero. Like, she gives a lot of good damage with her Q, but she needs setup with the arrow. Moonlight Shadow can be incredible, but can also just be kind of a big whiff that doesn't help a whole lot if it's not used in the right situations. But like, there's no easy team fight from these 2 heroes. You get a great save from the Tusk. He's much more well-rounded. But Mirana, I think, as a support that helps with the whole draft, she's generally pretty weak. She requires a very high skill of execution in all of her abilities to really be useful.
The other thing about it, as we see the Cheer Junior Invoker come out, is like
that's the other side.
Yeah, it is.
The Cheer Junior Invoker stolen by Makoto.
Yes, there it is. Sorry.
That's what you wanted.
There's the flip around. But the one thing about it is that you've also sort of, with a Mirana support, committed to going for like that solo kill, right? Like you're gonna be trying to isolate somebody, get them with the arrow, and this is where Centaur shines, and this is part of the reason this hero's been so good is the save in the late game. Like, yeah, you can be a big damage dealer, big hoof stomp, double edge, whatever else, but also being able to keep somebody alive when they otherwise wouldn't be able to. Clutch stuff. Dark Willow, been looking good, getting those stocks going up a little bit.
Yeah, she tends to be this hero that is just like, I mean, she's in that next level, I think, of position 4s. So she's on the come up here. Has a lot of good team fight, of course, and early burst damage. So very similar to the Hoodwink in that regard. How is her Shadow Realm this game? Not bad, right? I mean, you got the LSA, you got arrows and stuff, but you can certainly slip away from the Tusk in some situations thanks to that. Useful. And, yeah, we did. We get Makoto on the Invoker and Shira Jr. on the Ember. So they're each going to show each other how it's done properly on 2 of their signature heroes passed over to another. And, of course, this is what they needed last game. They needed the Ember with the Mirana. I really think that would have done a little bit better there for Aurora because it's just too costly in the Mirana to not have a mid that helps her. Right. She's a finicky hero.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's why she often looks so bad, is that you don't do enough in your draft to support her, and that feels like a bad thing to do when she's potentially your position 5 or even position 4 to have to draft so much around her. But she's still doing all right. As you can see, 25 picks, 48% win rate. That's not too bad.
Yeah. Well, and already has now an ability to rotate towards mid if needed. With that Ember, I'd like to see a pretty like self-sufficient offlaner for Yandex.
Yeah.
In the last phase, you could think about like a Tide or a Timber or something like that, maybe. There's like maybe a chance you could do some Darkseer, you know, pair together Ion Shell with the Ember and the Tusk, but it's not the greatest.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that for WS last game versus the Centaur, he might Mars. I don't expect the same thing out of DM here. There is the Doom. Not an incredible Doom game, though. Like, I feel like he often gets banned at this stage anyway, but like versus Stampede, you know, people can just get bailed out because of that. You could go for a Beastmaster, I think would be kind of interesting with everything they have. It sets up for more arrows. It gives them some solid lockdown versus Stampede. It isn't a Wyvern, though, which can be a little bit troublesome, but I mean, he is a reliable hero.
Underlord again.
Yeah, that's a classic. Much more DM style for sure. Yeah. Oh, most banned heroes in the last phase. There you go. There's the Doom coming up in that. And also the Sven. Yeah, we are getting the called it stats. Well done. The Sven instantly gets banned. Yeah, it has been a lot of these Svens later on. Man, you know who's fallen off the face of the earth in our draft is Drow.
Yeah.
Dead hero.
Completely.
We've lost her. Soft hero. Nope, no good. Don't even touch her. Patch notes. Leave her be.
So Sven's win rate coming into this series today was 100%, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think he was 4-0 to start the day.
Yeah. Been a bit of a rough one.
I believe that would then mean he's been 0-3.
Yeah.
If my math checks out.
So.
All right, few seconds left here. They're going to ban out the Necrophos here as a potential DM hero. Now, I think this is where DMs go back to his patented Ogre Magi offlane.
Oh, wow.
That's my least favorite DM pick.
Why is that?
Just watch.
Okay, just watch.
It ain't right.
All right. Honestly, it's kind of hype. You've been seeing people pick up hearts. Why not?
Yeah, now you're thinking. Now this guy has got some ideas. Team fight will be great. Their team fight is pretty abysmal. They have great initiation from the Ember and then the Tusk being there, but like in terms of just like solid AoE and control in a space, they lack that quite a bit. It is also an Ember lineup, so your push is generally weak, but you do have Lina for the power hitting and stuff, so you're not super dependent. It definitely looks like they need some beef.
Yeah.
I mean, just get in there and make the fight easier. A Shiva's Fire would be great, some additional vision, or just confidence to just run into the fight.
Yeah.
They will still go for the Doom, but again, there's a reason why they didn't ban it here. Even if it is one of the most banned heroes, it does have some problems. So it's not like this incredible Doom game. That being said, DM is a very good Doom player, so that will certainly help. And we'll get a late Tiny. We have one earlier. Synergizes very nicely here with the Invoker. You get some Avatar Sunstrike plays. A lot of burst to follow up after a Winter's Curse. Stampede from the Centaur can really initiate for you early when you've only got the Echo Saber, and can try and get online a little bit before the Blink Dagger. I like the ideas.
Well, Yandex, they're up one game right now over Aurora, and both teams pulling together some pretty solid drafts. Definitely more like single targety type of dynamic coming from Yandex between the Doom, between the Arrow, you know, Laguna Blade, these types of things. It's about like finding that one pick off and being able to take a hero out of the game before everything else starts up. And I feel like some of this game is going to come down to, can DM find Makoto and get that Doom on?
Yeah. I want to see the difference in the Mirana's gameplay in this game, because I feel like it really struggled to have an impact in the last match, just with the way the game flowed and the allies that she had. And you know, I'd like to see a little bit more success on the hero. Saksa, you know, obviously very much a leader out of that position 4 role. I think you could see last game when it was Hoodwink, he's like constantly drawing on the map over and over again, just like dictating the team, and Mirana's a good hero for that, obviously with the Moonlight Shadows, and then the fact that you have to be ready for every stun for the arrow. So combining those together should make him pretty potent on the hero.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if he's going to be able to pull it all together. The other one that I feel like we've seen less of is like there's been a lot of these Tusks getting Blink Daggers early, and it's mainly been focused on the idea of like a Blink snowball save. I want to see more of these like Tusk blinking in, go for a Walrus Punch, and then immediately afterwards there's like a follow-up arrow, some more damage following up. Like that to me feels like if they can sort of let Malady be able to really get in there and fight, I think they're going to have some success.
I want to see another Agnes, like we did earlier on the Tusk.
Yeah.
That would be my goal.
That'd be awesome.
That's very, very solid. So, Yeah, again, though, I gotta say, I mean, Yandex coming in as the favorites, no doubt, for this matchup here. And I think draft-wise, I like it better. I think it looks a little bit easier to execute. So, again, some problems with the Doom, though. So maybe those problems come to fruition. Maybe he's going to go for these Dooms. The Stampede's going to save somebody. They get the reverse with the Wyvern.
Right.
It could come into play.
Yeah.
But tough times here for Aurora, looking at this one, I'd have to say.
We'll see if they can do it indeed as we get ready to go into this game. And there's the pause.
Hey!
F9, F9, F9. Very good. Love to see that.
Well done, Neil.
Yeah, so I think the other thing to watch for is, like, are there going to be any early rotations towards mid to try and, like, really ruin this Invoker's game? If you get some, like, early point in the chains, maybe you have a snowball move forward or an arrow or something, could be solid.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Tusk Tusk and Mirana, two of the best heroes for doing that, too. And also the Doom, right? You wanted a self-sufficient position 3, you got it.
Yes.
So that does open up these opportunities for Soxa to do these roaming plays. Yeah. Let's do it. All right. Will we get a 2-0 or are Aurora going to bounce back in this one? Will they see the brilliant northern lights of which they're named as we push further into the evening?
Oh, yes.
Or will they fall and crumble during the dusk lyrical? What will it be?
It's always darkest before the dawn.
That's not true at all, though. Well, it's just not. I don't know. But then Batman said it, and everyone's like, gotta be true.
Yeah, I think so.
It wasn't him who said it. I don't know. Was it Harvey Dent?
No, it was definitely...
Oh, was it Alfred? It was Alfred.
Oh,
Alfred.
Of course.
Old Alfie, they call him.
You gotta remember that. Smoke up is 5. Simultaneous smoke coming from Aurora. Actually, looks like DM might run into them over here.
Yeah, but he's got 2 gauntlets of strength. I mean, can he even die?
Yeah, he realizes the danger, immediately turns around. I don't want any of that mess. And
any of that smoke. It was right there.
Yeah. It should be a trade-off of 2 apiece.
Yeah, still just popping them there, seeing what's up. I mean, neither level 1 is particularly inspiring at this rune battle, is it?
No, it's not.
But they'll let it go, yeah. 2 for 2. All right, so Lena and Tusk heading into a matchup of a Centaur and a Dark Willow, huh?
Yeah. Okay. Called it. That's good. I hadn't seen that one before.
I'm feeling pretty good about it, apparently.
So yeah, things to watch for. Of course, you know, very annoying to play against Lena in any lane. As Cheer Jr. going to try and put some early pressure here onto Makoto. Flame Guard starts to hit. We'll see how he ends up dealing with this lane.
Yeah, but you see that Sunstrike on the creep, though? He hits that every time.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Easy peasy. Oh, right in his face. Another one. Now he's back away. Alright, decent start here. Soxa already trading some blows here with the Wyvern and losing out on them, obviously, with that Arctic Burn. It's a bit of a pain. Oh, yeah. More damage here onto Soxa. Yikes. I mean, he's got 4 Tangos and a Fairy Fire, but getting so much value early here from Kaori.
And he's left his courier there to get taken down. DM now chasing him. Getting some more damage onto Kaori.
Oh, they'll still happily get a creep wave coming into the tower. Has to pull it back, though, so... Plenty of space now for Kaori to manage the creep wave. No punish here from Soxa, so very good start for Aurora. And that bottom lane Sunstrike coming out.
Ooh,
that feels good.
Yeah, that one is nice.
I mean, it's one of the biggest determining factors for a good Invoker game is if you can hit these Sunstrikes early, because the hero's not really expected to win many mid matchups, has really low damage early. I mean, not as low as it was for a while there, but this idea of just hitting these Sunstrikes, getting the gold going, getting your Meteor Hammer on the faster end, all set up for a good game for the hero. Up top, things relatively even. A couple of denies here for WS. He's going to be a beefy guy. 2 rings of protection to start, plus the gauntlet. So just trying to reduce the damage he takes from this plinking Lena over and over again, right-clicking you. Armor and Retaliate can definitely do a lot in that regard.
And the wave already pushed fairly far forward. We'll see the Tusk try and get that pulled off in just a moment. And DM, at least Aris, for now, seeming to have a pretty okay time of it. 82 versus the 10 and 3. Did lose his courier, of course. Arctic Burn starts to spam some out at him.
Yeah, it's such a frustrating hero to try and lane against your like any strength hero versus Winter Wyvern. When you're relying on just that fat HP, it's just so much more effective than up against some of these agi heroes that have a little bit of armor or something to work with too. Doom obviously though needs no armor. As we're all well aware.
I thought that was the wolves.
Nah, it's Doom turns out actually. Oh, nice one. Gets that with the Forge Spirit. Easy peasy.
He also is having a good one. 5 denies already on that Invoker. And one of the kills with the Sunstrikes. So it will be something to watch for as they get the pull back behind the tower here. Nightfall can deny out a couple of creeps. Soxa in the meantime trying to soak some of this experience and maybe get some pull action himself.
I think things are set up for Yannick to really start pulling away in this game, though. Like, they could just start ripping things if they start making these rotations, going for these arrows you were talking about before. Like, they just get the easier solutions available to them, so they're going to be really cautious about their vision on Aurora, like keeping an eye on like when Sox is moving, when he's pulling, when he's actually just doing these annoying creep dragging plays, because if he's out of vision for just a moment, suddenly he's in another lane and you've lost the core.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely true. I mean, so far Aurora seemed to be up to the task in just this like base laning stage. Doom is getting swallowed up a little bit down there by the Tiny.
And then you think about this first 15 minutes, what you want to do on Aurora. Like, Centaur going to be very static with the Helm. Invoker going to be quite static, looking to help out with Sunstrikes. And then Tiny, maybe he can make plays on heroes in his lane, but oftentimes they kind of retreat back to the jungle. They farm through to their Echo Saber, then they go for the Blink Dagger. Like,
right.
It's a little static and stalled out. Now, that being said, the last hit's looking pretty good for Aurora. So if that is the game plan, at least they're off to a solid start. They just have to watch out for that aggressive potential from Yandex coming out.
Right.
And that means 6-minute runes could be the first time we see those moves. Any wisdom stealers this game? Tiny can maybe make those moves, but not really expecting it.
I mean, with a Sunstrike, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That could be it. The difference maker.
Junior messing with him.
Look at Makoto scanning. Because he's so low HP, he's like, dude, is that Mirana coming? Like, what is going on down here? I'm scared, guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can be here right now. But no, she's a little bit busy, and Invoker also busy. Hits another Sunstrike kill. 2-0? Soxa will pull the wave, though. It's going to give him the chance to move in for the 6-minute rune. Makoto also level 6, though. First one to crack it.
I mean, some of this is just this like strong laning setup that they've got. You can see top of the net worth chart from these cores, and if you're getting Sunstrike kills, it can alleviate some of those sort of concerns about just standing still.
Way.
And look, another one.
Nice play.
Goes down, and they're not done yet. Snowball out. The supports pairing together, though, trying to chase him down. The body blocks are going to be there. But then can Shards push himself down to the low ground?
I mean, they don't have the heroes to make moves mid like they do on Yandex, so instead they choose the Twin Gate plays. Because their Invoker is just hitting on everyone these Sunstrike plays. You know, he's no slouch on the hero, just because Chira Jr. is more known for it. Doesn't mean Makoto can't do it. TP from the lane and coming up top to defend this tower.
Nicely done by Soxa to take out that catapult. That probably keeps the tower alive. Now WS decides, yeah, I'll keep fighting.
Can they even kill him?
I don't think so.
He's a big boy. He's got his Helm of the Iron Will already. Like this, the Helm of the Dominator is only 300 gold away.
Listen, sometimes you can get away with winning all 3 lanes.
Oh, here comes the Sunstrike.
Oh, good. Soxa gets boots delivered to him, but now is just going to have to back away. I think this is done almost.
Yeah, despite that save, like you mentioned, not going to be enough. Soxa is able to salve up, so he can come back in on this, but they need the Ember to be here if they want to make a play. And you know what Ember's doing, though? Chira Jr. is going for the Wisdom.
Oh.
A little sneaky play in behind here.
Okay, that is really nice.
All right, now here's the problem, though, is that they're getting the same situation that DM had last game of the Centaur. This is a 7-minute tower takedown into the gold for the Helm, and now Centaur owns this zone of the game.
Yes.
Like, the whole part of the map is his, and Lena is level 4 in the jungle.
Yeah, that's brutal.
That's not good. That is not where she wants to be right now. And she's lost 2 of her camps now to a Centaur, pretty much.
Yeah, this is... I mean, they need to make this move work. They actually got to kill Makoto here, I think. Arrow goes out. Makoto does get hit by it. Does he end up falling with the snowball in? Definitely. So, Yandex pulling something back a little bit for themselves. You can also think about maybe going for like a Doom play eventually when he gets 6 online, and that could be a way that you maybe punish this Centaur.
Yeah, I guess you have to doom him, right? Obviously, you doom another target, they're just going to stampede away, so... It could be a play as Soxa rotates up here.
Nice D-ward.
Gets a sentry. He's going to steal the creep.
Yeah, why not?
And he's going to block that camp with his sentry with that D-ward. So he's trying to reduce the overall gold being gained by WS. Chira Jr. also thinking the same thing. So they see what's happening, right? Chira Jr. is leaving his safe farm from the mid for his Lina. The Lina has been kicked out of top. She's absorbing the usual farm spots for the Ember. Chira Jr. uses the ability of the Ember to be slippery to take some of the farm away from Aurora.
Now, this would be a really nice kill for them. They could take down DM as he tries to make his way through the brambles. He's not going to be out of there in time. And now, maybe thinking about going on to WS as well.
I mean, it has to be perfect here. There's no Laguna blade. Like, they need more heroes, so this guy's going to die.
But I like what you said there, because it is worth noting, like, they make a couple of these solid plays. Chira Jr. stealing away the wisdom. Like, if you're going to lose 3 lanes like this, there needs to be some craziness that starts to happen to reset the game. And if the Index are able to come out with the victory here, they would definitely deserve it.
And you can see KRA wants to keep this pressure up, though. Puts the ward in between the towers. They want to kill this Doom again. Like, they know DM's coming back down here. They want to hold this tower with the Tiny, threaten with Avalanche. And Mira just refusing to go anywhere else. Not a lot of opportunities elsewhere on the map, so they're kind of desperate for DM to return to this tower, and he is not taking the bait right now.
I mean, it's pretty appropriate with Tiny, but Aurora's draft is like a ball rolling down a hill right now, and Yandex are just desperately trying to stop it before it builds up too much momentum, and then they take over.
We have 2 towers gone very quickly, and opening up a few more avenues to attack the mid tower as well. Tiny now into the Echo Saber, greatly increasing his damage. But needs a bit of setup if he wants to connect. It would have to be a Stampede play if they want to go into it. And obviously if you pop the Stampede, that's going to leave WS a little bit more vulnerable up top.
And after seeing that ward there, we'll understand maybe part of the reason that they weren't able to connect with that kill. So they do manage to survive that movement from Aurora on DM. Watson now trying to play some catch up and get into that Maelstrom. In the meantime, Invoker finishing off the Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, let's get that mid tower. So let's go knock him with the hammer, you know?
Why not?
The hammer in our game, it doesn't build, it breaks.
Yeah.
You know? It's not a carpenter's hammer, it's a meteor hammer. That's why it's called. It's dropping rocks on stuff. Sucks. Fully back here once more. Man, what a comfortable game for Nightfall. A Tiny who just gets to sit on a lane. This is the dream for this guy.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he doesn't like the jungle that much. He likes just farming through entire waves, getting a ton of gold for himself.
Starting to accelerate towards some of those other items. That was a good slight dodge there, able to get away from the tornado.
Oh, I like the early Shadow Blade over the Blink Dagger. That could be a nice play here for Nightfall. We'll see if that ends up being the choice for him. I think Blink is a little tempting with the fact that Alina is core and the fact that you have Sunstrike, so I wouldn't be surprised if he switched. But Blink is more of a like, oh, we have to do something now item, whereas Shadow Blade just feels really good to have on Tiny.
Yeah. He can keep farming with that one if he needs to.
Yeah. Soxa abusing the fact that Mirana, a very slippery support, so you can play in some slightly more dangerous spots. Obviously, DM cannot be here. He would just die. But Soxa's not really worth committing on. You'd have to like use a Stampede, force a leap, still chase him down, get the kill. It's not worth it. So, if DM's there, he dies. If Soxa's there, he doesn't. He still gets farm. Feels good. They're going to hunt down Makoto. They're trying to get this combo of the Ember Mirana, but they're not going to get him in time.
They saw this too, right? Like they saw the Moonlight Shadow come out, and now they know, they are well aware of this. Mira goes into the Shadow Realm, arrow off the mark. Are they going to keep going for any more here? Doesn't look like it. Instead, it might be Watson that they go on. WS shows up. Well, Sunstrike, yes. So the Lina will fall again.
That was his recovery move.
Yeah.
I'm going to get involved in a kill. And, well, he did. Just not the way he was hoping. So this is really bad for the Lina. Like, he's trying to farm into his Maelstrom. He goes down. This is going to set up way further back. They don't connect on a play with their Ember. Cheer Jr.'s wasting time trying to set up these arrows for his Mirana. His hero is cursed.
Yeah.
He's dragging these teams down.
Honestly, it's looking really rough.
And it's trying to make it connected and get the value out of these arrows and these early starfalls, but it's just not there.
Yeah. Well, Saksa gonna get some stacks going. And
speaking of curse,
I mean, look at this.
Yeah, DM's life is so sad down here. He's the lowest net worth core. He can't even go to these two camps. I mean, I'd like to see like what Falcons were doing, where you're just like dropping sentries in here.
Yeah, just to mess with them even further.
Yeah.
Well, but then Willow can't farm it, right?
You make a good point. You make a very good point. Boots of Travel finished up here for Makoto. So they go hunting, he can join. They, of course, another game where you're getting early Boots of Travel plus a Helm of the Dominator. So you can just jump on the Centaur's creep. Always feels really good. And there was a Maelstrom now finished up for Watson. So he died trying to complete it. He has it. Now the farm can accelerate quite a bit. And boy, does he need it.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Needs some me time, a little bit of chance for a turnaround in these fights. I mean, again, sort of the issue that we've talked about is this Yandex draft is very one-dimensional in terms of how it operates.
Oh, Tornado mid, catches the Ember.
Oh, man. Yeah, got him caught. Gone.
Boy. My guy had a Remnant. Does it matter? No.
Not apparently.
Nope, not even a little bit. 468 from the
hunting.
Sunstrike.
They're still going, man. He is not letting up for a moment here.
All right, this Sunstrike is like a third of all of their HP right now.
Yeah.
It chunks these heroes at this point in the game.
I mean, it's a problem. Like, because again, like, how do you find kills? We haven't seen Doom this game, really.
Who?
There needs to be some type of an arrow.
I mean, is he really Doom if he hasn't skilled his ultimate?
No, I don't think so.
So what? Nameless hero. Oh, there we go. Okay, now he's got Doom. All right, he can be Doom again. Is he really Doom if he hasn't cast his ultimate?
I mean, that is a very Doom thing, to be fair. They just want to keep farming.
All right, I mean, he's going to have to because he wants to get a Radiance this game to try and bounce back into this one. This is not a blinkable game. I definitely agree with that take on this one. Of course, I also don't feel like a Radiance is going to instantly make things much better for them either.
No.
It is a long road to recovery here for Yandex as we get some faces interacting up top.
You know, to be fair, though, I do think that since these games have been, like, averaging around 50 minutes or something else, like, again, a Radiance now, why not?
Like, I mean, if the game's average 50 minutes,
yeah,
and if there was, like, this item that you could buy that, like, every so often it gave you gold.
That's a pretty cool idea.
Wow, maybe that's what we need.
Nightfall wanting to get involved now. Will not be able to find DM over in the jungle.
All right, well, a bright spot for Yandex then. They're wasting a little bit of time with these hunting plays. Not making any connections with their heroes. And of course, you also have a Spirit Vessel Ember who's not able to make anything happen, though, on the side of Yandex. That doesn't feel too great.
Right.
Makoto coming in with a Ghost Walk. Ember pops his head down bottom to check for a room, but it's an illusion taken by Kaori.
Saksa shows for a moment. That's all it takes. Makoto gets him. And Meteor hammering the tier 2 tower.
What are they going to do about it?
I'm not really sure. Honestly, I think they just have to keep dodging. Like, I don't think you can fight them right now. But, God, how much are you going to have to, like, lose across the map?
There's no limit. Oh, the Grassy Seeds and Serenity by WS. He just wants to keep the push going, keep the party on.
All right, they get the chain.
So the Serenity is gone.
And now the punch, but the Terrorize hits on the boat and in trouble further. They have any way to get out of there. Cheer Jr. trying to escape, but Fira right on top of him. Now they the pass over! WS living. Fira saving the day. Doom tried to go for the ulti onto him. Does not happen. Watson wanting to get away, but the more damage coming in, and they finally will drop the Doom onto the half HP Willow.
All right,
he goes down.
Where's the Sunstrike?
Oh.
You guessed wrong. Imagine, though. I mean, he had a decent chance. He had a couple of heroes running home.
Honestly.
Oh, what a Lotus pass over from Mira. He ends up dying for it, but well done. Gets his Centaur War Runner out of there. I mean, that's crazy. WS under the tower with like 30% HP, and then you're just looking at his DM with the Lotus already active. Like, what am I to do here? I can't do myself right now. I can't afford that.
Well, the other thing, too, that was still the Tier 2 tower also taken. They managed to finish it off.
Yeah, true.
This is 17 minutes. Like, what's going on?
I mean, they're getting close to the Radiance on DM. That's the bright spot. I'm trying to find the bright spot.
I'm with you. So are Yandex right now. I mean, in a really good game one, that's a bright spot.
That is true.
Root lands, but no follow-up. Nightfall finds the Tusk. Toss decides not to go for anything else. Tornado lifts. Sunstrike is just waiting for it in the tree. Oh no, there's an eye roll there. Malady was done. Oh jeez, I saw it.
Oh. I mean, he's very he's having a rough time. Another smoke. They are not letting this pressure ease up at all. They're gonna find Soxa. Shadowblade leading out of the smoke. Goodbye.
Saving the kill for Makoto. Continues to be involved. Terrorized again. Hits the Ember.
And he held the toss because he trusted in the Invoker spell casting. That was going to get the kill. Then he hit the toss for the Ember. Now they're on top of the
What is happening? Oh, man.
I believe Makoto was dominating with a double kill there.
Makoto is owning.
So this is how it works, huh? This is what the game one was supposed to look like, is what they're feeling right now.
Invoker plays 13-2, and well, there might just be another one.
This is the most early game Sunstrike I've seen in a while.
Yeah. Well, the shards did not save him there, that is for sure. I don't think anything would have. As the kills just keep on racking up. I mean, I wanted to say something like, well, at least they're not taking injections, but they're doing that too.
Yeah, they're really doing it all right now. I mean, the Shard Invoker just running around the map and having the BKB coming in soon.
Yeah.
He's a menace. I feel like this is one of those pub menace builds right now. Watson doing everything he can to become a relevant hero in this game. Obviously, Lena, I mean, doing pretty well net worth-wise. Considering where she started,
yeah.
Like, Watson is finding the gold that he needs, and he can eventually become the biggest hero in this game. And, the way Lena scales and having the range that she can play at in these fights with the teammates like this that can provide it for you. You get into an Agnum's Ember, I know it's a ways away, but that is what you need in this one. And that's why you're seeing Aurora just consistently pushing this tempo.
A little bit of a battle of ruin as the BKB is done for the Invoker. Jump forward stun. They find one. In trouble. Chira Jr. feared low, and now they're on top of the Lena. Although the Winner's Curse is about to wear off, they can back away for the moment. Now a chance for a turn. He's stunned forever. The arrow hit, and WS onto him. Watson dropping quickly. Tried to get the kill onto Mira. Not going to happen. They did get the Invoker, but it comes at a hell of a cost.
I mean, had to drop the Doom on him because they needed something desperate. Great target, of course, but it is the one way they're going to get a high-value kill, and then it's just time to run, toss, and trying to find a further chase, but not going to be there.
Honestly, for how bad that could have gone, the fact that they get the Invoker is pretty clutch.
Feels a little good, but he also has a BKB done now, so that might be the last time it happens. Well played so far here from the side of Aurora, moving in towards like the safety items, the BKB. I'm sure they'll be going for the Aegis pretty soon. There's also a Tormentor they can claim. And the nice thing about this is that although many teams have garnered big leads like this today on our stream, they actually have tower hitters this time. So they have been progressing the map the entire way through. Only a couple more tier 2s to clean up.
It's not as big of a gold lead as we've seen in other matches, and I think that there is a little bit of fragility that lives here, but we'll see. It's not a foregone conclusion.
Stomp.
I mean, this is pretty nice when you can do that to DM.
What can you do?
Yeah. Invoker is just, it's a pain.
Malady had no TP on the Tusk. He's just waiting with Watson. Like, Watson is the win condition, so he's got his Blink Dagger on Tusk. That same play happens to Watson there, yeah, maybe Malady can save him.
Right.
Maybe he can delay it a little bit. Maybe they get one kill in a trade. But he's not there to look after DM. DM got his Radiance. He's on his own.
Yeah, he's doing his own thing.
Mylena needs some help.
You can see Yandex like shoving in this mid wave while they're taking, or rather, excuse me, now flip that around. He's trying to get the wave shoved out. They know they're going to be coming down mid very soon.
Nightfall gets the Aegis. He can lead a little boldly with his Shadow Blade now. Could have been alright for the Invoker too, but Nightfall wants to grab it. 8-2 and 8 right now for Makoto.
Yeah, he's been involved in almost everything.
Well, no shortage of comebacks this TI, but you know, this like literal ghost push.
Yeah.
As we've discussed before, this idea of being able to push these creep waves as much as you can, hiding while doing it when you're in a losing position. Well, you're in a winning position with a ghost who's just pushing these waves. That feels pretty good right now as Aurora. And if you try and contest him, or if you don't notice that he's doing this,
yeah,
you might walk right into your death.
It's a serious problem for sure. Saksa, he'll get some bounty runes. He gotta take the win.
The value.
Look, he's so fast in the river. He's running quickly.
I mean, the dust is wearing off, but the invis is... the polywalks aren't quite enough, huh? They're not strong enough to take down this brave Mirana.
Sadly not yet. Oh, man.
Oh, ooh.
DM getting away. Love the second component of the BKB.
That's good. It's 2 to 3.
Nightfall. Makoto on the hunt. Shira Jr. hiding in the trees. They jump in. They find him. Laguna Blade out. Do they have enough damage? They get the Winner's Curse to interrupt. Makoto backing away. Now he's inside the snowball. Melody will get hit there, and Shira Jr. realizing it's not quite going to work the way he wanted. Oh, he gets all his mana drains. DM can't get anything off there. Needs that BKB. And now the Sunstrike follow-up is going to be there. Avalanche, one more toss.
I thought he was out. You can see they look at it and they try and turn. Like, Watson chucks a couple spells. They're analyzing the situation. They're like, is there any way? And then the EMP hits. It's like, nope.
Yeah.
We're done. Well, Watson, he has to play risky. He gets scanned. So he's not going to get found by Makoto, though, as he does move out just in time.
I mean, look at where Nightfall's playing. Like, honestly. Yeah, and he's just running straight there. They're like, there's only so many places Watson can be.
Oh, don't turn for that. Don't turn for that.
Hit. Oh, my God.
He needed that proc.
Yeah, they scanned and they knew immediately. Turns red right as he's leaving.
And there's still a Tormentor they can do if they'd like. But they're a little more bloodthirsty right now by the looks of it. They're going to bring the Willow and the Invoker through the Twin Gate. Moonlight Shadow. WS, he is the bait right now.
They have a sentry down. They see Makoto. Essence Distiller stun lands through him. Arrow going out. Not going to land. Oh, and these moments, like, that's the one you got to get if you want to make these comebacks happen.
Oh, the Croaker. Oh, he doesn't get him.
Good juke. And the Force Staff has one more leap in 7. Not sure if he's going to be able to make it out all the way.
Is he really living?
Looks like it.
Oh, all right, nicely done. Can't take down Sox, they're too strong. DM actually in the jungle between the team of Aurora right now. Yeah. Dire Scan connects, knows what he went through. DM so desperate for farm that he's actually finding it here. It's kind of crazy.
I mean, okay, look, BKB's here. This is like maybe going to be one of the last gasps for them. They've got to get something done with these BKBs being completed.
I feel like they need the Mjolnir or something too. Like, they just don't have the damage to win a fight. Right. So we need a clutch Doom. We need Mirana just freewheeling. Being up a hero would be nice. Arrow hits in the Shadow Realm. He's just burning while stunned there in the AoE. Gets the gem. Very good. They can actually get a little bit of vision, set up for some plays. Makoto forced back with the amplified damage. All right, a small but important win here for Yandex, because now with the gem, they can get out, drop some wards, and maybe that will open up the opportunities for some pickoffs. Only 33, 32 seconds left in this Aegis for the Tiny, so...
I think that that's the type of play that, like, as Aurora, you're willing to take that loss of the Willow. Obviously, the gem sucks, but if it stays at that level, that's not going to be enough for Yandex to pull it back. They need to be able to sort of find a win and then turn that into an objective, turn that into another fight win. And otherwise, it's just sort of keeping things set at sort of a steady level, as opposed to actually pulling themselves back into this.
Every journey begins with a single step.
True.
And this was a real baby step. It was like an inch. You know, it's not even a half step.
Yeah.
But it is a partial step nonetheless. Double wisdom.
Saksa just going to try and cut waves in a bit here. Makoto is doing a similar thing, killing off waves in the mid lane. But yeah, it's sort of just Operation Farm in secret.
Self-ready break into the...
Bro. Oh my goodness.
So crazy.
Ugh. It is tough. It is tough for DM. Tough for all these heroes.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
And it's not getting easier.
No, Nightfall's getting the Blink Dagger to further close down this map. Because, frankly, DM's been getting a little too much space. And he's played quite well to get the amount of farm that he has gotten, but at his current kill score of Bob, also known as 8-0 and 8, for Nightfall wants to keep increasing that total.
Stomp to kill the creep wave. Backs out. Shira will be stunned, has the terrorize now, decides not to throw it. Wants his gem back.
Yeah, not so fortunate. Shira's gonna hold on to that for a little bit longer. Octarine Core on Makoto.
Okay.
I mean, more and more powerful. Also about to be level 20 here as well on the Invoker, so... yeah, a little frightening. Alright, well, the risks of going high ground. How good is the defense from Yandex? Not crazy, to be honest.
No.
The plinking of the Lina is a little annoying, but without an Aghanims on Tusk, you're not necessarily that worried about going high ground.
The flip side to that is that the only hero that can like go and hit towers, and it's not even comfortably, is the Tiny. Like, you can Meteor Hammer, I guess, but it's a little sketch.
I mean, Invokers right clicks are good. They can Alacrity as well on the Tiny too, so it's not as bad as usual.
Right. They're going to go in for the Tormentor now.
Should be pretty quick.
I mainly mean that, like, if they're going to do that, they're presenting themselves as a target.
Oh, did Doom just sneak down there?
Yes. Definitely did.
I got to give credit to DM. He is finding the farm.
Yeah.
Like, this is really impressive stuff.
He's stealing it right out
like, wait a
WS.
second.
There's somebody here.
Somebody's down here.
Oh, God. Yeah, he's just got to keep running.
I mean, he's just going to BKB TP, you know how it is. And he'll just TP out nice and early. Alright, that's the Blink Dagger. So, yeah.
Okay.
Step one to a good fight from Yandex. Dooming a strong target. Invoker, great Doom target. That guy gets Doom, what's he do? Now he just stands and watches.
Shira. Essence Distiller trying to run this down, finding him. Terrorize off the mark. Saksa is going to be stunned. Sunstrike is there for the follow-up. Oh, he finds the nice little path out of there. And the TP away, not going to happen.
That's hate right there.
That is unfortunate.
All right, big value item picked up here. Getting themselves a Vlad's on the Tusk, so Malady just recognizing when you're in these situations where the game is going poorly and you don't have a lot of gold, Vlad's is one of the best items you can get just to increase your team's damage, and that is something they're definitely struggling with.
Right.
Vlad's, drums, very cheap items that can give you a chance in a fight that you have no right winning. But it does mean that the dreams of the Aghanims are quite dead at the moment, unless you get some crazy fight wins. Of course, it was never happening anyway. No. He's not getting any creeps in on a Tusk this game.
It's definitely been all going into the coffers of DM, Ember, Lina. But if they win a fight, and suddenly a huge injection of gold.
Yeah. Do we have a Shiva's guard being worked on? No, WS is going for the BKB first. I mean, Shiva's guard has just been so clutch with high ground.
Uh-oh, jump in. Chira Jr. gets the BKB off and able to separate himself out. So that's BKB used by Nightfall. Malady goes forward for more. Now the Doom used, chasing down, no Wyvern ulti. So they have already taken down the Willow. Can they fall more? Nightfall trying to get out of there. Laguna Blade, TM still on the chase. They've also caught the Centaur.
Okay.
Yandex waited so long, and it ended up working for them.
Malady, he might burn out here.
Yeah, he's going to end up dying to that one.
Dude, the camp was about to respawn. He didn't have Snowball anyway. Okay. All right, big win. That's a 4,300 gold swing.
That's big. 10K experience as well.
Buyback from the Willow also used. 5,100 XP for Doom.
Yeah, that's nuts.
That's a lot of experience. He's level 20.
Yeah.
He's got plus 66 damage. He's a beast. He's got the number of the beast.
So I think this has been like one of the sort of things that we've noticed throughout the day today, right? Like teams kind of waiting for their moment to take that one big shot, and then when they finally hit it and they win a fight, it doesn't necessarily like completely change the dynamics. Definitely Aurora is still winning, but you can see a pathway to how Yandex could win this game.
I would be so bold to say they've now taken 2 full steps.
Okay.
That was 1 step plus like 90% of the other step that they didn't
I hear
quite
you.
yet. Yeah. No, this is good.
Very much pulling it back into something resembling a chance. Aghanim Scepter done for Mirana.
I mean, they can't resist this item. No Mirana player can say no to it. So they're going to go for the safety of the Aegis here on Aurora. Nightfall runs in. Roshan has roared. This only 35 seconds. I mean, if this is not a bait come fight us, I don't know what is.
They're running. They want to take this fight. Again, this is Ags on the Mirana, and they are going to...
This is such a strange time to roach.
Smoking back out. They want to get it on their side.
Like, it screams they want to fight them.
Thinking about it. Nightfall. He spots him, Saksa.
But they don't have that gem. It's still on Chira Jr.
Oh, man.
So they're running into Moonlight Shadow gemless.
Yeah. Are they really trying to take this? Malady down low, but now the stun. Trying to back away from this one. The snowball, I don't think he's getting out of that.
Do you really need a stun strike there?
Apparently.
He really wanted that kill. He just get it either way.
Roche is heading down.
Very interesting stuff here. Can someone get chucked by Roche so you can speed up? That would be nice. I like when that happens.
Ember.
He needs the Aghanims so desperately. It completely changes the hero. It opens up so many more opportunities for the Doom, for the Lina.
And that's what it takes being down, 10K gold, is that he's just a little ways away when like this pivotal fight is happening and Nightfall walks right in. They find immediately onto the Lina. Toss back Watson. BKB now trying to run out of there. Tomb getting lifted up by the tornado. He pops BKB as well. Turning their sights on the Nightfall. It's going to be a retreat for DM.
So holding
Who's going to get stunned? The Winter's Curse. The turnaround is there. The follow-up kill. Now it's a 1-for-1, but Doom being gone for 75 seconds, they do get the Aghanim Scepter on the Ember. He's got it delivered. Jump forward. Great dodge of the stomp, but then ends up just dying for nothing.
Yeah, they don't have the capability to fight this. Like, they need the Doom right now. They can't just jump in with Ember and try and lay into them with the Lina or something. And they know that too. I mean, he could try and be crazy and go for a steal with the Remnants, but...
Sox is arrowing the waves now at this point, so looking very much like they're... Wait a minute. Hold on a second now. He has an open slot. Tries to go in for a moment.
Did he get anything?
No.
The banner was down, but...
Soxa gonna be found. Tries to leap away for Staff, but in the end, it's not gonna happen.
Mega kill streak for Makoto, putting on an absolute clinic in this one on the Invoker, alongside all his teammates. Very good synergy, making it work with the Sunstrike. Just what they were missing with the arrows last game for themselves, and also what has not been glued together in this one by Yandex either. Not a lot of solid coordination plays coming out of that combo. And right back to controlling 80% of the map here from Aurora with that take of the Aegis and death of some dire heroes. It's feeling like it's a good spot for them.
Yeah. I mean, it is still just a 12K gold lead, but it's sort of that momentum, and obviously, like you talked about, having the Aegis ready. Terrorize out. Malady is there to help if they want to make a go of it. Nightfall to the side, and no, they're just going to let him die.
And, you know, they saw the Aghanims. They probably know he has no buyback.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
that's a no buyback item for sure. An Ember at 37 minutes is not saving buyback for an Aghanims. He wants to play out on the Zags and be the hero and win the game. He gets caught. He gets bursted down. It's such a bursty lineup here. So much chain stun from Aurora. So just a simple flaw in your movement is going to result in the death. WS, speaking of death, sacrificing his creep to the tower, hopefully to garner the favor of the gods.
No,
Look at it go.
There you go. Let's go. I think for Malady, there was like a question of does he go in there and try and snowball save, but it was like not looking good, and it was into roots, and well, now they jump forward, get some good damage. The turret Lita starts to beat down onto WS. Watson continue to lay into these heroes. Nightfall is going to be found. Nightfall is dead.
All right, what do you got?
Second salvo. Doom is ready. Do they want to commit for this now? Arrow as he lands. Big jump in. The Hex is already out. Damage coming. WS is off to the side. They're waiting for their target, but DM doesn't like what he's seeing. Nightfall tries to jump away. There's another hit from DM. And as the damage comes in, he's going to try and drop the Doom, but no, it's not going to be enough.
Now Watson.
Winter's Curse finds it. The buyback moves in from Malady, hoping to turn this around. But Lita is just getting destroyed, demolished, and Chira Jr. forced a Remnant away.
He jumped back in and reset the curse, catching himself as well.
A full freaking wipe there. 2 down, no buyback. And at this point, at least, Yandex very much looking to be losing this game unless they can come up with something here at the very end of it. But another set of racks. Aurora, they have led this entire game out of the laning stage and just trying to put the finishing touches on it here. An arrow from Soxa, but the save is there immediately from the Wyvern.
One last set to go here, and it's a big center leading the way.
There he goes, Snowball waiting as the Avalanche is gonna expend, and Soxa is dead. He doesn't have buyback either. They jump in, continue to look for more. Chira Jr., the only one left alive, as Aurora is gonna clean up Mega Creeps. GG is called. Aurora, they're not gonna go quietly, they're pushing it to a Game 3.
They do indeed wish to see the Northern Lights, which obviously will be coming out very soon here in Shanghai, I'm sure.
Impressive performance. 37-9. I mean, again, it's one of these games where like the laning stage just starts to like look a little bit sketchy, and then they're able to just keep that snowball going. And what were your thoughts from that one?
Sunstrike.
All over the place.
It's the dream. Like he made it look really easy, but so many invokers do not connect on so many Sunstrikes early. That's what catapulted into a good invoker game. It was awesome to watch. Well done.
All right, let's head on back to the panel. Let's break down that action.
Thank you so much, Lyrical and Trent. A lot of fun that was had in that game number 2 there, and definitely an accurate description. Sunstrike, and a normal Sunstrike when you get an Invoker that's fed in the mid lane, or at least that's far ahead in that gold ratio there. Monkeys, it feels like there isn't too much that you can do to feel like you're even playing on even footing anymore.
Yeah, I think Aurora did a really good job of picking heroes to set up the Sunstrike, and it really enabled Makoto to land all those Sunstrikes, enabled his game. He had I think 12,000 net worth around like 20 minutes or something like that.
Oh, is that all?
That's
a good amount.
Easy money.
So I think it was him and Nightfall on top of net worth. So I think it just made the game plan really easy for Aurora. A lot of setup Sunstrike obviously does a ton of pure damage, and it was a very smooth sailing game for them from there. I
didn't know how I felt about the Wyvern for this tournament in general, not so much this draft, but just this tournament, because sometimes it feels the usage of Cold Embrace is more just delaying the inevitable. I'm not really seeing it be this sustained tool that you would love it to be. It's just, well, now my core is in a position where everyone else can collapse on him and just deal more damage. But this time around, the Wyvern had a pretty good impact. I did see the idea behind why teams are favoring it, Lacoste. I'm like, actually, yeah, I can see it. This Wyvern has great presence in the game.
I'm a big fan of the hero. I think this hero just gives you a lot of things, especially the ones in the laning stage, because it's a percentage-based heal. So you're playing with Tiny, who has insane strength gain per level. So even 1 point in it is 160 base plus percentage. It goes over 200. I mean, you're not going to be killing this lane anyway. I wasn't really the biggest fan of the Doom picked before the last pick overall, because they had to pick it blindly, and they wanted to go with something. And then giving Nightfall Tiny in this case kind of felt like it was coming. I don't know if Yandex maybe, I don't know, got a little bit of a misread what's going to happen in this.
Do you think
one.
it misread, or they just felt they had answers to it? Like when you look at a Tiny to Lena carry-to-carry matchup, at what point do you feel...
Like Lena traditionally had, I don't know the numbers, but from the top of my head, I'd say the win rate for Tiny against Lena is pretty high. She doesn't like always, it was very bad because she could get tossed back, having the stun, skewer pretty much when you were playing against Lena as well. Any repositioning tool against Lena feels really good, even though it's a carry Tiny, so he plays a bit of a different game. But I do feel like in this, like, he has a lot of status resistance. Playing against Doom, it's always going to benefit. They have ways of resetting the fight. They have Centaur on their side with the Stampede. So a lot of ways to bail him out of the trouble.
Yeah, I think for me, this was a big game for Aurora. I was definitely, for me, and I think a lot of people were putting them as like, potentially they make it through, potentially they don't. And Yandex was, for a lot of people, probably in that top 3 spot for the group stage, like either 4-1 or 4-0. So I think being able to show, like, not only, you know, it's like a close game. They barely, it was a convincing game number 2 for Aurora, and potentially if they take the series, I think that puts them in a super good position to feel pretty good getting out of the group stage.
Did you have Aurora going through the group stage?
Oh yeah.
Oh, like, oh yeah, 4-1, or it's like they weren't even.
No, well, 3-2 getting through.
Okay, so elimination round.
Confident 3-2.
Okay, confident 3-2. What about you, Lacoste? Did you have
I think I had them the same. I can't remember from the top of my head, but I do remember that Monkeys didn't put them at all. They didn't put any other team.
I heard he actually put every team not making it through.
Yes.
I haven't gotten the prediction wrong so far.
Except for Gamer Legion.
He put Gamer Legion 4-0. So
yeah,
maybe that's a wrong prediction.
It is that weird team where I know a lot of people just put them in losing the elimination round. Like you already said this, Gunnar, but it's because what's been happening recently leading into this. They had lost confidence as a team. I know that there was a little bit of commotion around what their scrim results were giving as well, and it's that question mark of maybe if another team was having those results, they would be feeling even worse for themselves. And more often than not, though, we see that when you're having tough scrims, you come out into an official, and you actually end up being one of the better teams. So I think as well, seeing them have a confident game
a lot of learning experience.
That's what I'm saying.
You win or you learn. And
you say you win and you learn?
You win or you learn.
Or you learn. Okay, I was going to say, I don't think that's the saying,
bro. You can't lose. You cannot lose.
There's no losing in this situation.
Always, that's why you pub every day, just because no matter what happens, it's a great experience. But I think Aurora, unfortunately for them throughout the year, they've had a lot of actually pretty good performances of getting to that like top 4, I think a couple top 2s, and they haven't really hit that mark of making it to the win. But kind of like you were saying, as the year went on, I think they've started to fall off a bit more. So some question marks for them going into the biggest event of the year, and I'm hoping for them to kind of find their stride in the group stage. I really want to see them, because when they look good, they look really good.
A fun little fact as well while we're talking about the Aurora Yandex. I don't know if you guys know, every year Tsunami does a blog on the teams that are participating at TI. He released his yesterday. Did you guys read it? You can say no, that's fine, because I'm about to give you the...
I usually do read it.
I always read it. That's my bedtime, morning. I really read that thing.
Is that your
like
prep for TI? You're like, I gotta wait for him to prep for me.
No, I love the way that Tsunami writes. I think he is just genuinely so eloquent. But that's not the point of what I'm saying. The reason is because some of the fun things that he was pointing out with the teams, especially for Aurora, is like this joke that we all have about him coming second place. He's made fun of it before as well. He calls it Munacy, who also had a great success for himself in his career recently. So for him to have this many second places, he's like one of the highest earning Dota players without having won a tier 1 event. Like that's a testament to how good his results are, like how far he can go, and all of Aurora has had that. They've gone so far so many times, so that when you see them being a team that bows out in a group stage, you really do wonder, where is the bounce back for them? Where is the mentality? And then when they lose a game 1, are they still that older style of, you know, a more Eastern European team that might struggle to get back on the horse, or is it the mixture of the RCA that brings them back together and they can have a dominant game 2?
I think what's going to happen with them, eventually they're going to win a tournament, and the same thing
at some point.
They just got to keep going. Yeah, basically, like
no one believes in them out there.
No. I think they're good enough. I feel like they have, my point is they have a little bit of a, like a mental thing where something similar happened with the Boom Boys, where they couldn't really win for a long time, went with the different roster changes, recycled some of the rosters and the players as well, and once they finally won, you could feel a lot of pressure was relieved, and then they started to like kind of feel and play better in other, even like the losses that they had afterwards didn't really feel as bad. That's just how I feel about them, and I think the same thing's going to happen with Aurora.
One step at a time, a little bit after a little. Of course, it does start.
They got in so many second places. Like this team, I know that a lot of people said that this kind of feels like a fraudulent team where they're like squeezed.
Who said that? Give me a list of their names, Lacoste.
I mean, I can't really like snitch on Gunner here, but no, it wasn't him. But I feel like you know, they have been consistently good throughout the year. This is the mix of the players that I don't think a lot of people also expected to be this good, to gel this quickly, and they showed everybody that you know, sometimes a weird mix can definitely work, and for them it's working. They're just lacking that first place.
Sorry, you've like, my train of thought now is just thinking about when OG had that Toronto-Tokyo period as well recently for themselves. So it is interesting to see what mix works, like what percentage works for them. But I'm going to move this along a little bit more. I know everyone wants to see a game 3, but our players aren't ready just yet to continue this series. However, we did have, just before TI began, we had Nomad sit down with Saxer and talk about how they're feeling as a team for Yandex coming into TI.
Of the legends. It is Saxer from Yandex, and we're going to talk about your year leading up to the international. So, starting out the year, you know, why did you end up with Yandex? What sort of took place there?
I was considering the options, and it was like either take a break or like look to start a new team. I talked to Watson, I think, first, and I heard that he's going to Yandex. I heard the team, and at first, you know, I wasn't really sure. And then we played some scrims. I started to get a feel for the guys, and I stood in for them for the Vigil LAN. And we got top 3, so everything was kind of clicking. So I just decided maybe I'll give this a try and see how this goes.
So how are they sort of different to your expectations?
I think they're all very hardworking. They're like open to listening. They're all kind of young guys, and they are very hungry. And I think anything I say to them, like they will listen and they will try to improve. So I think for me it was like kind of refreshing to see like how like overall chill they are in real life, I guess.
Yeah, it kind of feels like there's not really any big egos on Yandex. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, there's like almost no ego.
That must be nice. So you sort of followed Watson to the team then. I mean, what is it about him that you like as a player and a teammate?
I mean, obviously he's a very strong carry player. He was like rank 1. He's like very high skill.
Yeah.
But also, I think as a person, he's very chill. Like, he's not like one of those carry players that has like a high ego and he doesn't really listen. He's like very open to advice and he's like very hardworking. So I like that about him, and I think there's many benefits to him.
But is he still able to get across his ideas and, you know, be a shot caller in the game when you need him to be?
Yeah, overall he is. I think maybe in the past he wasn't so much. He was kind of just focusing on his game, but now he's like trying to take that leadership role more, and when he feels strong in the game, he's going to make strong calls. So I think he's improving on that a lot.
I always talk about Malady as well. Malady is a pretty funny guy in interviews, and when we get to talk to him, he always makes people laugh. I mean, what is he like as a player and a teammate?
He's a bit quiet, I guess, like a quiet guy, but he's kind of like, cold funny. He's like, he's just gonna say something like with a straight face, but he's like gonna say some stupid joke. As a player, I think he's obviously very high skill and he knows what he wants to do in the game. I think him and Watson are like really good on the same page. Overall in the game, I think he's more of a quiet role and he tries to kind of let other people like take charge more. And he's just kind of like going to focus on his game and focus on his spellcasting.
In the early days of Yandex, did you have a big focus on building communication in the team? Was that already in place?
Yeah, we had to work on it for sure, especially when I'm like the only English-speaking guy on the team, so we kind of need to work on these things. I also try to bring in some experience from our old team, so it's definitely something we've worked on.
So for yourself, when you've already got a TI under your belt, of course you want to win it again, but is there an extra motivation for you to help these sort of new guys who haven't done it yet to lift the Aegis?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I want to win it myself and I want to win it for them.
What is the communication like when you're about to get into a big series? What are you guys talking about typically before the series starts?
I guess the enemy's strengths and weaknesses and understanding what they want to do and how we want to counter it. I think those are the big things. And the other thing is also focus on ourselves, make sure that we do the right things, we're like in a good place, in a good mindset, that we don't do anything desperate, just stay cool, calm and collected.
If someone has made a mistake in the game, how do you approach it?
Just move on as soon as possible, like, just accept it. Everybody's gonna make a mistake, especially on a tournament like TI. People make so many mistakes and you have to be ready to make those mistakes. And once you're ready to do that, you can make as many as you want as long as you're like still trying to win. Just don't let it affect you at all.
Despite having a lot of TIs under your belts and wins under your belt as well, do you still find that motivation, that hunger to go and play on that main stage and be in front of the TI crowd?
Yeah, for sure. I think this tournament is obviously very important in DotA and is the biggest deal. And my whole career I was always striving to win TI. I did it once, but now it's like I see other people do it a second time. So yeah, I'm definitely motivated to do it too.
Brilliant. Saxa, thank you so much. Good luck. I'm really looking forward to seeing you play at TI.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Habis.
Well, the dream is still very
langsung
alive
kesini
for
saksanya,
Saxa to
kacau
be
ya.
able to have
Nggak
that
bersama lagi
victory
apa guys?
again. Although they're not looking in the best position right now for our modified Swiss bracket in the group stage. And even in this series, right, they lose game number 2 there after what was a pretty great game number 1 for themselves. And the question marks come back around. How is game 3 going to unfold? He alluded to the fact that their communications and their conversations before coming into a series is all about the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents. And I might not know them, but luckily I have 3 fantastic brains that are going to tell me those strengths and weaknesses of Aurora here. And if we feel that Yandex can exploit them in a game 3.
I think the biggest one for me is Makoto has done a lot of work ever since he joined the team. Specifically on Spirit Heroes, but in the last game we saw as Invoker. Earlier today it was Ember Spirit. He was popping off and kind of keeping them in the games earlier today and trying his best to win them. And I think for teams versus when you're playing against Aurora, I think maybe counterpicking him or having good stuns to not let him have these, like, just run around the map, do whatever he wants to. I think heroes like maybe like a Lion or Dark Willow, just something to just control him, I think is the best. And we've seen Saxa Lion a lot. I think that's some hero like just before the draft even starts I'd be looking towards.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I also would like to point out WS as a player. I think he has been probably the most improved player of the season. When, like, before he played for some other lesser known teams, and when they picked him up, like, he just got into the groove almost like immediately. And with each game, with each tournament, this guy is just playing better and better. Has insanely high hero pool. Like, he's very versatile, and also certain heroes that he does play well. Like, if it's a Timbersaw meta, he's gonna squeeze it in. If it's a good game for Lycan, you know that he's going to be playing it. So definitely a player that also enables his other cores because he takes over the map so quickly with the certain heroes.
Yeah, and also with WS, I feel like he kind of fits into that that offlane role of just offlane players that don't die very much. Like, he's very good at playing the map, honestly getting kind of aggressive, but also like knowing when to reel it in and when to back and when to kind of reset and not overextend too much, you know.
I also think the part that Saxa said, where he's like, we also have to focus on ourselves and just play our game. I think it's always the best thing you can do after a loss. You don't want to. The worst thing you can do in a best of 3 is you have like one guy and he's like, oh, we did this wrong in the draft. We have to do this, change this. We have to do so much of these things better. A lot of the time, your prep work and preparation is all done before the thing. You can maybe you change like one hero pick. You just say we have to focus on maybe Roche a little more or map control, but you don't want to have to feel like you need to change everything. It's better to say, okay, we've done so much work over the months, over the year, over the last week, over the last day. My coach has done all this prep work for draft. He's taught us all these things. Let's just trust in what we have here and just fix the small things, but we have what it takes to win.
That's what I would say about this panel as well. I was trusting you guys to be able to come up with all the ideas and the solutions and the broken heroes. And you guys lied to me. You said Lena, broken. There is no way you could ever possibly kill her, especially in the late game. But now we've seen her lose 2 games on the A stream. Nisha lost on her mid to Spirit. And of course, then we just saw Watson lose with Lena carry up against Aurora. So what's going on? What's the deal? It's not as broken. She's already figured out. It took 24
I
hours.
think it hurts even more because it's Watson. He's kind of the OG Lena carry player. Like, he played it when other people didn't want to play it.
He was one of like the very first people to play it as well.
Pretty much, and then everybody started to copy it. And I think at this one, they were a little bit more on the greedier side, especially with the Doom pick compared to like this bit of a global presence with the Stampede, earlier Sunstrikes, and it felt like all of these things for Aurora, it did click early on, and that again just snowballed out of control.
Well, we'll see if the Lena makes a return in Game 3, if it's maybe potentially more successful, as we're going to head on back to our B stream, and our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
A very impressive Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was dominant. Like, we've talked about sort of impressive games from the comeback point of view, where teams are able to sort of hold out and extend the match. But we haven't seen, at least you and me, a ton of games where you just, like, win from the outset and just continue to stomp. It looked really nice.
It's been quite rare for us. Aurora, I love it when teams do this. That when you win with the hero and then ban it. I like that. Like, you don't give them the chance to answer back with it.
Yes.
And I think it puts a little anger in someone like Cheer Jr. He's like, how was that fair? How do I not get to play my Invoker after you guys just had it?
All right, we're back to this.
Yeah, back to the Game 1 strat. They opened, and it was instant. It was Tree they gave up last time. That is banned this time. I wonder what the answer will be instead. I mean, Darkseer was something that was coming into this tournament. That was the go-to. When people were opening first overall Shadow Fiend, you'd have an instant response of a Darkseer. I don't know if that's a Yandex idea at the moment, though.
Well, I also think that it's proven to like have some answers. And there are ways to mess with the Darkseer. We saw in our previous series, Snaking on an Enchantress went back and blocked 33's camps and just made him have a really sad game the entire rest of it. So, you know, it's a tough one.
I mean, I think the Centaur might just be the answer at this point, just to have him in the game, you know.
You at the very least need to take it away from Aurora, because SF Centaur is nasty.
Yeah, okay, we're taking it.
I like this.
He's been too good. He's won Game 1, he won Game 2, right? It's a Centaur series.
Yeah, and not a Mirana one.
No, there will be no Mirana this game. It's over. Let it go.
Yeah.
You know, there probably will be.
12 and 7. I know. It's going to be tough.
Well, we're going to throw another ban here from Aurora. What do they not want to see with this Centaur? I could see a Hoodwink ban. That hero's a little bit too good. Obviously, they had it earlier with the Centaur in game number 1. She's just the best 4. It's just the way it is. They could... No, they're going to ban the Drow. Okay. At least for one of their slots. Pretty good one-to-one matchup versus the Shadow Fiend. You know, another ranged hero piercing through that armor. Also, much like how the Centaur is very good versus the Shadow Fiend, and with the Shadow Fiend, Drow, all the same things with Centaurs. That same idea and concept. And, yeah, featured in less drafts than I thought, honestly. This hero's crazy.
It's interesting, like, because the teams that play it, as you can see, are still winning, but it feels like maybe one of those things that happened behind the veil of scrims, you know?
Yeah, a little figured out and stuff, and only like the big teams still want to grab it, or they just feel like other stuff is better. Maybe she's not bad, but they're just like, yeah, the Shadow Fiend's just easier. The other band will just be the Hoodwink because it's Soxa.
Yep. So they will make sure to take that one away. And I mean, you dare him to get the Mirana.
He's gonna pick Mirana.
Honestly, I'd like to see him take the Tusk.
Maybe Centaur cancels it out. Maybe Centaur is strong enough to bring Mirana into the winning side of this series.
Maybe. I think Tusk could be good. It puts you in a weird situation with your lanes a little bit.
WS popping off right now.
Yeah, he's having a good time.
Yeah, he's got some ideas. He's very chatty at the moment. So's Nightfall.
Yeah. I mean, that's a classic, though.
This is what I need. I mean, the Tusk is, like you were mentioning, the Tusk is a big thing right now because we have the Shadow Fiend on one side, and just the fact that Tusk is also really solid. I like Tusk and Centaur together, too.
Yeah.
They can be a pretty annoying. For double melees, they can be a very annoying lane duo.
I mean, it would still likely run into some issues against the Shadow Fiend, no doubt about it.
I like it as a 5 that comes through the Twin Gate to help, like, the Hoodwink plus Centaur or the Dark Willow plus Centaur.
I think you're at least thinking about banning it. If you don't want to take it yourself, that needs to be a thought. But they're going to go Undying, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he's been banned in so many of these games today.
Okay.
So finally slips through. You know, it's Tree, Undying, and Tusk. Undying saves have been crazy. The Tombstone, it's very, like, sneaky the way the save happens.
Yes.
I feel like it's much more obvious whenever I see someone get snowballed. Tombstone, I'm always like, where'd they go? I was like, oh, right, he's in the Tombstone.
Yeah.
The visual's a little clearer now, I think. It like, grows more, it feels like. So it's a little easier to spot. But he doesn't have the initiation potential of the Tusk. And I would not be surprised if we still just see the Tusk picked up here.
And this is interesting. The Jakiro to, like, both hit the Tombstone and then also just be a strong laner.
I think they picked this earlier versus Spirit. I think it was them who had it.
Okay.
Didn't like it.
Yeah.
He got nerfed a lot. I mean, we all got a little tired of Jakiro.
Yeah.
He was a bit much for like a year.
It's true.
He had to get knocked down a few pegs. And I think he's still climbing the rungs back up.
The other thing that we've got here now is 2 super hard saves on Yandex. You've got the Centaur Aghanims, which obviously it's been like going away from a little bit recently. I feel like we're seeing a lot of these other like Hearts and Lotuses come up earlier, but then also like you talked about the Tombstone. So multiple ways to keep people alive.
The Jakiro makes the other pick so interesting here, though.
Oh no.
Ooh. Yeah, they see how it just says picked. Just says picked.
All right,
Big
for anybody that
L's.
just tuned in right now, Mirana has lost every game so far in this series.
That sounds like a lot, but it is just 2 games.
Well, she also lost some earlier. They're both correct.
She's never won. Unfortunately, she is still sporting. She might be down to 50-50 with that last loss. She was pretty close. She was like 52% earlier.
Okay.
Depending on how she's doing elsewhere. I don't know if there's any other streams going. I'm going to guess no.
I don't think so.
But maybe. Maybe a C or a D still going. Shoutouts if you're out there. We get another Necrophos game. So he's getting picked into quite a bit of magic damage. That is the first thing that comes to mind. It's like, whoa, hold on here. Kind of spooky. But he's still a very strong hero, and he's paired up with this Undying for just like push and sustain and Tombstone playing around. They're a dirty bog combination here. You're just stuck in the muck.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully, at least from Mirana, you've got some leaps that are ready, but they're going to take the Shadow Demon to pair with this now, too. So drop the ultimate onto him.
That's interesting.
We saw this also in Game 3 of our last series, which was the combination of Shadow Demon and Necrophos together. You double ult to target.
Yeah, it felt more like it was there to prevent the Shadow Demon being picked against them, though, last time. You know what I mean? It felt a little forced. This feels just like they just want it. It does pair nicely with the Centaur, I guess, right? It's also kind of the same logic as the Darkseer versus the Shadow Fiend as well. The illusions are really nice.
Yes.
That's pretty powerful. Yeah, really interesting. But yeah, all the reasons that Shadow Fiend is good versus Necrophos, like having the Cleanse on top of him can be good. The Disseminate is pretty good on top of Necrophos too. But with all that magic damage and the weakness that he's going to have to it, they get themselves the Earth Spirit. But game 1, Makoto got this hero, and he had a bad time mid versus that Chiro Jr. Monkey King. Surely that's getting banned, but we'll see if he has another solution up his sleeve.
Yeah, the ban of the Monkey King feels like a nice get here. Again, that's just sort of the context of what happened in game number 1. Makoto got bodied a little bit and was never able to recover throughout the whole rest of the game. But we've seen how strong this Earth Spirit can be in terms of the damage amplification that you get up. You get an early Kaya, and then particularly once he gets into a Bloodstone, it's just like nuts.
It's so interesting how much Makoto and Mira and Nightfall are all talking right now.
Yeah.
While they're making WS's hero.
Yeah.
You know? Like, is he just throwing them out there and they're just like, bro, you know? That ain't it. You have to check it, little vibe check with the hero.
I have been super interested in Aurora's Gaming's communications. It's such a interesting team.
And the other interesting thing about Yandex is they've gone this far in all of these tournaments without a coach during the draft. As far as I'm aware, I don't think they have any coaching during any of their drafts. They're always set up like this, which is quite rare for Tier 1 teams.
Yeah.
Very unusual these days.
But
it was kind of a crew that got thrown together, and they've just stayed that way. You know what I mean? Like, they got their sponsorship, and they're just happy with what they have. They don't want to mess with the success. Maybe they could use like a hype man though, like someone who's just
you trying to get in there.
I'm just saying, you know, or someone with just like the papers in behind.
Yeah.
Distracting, accidentally dropping papers with picks they're never going to use, stuff like that.
I like this.
You know, these are the kind of tactics that I or another unnamed individual could bring to your team.
There you go. Play a little defense in the draft.
That's what we're missing.
Exactly.
Just start waving across the booths up on the TI stage. That's really what is necessary. All right, Night Stalker Band out here, and as predicted, they do not want to see the Cheer Junior Monkey King, but they could Primal Beast though. Give me the Primal. They don't have anything that good versus it yet.
Dude, is it time?
It's time for the WS Mars. Is he finally gonna bust it out? It's versus Centaur. It's versus Necrophos though. I just want to see WS play Mars. Is that so much to ask?
I feel like it's not a great game for it.
What about his Brewmaster?
That hero's mega dead.
Yeah, but he's got a Dispel.
It's true. That would be nice.
That part's cool. But even that doesn't feel worth it, does it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what else we could run with here.
He hasn't collected the gauntlet of spirits yet. He needs a Storm Spirit game, but it got banned earlier.
I think a good laner, somebody that can provide some extra team fight oomph so it's not on the Earth Spirit. Maybe a Tide? Yeah, it's kind of rough.
Tied into Tombstone and Necrophos and Centaur can feel kind of like you have to connect everything perfectly.
Yeah.
I think Axe. Axe is good. Like smaller pickoffs, jumping in. Like it. Okay, so not control, but the idea of just continuing the aggression that you get. Also, the ability to delay the game.
Yeah.
That is definitely something that you get out of the Lycan that you don't really get out of the Axe.
I mean, it's kind of nice just to run those wolves at the SD in the midst of a fight. Or like if you can force the Undying to Tombstone himself.
Yeah, even just tracking these two supports can be very strong.
Yes. So should have the vision advantage in this game most likely.
I mean, a slippery hero could still be pretty nice though, right? Because the lockdown's rather weak for Aurora. Like if you want, like some players would force a Storm Spirit here, I feel like. It'll be the Kez. Ooh, is this the coveted Kez mid here from Chira Jr.? No, it's the Chira Jr. Necrophos. That is an option, right? You can just run it mid versus the Earth Spirit.
Okay.
It means that their timing and tempo is a little strange though, right?
Yeah.
Like their supports don't offer a lot of damage at level 6 or anything. There's no snap, there's no hoodwink. They're just kind of there. They're very much good enabling supports. They're ready to enable heroes who want to play in the early game. What does Chira Jr. want to do in this Necrophos? What kind of a build can he find to be aggressive? Or does he just like go Radiance out of mid? If he goes Radiance out of mid, what's happening with your Kez and your... This looks so passive from Yandex. Yes. Potentially. They could itemize to be a bit more aggressive, and there definitely are ways to do that on Necrophos, but we haven't been seeing that much here.
How good are the lanes? Because that's the other question, is like, if they come out ahead in each of the lanes, then maybe it's not as big of an issue if they're a little bit more passive.
Yeah. No, I think... I'd say it looks fine. Maybe slightly behind. Maybe slightly behind.
Okay.
Ever so slightly. But, like, we got Moran on the other side, right? Who else we got? There's another screen over here I can look at. I'm going even lanes across the board.
All right, I like
expert opinion after looking. Honestly, I can't even tell who half the heroes are with the cosmetics right now,
true.
too, because they're from so far away right now. And also, Jakiro's wings are like this, covering the entire draft screen. So it's kind of hard to tell what's happening.
I mean, I think it feels to me like it's set up for one of those, like, game threes. We're not going to be fighting too much. We're going to sort of sit back a little bit. And this one could be going a little bit late. There's
Get
definitely
cozy.
a chance.
That's what's happening. Yes, I'm sorry. I made a comment. I was like, well, we finished at 11:17 last night by the time we got back to the hotel. And I said, it'll be faster tonight. And the second I said it, I was like, why, dude? Why would you say that? You know, but you know what? Secretly, that's what I want.
It is.
I want a long game because it's been very fun. We have been blessed with amazing games here today.
Honestly.
I'm not going to lie. Our last game was, I mean, still a great game to watch, but it was definitely the most one-sided of the games we've had. It was actually kind of surprising to see a team actually keep the lead for once.
Right. It's been, like, I think I saw Knoxville post that there was, like, 4 different comebacks today that were over 10,000 net worth. So if you're just waking up wherever you are in the world and wanting to see some good, high-quality Dota, go check it out. There was a ton of action all throughout today. And we're getting ready to go into our final.
Apa tuh? Minta break apa tuh? Ada break, ada KitKat. The problem give me break, I'm a regular customer. A discount. Yang artinya tuh lang.
And it's very much a situation where if you're dropping down to 2 losses, there's some scary teams you might run into. Falcons, LGD. You don't want to drop down there.
Ready?
What's that?
F9. I tried to call it. There's been a pause at the start of every game.
Yeah.
Can you imagine, though? That would have been pretty good. No, we are ready to go this time. No pauses. They've sorted their configs. It's fine. It just took them a couple of games.
Look at this move that they're doing. Where are Yandex going?
Up and around. So typically they loop down in behind this bounty rune on the dire side, and they come at the strangest angle, and you find the one person that lurks behind for that rune in the rim.
Get him. The SF.
He wasn't ready. Ooh! I think having Shadow Demon and not hitting that combo with the Centaur is actually kind of a draft L.
Yeah.
You know, like, you're forcing an opposition 4, and you don't make that play, feels kind of bad.
Can Coyote stick around and get the rune? He's thinking about it, but will not go for it.
No, I mean, they're getting the other 2. It's fine. All right, no opportunities for a wolf play either here from WS. Doesn't like deny it. We saw some denied runes earlier, I think, from Ace. He denied 2 bounty runes at the start with his Lycan Wolves.
This is the other play that people have been doing. The movement in and getting the range creep. Mira will take that one.
Why did they do that, Lyrical? For our new viewers?
To make sure that you are able to secure it. It's more experience out of the range creep, Trent.
Oh, wow. Well, Watson's done the same thing.
Yes.
Iya, setelah dilihat-lihat isi dompet tuh ternyata
So we just got a 3v3 in the creeps in that bottom lane. Meanwhile, Jakiro, despite all the nerfs he's received, parts there with his liquid fire. I like the last fix where it was like, oh, there it is. I was just a little early. When Jakiro, there was a patch that said, stop Jakiro from casting liquid fire with no mana if it was on auto cast.
Oh.
Apparently it would just work.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love that.
Niche situation, but yeah, I guess you're laning against Anti-Mage, right? Genius. But won't work anymore. So go try. The mic is back. Go time.
Looks like there was a little bit of a kick back there. Chira Jr. taking a hit.
Ini dia berapa lama? Ini 4 hari
love to see.
Sampai hari Minggu ini group stage-nya. Terus nanti mereka
something to
libur
watch for here for sure
hari.
is going to be how does Makoto deal with this lane?
Terus
Is
main
he able to
event
get off to a
final.
decent start and then start rotating around the map,
Tanggal 20 sampai
finding these
23.
kills? Because, like we talked about, on the side of Yandex, it's a much more passive type of mid-game based upon the heroes that they've got. Unless we see Watson get super aggro and involved early.
Yeah, potential for Nightfall to do the same on the Shadow team. Sometimes you'll see these earlier TPs on the hero, and with a Lycan on their team, maybe they'll be inclined to do so. A lot of creep pulling already happening up top here. Saksa grabbed a wave, brought it in behind for DM. He's still holding that wave now at the tower.
Main 20 sampai 23 kalau nggak salah. Nanti 3 hari. Jadi tanggal 17 sampai Itu 18, 19.
Into there, finding the first blood. Watson able to take it. One of the downsides of this Mirana, if you're trying to max out that damage.
If your opponents know arithmetic and see you cast 2 spells at level 2 that aren't leap, you might die.
Hargai tanggal 17 Agustus.
That's it.
Ada
Stacking
cerita,
them
ada
up.
cerita.
What a hero. I don't even want it. I don't need it. He just wants to spend a little bit, you know?
Yes.
He got one more charge to go.
Yeah, a nice way to punish there with the early tombstone coming out from the dying. Oh, that was good. Chira healing his creeps enough so that way the boulder smash doesn't end up getting the last hit.
Just some grotesque play, truly.
This is really nice.
Yeah.
Presiden ya.
Yeah, I think these lanes are some pretty good matchups here. Now again, we know this with Earth Spirit. You can pick these matchups that are greedier or these matchups that maybe are a little worse for him to play into, but he'll still find his farm, he'll find his levels, and when the points get up in these spells, you're not going to see these cheeky Death Pulse plays be as easy as it's already occurring.
Right.
But that first blood helping out Watson a lot here. And again, you know, he's still level 2. They want to try and make a play, but you can't kill the king, says Mira. And he'll get his level 3 shortly.
It was nice. A dangerous time right now to be in Mirana, but as you said, getting into that. And now has access to leap if he wants it. DM being brought down somewhat low, but will be able to escape before Nightfall can finish that one off. Nightfall definitely going to be the strongest hero in this lane. Just needs to be able to find the range to hit some of these raises here on the DM.
Yeah, Makoto being bullied over here by Chira Jr. Still gets over to his water rune. Back it up. Has some raindrops now as well to help out with all this spam from Chira Jr. And again, Mira does have to take the lead to get away there from Watson. Another wolf going to fall there as he jumps through with the Echo Slash. So, oh, a Tombstone too with the Blood Grenade.
They're going all the way in. Arrow, they're going to sidestep back away from it. Watson taking some more damage. WS there. Mira low, jump forward with the leap. Maladich going to end up falling, but still finds the double kill. Absolutely clutch.
Yep, dies to the tower as well before they get back. No XP to be given to his opponents. Watson, though, I mean, he needs some regen, so I'm sure it'll get brought out on the Undying Dying. You have to die there, it's the Undying. It's so good for the team to just die.
Yeah.
Like, you need to bring some regen back to your Kez so you can stay in this lane.
Kodo brought very low by Chira Jr. He's level 5 now on this Necrophos, getting close to that level 6. And Makoto,
He could have got it. I mean, I guess he didn't die either way. Level 2 disruption, maybe there's something there.
Yeah.
So at the very least he survives.
Yeah, but this secures that Chira Jr. is going to get level 6 before him. So.
Yeah, now he can't come back either. I mean, I guess if he has some assistance, maybe he can.
Saksa, DM, maybe going to try and go on to Nightfall. Let's the illusions do some work.
Alright, nice. I mean, meanwhile, Mira did make a nice play, rotated mid and just chucked a max range arrow to kill the catapult while Makoto was respawning. So that stops Chira Jr. from being able to just like nuke out this wave and get any free tower pressure. Malady comes bottom to potentially cover the rune, but of course it's a shield rune for Chira Jr.
Going to be getting very strong in there. WS, as we've seen, is now needing to retreat back to the jungle to try and get the farm. So this is not as bad as we saw from last game out of Yandex, as they were really struggling. Definitely having a much better time right here. And as we're getting close to the 7-minute mark, he does have Tombstone, gonna throw it down.
Yeah, he's trying to hold this. I mean, Tombstone obviously lasts a while, but WS just gonna commit for it with the Jakiro coming through. That thing is dead, and so is Undying.
A little bit of a bold play. Thought maybe there'd be more help, but is definitely not the case.
No. give him the kill. The Ceaseless Scourge will respawn now, but he's going to lose out on that chance to steal a Wisdom. They give it to Kaori. I am concerned about the ease of execution for Aurora. As we have this nice little combo with the illusions.
Gets him. Nightfall now in trouble, trying to stick to survive. And popping the Lotus. Not going to happen. Mira will be able to find a follow-up kill there. DM taking some more tower shots from the Mirana.
So early game, they both have similar potential. You have just a walk-up disruption, and you have a roll-in from the Earth Spirit. You know, these can both be utilized to start a play. But heading into the mid-game, how do you actually start a good fight as Aurora?
Yeah.
It is just roll.
Pretty much.
And again, they have no Mirana arrow setup. I do not understand this decision. Like, how are you going to hit an arrow?
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
No, I mean, I think that it is the problem.
It's hard.
I mean, maybe they're just not going to hit arrows.
I agree with that.
There's a chance.
I thought they wanted to, though. Easy Ice Path arrow.
There it is. That's the way you do it.
That's how you do it.
Is he? That's another tombstone. No, they don't have vision, though. It's up on the hill.
I mean, you can't deny early game. Early game, sure. Your arrows.
Makoto finds that kill. Now, they do have Reapers, but not enough mana to cast it.
All right, a couple support pickoffs. Not too bad. Mage Slayer for Watson being worked on here once again. How good of a Mage Slayer game is it? Pretty good.
I mean, the one flip side to this is that I do think it's going to not be easy to hit arrows, but ice paths are going to be more reliable because, like, these heroes are sort of a little bit more static.
I mean, these are some crazy ice paths. Kaori's kind of crushing on this hero right now.
He's having a really good time. That's nice.
that was well done.
Like, yeah, Kez moves around a lot, Centaur moves around a lot, but they're also melee, which means when they commit, the ice path is more likely to be able to hit.
Yeah, that's
They're
true.
not kiting.
It's a very good counter-initiating game for Jakiro for sure.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And you know, if you can just kill the buildings, you don't need to start fights.
That's true too.
So maybe they continue this kill streak that they're getting going here. Pressure down with the Lycan, take over the space. Right now I see a deep diving Mirana there. You're going to TP out after taking the bounty rune.
The Radiant scan briefly hit there onto Nightfall and Kaori, and I think it's going to hit them again. So they know that they're down here. So the question is, are Yandex going to show up with numbers, or are they going to let this tower go?
I mean, they have level 2 tombstones, so he's definitely ready to rock here. But that's a lot. The Skellies, the Wolves. You're not getting in on this one. The Skellies are so insane.
They really do just do a ton of damage, amping it up. So the tower will fall. No response from Yandex.
It's such a good goal to achieve as Aurora. It's just like last game, right? Yeah. They knocked in that tower. It slowed down the game so much there for Watson on his Lina, this time on the Kez. Better hero and better start for the Kez, to be clear. He's actually quite farmed at this point. So it's not quite as bad, but it's still going to impact his overall net worth. And much like the Centaur last game, Lycan now going to control this space. That being said, DM hoping to do the same thing up top. Maybe we'll see some similar rotations with pressure to try and take that tower. For now, they're not finding it. They do consistently keep arrowing this mid catapult, though.
Yeah. Want to make sure that they don't lose anything there.
Level 6 on Kaori as he moves in.
Again, this has very much been the flavor of these games that we've seen. Like game 3s, it tends to sort of be a little bit more static in this first little bit, and then after a little while, Team
Mira gets found here.
Advantage of it.
Leaps away twice. Roll in from Makoto. He's confident.
Soxa getting hit. Stampede is there. They eventually get the kill onto the Shadow Demon. Are they going to be able to find any more? The Tombstone is going to drop. WS takes that one down. And when all is said and done, it's just a Shadow Demon. A lot of ultis expended, though.
Yeah, but if Lycan rotates in mid with his look at the Skellies.
Yeah.
This is the best creep for a Lycan. It is just so absurd. Because they all get the Feral Impulse. So they get a 20% bonus damage too, plus the Rally bonus. So you can actually take tier 2s with this. I think it's like the only way to play Lycan. You just take this Troll Summoner. They do swiftly move in. Necropho's a pretty good hero against it. to be fair. Obviously, late game, Lycan players do like to get Nullifier, so it could be an option for him. And for now, like the Radiance, you know, a buff to Lycan really with the nerf to Radiance.
Yeah.
It would be a much stronger item versus the hero since the burn would make a mischance happen on all your units. Now it's just when you're attacking the Radiance carrier themselves. So if you ignore the Radiance, you're still just playing your hero.
Moves back in there, trying to take down the skeleton. Yeah, it's an important point, and Chira is going to be working toward that. That also talks a little bit more about like what we said their game plan was going to be, which is just kind of AFK farming for a while.
Yeah. Where Lego. Makoto walks into Malady, who is a phase boots Undying, by the way. Very good versus the Lycan and the Shadow Fiend, getting that bonus armor, so you can try and cast more of your spells as an Undying. You need that additional armor to survive longer these fights, as he again runs into Mira, scouts out his jungle.
What is happening, man?
Well, they're having fun at the very least.
It's just a big zombie man getting chased down by these wolves.
He has to lose his ulti though, so he has to retreat back a bit. Watson's still up there on the farm, but he is 1,000 gold-ish behind Nightfall right now, who has had total freedom up here.
Makoto, swing and a whiff, but the ice path, that is going to land. Good disruption.
Holding the Centaur ult.
WS sets his sights on this tombstone as they do manage to take down that tier 1 tower. Now, Zombie runs away pretty quick in the river. They're going to try and slow him down a bit. Do manage to connect with that one. And in spite of the decays, they'll eventually find the kill.
Just a blob running at their opponents right now. SF does leave the top lane for a little bit, so some pressure comes in from DM. But Carey's here to pick it up. Kaya, the next item to be finished here from Nightfall. Need to tear it up a little bit here. And DM just going for the helm into the Lotus. Obviously, needing a Dispel versus Earth Spirit for the whole game.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. A smoke up now from the Earth Spirit and the Mirana. And it's Spirit Vessel completed. So this feels to them like a moment they want to go. And if they head this way continuously...
This would be a crazy pick off of this timing. He has this Radiance, but obviously the Spirit Vessel and the middle of the Ancient stack.
Hunting, rolls forward, misses on the roll, but the silence is there. And the Spirit Vessel doing good work, trying to get out. The roll did not hit, and that is enough to get him away alive.
What else missed, Lyrical?
The arrow did.
See the arrow sail through
You are
there?
not wrong. A point-and-click stun would be very nice right now.
It would be helpful. There would be a dead, very, very important board hero.
Honestly, if Kyrie was with them.
But you know what? They're still going to get this top tower. It's still pretty successful.
Yeah.
And the Mirana has had other aspects that have been useful this game, as much as I'm throwing out some shade. She's been pretty solid at helping to lock down the kill on the Tombstone. She's obviously been poking and prodding a lot across the map, just 2 deaths, while also just being constantly in the opponent's face. Very much like an Ench style you can play on this Mirana, so. Mira with the Essence Distiller, moving in towards the Yules to try and set up some of his own arrows. And having a Dispel versus Cheer Junior too, when it's necessary.
Very difficult game to execute, but Aurora are building up a little bit of a lead here. Or trying to, at the very least.
WS has the dragon down bottom, man.
Yeah.
Oh, the help of the Overlord. What a creep.
It's very strong.
He's just going after him with the wolves. You better run.
Now he just stole all those creeps away. And now pops another tombstone. Kez is like, I'm not helping you. You stole my creeps, sir.
Lord. Yeah, you can't run from the dragon, can you? He just goes down quick. Makoto helps out with the assist. That gives him 2 charges on the Spirit Vessel and an amplified damage rune.
This Lycan is really putting together some good results.
Yeah, they're using the vision really nicely from both the creep and the wolves to find these kills, because like they don't have the lockdown, right?
Yeah.
They have to catch you out of position and being greedy, and he's succeeding in that. Man, the dragon just throwing the fireball and running away is like, it is such a good way to gain gold in this hero.
This item, it's so strong.
And he is close to the shard. So more wolves.
Trying to take down this tier 1 tower in the top lane. They have been unsuccessful so far, managing to kill off the towers.
Why is he so poor on this Centaur? I feel like he's just been sitting up here the whole game farming.
I mean, they've killed his creeps a bunch. He wasn't able to get the tower as early, didn't have as much access to those like other camps that the tower take gives you.
Well, speaking of early, a 17-minute Roche here for Aurora, taking advantage of the minus armor aura on the Shadow Fiend. Plus the fact they have a Lycan. Not a concern here. And Kaori finishing the Yules. Really good timing on the Yules for Jakiro.
Yeah. 2
points in the ice path, running into these fights. If you upchuck someone, like there's no BKBs, they're probably just dead. We're going to need a disruption save. Some heals being thrown out. It is looking very solid. I mean, I doubted the potential because of the execution being very difficult, but they're finding a lot of really good moments here for Aurora.
It does have that feeling like the Index at this point are just trying to like sort of farm up and get to their items. As DM is going to be chased here. Had some wolves on him and ends up popping the dust and then running. Meanwhile, in the other jump, look out, the roll-in is there. Saksa disrupts himself. WS's creep is here too. It's going to be enough to jump on in and find that kill, but then follow-up Reaper Scythe kills off the Mirana.
All right, 2 for 1 so far though.
DM showing up, trying to help out Chira Jr. in case they go for it.
All right, big brain play though. You know, you don't draft stuns for the arrow setup. Simply hit the disruption saves.
There you go.
Should have considered that. Watson done with the Deso, moving in towards the BKB will help a lot in these engagements.
Oh man, I feel like I haven't seen almost any of these ones. Undying going straight into the Pavis and eventually going to be trying to get towards the Solar Crest.
Yeah, it's much like the phase boots, you know, he's just he is tunnel visioned on the type of damage that is coming out from Aurora.
Roll in, finds Chira Jr. again, silence, stun, disruption though, right there for the save. Does also have an Essence Ring. So Makoto now down to half HP. Do they have enough to kill him? Yes, indeed they do.
That is costly. The Wolves are coming in. Is there anything else? No, I think that's it.
It's important. They get those stomp, kill off the rest of the Wolves. This is showing the value of this Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I mean, he had a haste rune too. Like, he was kind of trying to play a bit aggressive there to maybe bait something out and retreat, and just gets got there.
Chira Jr. did just walk underneath the ward as well, as Maldi is getting chased down by WS. They're bringing in the Necrophos, hoping to get a little bit of heals from his buddy as they turn and try and take down the big creep, and they do eventually get it.
Help! All right, good save. All right, mid lane, I mean, there is an Aegis here on the Shadow Fiend. They made a move without him up top there, and he just hits level 15. So he is a very big guy, XP and gold-wise. Takes the +2 armor reduction, so the physical damage shredding for the side of Aurora right now is they're going to catch.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
That happens for the best of us.
It's not like, I don't think he would have died.
No.
So,
take it down.
Maybe could have like baited out some type of a stampede or something like that. But
all right, map control firmly in the favor of Aurora right now. And now a Blink Dagger though. Of course, Stock's already playing very well.
Chira Jr.
Soon, though.
Oh my goodness, Stampede trying to get out, and it was a wise decision to run when he needed to, but the disruption is going to be there. Nightfall now in very far. The turn, the real sight. Oh, they get him.
Right,
okay.
Gotta get back though, because that's respawn.
Got to reset on this one. Watson moves in, finds Makoto. Good damage. The Yule Scepter to interrupt, but it's not enough. Chira Jr. will die, but Watson also fed to the Wolves.
All right, that was pretty good. Makoto's body in there did set up for the further kills. A bit necessary there. Yeah, nice Yules as well from Kaori. Yules into Ice Path, locking down that Kez. And yeah, a lot of assistance here. Big goal gains here for the Lycan and the SF.
WS, he was talking a lot during the draft about that last pick, and whatever he called for, like, he is owning on this Lycan.
Yeah, he's doing a whole lot for them right now. Stampede getting him so far. Arrow sails by. Another great disruption save from Soxa, but it doesn't matter. Nightfall, like, he can't do a whole lot. They have to burn the Scythe on the Aegis. That felt pretty bad. And DM, he was so close to Blink. Like, he just got it now, I believe, after that fight. But the Yule setup from KRA was perfect.
I mean, you can also see, though, how eventually, later game, the itemization could start to turn the way of Yandex a little bit more, like BKBs. Maybe thinking about something along the lines of one of those Croziers for the Necrophos.
Yep.
There's a lot of ways that things could start to turn if Aurora don't sort of keep up that momentum.
Yeah, I think the BKB for Watson is definitely the big one for me, where he can actually like play the game. But that's also going to be matching against like the levels that stack up on Makoto. He also has his own BKB right now. We also have a second Yules now on Mira, so he can be a lot more frustrating to play up against since he doesn't have a dedicated setup. He can now provide his own. He can also just keep kiting Chira. Like, he is relying completely on Stampede to stay alive right now. Yeah. And if he just gets chain Yules, he will still just die if he dares to go that far out again by his, himself. So we're likely going to see a lot of shadowing here from Soxa.
8 to 15, a 3,000 gold lead for Aurora. Essence Distiller completed. And now TP's away, understanding there is some stuff coming his way as well. So 4,000 gold lead for Aurora. Roll in, find Soxa. And the ice path is there for the follow-up. Makoto just comes in and eliminates with the amplified damage room.
All right, that went a lot better than the last one up top.
Yeah.
Slightly better time here. WS finishes up the AC, so definitely a big threat here in terms of objectives and also just like finishing up a potential high ground push if they get their opportunity. BKB for Nightfall, gonna wait for that. Next Roche is looking like a pretty pivotal moment here for Aurora. WS gonna take down the Tormentor with ease, passes that shard over to Mira.
Very
an
nice.
extra leap and some quivering.
I mean, Aurora is building up a lead now.
Yeah, it's a while till the hearts can be done for the Centaur as well. That is BKB for Watson though, so he needs to find that dream sequence here.
Yeah.
On the Kez. But there is the Essence Distillers. We've already seen that being quite impactful versus the Kez. There's also the Spirit Vessel, I suppose, from Makoto, depending on the BKB timing.
Arrow flies in right as the smoke was going out. I mean, it feels like a lot to commit just to kill Mira with this smoke.
Yeah, I mean, they want something bigger with the Blink Stomp for sure.
And they're going to wait.
Nope.
Never mind.
All right, it's fine. I mean, he's value, you know. 7,400 net worth. You'll take it.
And I think, again, you're pretty happy with that as Mira, too, for, you know, not having your SF die.
Yeah, there's a reason he's playing there.
Yeah.
Chira Jr. taking this opportunity, though, with all the pressure his teammates are putting across the map. He's obviously ready to join in with the Boots of Travel because the Helm Creep is there following the Centaur Warrunner, and he is just farming through these Ancients, and he's a giant wave coming up top, which I think he's getting for free. Makoto doesn't have any friends to go for a gang. So that's a very happy Ghost.
Yeah, Chira Jr., it's beginning to come together a little bit there. Now, Watson wanted to find the kill onto WS Creep, did not manage to get it. Still very comfortable just farming and waiting for that Roche fight. This is the way these games tend to go, is that like when it's close to like not elimination but like pivotal things and every single match mattering, the teams are going to play a lot more reserve.
Yeah, it's game 3. It's late. You know the mistakes happen a little more at the end of the night. You're tired. They're humans, believe it or not. Of course, you could also say that this is where they really get into their peak, because this is when they're all playing anyway. You know, middle of the night. They're all used to these hours, so perhaps they're actually just powering up, not weakening at the moment.
If they catch Watson right here,
it's the Wolves, right? Like this is what Lycan is really doing in a lot of these games, coming through, spawning some of these heroes.
Instead, they might see DM. It feels like Yandex have a good understanding of the danger that could be coming their way. Or do they? Chira Jr., they've got Soxa right behind him.
What an ice path. That is crazy.
They're waiting, though, and there it is. Disruption immediately. Now DM Stomp, but feared. Nightfall gets it off. Eul Scepter lift up after the fact. DM is hurt. DM is dead. Can they find anything after? Watson hunting. Still saving that BKB.
It's crazy their initiation is ice path and it's working.
Yeah.
That's unreal. Like, he's gone Aether Lens Jakiro just set up for them. And he essentially forces the coverage to come in from DM.
Even with the ward, it's like pretty nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, very well done here. Carey believing in his two-headed Jakiro. And I'd just like to point out, if I may, the Phoenix.
Oh yeah.
The Firebird.
The hero we haven't
Wyvern.
seen today.
No. Carey's best hero. The Wyvern, the Icebird. What's he playing now, Lyrical?
The Jakiro.
What is that?
It is a
the
dragon.
Fire and Icebird.
Oh my god.
Carey has one thing he does.
It's the synthesis.
It brings them together. He is all powerful. He has found his heroes.
How Hegelian. All right, 6,000 gold lead.
Well, the Nullifier is indeed coming out for the Lycan as well. A very common item on the hero, but really good.
Do you see Nightfall, by the way?
I do. He's right there. Why?
This is a Yashikaya and into a blink.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Necrophos. He's ready to let it rip.
I haven't seen
He's got a Lycan, you know?
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah, he Lycan's shredding, so it's fine. Although it won't be as fun when he gets an Agnes, because obviously we're going 70 minutes.
That's true. Well, Lycan in the meantime is going to be picking up that completed Nullifier, and Chira Jr. will be that much more in a sad way.
Yeah, that is a tough one, especially because he's trying to go for the heart first over the Shivas.
Right.
I feel like Shivas might be the play, because he doesn't have a Shivas buyer in his team. And the item is incredible. It's also extremely good versus SF, obviously. SF and Lycan, obviously.
He also does have the backup, obviously, of the Shadow Demon. He is underneath a ward right now.
The same ward, in fact.
Gonna get there in time. Soxa nearby, ready for a save. And Disruption is there. Nicely played. Backs away, trying to survive through this one. They throw out the Requiem, a dead Necrophos. Malady also in some more trouble. Goes inside of his tombstone. He tried to do a little sneaky play there. Gets the bounty run before he gets brought down.
On the other side, Makoto was pressuring near the base. He gets out, had an Arcane Rune, didn't even have to use his BKB as they pick off this core Necrophos. Despite an incredible Disruption save, they don't have the firepower to jump into the engagement and actually do anything after. And look at the spread of the damage here too. This Mirana, she's got the damage. She did the most to him.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, with that arrow and Starstorm damage.
That's kind of crazy.
Stomp here from DM. He wants to fight even without the Necrophos. It's risky.
Watson making his move in. The Raven's Veil goes for it. Finds Mira. But again, so much spent on this Mirana. But now can he take down Nightfall? Gets up to the high ground. Oh my goodness. Aurora.
It's not looking good.
Yeah, Watson needs to get the heck out of here. They got him caught. Kicks back down to the low ground. Trying to get his ulti off. Will not happen.
They are playing insanely well in Aurora. I really do think this draft is so hard to play. And they are finding the fights. They're hitting these crazy stuns. They're positioning in some of these engagements. And the punishes they find on the positioning from Yandex, like, this is a team who's been doing extremely well at the top level of Dota. While Aurora is a team who's kind of been slowly drifting downward over time. Like, they were a team who was absolutely dominating. Had a win streak in the middle of this year of like 20 games or something, or 22 games in series straight or something.
I put them getting eliminated in the bottom 8.
They're hoping to prove you wrong right now.
Absolutely.
Keep climbing upwards in our group stage.
Nightfall has the Aegis in hand and going for the Satanic now. So decides to swap off the Blink and go back towards some more right-click build.
I mean, they're hitting their marks in terms of the control, so maybe feeling like they don't need it as much as he thought.
Yeah.
The Kez is not firing up here. We've struggled to get the Kez's involved here today. We had one that was getting locked down consistently earlier today, and somewhat of a similar problem here for Watson, but more so that even when he gets in, it just doesn't look that threatening. All right, what are your recovery maneuvers here from Yandex? I mean, you have Disseminate, which is always a good spell for Shadow Demon. Obviously, in his insane saves, which Soxa has been incredibly consistent on.
I mean, they're going to need something quick. I'm not sure what it is. They got a Shiva's done, and now they find the Undying going up to the high grounds. Yeah, this is so tough. I don't think they're gonna stop.
No, I mean the AC is online for the Lycan, so this is just easy push.
Get some SD illusions, and now Nightfall getting hit. The jump forward, the stomp, it connects onto several, but is it going to be enough? No. Nightfall healing back up again. They needed the Reaper Sight to combo together for it, but it's into the Aegis.
Yeah, they don't want to do it on the Aegis.
It's just a really hard attempt.
This is post-satanic.
Whoa.
He has to go in.
He does have his BKB, doesn't pop it. No! Kez goes down, 70 seconds gone without buyback. Oh, a devastating flub as they find him, they kill him, and now nullified. Chira Jr., nowhere left to go. What we thought was going to be going late might just be ending early as Aurora are taking down an entire set of racks, and I don't think they're going to stop there.
So some very good items for pushing the tempo right now. Also, Carey grabbing an Aghanims after everything he just gained right now, being delivered to this Jakiro. Mira rather, grabbing that mid-wave right now. Soxa still has his buyback in 15 seconds to go. And obviously, there's not much he can do.
Jeez.
The very least is they do have a tier 2 mids. They can't get the megas. Well, actually, you know what? They might just have time. They've got the damage, but
I think they got this. If they're gonna hold, if Yandex are gonna be able to make a comeback happen, it's gonna be against Mega Creeps. As Nightfall is stepping forward. Well, they actually have one more glyph.
I mean, are they even worried? I mean, I guess they know how to guess his BKB.
That's a good point. Stun now to start. Looking for the Yule Scepter lift up. Arrow follow-up is there. Tombstone save. It's something, but is it going to be enough? They're going to take down the creep, and they hold their last set of racks. So, well, stop now onto 2. Not bad. Where's the follow-up? They don't have it. There's nothing there. The Satanic comes out. Suddenly, Nightfall is back up to full HP. They get the great hit. Look at these Shakiro spells. Watson will pop the ulti, try and do what he can, but there's just not enough left in the tank.
Yeah, there's no scythe target that's viable.
Chira Jr. going down. That's another dead. No buyback at all for him. They're going to take down Soxa in just a moment. GG is called. Aurora. They will not be denied.
I'm so impressed. They didn't hit an arrow for the first 20 minutes of this game, and they didn't even need to.
Yeah.
Unnecessary. Murano wins game 3. She's so powerful. Centaur loses a game in this series.
I know, it's
after
crazy.
Dominating so much of it. Very, very impressed here from the side of Aurora. I really think, again, hard lineup to go with. I mean, he is given a talking to right now. Hopefully it's a very happy one, because that was solid. WS, go ahead, relax. Take a lean back on the chair. You earned it.
Oh, man.
I think his Lycan was the highlight for me.
So many close moments right there, and you can see again this disruption. Like, we've talked about SD being such a great hero for saves, but in this game, if there's not a way to turn after the save happens, they just stand there and kill you.
And they had the layers. They had the Marana arrow on top a couple times. They had the Ice Path every time, and all of the Yules as well, so the save is just not going to be a successful one here. This was brutal.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what can you do? Watson just knew. He's like, oh, I have died, team. And WS ran this game in the bottom.
Yes.
Like, the Wolves were everywhere. The tower push from the Dark Troll Summoner was extremely powerful with the Rally Creeps plus the Feral Impulse. And sweeping in towards that mid lane as well, consistently getting the pressure. And also, Mira, utilizing those arrows to get rid of the catapults in the mid lane, kept reducing any sort of a push that could come out from Yandex. And they still have their tier 1 mid and bottom as this game is ending. They lost 1 tower.
That's crazy, man. They had such a good one. Unused BKBs, feeling bad. And in the end, they just did not have what they needed to pull this together. And Aurora, a very clear understanding. Like, I think sometimes people see a lot of talking during the draft and see it as like a negative. There's like disunity amongst the team. But also, if you can like share ideas and then come to like a final solution, look at this situation. WS knew what he needed out of his hero, just had to get his team to believe in him, and they did.
And the way they prioritize heroes during these fights, too, like, they really recognized this Necrophos had no game if they cast their spells well.
Yeah.
I mean, Chira just looked like he was on the back foot the entire game. He never looked safe. He'd be walking with, like, a couple of units outside of his tier 2, and I'm just wondering if he's about to die from a single roll.
And look at this. Marana when all is said and done, finally wins a game.
I mean, his name is Mira. It kind of makes sense.
That's true.
You know? He just needed a second game to figure it out. And we didn't even mention the Makari was crazy on this Jakiro.
Yes.
4-0 and 17. Somehow he hit every ice path that they needed this game. You can really see a lot of success from everybody. Let's give it to Mira. Sure, this is production flaming me, I feel.
That's right.
And I don't even blame them. Because I did not believe, and I was shown different.
I might have given it to Kaori, but the supports, no matter what, definitely deserved it. I thought the ice paths and the arrows were both on point. Thank you, thank you. Oh, look at that, 4-0-17. What a player.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. That is one. Sometimes I'm like, go emulate that in your pubs. Go make Shakiro. Don't try that. You're not going to hit that many ice paths.
No.
I mean, you know what? I'm sorry. Go ahead and try, because you'll get better, and maybe you will eventually.
That's true.
But it ain't easy.
What's the phrase? You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take?
That's correct.
And that's how it works with arrows in Marana. You just spam them out there in the lane.
He sure did.
And you have a good time.
They sailed on by.
When they went in for the kill on the
dude, there's literally, how many heroes in Dota? 118? There's 117 heroes to get that kill there, okay?
Let's take a look real quickly at some of the results that we had in Group A as we're seeing what happened here. And of course, this is the schedule for Stream A tomorrow. Results are coming up in just a moment there.
Aha!
This is what it was. Interesting. So Team Spirit. And
We saw that game.
Well, yes.
That was a great series. And I heard a lot about this Vision over the Boom Boys, taking them down. And then Team Spirit again, 2-1 over Liquid. Okay, that's what we were here. So Spirit, they're in a 3-0. I believe Vision as well a 3-0 then.
This was us right here. As you can see, going the full 3 games each and every time.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
And that's why we're doing the outro panel right now.
Right, they are all back talking about what fun things they want to do.
And you got Team Yandex coming away with the victory there in the end. Aurora, excuse me. And then Vici.
They did
the 2-0.
The 2-1, sorry,
2-1,
over
excuse me,
over Game Religion at the end of the day there. Enigma Galaxy take a 2-0 over LGD, and Thompson standing in there, of course, and Gamer Legion get the 2-0 win over XG. Big upset there.
Anything else here that really stands
Our
out?
points you go so far for the stage.
Don't look away.
Matches.
XG did manage
We
to
haven't
get the
managed.
2-0
We
over
haven't
Huligani.
finalized.
The D stands for China, apparently. This was their stream today. DG, Team Resilience, and XG
we're gonna wait
taking
for the
wins
result because
on
we
stream
still got
D,
2 more
so
days.
staying alive here and keeping themselves out of
We
the
still got
lowest
2 more
part
days to
of the group stage.
decide.
Yeah, I like that. Very, very nice.
It's not fixed yet.
Yeah, I think OG is definitely on the back foot right now.
Round
We need
5,
to kinda
right?
pull something
Tomorrow gonna
together,
be
but
round
this is what we're
4.
going to be seeing tomorrow. We are moving to 4 games per day on these streams. So LGD versus XG to start you off, and then Vision versus
But
Team
my
Spirit.
best
now, that one
fantasy
in
is about
particular is going to be the match
71K.
that is set up for
71,000.
4-0, right?
That is the prediction
Best so
breaker
far.
right there. The winner of that is that first team you chose in your client. So we'll see who that's going to be tomorrow.
This is
We got
scheduled
OG versus
tomorrow, yeah?
Huligani. Both of them sitting at a 1-2 record. Now you're 2-1 of Iron Wing versus Team Liquid as well. And then we're going to have some TBDs of the 1-3s and the 3-1s.
Yeah, that's an elimination match right there on that 3rd series. So something to watch for sure. Likewise. Hey.
NA versus NA. Obviously Falcons, the team with the 2nd most NA players, up against Gamer Legion. So North Americans. That is your one to go to.
Listen, everybody out there, Gamer Legion has been on the rise. Falcons has been on the decline.
This is the end.
I don't know. Can you imagine?
And then we have Aurora versus the Boom Boys. A nice little inter-regional matchup happening there. Intra-regional. Yeah, that's the right one. My bad. Resilience versus Yandex. Unexpected. Yandex 1-2.
Yeah.
Up against Resilience. So we'll see if Stream D will continue to go China's way, as the first 2 matchups will be Resilience versus Yandex and then VG versus Enigma Galaxy.
Falcon has
2-1
fallen
record
so
for
bad,
Enigma
yes.
Galaxy, the believers.
That's crazy.
Looking for a 3-1 Enigma. It could happen.
Well, that is pretty awesome right there. I will
It's
say
tough
that
for them.
it feels
They don't
to
have to
me
drive
like
maybe
anything could happen
to
as we
win the
get
TI.
towards the end here.
Because they win
we
it
gotta
already.
Keep an eye on all those streams where all the action's going to be continuing. Trent, I think that tomorrow is going to be where like a lot of the nutso stuff happens.
How about you, man?
brackets predictions that are going to be broken. Not sure how that one's going to work out. Are there any games that you saw that you're particularly excited about?
I mean, I think the 3-0-3-0 has got to be the first one on the list, right? Because, I mean, I got Vision. I don't know you guys. Some of you probably got Spirit. So, you know, hearts will be broken. Dreams will be made. That's the big one to watch for sure.
That's right, everybody out there. It's TI time. We love to be here. It's been so freaking good. All of the games have been nuts. We've been staying up super late watching Dota. Thank you so much for joining us for all of it as well. And we cannot wait to see you again tomorrow with more great action here. Dota 2 TI. It's beautiful, baby. See you tomorrow.
Hi. That's it for today. Hi. Hey. Got a vision. So far. Fine. Got a vision. Go, man. Right. I don't even spirit on my waiting. Right, I put Team Spirit here. The last year, Laurel is like sick and tired. Operation, this and that. I don't know. Third time again. Hooligan. I might be right on the Hooligan. The fix? I don't know. We got 2 days, right? Everything can happen. OG. Might be OG, might be Hooligan. Extreme gaming, man. I put Ame here, man, and always Ame pointing. As always. Right. We got Vision. Got a Vision here. Thinking about Falcon back then, right? Maybe the last year TI champ will be 4-1, right? Maybe. And I put a big hope on Yandex. Did. Actually, for one, Team Spirit, man. I underestimate Team Spirit last year. That's the case, man. They've been changing roster, and Laurel has been through so many operations, sick, leave, vacation, right? I believe in Yadoro, man. Yadoro is quite good. Collab is no doubt, but I kinda don't trust the Laurel. Number 3, Iron Wing, right? Our in right. They're doing good. They might go for one, the Team Spirit or Battle Vision, right? So I still got a chance to be correct. I don't know. Don't think I'm gonna make lots of points here. Enigma. Enigma, they're quite good. Orange. 3-0, 3-0. They got 3-0 for sure. They will be qualified, right? So my Team Spirit are already wrong. Gaming. Got hope. Falcon, man. Falcon still got chance, man. 18 gonna leave. Gen 2 versus country playoff. Manga. Top 1,500. I'm 5 accounts, right? Good. Got that. You know, Tree, look at this, man. OG gonna be fighting Hooligan. It's gonna be it, man. The OG's here, right? So I'm wrong already. But Hooligan. This is correct. OG. Yeah, I might still got point. Right. 1 and 2. Don't know. What are we gonna get? The winner of here? No, gonna be 4 and 0 and 4 and 1. Get one. Fight. Eliminate. Run. This will be 1 and 4. Go and 4. Tomorrow somebody gonna be 0 and 4, man. That is for sure. Eliminated. Yep. Got time. Mana. Okay. Are so ass. Okay, but I don't want it. As for fantasy, I got 63k, right? This guy is Crusader 1, man. Crusader 1 with 100k, man. What a great choice. And this is the one that I told you, 71k. This one that I'm our account. Got 71k, it's and almost 5. Better. The reroll is suck, you know? Especially the scam, man, right? Increase 2, use 1. Yeah, F that. So, that's it for today, guys. Thank you for watching. For stopping by, thank you for the like, truly appreciate it. Enjoy the TI. Bye. Cannot enjoy it. I hope you. Oh my god. Excellent. Get you. Today's 4th August. 20 hour. Okay. Oh. Station. Everything. Hours. Yesterday's about 10 p.m. Nancy's about 12. And I only got 300? What 300, man? What 300 you got? 30k? 30k? We still can see, man. Maybe tomorrow we got some late game and fits the card, right? The fantasy, maybe tomorrow, right? And I don't have any token left. They're gonna lock it in 5 days. They can change the player, right? We should. Well, let's just. Battle vision. That's only battle vision. Be good. Hold up. Maybe not gonna be the best, but hi.
Never give up. Marvel at the spectacle. Marvel at the spectacle.
Everybody got. Yeah, I just need like maybe 2 months, right? Once per account, 100%, man. We're not gonna get top 100, man. Right? Not gonna get that. It's like a little bit impossible. Top 1.5k. That's a little bit hard too. Depends on the reroll, right? It depends on the prediction also. Combination of TI and chip stage. Most important thing is this one. Pattern. I'm gonna check this out. got this one ready. I think I wrote Aris. Push edge is not many people that played the one desert, right? Not the best. The best. Right. Oh yeah.
Well played. That was regrettable.
Incredible. A 106k, almost 100. Don't even have immortal player here. Oh, we got. Crusader, man, owning the leaderboard, you know. Right, Crusader, look at this guy, Guardian, man. I go so good. Right? It's not about rank, right? It's not about rank at all. Okay, guys, that's it for today. I'm gonna see you on the next stream. Merci. Bye bye. Au revoir. Yeah.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are not